Best New Horror 2. Edited by Stephen Jones and Ramsey Campbell. DB 107506. Best New Horror Series, copyright Robinson Publishing, 1991. The selection, copyright by Stephen Jones and Ramsey Campbell, 1991. Read by Doug Tisdale, Jr. Approximate reading time, 21 hours, 55 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, the front matter, table of contents, acknowledgments, introduction, stories, novellas, and section, and at Level 2, the chapters and subsections. Library of Congress annotation. A selection of 28 horror stories from 1990. Jones and Campbell provide an overview of the status of horror fiction writing and publishing. Also includes Necrology 1990, an obituary of writers, artists, and performers who contributed to the horror genre and died in 1990. Violence, strong language, and descriptions of sex. 1991. From the book jacket. In this second showcase of the world's finest horror stories, Steve Jones and Ramsey Campbell have included the best of today's haunting tales from horror, dark fantasy, and splatterpunk. Masters of the macabre Peter Straub, F. Paul Wilson, Thomas Ligotti, Kim Newman, David J. Scow, Carl Edward Wagner, and many others have contributed psychological terrors, supernatural chills, and nightmarish visions that will prey on your mind. About the editors. Stephen Jones is the winner of the World Fantasy Award, the Horror Writers of America Bram Stoker Award, and 8-time recipient of the British Fantasy Award. A full-time columnist, film reviewer, television producer, director, and horror movie publicist, Hellraiser, Hellbound, Grave Misdemeanors, Nightbreed, etc. He is the co-editor of Horror, 100 Best Books, The Best Horror from Fantasy Tales, Gaslight and Ghosts, Now We Are Sick, and the Fantasy Tales and Dark Voices series, and compiler of Clive Barker's The Nightbreed Chronicles, The Mammoth Book of Terror, Clive Barker's Shadows in Eden, and James Herbert by Horror Haunted. Ramsey Campbell is the most respected living British horror writer. After working in the civil service and public libraries, he became a full-time writer in 1973. He has written hundreds of short stories. His latest collection is titled Waking Nightmares, and the novels The Doll Who Ate His Mother, The Face That Must Die, The Parasite, The Nameless, Incarnate, Obsession, The Hungry Moon, The Influence, Ancient Images, Midnight Sun, and The Count of 11. A multiple winner of both the World Fantasy Award and British Fantasy Award, he has also edited several anthologies, broadcasts weekly on Radio Merseyside as a film critic, and is president of the British Fantasy Society. He especially enjoys reading his stories to audiences. Best New Horror 2. Contents. Introduction. Horror in 1990. The editors. The First Time. K. W. Jeter. Page 1. A Short Guide to the City. Peter Straub. Page 12. Stephen. Elizabeth Massey. Page 34. The Dead Love You. Jonathan Carroll. Page 47. Jane Doe, number 112. Harlan Ellison. Page 60. Shock Radio. Ray Garton. Page 70. The Man Who Drew Cats. Michael Marshall Smith. Page 89. The Co-op. Melanie Tem. Page 105. Negatives. Nicholas Royal. Page 115. The Last Feast of Harlequin. Thomas Ligotti. page 126. 1/72nd Scale, Ian R. MacLeod, page 159. Cedar Lane, Carl Edward Wagner, page 185. At a Window Facing West, Kim Antio, page 194. Inside the Walled City, Gary Kilworth, page 204. On the Wing, Jean-Daniel Breck, page 221. Firebird, J. L. Como, page 229. Incident on a Rainy Night in Beverly Hills, David J. Scow, page 252. His Mouth Will Taste of Wormwood, Poppy Z. Bright, page 272. The Original Dr. Shade, Kim Newman, page 282. Madge, D. F. Lewis, page 309. Alive in Venice, Cherry Wilder, page 312. Divertimento, Gregory Frost, page 326. Pelts, F. Paul Wilson, page 335. Those of Renia, David Sutton, page 354. Lord of the Land, Gene Wolfe, page 367. Aquarium, Steve Rasnick-Tem, page 383. Mr. Ice Cold, Gahan Wilson, page 397. On the Town Route, Elizabeth Hand, page 402. Necrology 1990, Stephen Jones and Kim Newman, page 421. Acknowledgements. The editors would like to thank Avon Books, Pulp House Publishing, and Chris Reed for their help and support. Thanks are also due to the magazine's Locus, editor and publisher Charles N. Brown, Locus Publications, P.O. Box 13305, Oakland, California 94661, USA, and Science Fiction Chronicle, editor and publisher Andrew I. Porter, P.O. Box 2730, Brooklyn, New York 11202-0056, USA, which were used as reference sources in the introduction and necrology. For Forrest J. Ackerman, father to all famous monsters. Introduction. Horror in 1990. It wasn't the best of years, it wasn't the worst, and despite the multiplying prophecies of doom from the pundits, horror fiction continued to enjoy a healthy slice of the marketplace, although the total number of titles published was slightly down on the previous year. In 1990, Stephen King remained productive, despite not having a new novel published. With more than 150,000 words added or restored to his 1978 apocalyptic SF horror opus The Stand, and a quartet of superb new novellas collected together in 4 Past Midnight, there was plenty to keep his fans happy until the next blockbuster comes along. Despite being dead for 5 years, V.C. Virginia Andrews continued to dominate the bestseller lists with Web of Dreams, in fact written by horror author Andrew Niederman, and Dean R. Koontz was hot on her heels with The Bad Place, plus reissues of many of his earlier novels, the bulk of them originally published under various pseudonyms. While Clive Barker had no new novel out, he was represented by a trinity of movie tie-ins for his latest project as writer and director, Nightbreed, a reissue of the original short novel under the title of Cabal, The Nightbreed, a handsome coffee table book of portraits and fiction vignettes, Clive Barker's The Nightbreed Chronicles, and Clive Barker's Nightbreed, The Making of the Film, which published the script along with interviews and photographs. Unfortunately, none of these, or even a Nightbreed computer game, saved the film from flopping at the box office on both sides of the Atlantic. James Herbert was back at the top of the bestseller charts in Britain with his latest, Creed, about a sleazy paparazzo photographer who uncovers a cult of ancient demons, while the prolific Dan Simmons had 2 short stories published in limited editions of 300 copies, Entropy's Bed at Midnight and Banished Dreams. Ramsey Campbell brought out 2 new books, Midnight Sun, a novel which drew comparisons with Machen and Blackwood, and Needing Ghosts, a novella which some readers found nightmarish, others hilarious. In the same legend series, Jonathan Carroll was as unpredictable as ever with his novella Black Cocktail. On a slightly more mainstream note, Ray Bradbury's A Graveyard for Lunatics was a further installment of his autobiographical fiction, set in 1950s Hollywood. Anne Rice's The Witching Hour chronicled the epic history of a family of witches over the centuries, and Robert McCammon's Mine, despite some great moments of psychological tension, saw the author moving away from supernatural horror towards the more popular thriller market. Some publishers kept the dread word horror well away from their contributions to the field. Valerie Martin's Mary Riley was a retelling of the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde story from the viewpoint of the doctor's maid. Phantom by Susan Kay was a fictional biography of the Phantom of the Opera. And James Lovegrove's first novel, The Hope, was composed of episodes, owing more to the splatterpunks than to William Hope Hodgson, set on a 5-mile-long cruise ship adrift at sea for decades. Also standing somewhat aloof from their genre were Patrick McGrath's Spider and Cold Eye by Giles Blunt. Most horror books, however, acknowledged their field. Brian Lumley treated his fans to The House of Doors and expanded his popular vampire trilogy with Necroscope 4, Dead Speak. More vampires figured in The Stake by Richard Lehman, and Tanith Lee dealt with a different kind at length in The Blood of Roses. S.P. Somtow's Moon Dance was a werewolf novel set in the American West during the 19th century, while the lycanthropes in Charles L. Grant's Stunts were more contemporary. F. Paul Wilson's Reborn was his long-awaited sequel of sorts to The Keep. His novella Pelts was limited to just 552 copies. Graham Masterton's Night Plague was the third in his Night Warriors series. On the ghostly front, The Promise was another of Robert Westall's fine tales for young adults, while in Rune, Christopher Fowler attempted to derive a novel from Casting the Runes without M.R. James' terseness and elegance of style. It was good to see new work from veteran pulp writers. Robert Bloch brought out Psycho House, the third in his series about Mrs. Bates' boy Norman, and The Jekyll Legacy, a gothic mystery written in collaboration with Andre Norton. Meanwhile, Hugh B. Cave pursued his fascination with Caribbean voodoo in The Lower Deep. To celebrate the centenary of H.P. Lovecraft, publisher Donald M. Grant produced the first separate edition of At the Mountains of Madness, an expensive oversized hardcover illustrated in full color by Fernando Duval. Rex Miller's Slice once again featured Detective Jack Icord and everyone's favorite Vietnam psycho Ching Gang Bunkowski. Many well-known horror writers had new books to their names: Peter James, Sweetheart; Stephen Gallagher, Rain; Chet Williamson, Rain; John Ferris, Fiends; John Coyne, Child of Shadows; T.M. Wright, The School and Boundaries; Ray Garton, Trade Secrets; Stephen Laws, The Frighteners; Brian Stableford, The Werewolves of London; The Unstoppable Guy N. Smith, Phobia, The Unseen, and Carnivore; and John Saul, Second Child and Sleepwalk. Fairy Tales by Steve Rasnick Tem appeared in a 300-copy edition, and David J. Scow could find only a British publisher for his superior second novel, The Shaft. Other noteworthy titles of 1990 included Fire by Alan Rogers, The Unseen by Joe Citro, The Vampire Files by P.N. Elrod, 3 volumes confronting a hard-boiled Chicago detective with vampirism during the Depression, The Cartoonist by Sean Costello, October by Al Serentonio, Dead Voices by Rick Hautala, and Angel of Darkness by Charles DeLint under his pseudonym Samuel M. Key. Catherine Potocek offered more Indian magic in Ghost Dance, Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough more historical horror from the St. Germain Chronicles in Out of the House of Life. A vampirish entity wiped out the members of a single family in Kim Newman's aptly titled Bad Dreams, and vampirism, voodoo, possession, and reincarnation all combined in Tempter by Nancy Collins, the follow-up to her acclaimed debut novel Sunglasses After Dark. Steve Harris's Adventureland showed some promise among its derivations from King and Barker, while Michael Cadnam's debut Nightlight was impressively assured. Comic relief was provided by Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman in their hilarious Good Omens, which mercilessly lampooned the satanic apocalypse. Demonstrating that horror is still a thriving market for the short form, David J. Scow had 2 substantial collections published, Seeing Red and Lost Angels, while The Adventures of Lucius Leffing continued the adventures of the late Joseph Payne Brennan's occult detective. The Call and Other Stories by Robert Westall and Methods of Madness by Ray Garton were both slightly disappointing, given each author's previous work, though less so than A Fit of Shivers by Joan Aiken. Michael Blumlein's The Brains of Rats lived up to the weirdness of its title story, and Houses Without Doors showed that Peter Straub's considerable talent extends to lengths shorter than the novel. Blood and Grit was a striking first small press collection by Simon Clark. Dan Simmons continued to proliferate with Prayers to Broken Stones, featuring 13 stories with an introduction by Harlan Ellison, and Brian Lumley toured Lovecraft's Dreamland in Iced on Aaron and Other Dream Quests. Peter Haining disinterred and introduced the best supernatural stories of Wilkie Collins. 1990 was a year for anthologies, with a huge variety of titles flooding the market. Marvin Kaye, ever reliable as an anthologist, put together fascinating contents for Witches and Warlocks, Tales of Black Magic Old and New, and 13 plays of ghosts and the supernatural, 2 volumes published only by the Science Fiction Book Club. Dark Voices, the best from the Pan Book of Horror Stories, edited by Stephen Jones and Clarence Paget, collected 13 stories from Britain's longest-running and most successful horror anthology series, with introductions by contemporary writers in the field. The series subsequently entered its 31st year as Dark Voices 2, the Pan Book of Horror, under the editorship of David Sutton and Stephen Jones. The same team were responsible for the move into America of the one-time small press magazine Fantasy Tales, which finally completed the transformation to a twice-yearly anthology format, and The Best Horror from Fantasy Tales saw American publication by Carolyn Graff. The year's most prolific anthologist was, as usual, Martin H. Greenberg, who was involved with a whole host of titles: Mummy Stories, Devil Worshippers, Ghosts of the Heartland, Western Ghosts, Cults of Horror, Phantom Regiments, with Robert Adams, Lovecraft's Legacy, with Robert Weinberg, The Rivals of Weird Tales, a massive instant remainder collection with Weinberg and Stefan R. Zamanovich, and Urban Horrors, with William F. Nolan. There were excellent stories to be found in Alien Sex, edited by Ellen Datlow, The Sea Harp Hotel, the third in the Greystone Bay series, edited by Charles L. Grant, Intensive Scare, edited by Carl Edward Wagner, Walls of Fear, edited by Catherine Kramer, and The Mammoth Book of Ghost Stories, edited by Richard Dalby. Predictably, commentators who had had nothing to say against all-male horror anthologies were quick to condemn two all-female books, Skin of the Soul, edited by Lisa Tuttle, and Women of Darkness 2, edited by Catherine Potacek. Paul M. Salmon's Splatterpunks, extreme horror, was less representative of its chosen subgenre than the title promised. The Pulp House publishing empire was among the most prolific of the year, and Pulp House, the hardback magazine, issue 7, Horror, and 9, Dark Fantasy, both edited by Christine Catherine Rush, featured an interesting mix of talents. An allegedly revised edition of Weird Tales, a facsimile volume edited by Peter Haining, differed little from the original 1976 edition. Worth noting were Short Sharp Shocks, edited by Julian Lloyd Webber, Hotter Blood, More Tales of Erotic Horror, edited by Jeff Gelb and Michael Garrett, and The Man in Black, Macabre Stories from Fear on 4, a tie-in with the largely derivative and hack-ridden BBC radio series. On the banks of the mainstream could be found When the Black Lotus Blooms, edited by Elizabeth A. Saunders, featuring mostly new fiction and an introduction by Robert McCammon, Blackwater 2, More Tales of the Fantastic, edited by Alberto Manguel, which included 64 stories, and The Omnibus of 20th Century Ghost Stories, edited, and with a notably ill-informed introduction, by Robert Phillips, featuring a cover by Stanley Spencer and some out-of-the-way tales by such as Tennessee Williams, Denton Welch, and Gertrude Atherton. Two of the best anthologies of the year were Digital Dreams, edited by David V. Barrett, ostensibly collecting science fiction tales about computers, but featuring some memorable dark fantasy from the likes of Terry Pratchett and Gary Kilworth, and Thomas F. Monteleone's Borderlands, the first in a proposed series which showcased fine work by an impressive range of writers. Although the series was dropped by its British publisher, Ellen Datlow's and Terry Windling's The Year's Best Fantasy and Horror, third annual collection, was a hefty selection of 47 stories and poems, along with knowledgeable end-of-the-year summaries, while Carl Edward Wagner's eclectic selection for The Year's Best Horror Stories 18 produced the usual number of obscure gems. New best-of-the-year collections were Quick Chills, The Year's Best Horror Stories from the Small Press, Volume 1, edited by Peter Infantino, featuring 13 tales selected from semi-professional sources, and our own modest volume, Best New Horror, which, according to Locus, suffered from being slightly British-skewed. In America, Weird Tales proved a worthy continuation of the unique magazine, with some excellent stories presented in an attractive format. Although too much of the fiction in Fear was mediocre, the magazine continued to lead the market in the UK, despite the launch of such newsstand rivals as Skeleton Crew, which never really recovered from the sacking of its editor after the second issue, and The Dark Half, aimed principally at the horror video audience. Of the British magazines, Interzone published the most distinctive tales in the field. Small press magazines proliferated, and there was worthwhile material to be discovered in a host of fanzines and semi-professional titles, such as After Hours, The Blood Review, the Journal of Horror Criticism, Cemetery Dance, Crypt of Cthulhu, Death Realm, Eldritch Tales, Ghosts and Scholars, Gru, Haunts, Tales of Unexpected Horror and the Supernatural, Iniquities, Midnight Graffiti, Noctulpa, 2 a.m., and the British Fantasy Society's Dark Horizons and Winter Chills. The first issue of Gauntlet, exploring the limits of free expression, lived up to its subtitle, with fiction by Ray Garton, Steve Rasnick-Tem, Harlan Ellison, William F. Nolan, and Douglas Winter. and articles by Ray Bradbury, Ramsey Campbell, Rex Miller, and Dan Simmons, amongst others. Neil Barron's Horror Literature, A Reader's Guide, was an expensive 600-page bibliographic reference book which included a lengthy section devoted to contemporary horror fiction. The Weird Tale by S.T. Joshi restricted itself to studying the work of Arthur Machen, Lord Dunsany, Algernon Blackwood, M.R. James, Ambrose Bierce, and H.P. Lovecraft. A follow-up volume is planned. James Van Hise managed to exploit two authors in one book with Stephen King and Clive Barker, the illustrated guide to the Masters of the Macabre. King feels that too many books are being written about him, and Stephen Spignessi's The Stephen King Quiz Book is certainly one of them. Stanley J. Weotter continued in the footsteps of Doug Winter with Dark Dreamers, Conversations with the Masters of Horror, featuring 24 interviews with well-known horror writers. On the film front, John McCarty's The Modern Horror Film covered much the same post-Night of the Living Dead ground as Kim Newman's Nightmare movies. Karloff and Lugosi, The Story of a Haunting Collaboration, was an in-depth comparison of the two actors by Gregory William Menck, and a worthy follow-up to the same author's The Hollywood Hissables. David J. Skoll's Hollywood Gothic, The Tangled Web of Dracula from Novel to Stage to Screen, provided fascinating insights into the making of both the U.S. and Spanish versions of the 1931 Dracula. Stephen Rebello did an equally fine job on Alfred Hitchcock and the Making of Psycho, while Mike Budd's The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, Text, Contexts, Histories, was exactly what its title described. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, edited by Al Lavallee, featured the original script, along with associational material, and Plan 9 from Outer Space was similarly enshrined, together with cast biographies and an Edward D. Wood filmography, by Tom Mason. A real labor of love project was Philip J. Riley's series of facsimiles of the original shooting scripts for such Universal classics as Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, Son of Frankenstein, The Mummy, and This Island Earth, not to mention Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, with introductions by Forrest J. Ackerman, Vincent Price, John Landis, Valerie Hobson, Zita Johann, Jeff Morrow, and others. You either love him or hate him, but Joe Bob Goes Back to the Drive-In included the usual idiosyncratic movie reviews and satire, which can be found every week in his We Are the Weird newsletter. Two of the best art books of the year were Blood and Iron, showcasing the work of Les Edwards, and H.R. Giger's Biomechanics, introduced by Harlan Ellison. The comics industry manifested the three persons of Clive Barker. Tapping the Vein Book 3 adapted his stories The Midnight Meat Train and Scapegoats, Book 4 Hell's Event and The Madonna. Even more popular were Clive Barker's Hellraiser and Clive Barker's Nightbreed, both offering spin-off storylines from the author's two movie projects. Neil Gaiman continued to develop the Sandman through such memorable miniseries as The Doll's House and Dream Country, the former 8-part sequence ending up as a handsome graphic novel with an introduction by the ubiquitous Barker. Gaiman also did odd things with Miracle Man, Hellblazer, in which he teamed up with artist Dave McKean, and a superb 4-part series, The Books of Magic. McKean was also responsible for the artwork in the hugely successful Arkham Asylum, and wrote and illustrated the first issue of the 10-part graphic magazine Cages. Batman remained popular in graphic novel format. The inventive Gotham by Gaslight included an introduction by Robert Bloch, while Batman 3D came complete with red and blue glasses and a headache. Gay and Wilson did a wonderful job illustrating the first of the New Classics Illustrated, The Raven and Other Poems by Edgar Allan Poe, and there were movie-inspired comics based on Planet of the Apes, RoboCop, Total Recall, Darkman, and even Aliens vs. Predator. There was a welcome reissue of the best of the 50s EC comics, including Tales from the Crypt and Vault of Horror. The most commercially successful film of the year on both sides of the Atlantic was Ghost, which grossed more than $200 million. Other films that took more than $100 million at the box office included Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Total Recall, and Dick Tracy. Although, given their huge production costs, the latter two still have a long way to go before they make a profit. The most popular horror film of the year was Flatliners, $60 million, closely followed by Arachnophobia and Gremlins 2, The New Batch. Much further down the charts came Darkman, Predator 2, Child's Play 2, Jacob's Ladder, The Exorcist 3, Ghost Dad, Edward Scissorhands, Tales from the Dark Side, The Guardian, Tremors, Graveyard Shift, and The Witches. Vampire's Kiss was an appealingly unrestrained comedy of psychosis, but the title was by far the best thing about I Bought a Vampire Motorcycle. The big losers of the year included Nightbreed, Leatherface, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, the color remake of Night of the Living Dead, Richard Stanley's first feature Hardware, Braindead, based on an unfilmed script by the late Charles Beaumont, and Frankenhooker. However, each of them took more than Roger Corman's comeback film as a director, Frankenstein Unbound. A surprise entry in the British chart was a reissue of The Exorcist, proving that it can still draw an audience nearly 20 years after it was made, perhaps because it is now banned in the UK on videocassette. The most powerful chills of the year were to be had from Joe Pesci's psychopath in Goodfellas, and from George Slizer's film The Vanishing, a sunlit tale of terror not unlike a bleaker Chabrol film than Chabrol has yet made. David Lynch's Twin Peaks continued to delight and infuriate television viewers with its mysterious giants, singing dwarfs, possessed souls, and the long-awaited revelation of just who did kill Laura Palmer. Malcolm Bradbury's three-part adaptation of Kingsley Amis' The Green Man for the BBC began well, if you discount the splattery preamble, but ultimately lacked the novel's severity and sense of the supernatural. Two other BBC films worth mentioning were Frankenstein's Baby, because it was so terrible, and the supernatural thriller The Lorelei, because it was so good. Just what we didn't need was yet another version of The Phantom of the Opera, but we got one anyway, filmed by Tony Richardson in France and Hungary. It starred Burt Lancaster and Charles Dance, who gave a ludicrously camp performance as the Phantom. To add insult to injury, we didn't even get to see his disfigured face during this tedious 3-hour adaptation. Among the worst of the new TV shows was the Canadian-made Dracula the series. Geordie Johnson played Alexander Lucard, get it, as a contemporary Donald Trump of the vampire world, an idea which had already been used in Hammer's The Satanic Rites of Dracula. He is pursued by 3 typical teens and their know-it-all uncle through each shoddy half-hour episode. Guest speaker Robert Bloch received the Horror Writers of America's Life Achievement Award, presented in Providence in June. Dan Simmons' Carrion Comfort won the Superior Achievement in Novel. Nancy Collins picked up the First Novel Award for Sunglasses After Dark. The Novelette Award went to Joe R. Lansdale's On the Far Side of the Cadillac Desert with Dead Folks from Book of the Dead, and Robert R. McCammon's Eat Me, from the same anthology, was the chosen short story. Richard Matheson's Mammoth Collected Stories received the Collection Award, while in the nonfiction category, Harlan Ellison's Watching tied with Horror 100 Best Books, edited by Stephen Jones and Kim Newman. FantasyCon 15, organized by the British Fantasy Society, returned to Birmingham in September, where Carrion Comfort also picked up the August Derleth Award for Best Novel. Co-guest of honor Joe Lansdale won the Best Short Fiction Award for his Book of the Dead novelette. Carl Ford's Dagon was voted Best Small Press for the second year in succession, and Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was Best Film, the last time an award in this category will be presented. Dave Carson again received one of his own statuettes as Best Artist, and Peter Colborne was presented with the special award for his services to the Society. The World Fantasy Awards were presented in Chicago in November, and R.A. Lafferty was justly honored with the Life Achievement Award. Best Novel was found to be Jack Vance's Lyonesse Maduc. Great Work of Time earned John Crowley the Best Novella Award, while Best Short Story went to Stephen Milhauser's The Illusionist. Richard Matheson's Collected Stories was again honored as Best Collection, and for the second year running, the Best Anthology was considered to be the year's Best Fantasy, second annual collection, edited by Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling. Thomas Canty was voted Best Artist, the Special Award Professional went to publisher Mark Ziesing, and the Non-Professional to Grue magazine. The Collector's Award for 1990, presented by bookseller Barry R. Levin, went, not unsurprisingly, to Stephen King as Most Collectible Author of the Year, and to Doubleday for the limited edition of the uncut The Stand as Most Collectible Book of the Year. 1990 was another boom year for horror, but it could be the last for some time. The danger is that the much-vaunted recession in the publishing industry, coupled with continued pronouncements of a bottoming out of the horror genre, could soon become a self-fulfilling prophecy. 1991 is the year when many publishers will begin cutting back on horror. Although the name authors will presumably survive, we could see a virtual disappearance of the mid-list, where most horror is published, resulting in fewer first novels appearing, contracts being cancelled, and the anthology experiencing yet another slump. The genre is likely to fare no better in movies. All the major studios now realize they must cut back on the immense budgets of the past few years, and as few horror films are top earners, such effects-laden projects will be the first to go, once again becoming the province of the low-budget independent. But it's not all doom and gloom. Horror fiction continues to thrive in the short form, with a wealth of new talent, particularly women writers, attracted to the field. There are still numerous outlets for new work, from newsstand magazines to the burgeoning small press. Best New Horror will be here with a representative sampling of many of the best practitioners working today. The Editors, April 1991. Best New Horror 2. K.W. Jeter, The First Time. K.W. Jeter has been described by Ramsey Campbell as one of the most versatile and uncompromising writers of imaginative fiction. He considers himself a Los Angeles kid and lives and works in California. His controversial debut novel, Dr. Adder, is generally considered to be the prototype for the cyberpunk movement in science fiction, and his mentor Philip K. Dick called it a stunning novel that destroys once and for all your conception of the limitations of science fiction. His other genre-spanning books include Farewell Horizontal, Infernal Devices, In the Land of the Dead, Dark Seeker, Mantis, Soul Eater, The Night Man, and Madlands. He has also scripted Mr. E, a 4-part graphic novel for DC Comics. The First Time is only Jeter's second short story. It is a deeply disturbing view of coming of age based on an article he read in the Wall Street Journal about U.S. kids getting into trouble in Mexican border towns and some teenage memories of visits to Tijuana. It's not for the squeamish. His father and his uncle decided it was about time. Time for him to come along. They went down there on a regular basis, with their buddies, all of them laughing and drinking beer right in the car, having a good time even before they got there. When they left the house, laying a patch of rubber out by the curb, he'd lie on his bed upstairs and think about them, at least for a little while, till he fell asleep. Think about the car heading out on the long straight road, where there was nothing on either side except the bare rock and dirt, and the dried brown scrubby brush. With a cloud of dust rolling up behind them, his Uncle Tommy could just floor it, one-handing the steering wheel, with nothing to do but keep it on the dotted line all the way down there. He lay with the side of his face pressed into the pillow, and thought of them driving, making good time, hour after hour, tossing the empties out the window, laughing and talking about mysterious things, things you only had to say the name of, and everybody knew what you were talking about, without another word being said. Even with all the windows rolled down, the car would smell like beer and sweat, 6 guys together, one of them right off his shift at the place where they made the cinder blocks, the fine gray dust on his hands and matted in the dark black hair of his forearms. Driving and laughing all the way, until the bright lights came into view. He didn't know what happened after that. He closed his eyes and didn't see anything. And when they got back, they always got back late at night, so even though they'd been gone nearly the whole weekend, and he'd gotten up and watched television and listened to his mom talking to her friends on the phone and had something to eat and stuff like that, when his father and his uncle and their buddies got back, the noise of the car pulling up, with them still talking and laughing, but different now, slower and lower pitched and satisfied, it was like it woke him up from the same sleep he'd fallen into when they'd left. All the other stuff was just what he'd been dreaming. "You want to come along?" his father had asked him, turning away from the TV. Just like that, no big deal, like asking him to fetch another beer from the fridge. "Me and Tommy and the guys, we're going to go down there and see what's happening. Have a little fun." He hadn't said anything back for a little while, but had just stared at the TV, the colors fluttering against the walls of the darkened room. His father hadn't had to say anything more than "down there." He knew where that meant. A little knot, one he always had in his stomach, tightened and drew down something in his throat. "Sure," he'd finally mumbled. The string with the knot in it looped down lower in his gut. His father just grunted and went on watching the TV. He figured they'd decided it was time because he'd finally started high school. More than that, he'd just about finished his first year and had managed to stay out of whatever trouble his older brother had gotten into back then, finally causing him to drop out and go into the army, and then God knew what. Nobody had heard from his brother in a long time. So maybe it was as some kind of reward for doing good that they were going to take him along with them. He didn't see what was so hard about it, about school, what made it worth a reward. All you had to do was keep your head down and not draw attention to yourself. And there was stuff to do that got you through the day. He was in the band, and that was okay. He played the baritone sax. It was pretty easy, because they never got any real melodies to play. You just had to fart around in the background with everybody else. Where he sat was right in front of the trombone section, which was all older guys. He could hear them talking, making bets about which of the freshman girls would be the next to start shaving her legs. Plus they had a lot of jokes about the funny way flute players made their mouths go when they were playing. Would they still look that funny way when they had something else in their mouths? It embarrassed him because the flute players were right across from the sax section, and he could see the one he'd already been dating a couple of times. One time, when they'd been alone, she'd given him a piece of paper that she'd had folded up in the back pocket of her jeans. The paper had gotten shaped round, the same shape as her butt, and he'd felt funny taking it and unfolding it. The paper was a mimeographed diagram that her minister at her Episcopalian youth group had given her and the rest of the girls in the group. It showed what parts of their bodies they could let a boy touch at what stage. You had to be engaged with a ring and everything before you could unhook her bra. He'd kept the piece of paper tucked in one of his books at home. In a way, it had been kind of a relief just to know what was expected of him. It was what worried him about going down there with his father and his uncle and the other guys. He didn't know what he was supposed to do when they got there. He lay awake the night before, wondering. He turned on the light and got out the piece of paper the girl who played the flute had given him, and looked at the dotted lines that made a sort of zone between the diagram's throat and navel, and another zone below that looked like a pair of underpants, or the bottom half of a girl's two-piece swimsuit. Then he folded the paper back up and stuck it in the book where he kept it. He didn't think the diagram was going to do him any good where he was going. "All right, let's get this show on the road." His Uncle Tommy leaned out of the driver's side window and slapped the doors metal. They always went down there in Tommy's car because it was the biggest, an old Dodge that wallowed like a boat even on the straightways. The other guys chipped in for the gas. "Come on, let's move on out." Tommy's big yellow grin was even looser. He'd already gotten into the six-pack stowed down on the floor. For a moment, he thought they'd all forgotten about taking him along. There were already 5 guys in the car when it had pulled up in front of the house, and his father would make the 6th. He stood on the porch, feeling a secret hope work at the knot in his gut. "Oh, man, what the hell were you guys thinking of?" The voice of one of the guys in the car floated out across the warm evening air. It was Bud, the one who worked at the cinder block factory. "There's no way you can stick 7 of us in here and then drive all the way down there." The guy next to Bud, in the middle of the back seat, laughed. "Well, hell, maybe you can just sit on my lap then." "Yeah, well, you can just sit on this." Bud gave him the finger, then drained the last from a can of beer and dropped it onto the curb. Bud pushed the door open and got out. "You guys just have a fine old time without me. I got some other shit to take care of." Tommy's grin grew wider. Old Bud's feeling his age, since that little sweetheart last time fucked up his back for him. "Your ass." From the porch, he walked Bud walking away, the blue glow of the streetlights making the cinder block dust on Bud's work shirt go all silver. He couldn't tell if Bud had been really mad, maybe about him coming along and taking up space in the car, or if it was just part of the joke. A lot of the time, he couldn't tell whether his father and his buddies were joking or not. "Come on." His father had already gotten in the car, up front, elbow hanging over the sill of the door. "What are you waiting for?" He slid in the back. The seat had dust from Bud's shirt on it, higher up than his own shoulders. "Here we go," said his father, as his head rocked back into the cinder block dust. The guy next to him, his father's buddy, peeled a beer off a six-pack and handed it to him. He held it without opening it, letting the cold seep into his hands as the streets pivoted around and swung behind the car until they were past the last street light and onto the straight road heading for the southern hills. All the way down there they talked about baseball. Or football, shouting over the radio station that Tommy had turned up loud. He didn't listen to them, but leaned his shoulder against the door, gulping breath out of the wind, his face stung red. For a long while he thought there was something running alongside the car, a dog or something, but faster than a dog could run, because his Uncle Tommy had the car easily wound up to over 70. The dog, or whatever it was, loped in the shadows at the side of the road, a big grin like Tommy's across its muzzle, its bright spark eyes looking right at him. But when another car came along, going the other way, the headlights making a quick scoop over the road, the dog wasn't there. just the rocks and brush zooming by, falling back into the dark behind them. He pushed his face farther out into the wind, eyes squinted, the roar swallowing up the voices inside the car. The dog's yellow eyes danced like coins out there, keeping alongside and smiling at him. "All right, we have arrived." His Uncle Tommy beat an empty beer can against the curve of the steering wheel, then pitched it outside. He looked up ahead, craning his neck to see around his father in the front seat. He could see a bridge with lights strung up along it, and more lights beyond it, the town on the other side. He dropped back in his seat, combing his hair down into place with his fingers. The lights, when they got across the bridge, were like Christmas lights, strings of little colored bulbs laced over the doorways of the buildings and even across the street, dangling up above, pushing back the night sky. There were other lights, too, the kind you'd see anywhere, blinking arrows that pointed to one thing or another, big yellow squares with the plastic strips for the black letters to stick on, covered in chicken wire to keep people's hands off. Tommy let the car crawl along, inching through the traffic that had swallowed them up soon as they'd hit the town. So many other cars, all of them moving so slow that people crossing the street, going from the lit-up doorways on one side to those on the other, just threaded their way through. Or, if they were young guys, and the cars were bumper to bumper, they'd slap their hands down on a hood and a trunk lid and just vault over, with a little running step on the ridge of the bumpers halfway across, and just laughing and shouting to each other the whole time. Even though it was so loud in the street, with all the car radios blaring away, with everybody's windows rolled down, and the even louder music thumping out of the doorways, he felt a little drowsy, somehow. He'd drunk the beer his father's buddy had given him, and a couple more after that, and had gone on staring out at the dark rolling by the whole way down here. Now the street's noise rolled over him like the slow waves at the ocean's surface, far above him. "Bail out, kid, let's go!" The guy beside him, in the middle of the back seat, was pushing him in the arm. His head lolled for a moment, neck limp, before he snapped awake. He looked around and saw his father and his uncle and the other guys all getting out of the car. Rubbing his eyes, he pushed the door open and stumbled out. He followed them up the alley where they'd parked, out toward the lights and noise rolling in the street. It wasn't as bright and loud at this end. They'd left most of the action a couple of blocks back. His father and his uncle were already down the street, laughing and swapping punches as they went, little boxing moves with feints and shuffles, like a couple of teenagers or something. His Uncle Tommy was always carrying on, doing stuff like that, but he'd never seen his father so wild and happy. They had their arms around each other's shoulders, and their faces and chests lit up red as they stepped into one of the doorways, his father sweeping back a curtain with his hand. The light that had spilled out into the street blinked away as the curtain fell back into place. He broke into a run to catch up with the others. Some kind of a bar, that was what it looked like and smelled like, the smell of spilled beer and cigarette smoke that had soaked into everything and made the air a thick blue haze around the lights. The others were already sitting around a table, one of the booths at the side. They had left room for him at the end, and he slid in beside his Uncle Tommy. The man came around from behind the bar with a tray of beers, squat brown bottles sweating through the crinkly foil labels. He didn't know whether his father had already ordered, or whether the bartender already knew what they wanted from all the times they'd been here before. He wasn't sure he'd get served, but it didn't seem to matter here how young he was. The bartender put a beer down in front of him, too. He took a pull at it as he looked around at the empty stage at one end of the room, with heavy red curtains draped around it and big PA speakers at the side. The other booths, and some of the tables in the middle, were crowded with bottles, men elbowing them aside as they leaned forward and talked, dropping the butts of their cigarettes into the empties. Somebody poked him. It felt like a broom handle, and he looked around and saw a face grinning at him. A man short enough to look him straight in the eye where he sat. The grin split open to show brown teeth, except for two in front that were shining gold. The little man poked him again, with two metal tubes that had wires hooked to them, running back to a box that hung from a strap around the man's neck. Yeah, just take 'em." His father waggled a finger at the tubes, while digging with the other hand into his inside coat pocket. "Just hold on to 'em now. This is how they make you a man in these parts." His father came up with a dollar bill from a roll in the coat pocket and handed it over to the little man. The tubes were about the size of the inside of a toilet paper roll, but shiny and hard and cold to the touch. He looked at them sitting in his hands, then glanced up when he saw the little man turning a crank at the side of the box hanging around his neck. An electric shock jumped out of the tubes, stinging his palms. He dropped them and jerked away. He looked around and saw his father and his buddies all roaring with laughter. Right beside him, his Uncle Tommy was slapping the table with one hand, turning red and choking on a swallow of beer. "Here, give him here." His father traded another dollar bill for the tubes, the wires dangling between the bottles as he took them from the little man. "Let her rip." The little man turned the crank on the box, digging into it to make it go round faster and faster. His father winced with the first surge, then squeezed the tubes harder, hands going white-knuckled, teeth gritting together, lips drawn back. The crank on the box went around in a blur until his father's hands flew open and the tubes clattered onto the table, knocking over one of the bottles. Beer foamed out and dribbled over the edge. "Whoa! Jesus fucking Christ!" His father shook his hands, loose at the wrist. The guy sitting next over stuck out a palm, and his father slapped it, grinning in triumph. The little man with the box did a kind of dance, laughing to show all the brown and gold teeth, and pointing with a black-nailed finger. Then, squatting down, the short legs bowing out, and cupping a hand to his crotch, acting like there was some cannonball-sized weight hanging there. The little man laughed and pointed to the man sitting in the booth again, then took another dollar bill and trotted away, with the box and the tubes, to another table. He was looking at his father, putting the roll of bills back into his coat pocket. His own hands still stung, and he wrapped them around the wet bottle in front of him to cool them. "Yes, sir, that fucker'll sober you right up." His father signaled to the bartender. "I'm gonna need a couple more after that little bastard." Somebody came walking over to the booth, but it wasn't the bartender. He looked up and saw one of the guys, one of his father's buddies. The guy hadn't been there the whole time they'd been messing around with the little man in the box. "Let me out," his Uncle Tommy nudged him. "I think it's just about my turn." He didn't know what his uncle meant, but he stood up and let Tommy slide out of the booth. The other guy took his place, sorting through the bottles on the table for the one that had been there before, that he hadn't finished. Before he sat back down, he watched his Uncle Tommy walking across the bar, squeezing past the backs of the chairs circled around the tables. There was a door in the corner with one of those wordless signs, a stick figure to indicate the men's room. But Tommy didn't head off toward that. His uncle pulled back the curtain hiding a doorway off to the side and disappeared behind it. He sat back down, but kept looking over at the curtain as he sipped at the beer that had grown warm in his hands. Then, he didn't know how long it was, his Uncle Tommy was back, standing beside him at the outside of the booth. "Come on, fella." Across the table, his father stabbed a thumb up in the air a couple of times. "Get up and let your old uncle sit down." His uncle smelled different, sweat and something else. He got up, stepping back a little bit. The scent curled in his nostrils like something from an animal, and let his uncle slide into the booth. He sat back down. His Uncle Tommy had a big grin on his face. Around the table, he saw a couple of the other guys give a slow wink to each other, then tilt their beers up again. Tommy glanced sidelong at him, then leaned over the table and spewed out a mouthful of blood, enough of it to swamp across the tabletop, knocking the empty bottles over in the flood. And he wasn't sitting in the booth then, next to his uncle. He'd jumped out of the booth, the way you would from the door of a rolling car. He stumbled and almost fell backward. Standing a couple of feet away, he listened to the men pounding the table and howling their laughter, louder than when the man with the box had shocked him. "Tom, you shit for brains!" His father was red-faced, gasping for breath. His Uncle Tommy had a dribble of red going down his chin, like the finger of blood that had reached the edge of the table and dribbled over. Pretty drunk, his uncle smiled as he looked around the booth at the guys, pleased with the joke. His uncle turned and smiled at him, red seeping around the teeth in the sloppy grin. The laughter dwindled away, the men shaking their heads and rubbing tears from the corners of their eyes. They all took long pulls at their beers. That was when he saw that there wasn't any room in the booth for him. They'd all shifted a little bit and taken up all the room. His uncle was sitting right at the end where he'd been. They didn't say anything, but he knew what it meant. He turned around and looked across the bar, to the curtain that covered the doorway over there. It meant it was his turn now. The woman ran her hand along the side of his neck. "You haven't been around here before, have you?" She smiled at him. Really smiled, not like she was laughing at him. "No." He shook his head. Her hand felt cool against the heat that had come rushing up under his skin. He pointed back over his shoulder. "I came with my dad and his friends." Her gaze moved past his eyes, up to where her fingers tangled around in his hair. "Uh-huh," she said. "I know your daddy." She got up from the bed. He sat there watching her as she stood at a little shelf nailed to the wall. The shelf had a plastic-framed mirror propped up on it, and a towel and a bar of soap. She watched herself taking off her dangly earrings, gold ones, drawing the curved hooks out. She laid them down in front of the little mirror. "Well, you don't have to worry none," she spoke to the mirror. "There's always a first time. Then it's easy after that." She rubbed a smudge away from the corner of her eye. "You'll see." When he'd pulled aside the curtain and stepped into the dark, away from the bar's light, its noise of laughing and talking falling behind him, he hadn't even been able to see where he was until he'd felt the woman take his hand and lead him a little farther along, back to where the doors to a lot of little rooms were lit up by a bulb hanging from the hallway's ceiling. One of the doors had opened, and a man had come out and shoved past him in the narrow space, and he'd caught a whiff of the smell off the man, the same as had been on his Uncle Tommy when he'd come back out to the booth. When the woman had closed the door and come over to the bed to sit close by him, he'd held his breath for a moment, because he thought the scent would be on her, too, that raw smell, like sweat, only sharper. But she smelled sweet, like something splashed on from a bottle, the kind women always had on their dressers. That made him realize that she was the first woman, the first female thing he'd been near for what seemed like days. All the way down here, in the car with his father and his uncle and their buddies, packed up tight with them as they'd gone barreling along in the night, and then crowded around the table in the booth, the same night rolling through the street outside, until their sweat was all he could smell, right down into his throat. "Here. You don't want to get that all mussed up." The woman had on a white slip. It shone in the dim light as she came back toward the bed. "Let's take it off." She bent down, her dark hair brushing against his face, and started unbuttoning his shirt. He felt cold, the sweat across his arms and shoulders chilling in the room's air. The woman sat down and leaned back against the bed's pillow, dropping his shirt to the floor. "Come a little closer." She stretched out her arms toward him. "You see, there's nothing to be afraid of." Her voice went down to a whisper, yet somehow it filled the little room, It ate up all the space until there was just the bed and her on it. "We'll go real slow, so you won't get scared." She smiled at him, her hand tracing down his rib cage. She was a lot older than him. This close to her, he could see the tiny wrinkles around her eyes, the skin that had gone soft and tissuey around the bone, dark underneath it. The sweet smell covered up something else. When he breathed her breath, it slid down his throat and stuck there. "Look." She took his hand and turned his arm around, the pale skin underneath showing. She drew a fingernail along the blue vein that ran down to the pulse ticking away in his wrist. She dropped his hand and held out her own arm. For just a second. Then she seemed to remember something. She lifted her hips to pull the slip up, then shimmied the rest of the way out of it like a quick snakeskin. She threw it on the floor with his shirt. "Now look." She traced the vein in her arm. Her fingernail left a long, thin mark along it. She did it again, the mark going deeper. Then a dot of red welled up around her nail, in the middle of her forearm. She dug the nail in deeper, then peeled back the white skin, the line pulling open from the inside of her elbow to her wrist. "Look," she whispered again. She held the arm up to his face. The room was so small now, the ceiling pressing against his neck, that he couldn't back away. "Look." She held the long slit open, her fingers pulling the skin and flesh back. The red made a net over her hand, collecting in thicker lines that coursed to the point of her elbow and trickled off. A red pool had formed between her knee and his, where their weight pressed the mattress down low. The blue line inside her arm was brighter now, revealed. "Go on," she said. "Touch it." She leaned forward, bringing her mouth close to his ear. "You have to." He reached out, slowly, and lay his fingertips on the blue line. For a moment he felt a shock, like the one the man in the bar had given him. But he didn't draw his hand away from the slit the woman held open to him. Under his fingertips he felt the tremble of the blood inside. Her eyelids had drawn down, so that she looked at him through her lashes, smiling. "Don't go." He saw her tongue move across the edges of her teeth. "There's more." She had to let go of the edges to guide him. The skin and flesh slid against his fingers, under the ridge of his knuckles. He could still see inside the opening, past her hand and his. She teased a white strand away from the bone. "Here." She looped his fingers under the tendon. As his fingers curled around it, stretching and lifting it past the glistening muscle, the hand at the end of the arm, her hand, curled also. The fingers bent, holding nothing, a soft gesture, a caress. He could barely breathe. When the air came into his throat, it was heavy with the woman's sweet smell, and the other smell, the raw, sharper one that he'd caught off his uncle. "See?" The woman bent her head low, looking up through her lashes into his eyes. Her breasts glowed with sweat. Her hair trailed across her open arm, the ends of the dark strands tangling in the blood. "See? It's not so bad, is it?" She wanted him to say no. She wanted him to say it was okay. She didn't want him to be frightened. But he couldn't say anything. The smell had become a taste lying on his tongue. He finally managed to shake his head. Her smile was a little bit sad. "Okay then." She nodded slowly. "Come on." The hand at the end of the arm had squeezed into a fist, a small one because her hands were so small. The blood that had trickled down into her palm seeped out from between the fingers and thumb. With her other hand, she closed his fingers around the white tendon tugged up from inside. She closed her grip around his wrist and pulled until the tendon snapped, both ends coming free from their anchor on the bone. She made him lift his hand up, the ends of the tendon dangling from where it lay across his fingers. She had tilted her head back, the cords in her throat drawn tight. "Come on." She leaned back against the pillow. She pulled him toward her. One of her hands lay on the mattress, palm upward, open again, red welling up from the slit in her arm. With her other hand, she guided his hand. His fingers made red smears across the curve of her rib cage. "Here." She forced his fingers underneath. "You have to push hard." The skin parted, and his fingers sank in, the thin bone of the ribs sliding across the tips. "That's right," she nodded as she whispered, eyes closed. "Now you've got it." Her hand slid down from his, down his wrist and trailing along his forearm, not holding and guiding him any longer, but just touching him. He knew what she wanted him to do. His fingers curled around the rib, the blood streaming down to his elbow as the skin opened wider. He lifted and pulled, and the woman's rib cage came up toward him, the ones higher snapping free from her breastbone, all of them grinding softly against the hinge of her spine. His hand moved inside, the wings of her ribs spreading back. Her skin parted in a curve running up between her breasts. He could see everything now, the shapes that hung suspended in the red space, close to each other, like soft nestled stones. The shapes trembled as his hand moved between them, the webs of sinew stretching, then peeling open, the spongy tissue easing around his hand and forearm. He reached up higher, his body above hers now, balancing his weight on his other hand hard against the mattress, deep in the red pool along her side. Her knees pressed into the points of his hips. He felt it then, trembling against his palm. His hand closed around it, and he saw it in her face as he squeezed it tight into his fist. The skin parted further, the red line dividing her throat to the hinge of her jaw. She lifted herself up from the pillow, curling around him, the opening soft against his chest. She wrapped her arm around his shoulders to hold him closer to her. She tilted her head back, pressing her throat to his mouth. He opened his mouth, and his mouth was full, choking him until he had to swallow. The heat streaming across his face and down his own throat pulsed with the trembling inside his fist. He swallowed again now, faster, the red heat opening inside him. It was lying on the bed, not moving. He stood there looking at it. He couldn't even hear it breathing anymore. The only sound in the little room was a slow dripping from the edge of the mattress onto the floor. He reached down, fingertip trembling, and touched its arm. Its hand lay open against the pillow, palm upward. Underneath the red, the flesh was white and cold. He touched the edge of the opening in its forearm. Already the blue vein and the tendon had drawn back inside, almost hidden. The skin had started to close, the ends of the slit becoming a faint white line that he couldn't even feel, though he left a smeared fingerprint there. He pulled back his hand, then he turned away from the bed and stumbled out into the hallway with the single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. They looked up and saw him as he walked across the bar. He didn't push the empty chairs aside, but hit them with his legs, shoving his way past them. His Uncle Tommy scooted over, making room for him at the booth. He sat down hard, the back of his head striking the slick padding behind him. They had all been laughing and talking just before, but they had gone quiet now. His father's buddies fumbled with the bottles in front of them, not wanting to look at him. His father dug out a handkerchief, a blue checked one. "Here." A quiet voice, the softest he'd ever heard his father say anything. His father held out the handkerchief across the table. "Clean yourself up a little." He took the handkerchief. For a long time he sat there and looked down at his hands and what was on them. They were all laughing again, making noise to keep the dark pushed back. His father and his uncle and their buddies roared and shouted and pitched the empties out the windows. The car barreled along, cutting a straight line through the empty night. He laid his face into the wind. Out there, the dog ran at the edge of the darkness, its teeth bared, its eyes like bright, heated coins. It ran over the stones and dry brush, keeping pace with the car, never falling behind, heading for the same destination. The wind tore the tears from his eyes. The headlights swept across the road ahead, and he thought of the piece of paper folded in the book in his bedroom. The piece of paper meant nothing now. He could tear it into a million pieces. She'd know, too, the girl who played the flute and who'd given the piece of paper to him. She'd know when she saw him again. She'd know that things were different now, and they could never be the same again. They'd be different for her now, too. She'd know. The tears striped his face, pushed by the wind. He wept in rage and shame at what had been stolen from him. Rage and shame that the woman down there, in the little room at the end of the street with all the lights, would be dead, would get to know over and over again what it was to die. That was what she'd stolen from him, from all of them. He wept with rage and shame that now he was like them, he was one of them. He opened his mouth and let the wind hammer into his throat to get out the stink and taste of his own sweat, which was just like theirs now. The dog ran beside the car, laughing as he wept with rage and shame. Rage and shame at what he knew now. Rage and shame that now he knew he'd never die. Peter Straub, A Short Guide to the City. Peter Straub is one of America's most popular authors. Born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, he was a teacher before his first novel, Marriages, was published in 1973. Since then, a string of popular bestsellers have appeared under his byline, including Julia, filmed as Full Circle, aka The Haunting of Julia, If You Could See Me Now, Ghost Story, also filmed, Shadowland, Floating Dragon, Under Venus, Coco, and Mystery. In 1977, he collaborated with his friend Stephen King on The Talisman. A winner of both the British Fantasy Award and the World Fantasy Award, his most recent books are the short novel Mrs. God and a collection of short stories, Houses Without Doors. The story that follows is taken from that collection, and, as in much of Straub's superior fiction, the horror is hidden as subtext. However, it is no less powerful for its chilling subtlety and humor. The Viaduct Killer, named for the location where his victims' bodies have been discovered, is still at large. There have been 6 victims to date, found by children, people exercising their dogs, lovers, or in one instance, by policemen. The bodies lay sprawled, their throats slashed, partially sheltered by one or another of the massive concrete supports at the top of the slope beneath the Great Bridge. We assume that the Viaduct Killer is a resident of the city, a voter, a renter or property owner, a product of the city's excellent public school system, perhaps even a parent of children who even now attend one of its 7 elementary schools, 3 public high schools, 2 parochial schools, or a single non-denominational private school. He may own a boat or belong to the Book of the Month Club. He may frequent one or another of its many bars and taverns. He may have subscription tickets to the concert series put on by the city symphony orchestra. He may be a factory worker with a library ticket. He owns a car, perhaps 2. He may swim in one of the city's public pools or the vast lake punctuated with sailboats during the hot, moist August of the city. For this is a Midwestern city, northern, with violent changes of season. The extremes of climate, from 10 or 20 below zero to up around 100 in the summer, cultivate an attitude of acceptance in its citizens, of insularity. It looks inward, not out, and few of its children leave for the more temperate, uncertain, and experimental cities of the eastern or western coasts. The city is proud of its modesty. It cherishes the ordinary, or what it sees as the ordinary, which is not. It has had the same mayor for 24 years, a man of limited to average intelligence who has aged gracefully and has never had any other occupation of any sort. Ambition, the yearning for fame, position, and achievement, is discouraged here. One of its citizens became the head of a small foreign state, another a famous band leader, yet another a Hollywood staple who for decades played the part of the star's best friend and confidant. This, it is felt, is enough, and besides, all of these people are now dead. The city has no literary tradition. Its only mirror is provided by its two newspapers, which have thick sports sections and are comfortable enough to be read in bed. The city's characteristic mode is denial. For this reason, an odd fabulousness permeates every quarter of the city, a receptiveness to fable, to the unrecorded. A river runs through the center of the business district, as the Liffey runs through Dublin, the Seine through Paris, the Thames through London, and the Danube through Budapest, though our river is smaller and less consequential than any of these. Our lives are ordinary and exemplary, the citizens would say. We take part in the life of the nation. History courses through us for all our immunity to the national illnesses. It is even possible that in our ordinary lives we too have had our pulse taken by the great national seers and opinion-makers, for in us you may find... 40 years ago, in winter, the body of a woman was found on the banks of the river. She had been raped and murdered, cast out of the human community, a prostitute, never identified, and the noises of struggle that must have accompanied her death went unnoticed by the patrons of the Green Woman tap room, located directly above that point on the river where her body was discovered. It was an abnormally cold winter that year, a winter of shared misery, and within the Green Woman the music was loud, feverish, festive. In that community, which is Irish and lives above its riverfront shops and bars, neighborhood children were supposed to have found a winged man huddling in a packing case, an aged man, half-starved, speaking a strange language none of the children knew. His wings were ragged and dirty, many of the feathers as cracked and threadbare as those of an old pigeon's, and his feet were dirty and swollen. "Oh, Lee! Gack!" the children screamed at him, mocking the sounds that came from his mouth. They pelted him with rocks and snowballs, imagining that he had crawled up from that same river, which sent chilled damp, a damp as cold as cancer, into their bones and bedrooms, which gave them earaches and chilblains, which in summer bred rats and mosquitoes. One of the city's newspapers is Democratic, the other Republican. Both papers ritually endorse the mayor, who, though consummately political, has no recognizable politics. Both of the city's newspapers also support the chief of police, crediting him with keeping the city free of the kind of violence that has undermined so many other American cities. None of our citizens goes armed, and our church attendance is still far above the national average. We are ambivalent about violence. We have very few public statues, mostly of Civil War generals. On the lakefront, separated from the rest of the town by a 6-lane expressway, stands the cube-like structure of the Arts Center, otherwise called the War Memorial. Its rooms are hung with mediocre paintings, before which school children are led on tours by their teachers, most of whom were educated in our local school system. Our teachers are satisfied, decent people, and the statistics about alcohol and drug abuse among both students and teachers are very encouraging. There is no need to linger at the War Memorial. Proceeding directly north, you soon find yourself among the orderly, impressive precincts of the wealthy. It was in this sector of the town, known generally as the East Side, that the brewers and tanners who made our city's first great fortunes set up their mansions. Their houses have a northern, Germanic, even Baltic look, which is entirely appropriate to our climate. Of gray stone or red brick, the size of factories or prisons, these stately buildings seem to conceal that vein of fantasy that is actually our most crucial inheritance. But it may be that the style of life, the invisible, hidden life, of these inbred merchants is itself fantastic. The multitude of servants, the maids and coachmen, the cooks and laundresses, the private zoos, the elaborate dynastic marriages and fleets of cars, the rooms lined with silk wallpaper, the 20-course meals, the underground wine cellars and bomb shelters. Of course, we do not know if all of these things are true, or even if some of them are true. Our society folk keep to themselves, and what we know of them we learn chiefly from the newspapers, where they are pictured at their balls, standing with their beautiful daughters before fountains of champagne. The private zoos have been broken up long ago. As citizens, we are free to walk down the avenues, past the magnificent houses, and to peer in through the gates at their coach-houses and lawns. A uniformed man polishes a car. 4 tall young people in white play tennis on a private court. The viaduct killer's victims have all been adult women. While you continue moving north, you will find that as the houses diminish in size, the distance between them grows greater. Through the houses, now without gates and coach houses, you can glimpse a sheet of flat grayish blue, the lake. The air is free, you breathe it in. That is freedom, breathing this air from the lake. Free people may invent themselves in any image, and you may imagine yourself a prince of the earth, walking with an easy stride. Your table is set with linen, china, crystal, and silver, and as you dine, as the servants pass among you with the serving trays, the talk is educated, enlightened, without prejudice of any sort. The table talk is mainly about ideas, it is true, ideas of a conservative cast. You deplore violence, you do not recognize it. Further north lie suburbs, which are uninteresting. If, from the War Memorial, you proceed south, you cross the viaduct. Beneath you is a valley. The valley is perhaps best seen in the dead of winter. All of our city welcomes winter, for our public buildings are gray stone fortresses, which, on days when the temperature dips below 0 and the old gray snow of previous storms swirls in the avenues, seem to blend with the leaden air and become dreamlike and cloudy. This is how they were meant to be seen. The valley is called the valley. Red flames tilt and waver at the tops of columns, and smoke pours from factory chimneys. The trees seem to be black. In the winter, the smoke from the factories becomes solid, like dark gray glaciers, and hangs in the dark air in defiance of gravity, like wings that are a light feathery gray at their tips and darken imperceptibly toward black, toward pitchy black at the point where these great frozen glaciers, these dirigibles, would join the body at the shoulder. The bodies of the great birds to which these wings are attached must be imagined. In the old days of the city, the time of the private zoos, wolves were bred in the valley. Wolves were in great demand in those days. Now the wolf ranches have been entirely replaced by factories, by rough taverns owned by retired shop foremen, by spurs of the local railroad line, and by narrow streets lined with rickety frame houses and shoe repair shops. Most of the old wolf breeders were Polish, and though their kennels, grassy yards, and barbed wire exercise runs have disappeared, at least one memory of their existence endures. The valley's street signs are in the Polish language. Tourists are advised to skirt the valley, and it is always recommended that photographs be confined to the interesting views obtained by looking down from the viaduct. The more courageous visitors, those in search of pungent experience, are cautiously directed to the taverns of the ex-foreman, in particular the oldest of these, the Rusty Nail and the Brazen Bit, where the wooden floors have so softened and furred with lavings and scrubbings that the boards have come to resemble the pelts of long, narrow, short-haired animals. For the intrepid, these words of caution: do not dress conspicuously, and carry only small amounts of cash. Some working knowledge of Polish is also advised. Continuing further south, we come to the Polish district proper, which also houses pockets of Estonians and Lithuanians. More than the city's sadly declining downtown area, this district has traditionally been regarded as the city's heart, and has remained unchanged for more than 100 years. Here the visitor may wander freely among the markets and street fairs, delighting in the sight of well-bundled children rolling hoops, patriarchs in tall fur hats and long beards, and women gathering around the numerous communal water pumps. The sausages and stuffed cabbage sold at the food stalls may be eaten with impunity, and the local beer is said to be of an unrivaled purity. Violence in this district is invariably domestic, and the visitor may feel free to enter the frequent political discussions, which in any case partake of a nostalgic character. In late January or early February, the South Side is at its best, with the younger people dressed in multi-layered heavy woolen garments decorated with the reindeer or snowflake motif, and the older women of the community seemingly vying to see which of them can outdo the others in the thickness, blackness, and heaviness of her outer garments, and in the severity of the traditional headscarf known as the babushka. In late winter, the neatness and orderliness of these colorful folk may be seen at its best, for the wandering visitor will often see the bearded paterfamilias sweeping and shoveling not only his immaculate bit of sidewalk, for these houses are as close together as those of the wealthy along the lakefront, so near to one another that until very recently telephone service was regarded as an irrelevance, but his tiny front lawn as well, with its Marian shrines, creches, ornamental objects such as elves, trolls, postboys, etc. It is not unknown for residents here to proffer the stranger an invitation to inspect their houses in order to display the immaculate condition of the kitchen with its well-blackened wood stove and polished ornamental tiles, and perhaps even extend a thimble glass of their own peach or plum brandy to the thirsty visitor. Alcohol, with its associations of warmth and comfort, is ubiquitous here, and it is the rare family that does not devote some portion of the summer to the preparation of that winter's plenty. For these people, violence is an internal matter, to be resolved within or exercised upon one's own body and soul, or those of one's immediate family. The inhabitants of these neat, scrubbed little houses, with their statues of Mary and cathedral tiles, the descendants of the hard-drinking wolf breeders of another time, have long since abandoned the practice of crippling their children to ensure their continuing exposure to parental values, but self-mutilation has proved more difficult to eradicate. Few blind themselves now, but many a grandfather conceals a three-fingered hand within his embroidered mitten. Toes are another frequent target of self-punishment, and the prevalence of cheerful, even boisterous shops, always crowded with old men telling stories, which sell the hand-carved wooden legs known as pegs or dollies, speaks of yet another. No one has ever suggested that the Viaduct Killer is a South Side resident. The South Siders live in a profound relationship to violence, and its effects are invariably implosive rather than explosive. Once a decade, perhaps twice a decade, one member of a family will realize, out of what depths of cultural necessity the outsider can only hope to imagine, that the whole family must die, be sacrificed, to speak with greater accuracy. Axes, knives, bludgeons, bottles, babushkas, ancient derringers, virtually every imaginable implement has been used to carry out this aim. The houses in which this act of sacrifice has taken place are immediately, if not instantly, cleaned by the entire neighborhood acting in concert. The bodies receive a Catholic burial in consecrated ground, and a mass is said in honor of both the victims and their murderer. A picture of the departed family is installed in the church which abuts Market Square, and for a year the house is kept clean and dust-free by the grandmothers of the neighborhood. Men, young and old, will quietly enter the house, sip the brandy of the removed, as they are called, meditate, now and then switch on the wireless or the television set, and reflect on the darkness of earthly life. The departed are frequently said to appear to friends and neighbors, and often accurately predict the coming of storms and assist in the location of lost household objects, a treasured button or mother's sewing needle. After the year has elapsed, the house is sold, most often to a young couple, a young blacksmith or market vendor and his bride, who find the furniture and even the clothing of the removed welcome additions to their small household. Further south are suburbs and impoverished hamlets, which do not compel a visit. Immediately west of the war memorial is the city's downtown. Before its decline, this was the city's business district and administrative center, and the monuments of its affluence remain. Marching directly west on the wide avenue which begins at the expressway are the Federal Building, the Post Office, and the great edifice of City Hall. Each is an entire block long and constructed of granite blocks quarried far north in the state. Flights of marble stairs lead up to the massive doors of these structures, and crystal chandeliers can be seen through many of the windows. The facades are classical and severe, uniting in an architectural landscape of granite revetments and colonnades of pillars. Within, these grand and inhuman buildings have long ago been carved and partitioned into warrens illuminated by bare light bulbs or flickering fluorescent tubing, each tiny office with its worn counter for petitioners and a stamped sign proclaiming its function: tax and excise, dog licenses, passports, graphs and charts, registry of notary publics, and the like. The larger rooms with chandeliers which face the avenue, reserved for civic receptions and banquets, are seldom used. In the next sequence of buildings are the Hall of Records, the police headquarters, and the Criminal Courts building. Again, wide, empty marble steps lead up to massive bronze doors, rows of columns, glittering windows which on wintry days reflect back the gray, empty sky. Local craftsmen, many of them descendants of the city's original French settlers, forged and installed the decorative iron bars and grills on the facade of the Criminal Courts building. After we pass the massive, nearly windowless brick facades of the gas and electric buildings, we reach the arching metal drawbridge over the river. Looking downriver, we can see its muddy banks and the lights of the terrace of the Green Woman tap room, now a popular gathering place for the city's civil servants. A few feet further east is the spot from which a disgruntled lunatic attempted and failed to assassinate President Dwight D. Eisenhower. Further on stand the high cement walls of several breweries. The drawbridge has not been raised since 1956, when a corporate yacht passed through. Beyond the drawbridge lies the old mercantile center of the city, with its adult bookstores, pornographic theaters, coffee shops, and its rank of old department stores. These now house discount outlets selling roofing tiles, mufflers and other auto parts, plumbing equipment, and cut-rate clothing, and most of their display windows have been boarded or bricked in since the civic disturbances of 1968. Various civic plans have failed to revive this area, though the cobblestones and gas street lamps installed in the optimistic mid-70s can for the most part still be seen. Connoisseurs of the poignant will wish to take a moment to appreciate them, though they should seek to avoid the bands of ragged children that frequent this area at nightfall, for though these children are harmless, they can become pressing in their pleas for small change. Many of these children inhabit dwellings they have constructed themselves in the vacant lots between the adult bookstores and fast food outlets of the old mercantile district, and the tree houses atop mounds of tires, most of them several stories high, and utilizing fire escapes and flights of stairs scavenged from the old department stores, are of some architectural interest. The stranger should not attempt to penetrate these children's cities, and on no account should offer them any more than the pocket change they request, or display a camera, jewelry, or an expensive wristwatch. The truly intrepid tourist seeking excitement may hire one of these children to guide him to the diversions of his choice. $2 is the usual gratuity for this service. It is not advisable to purchase any of the goods the children themselves may offer for sale, although they have been affected by the same self-consciousness evident in the impressive buildings on the other side of the river, and do sell picture postcards of their largest and most eccentric constructions. It may be that the naive architecture of these tree houses represents the city's most authentic artistic expression, and the postcards, amateurish as most of them are, provide interesting, perhaps even valuable, documentation of this expression of what may be called folk art. These industrious children of the mercantile area have ritualized their violence into highly formalized tattooing and spontaneous forays and raids into the tree houses of opposing tribes, during which only superficial injuries are sustained, and it is not suspected that the viaduct killer comes from their number. Further west are the remains of the city's museum and library, devastated during the civic disturbances, and beyond these picturesque, still-smoking hulls lies the ghetto. It is not advised to enter the ghetto on foot, though the tourist who has arranged to rent an automobile may safely drive through it after he has negotiated his toll at the gatehouse. The ghetto's residents are completely self-sustaining, and the attentive tourist who visits this district will observe the multitude of tents housing hospitals, wholesale food and drug warehouses, and the like. Within the ghetto are believed to be many fine poets, painters, and musicians, as well as the historians known as memorists, who are the district's living encyclopedias and archivists. The memorists' tasks include the memorization of the works of the area's poets, painters, etc., for the district contains no printing presses or art supply shops, and these inventive and self-reliant people have devised this method of preserving their works. It is not believed that a people capable of inventing the genre of oral painting could have spawned the viaduct killer, and in any case, no ghetto resident is permitted access to any other area of the city. The ghetto's relationship to violence is unknown. Further west, the annual snowfall increases greatly, for 7 months of the year dropping an average of 2.3 feet of snow each month upon the shopping malls and paper mills which have concentrated here. Dust storms are common during the summers, and certain infectious viruses, to which the inhabitants have become immune, are carried in the water. Still further west lies the sports complex. The tourist who has ventured thus far is well advised to turn back at this point and return to our beginning, the War Memorial. Your car may be left in the ample and clearly posted parking lot on the memorial's eastern side. From the memorial's wide empty terraces, you are invited to look southeast, where a great unfinished bridge crosses half the span to the hamlets of Wyatt and Arnoldville. Construction was abandoned on this noble civic project, subsequently imitated by many cities in our western states and in Australia and Finland, immediately after the disturbances of 1968, when its lack of utility became apparent. When it was noticed that many families chose to eat their bag lunches on the memorial's lakeside terraces in order to gaze silently at its great interrupted arc, the bridge was adopted as the symbol of the city, and its image decorates the city's many flags and medals. The broken span, as it is called, which hangs in the air like the great frozen wings above the valley, serves no function but the symbolic. In itself, and entirely by accident, this great non-span memorializes violence, not only by serving as a reference to the workmen who lost their lives during its construction, its non-construction. It is not rounded or finished in any way, for labor on the bridge ended abruptly, even brutally, and from its truncated floating end dangle lengths of rusting iron webbing, thick wire cables weighted by chunks of cement, and bits of old planking material. In the days before access to the unbridge was walled off by an electrified fence, 2 or 3 citizens each year elected to commit their suicides by leaping from the end of the span, and one must resort to a certain lexical violence when referring to it. Ghetto residents are said to have named it Whitey, and the treehouse children call it Ursula, after one of their own killed in the disturbances. Southsiders refer to it as the Ghost, civil servants the Beast, and Eastsiders simply as that thing. The broken span has the violence of all unfinished things, of everything interrupted or left undone. In violence, there is often the quality of yearning, the yearning for completion, for closure, for that which is absent and would, if present, bring to fulfillment. For the body without which the wing is a useless frozen ornament. It ought not to go unmentioned that most of the city's residents have never seen the bridge except in its representations, and for this majority, the bridge is little more or less than a myth, being without any actual referent. It is pure idea. Violence, it is felt though unspoken, is the physical form of sensitivity. The city believes this. Incompletion, the lack of referent which strands you in the realm of pure idea, demands release from itself. We are, above all, an American city, and what we believe most deeply The victims of the viaduct killer, that citizen who excites our attention, who makes us breathless with outrage and causes our police force to ransack the humble dwellings along the river bank, have all been adult women. These women in their middle years are taken from their lives and set like statues beside the pillar. Each morning there is more pedestrian traffic on the viaduct. In the frozen mornings, men, mainly men, come with their lunches in paper bags, walking slowly along the cement walkway, not looking at one another, barely knowing what they are doing, looking down over the edge of the viaduct, looking away, dawdling, finally leaning like fishermen against the railing, waiting until they can no longer delay going to their jobs. The visitor who has done so much and gone so far in this city may turn his back on the broken span, the focus of civic pride, and look in a southwesterly direction past the 6 lanes of the expressway, perhaps on tiptoe. Children may have to mount one of the convenient retaining walls. The dull flanks of the viaduct should just now be visible, with the heads and shoulders of the waiting men picked out in the gray air like brush-strokes. The quality of their yearning, its expectancy, is visible even from here. Elizabeth Massey, Stephen. Elizabeth Massey was born in Virginia and was a teacher for 16 years. Her short fiction has appeared in many small press publications, such as The Horror Show, Gru, Death Realm, 2 a.m., The Blood Review, New Blood, and Iniquities, along with the anthologies Bringing Down the Moon, Women of Darkness, Borderlands, Obsessions, Dead End City Limits, A Whisper of Blood, and Still Dead. Pan Books will publish her first novel, Sin Eater, in 1992. She has also scripted a young people's drug abuse drama, Rhymes and Reasons, which was produced by the PBS network and won a 1990 Parents' Choice Award. Stephen was nominated for the Horror Writers of America's Bram Stoker Award and is a memorable story of twisted love and obsession that breaks all the taboos. Michael and Stephen shared a room at the rehabilitation center. Michael was a young man with bright, frantically moving eyes and an outrageous sense of non-stop bitter humor. He had been a student at the center for more than a year, and with his disability would most likely be there much longer. This was true also for the others housed on the first floor of the West Wing. Severe cases, all of them, living at the center, studying food services, auto mechanics, computer operating, art, and bookkeeping, none of them likely to secure a job when released, because when hiring the disabled, businesses would usually go for the students who lived on the East Wing and on the second floors. The center had amazing gadgets which allowed people like Michael to work machines and press computer keys and dabble in acrylics, but the generic factory or office did not go in for space-aged human adaptive robotics. And Michael himself was a minor miracle of robotics. Anne arrived at the center late, nearly 10:30, although her meeting had been scheduled for 10 o'clock. The cab dropped her off at the front walk and drove away, spraying fine gravel across her heels. Inside her shoes, her toes worked an awkward rhythm that neither kept them warm nor calmed her down. The cool November wind threw a piece of paper across the walk before her. On its tail followed the crumbled remains of a dead oak leaf. Anne's full skirt flipped and caught her legs in a tight embrace. It tugged, as if trying to pull her backward and away. In her mouth she tasted hair and sour fear. When she raked her fingers across her face, the hair was gone, but not the fear. The center was large and sterile, a modern bit of gray stone architecture. The largest building was marked with a sign to the left of the walkway, Administrations and Admissions. Almost the entire front of this building was composed of plate glass with borders of stone. Anne could not see behind the glass for the harsh glare of morning sun, but in the wind the glass seemed to bulge and ripple. Like a river. Like water. Christ. Anne scrunched her shoulders beneath the weight of her coat and glanced about for a place to sit and compose herself. Yes, she was late, but screw them if they wanted to complain about volunteer help. There were several benches just off the walkway on the lawn, but she didn't want to sit in full view. And so she took the walk leading to the right, following along until it circled behind the main building beside what she assumed was a long gray stone dormitory. The walk ended at a paved parking lot, marked off for visitors and deliveries. She crossed the lot, skirting cars and food trucks and large vans equipped for hauling wheelchairs, heading for a grove of trees on the other side. A lone man pushing an empty-wheeled cot crossed in front of Anne and gave her a nod. She smiled slightly and then looked away. The trees across the lot encircled a park. Picnic tables were clustered beneath the largest of the oaks, and concrete benches made a neat border about the pond in the center. The pond itself was small, no more than 2 acres, but it was dark and clearly deep. Dead cattails rattled on the water's edge. A short pier jutted into the water from the shore, with a weathered rowboat tethered to the end. Leaves were blown in spastic patterns on the black surface. Anne sat on a bench and wrapped her fingers about her knees. There was no one else in the park. She looked at the brown grass at her feet, then at her hands on her knees, and then at the pond. The sight of the bobbing boat and the dull shimmering of the ripples made her stomach clamp. What a raw and ugly thing the pond was. A cold thing, enticing and deadly, ready to suck someone under and drag them down into its lightless depths, licking and smothering with its stinking embrace. Philip would have loved this pond. Philip would have thought it just right. The fucking bastard. If she was to go to the water's edge, she thought she might see his reflection there, grinning at her. But she did not go. She sat on the concrete bench, her fingers turning purple with the chill, her breath steaming the air. She did not look at the pond again, but at the grass and her knees and the picnic tables. She studied the gentle slopes the paths made about the park, all accessible to wheeled means of movement, accessible to the people who lived here, to the people Anne's mother had protected her from as a child, who her mother had hurried Anne away from on the street, whispering in her ear, "Don't stare now, Anne. Polite people don't react. Do you hear me? There, but for the grace of God go you, Anne. Don't look now. It's not nice." Anne closed her eyes, but the vision of the park and the tables and the sloped pathways stayed inside her eyes. She could hear the wind on the pond. "Damn you, Mother," she said. "Damn you, Philip." She sat for another 20 minutes. When she crossed the parking lot again, her eyes in the sun and her hands in her pockets, her muscles were steeled, and her face carried a tight, professional smile. Janet Warren welcomed Anne into the center at 10:56, barely mentioning the tardiness. She took Anne into her office, and, as assistant administrator, explained the functions of the center. She gave Anne a brief summary of the students with whom Anne would work, then led her off to the West Wing. Anne entered Michael's room after Janet gave an obligatory tap on the door. Michael grunted, and Anne walked in, still holding her coat, which Janet had offered to take, clutched tightly to her stomach. "Michael," said Janet to the man on the bed, "this is Mrs. Zakaria, the lady I said would be coming to help us out." Michael propped up on his elbow, straightening himself, patting his blanket down about the urinary bag as if it were an egg in an Easter basket. He gave Anne a wide grin. "Well, if it ain't my dream lady come to see me in the flesh," he crowed. "Are you real or just a vision of delight?" Anne licked her lips and looked back at Janet Warren. "Thank you, Mrs. Warren. I'll be fine now. I'll let you know if we need anything." "Hell, I know what I need," said Michael, "and she's standing right in front of me." Janet nodded, her motion seeming to be both acknowledgment of what Anne had said and a sisterly confirmation of what she had come to do. Janet turned and left the room. "Come on," said Michael, and Anne looked back at him. "Come on? What do you mean?" There was only a small comfort in her professional ability at conversation. It wasn't enough to overcome her discomfort at seeing the physical form of Michael before her. He was legless, with hip bones flattened into a shovel-shaped protrusion. The thin blanket emphasized rather than hid his lower deformity. He was missing his right arm to the elbow, and there was no left arm at all. A steel hook clipped the air in cadence with the blinking of Michael's eyes. "Come on and tell me. You ain't really no shrink, are you? I was expecting some shriveled-up old bitch. You really is my dream lady, ain't you?" Anne focused on Michael's face and took a slow breath. "No, sorry," she said. "I'm from Associated Psychological. I'm a clinical social worker." Michael grappled with a button and pressed it with the point of his hook. The bed rolled toward Anne. She held her position. "No, you ain't. I dreamed about you last night. Dreamed I still had my parts, and you was eating them nice as you please." Anne's face went instantly hot. She could have kicked herself for not being ready for anything. "I was told you've had a rough time these past months," she said. "Not getting along with the other students like you used to. I'd like to help." "Sure. Just sit on my face for a few hours." Anne glanced at the withered body, then back at his face. Of all the students she would be working with through the volunteer outreach program, Michael was the most disabled. "Is that all you think about, Michael? Sex?" "When it comes to sex," he said, "all I can do is think." He laughed out loud and wheeled closer. "You like me?" "I don't know you yet. I hope we'll like each other." "Why you here? We got shrinks. 2 of them. You on field trip?" "Field trip?" "You know, like them school kids. Sometimes the local schools bring in their junior high kids, show them around, let them take little look-sees, tell them if they are bad enough and dive into shallow lakes or don't wear their seatbelts, God'll make them just like us." Anne cleared her throat and loosened her coat from her waist. "First of all, I'm here on a volunteer program. Until the new center is finished downstate, there will continue to be more students than can be properly provided for. The center called on our association to help out temporarily. You are a student with whom I've been asked to work." "Student." Michael spit out the word. "I'm 31 and I'm called a goddamn student." "Second," Anne said, "I'm not on a field trip. I'm not here to stare. I'm here to help." Michael shook his head, then eased off his elbow to a prone position. "So who else is on your list besides me?" Anne opened the folded paper Janet had given her. "Randy Carter, Julia Powell, Cora Grant. Cora'll drive you apeshit. She lost half her brain in some gun accident. And Artie Whitesell. I might like Cora, Michael. Don't forget, I don't know her yet either." Michael sighed. "I don't need no shrink. What the fuck's your name?" "Miss Zakaria." "Yeah, well, I'm okay. I don't need no shrink. Don't need one any more than old Roomy over there." Michael tilted his head on his pillow, indicating a curtained corner of the room. "Roomy? Roommate. He don't need no shrink neither. I don't, 'cause I got things all figured out in this world. Nothing a little nookie can't cure." Michael looked at Anne and winked. "And Roomy over there? He don't need one, 'cause he's in some kind of damn coma. Not much fun to have around, you know." Anne frowned, only then aware of the mechanical sounds softly emanating from the corner. The drawn curtain was stiff and white, hanging from the ceiling high rod like a starched shroud. "What's wrong with your roommate?" "Hell, what ain't wrong? Come over here." With a hissing of his arm, Michael rose again and clutched the bed switch, tapping buttons in a short series, and the bed spun around. The legless man rolled to the curtain. Anne followed. Michael shifted onto his right side and took the curtain in his hook. "Stephen's been here longer'n me. He ain't on no shrinks list." Michael pulled the curtain back. It was not registering what was before her that allowed her to focus on it as long as she did. There were machines there, a good number of them, crowded around a tiny bed like rumbling and humming steel wolves about a lone prey. Aluminum racks stood on clawed feet, heavy bags of various colored liquids hanging from them, oozing their contents into thin, clear tubes. A portable heart monitor beeped. Behind it, a utility sink held to the wall, various antiseptics and lotions and balms cluttering the shelf above. The rails of the bed were pulled up to full height. At one end of the mattress was a thin blanket, folded back and tucked down, and at the other end a thin pillow. And Stephen. Anne's coat and paper dropped to the floor. Oh, my dear God. Weird, huh? I call him head honcho. I think he must be some doctor's experiment, keeping him alive and all. Don't it beat all? On the pillow was a head with black curled hair. Attached to the head, a neck, and below that a small piece of naked, ragged chest, barely large enough to house a heart and single lung. The chest heaved and shuddered, wires pulsing like obscene fishermen's lines. That was all there was of Stephen. Anne's heart constricted painfully. She stepped backward. Nurses don't like him. Can't stand to touch him, though they shave him every 3 days. Doctor checks him nearly every day. Head honcho don't do nothing but breathe. He ain't much, but at least he don't complain about my music. Michael looked at Anne. Anne turned away. Her stomach clenched, throwing fouled bile into her throat. Hey, you leaving? I need to see the others, she managed. And she went out of the West Wing to the faculty restroom, where she lost her control and her lunch. It was 3 days before Anne could bring herself to visit the center again. The AP partners were asking her for her volunteer hours chart, and as the newest member of the firm, she couldn't shrug it off. And so she returned. Her pulse was heavy in her neck, and the muscles of her back were tight, but she decided she would not allow herself more than passing acknowledgement of them. She talked with Cora in the art room. Cora had little to say, but seemed pleased with the attention Anne gave her painting. Randy was in the recreation hall with Artie, playing a heated game of billiards, wheeling about the table with teeth gritted and chins hovering over cue sticks. Anne told them she'd visit later, after the match. Julia was shopping with her daughter, and Michael was in the pool on a red inner tube. Hey, Miss Zakaria, he called when he saw Anne peering through the water-steamed glass of the door. Want to come in for a swim? I'm faster in the water. Bet I could catch you in a split second. What do you say? Anne pushed the door open and felt the onslaught of chlorine-heated mist. She did not go any closer to the pool. I never learned to swim, Michael. Besides, I'm not exactly dressed for swimming. I don't want you dressed for swimming. What fun would that be? Anne wiped moisture from her forehead. How long do you plan to swim? I thought we could visit outside. The day's turned out pretty fair. It's not as cold as it has been. I'm finished now, ain't I, Cindy? The poolside attendant, who had been watching Michael spin around on his tube, shrugged. If you say so. She pulled Michael's wheeled bed from the wall and moved it to the pool steps. Get over to the side so I can get you out. Hey, Miss Zakaria, do me a favor. My blue jacket is in my room. It's one of those members-only things. Anyway, I'm not real crazy about wind, even when it's warm. Would you get the jacket for me? Door's unlocked. Anne's head was nodding as she thought, oh, Christ, yes, I mind. No problem, she said. She left the pool, telling herself the curtain was drawn. They would always keep the curtain drawn. Michael's door was indeed unlocked. The students of the center kept valuables in a communal vault, and the staff moved about the floor frequently, so chances of theft were slim. Anne went into the room, expecting the jacket to be in plain sight, prepared to lift it coolly and leave with her self-esteem intact. But she did not see the jacket. She checked Michael's small dresser, behind the straight-backed chair for visitors, in the plastic laundry basket beside the vacant spot where Michael's bed rested at night. It was not there. Anne looked at the curtained corner. Certainly the jacket would not be behind the curtain. There was no reason to go there, no reason to look. She walked to the curtain and edged over to the hemmed corner of the heavy material. It's not over there, she thought. Her hands began to sweat. She could not swallow. She pulled the curtain back slowly. and let her gaze move to the bed. Again, it was a flash image that recorded itself on her startled retinas before she looked away. The head was in the same place, eyes closed, dark hair in flat curls. The neck, the breathing, scarred half-chest. Anne stared at the sink, counting, rubbing thumbs against index fingers, calming herself. She would look for Michael's jacket. There was a chair like that on Michael's side, and a laundry basket, although this one held no clothes, only white towels and washcloths. By the wall beside the sink was a pile of clothing, and Anne stepped closer to search through it. There were shirts, mostly, several pairs of shorts and underwear, and a blue jacket. Anne picked it up. She looked back at the small bed. And the eyes in the head were open, and they were looking at her. Anne's fingers clenched, driving nails into her palms. She blinked and glanced back at the pile of clothes, pretending she hadn't seen the eyes. Chills raced tattoos up her shoulders, and adrenaline spoke loudly in her veins. "Leave now!" Her hands shook as they pawed through the clothes on the floor, acting as though she had more to find. Calm down and leave. But the voice made her stop. "I didn't mean to stare," it said. Anne flinched and slowly stood straight. She looked at the bed. The eyes were still open, still watching her. Her own mouth opened before she had a chance to stop it, and she said, "I was looking for Michael's jacket." "Leave now," cried the adrenaline. "That thing did not say anything. It can't talk. It's comatose. It's brain dead. Leave now." The eyes blinked, and Anne saw the muscles on the neck contract in a swallowing reflex. "Yes," it said. And the eyes closed. The whole ragged body seemed to shudder and shrink. It had gone to sleep again. The jacket worked in Anne's fingers. Michael was in the pool waiting for her. "It's brain dead, Anne. Get hold of yourself." "Stephen?" she whispered. But it did not open its eyes, nor move, and Anne took the jacket down to the pool, where Michael was fuming about on his bed, spinning circles around the yawning attendant. "So I store my stuff on Stephen's side of the room, 'cause he don't complain none. And when I get visitors, they don't think I'm a slob. Nurses don't care. I get the stuff from over there into my laundry basket when it's really dirty." Anne was in Michael's visitor's chair. He was on his side, his gaze alternating between her, his hook, and the curtain. "He's never complained to you?" Michael chuckled shallowly. "You serious? He's in a coma, I told you already. Listen to this if you don't believe me." Michael reached for the sleek black cassette player on the nightstand beside the bed. He pushed the switch, and an instant blast of heavy rock shattered the air. Above the shrieking guitars and pounding percussion, Anne could hear the sudden, angry calls from the neighboring students. "Go, look, quick!" Michael shouted over the music. "Go see before those damned nurses get here." Anne shook her head, smiling tightly, brushing off the suggestion. Michael would have none of it. "Shit, just go on and look at Deadhead Honcho." "I don't think it's my place to bother him." "Get on now, the nurses are coming. I hear them damn squeaking shoes down the hall." Anne got up and looked behind the curtain. The head was silent and motionless. The eyes were closed. "What'd I tell you? Deaf, dumb, blind, and in a coma. Sounds like hell to me, and God knows I seen hell up close myself." "You have?" Anne went back to her chair. "What do you mean you've seen it up close?" "Look at me, Miss Zaccaria. You think the love of the Lord do this to me?" There were then 3 nurses' heads at the door, clustered on the frame like Japanese beetles on a rose stem. "Turn that down, Michael, or the player's ours for the next week." "Shit," said Michael. He grappled the button, pushed it off. "I ain't no goddamn student," he told the nurses, who were already gone. "It's my business how loud I play my music." "Tell me about your accident," said Anne. But she was thinking, hell. Oh yes, it must be like hell, living in a coma. But he's not in a coma. He is conscious. He is alive. And when you are already in hell, what is hell to that? Her next session with Michael was canceled because he was in the infirmary with the flu. And so Anne sought out Julia and spent an hour with her, and then with Cora, who did not want to talk, but wanted Anne to paint a picture of a horse for her. Randy and Artie were again at the billiard table and would have nothing to do with her. Then she visited the faculty lounge and listened with feigned interest to the disgruntled banter and rehab shop talk. A few questions were directed her way, and she answered them as cordially as possible. But she wanted to talk about Stephen. She wanted to know what they knew. But she could not make herself bring up the subject, and so she went to the West Wing and let herself into Michael's unlocked room. She went to the curtain and took the edge in her fingers. Her face itched, but she shook it off. "No," said the adrenaline. "Yes," she said, and she pulled the curtain back. The tubes flowed, nutrients in, wastes out. The monitor beeped. Bags dripped, and pumps growled softly. Anne moved to the end of the bed. She forced herself to see what was before her, what she needed to see, and not be distracted by the machinery about it. The flesh of the chest twitched slightly and irregularly with the work of the wires. Every few seconds, the shuddering breath. It would be cold, Anne thought, yet the blanket was folded back at the foot of the bed, a regulation piece of linen which served no purpose to the form on the pillow. With the wires and tubes, a blanket would be a hindrance. The neck did not move. Swallowing was for the wakeful. The head as well did not move, except for the faint pulsing of the nostrils, working mindlessly to perform their assigned job. Anne moved her hands to the railing of the bed. She slid around, moving along the side to the head of the bed. Her feet felt the floor cautiously, as if the tiles might creak. She reached the pillow. Her hands fell from the railing. Her face itched, and again she refused to give in to it. Through fear-chapped lips, she said, "Stephen?" The monitor beeped. The chest quivered. "Stephen?" The sleeping face drew up as if in pain, and then the eyes opened. As the lids widened, the muscles of the cheeks seemed to ease. He blinked. His eyes were slate blue. "I hope I'm not bothering you," she said. "No," he said. And the eyes fluttered closed, and Anne thought he was asleep again. Her hands went to her face and scratched anxiously. She pulled them down. Stephen's eyes opened. "No, you aren't bothering me. Why would you think that?" "You were sleeping. I always sleep." "Oh," Anne said. "You've been spending time with Michael. What do you think of him?" "He's fine. It's good to spend time with him." The head nodded, barely, sliding up and down the pillow, obviously an effort. "You are Miss Zakaria." "Anne," she said. "Anne," he repeated. His eyes closed. "Do you want me to go now?" His eyes remained closed. "If you wish." "Do you want me to?" "No." And so she stood those very long minutes, watching Stephen slip into sleep, trying to absorb the reality of what was before her, counting the beeping of the heart monitor. Again the eyes opened. "You are still here?" "Yes." "How long has it been?" "Only a few minutes." "I'm sorry." "No, that's all right. I don't mind." Stephen sighed. "Why don't you sit? There is a chair over there somewhere." "I'll stand." "Michael is wrong. I do mind his music. I hate it." "I could ask him to keep it down." "It's not the volume. It is the music. Music was created for movement, for involvement. I feel a straitjacket around my soul when Michael plays his music." Anne said nothing for a moment. Stephen looked away from her and then back again. "Why do you let them think you are comatose?" Anne asked. "That way I can sleep. When I sleep, there are dreams." "What kind of dreams?" "Ever the clinical social worker," said Stephen, and for the first time a small smile crossed his lips. Anne smiled also. "That's me," she said. "My dreams are my own," he said. "I would never share them." "All right. And I would not ask you to share yours," he said. "No," said Anne. "I'm tired," he said. And when she was certain he was asleep once again, Anne left. I liked college, my studies there. The psyche of the human mind is so infinite and fascinating. I thought I could do something with all I'd learned, but I wasn't smart enough to become a doctor. "How do you know?" Anne shrugged. "I know." "And so you are a therapist," said Stephen. "Yes. It's important, helping people." "How do you help?" "I listen to them. I help them find new ways of seeing situations." "Do you like your patients?" "I don't call them patients. They are clients." "Do you like them?" Michael asked me something like that when we first met. He wanted to know if I liked him. "Do you?" Anne crossed her feet and angled her face away from Stephen. There was a lint ball on the floor by the bed. The nurses and orderlies were obviously quick about their business here. "Of course I do," she answered. "That's good. If you like people, you can help them." "That's not a prerequisite, though, liking them." Stephen closed his eyes momentarily. Then he looked at Anne again. "You have a husband?" "No." "A boyfriend, certainly." "No, not really. I've not wanted one." Anne hesitated. "It's not what you think." "What do I think?" "That I'm a lesbian or something." "I haven't thought that." "I'm not." "You have family, though." Anne's crossed arms drew in closer. Family. Yes, she did. God knows what wonders she could have accomplished had it not been for her beloved family. "A mother," she said, "an older brother." "What are their names?" "My mother is Audrey. My brother—" Suddenly Anne was acutely aware of the utility sink behind her. She could see it, brimming with water, cold water, stopped up and ready. "My brother's name is Philip." "Are you close?" Anne's shoulders flinched at the nearness of the sink. Dark water, thick, stinking and hungry water, eager. She swallowed, then looked down at her hands. Pathetic things, she thought. She flexed them. God damn it all. She looked up at Stephen. His forehead was creased, with a barely discernible shadow over his eyes. "Sure," she said. "We're close." Then Stephen went to sleep. Anne stared at the dust ball and at the tubes running from beneath Stephen's ribs, and her fingers, wanting to move forward, were stopped and were locked onto her lap like a colony of trapped souls. Janet Warren was chuckling as she ushered Anne into the office. "It's no big deal," she said, obviously seeing through Anne's tight smile. "Honestly, I just want to talk with you for a minute." Anne took one of the chairs that sat before the desk. Janet sat on the edge of the desk. "It's Julia," Janet said. Anne recrossed her arms and frowned slightly. "Julia? What's wrong with her?" "Now, don't get me wrong. Sorry, I don't need to talk with you like that. You know what you're doing. You know how people react sometimes. I'm sure you've had clients freak out during sessions, things like that." Anne said, "Certainly." "Julia went a little crazy after your last visit. She started throwing things. She even threatened bodily harm to herself if you came back again." "Mrs. Warren, certainly you don't think—" "I don't think anything, Anne. We're in this together, remember? Julia has always been easily set off. It seems you remind her of someone she hated back when she was a child. In school, somewhere back then. You've done nothing wrong. As a matter of fact, you seem to be making real progress with Michael. Anne tapped the rug lightly with the ball of her foot. Michael likes to joke around. I seem to be a good receptacle for that. So be it, said Janet. That could be just what he needs at this point. Yes, I believe so. So what I wanted to say was, just forget about Julia for the time being. I'll get another volunteer assigned to her. With your own work at the association, I'm sure a smaller volunteer load won't disappoint you. Anne nodded, stood, and started for the door. She turned back. Mrs. Warren, what do you know about Stephen? Stephen? Michael's roommate. Ah, yes, Janet said. She slipped from the desktop and went around the desk to the swivel chair. She did not sit. It may sound bad to say that we assigned Michael to that room because we didn't think any other student could tolerate Michael and his moods. Stephen's in a coma. You probably already know about that. We have brainwaves, and they seem quite active, but who can figure what kinds of unconscious states the human can fall into? But whatever it is, Stephen is not to be disturbed. I would appreciate it if you would remind Michael to stay on his side of the curtain. Of course I will, said Anne. Thanks. Anne looked out the office door, toward the activity in the main hall. Several wheel-chaired students were talking with visitors. Family, possibly. She looked again at Janet. Before Stephen came here, who was he? I mean, what did he do? Janet sat and dug her fingers beneath a pile of manila folders in search for a particular one. What? Oh, music. He was a musician. A pianist. On the way up, I was told. Into classical concerts, things like that. A pity. It felt as though cold water had been poured over Anne's lungs. She held her breath and slid her balled fists into her pockets. And what, she began, happened to him? The phone burred on the desk, and Janet raised an apologetic hand to Anne before picking up the receiver. She dropped to her seat with her hello, and Anne left the office. Michael seemed glad to be out of the infirmary. He waggled his eyebrows at Anne as she came into the room and raised up on his elbow. Miss Zakaria, did you miss me? Anne sat in the visitor's chair. Sure, Michael. Are you feeling better? Michael snorted. Not a whole hell of a lot better, but enough to get me out of there. God, you should see the nurses they have for us 6 students. The old ones all look like Marines, and the young ones look like willing virgins, like going from hot to cold and back to hot again all the time. It's enough to pop your nads, if you got some. Are you well enough to start back into the electronics program? You haven't done anything for nearly a month, and you know you can't stay unless you are working toward a future. I've been sick. I had my emotional problems, right? I mean, you can vouch for that. That's why you're here. Anne scratched her calf. You have to look at your goals, Michael. Without goals, you just stay put in time and don't make progress. I got a goal. What's that? To get my butt scratched. You ever scratch your butt with a hook? Anne shook her head. You scratch my butt for me, Mrs. Zakaria? Michael, don't start. I ain't trying to be gross, honest. I just got an itch. Michael, it's not my place to do that. There are nurses. Tell me about it. Okay, then, my back. You scratch my back? Please? Anne felt her hands catch her elbows. She sat straight, shifting as far from Michael as she could without getting from the chair. I'm not supposed to. Why? I just can't. It's not professional. Therapists aren't supposed to touch clients. I'm not talking like you being my shrink now. Just my friend. Please, my back itches. No, Michael. Michael was silent for a moment. He looked away from Anne and studied a faint spot on his blanket. When he looked back, his face was pinched. I ain't trying to be gross, he said softly. How about my face? Can you scratch my nose for me? Anne slowly shook her head. Please, he said. Nobody ever wants to touch me." "I can't," said Anne. Michael watched her, and then with a quick motion he reached out and jabbed the play button on his tape player. Shrieking music cut the air. "Fine!" he cried over it. "Sorry I asked. I didn't mean it anyway. It was a joke. A butt scratch. Shit, I just wanted a butt scratch for some jollies is all." And then the nurses came in and threatened Michael, and he turned the music off. "One of the last sets of visitors I had was quite a long time ago," said Stephen, "but it is one I'll never forget." He blinked, and his dark brows drew together, then apart. A strand of black, curled hair had been moved nearly into his eye, and Anne wondered what it would be like to reach out and push it back. "They were from a church, Pentecostal something, holiness something. Young people, all of them. Neatly dressed, each in a pure white outfit that made me think of angry young angels. Even their Bibles were white. They didn't want to be here. I could hear them whispering behind the curtain. They were very frightened. But the leader, a young girl of about 18, quieted them, saying, 'Even as you do it unto the least of the flock, you do it unto Jesus.' And in they came, smiles flashing. The girl told me I needed to turn my life around. I needed to turn to the Lord. I told her I wasn't turning anywhere. Couldn't she see that? She became flustered with my responses, then furious. I believe I was supposed to shake in the presence of their godly and bodily wholeness. Her face was as pale as her dress. When she finally ushered out her little group, she told me, 'You better accept the love of the Lord. There isn't anyone else in this world who would love something like you.'" "Christ, Stephen." "No, it's all right," he said. His eyes closed, held, then opened slightly. "It was a long time ago." "You said one of the last sets of visitors were the church people. Who were the last?" "Two insurance salesmen. I saw who they were and went to sleep. I think they were more than relieved. I've been asleep most of the time since." "Stephen, it's all right," he said. "Really." Stephen shut his eyes. Anne watched his face. The nurses had done only a fair job of shaving. There was a small red cut on his chin. Then Stephen looked at her. "Why wouldn't you touch Michael?" Anne started. "You were listening?" "Yes." "I can't. It's not part of the job, you know. People might take it the wrong way." "Why are you a counselor, Anne?" "So I can help people. There are lots of ways to help. Doctors, physical therapists, teachers." "Yes, but they have to touch people. I can't touch. Not now. Not ever. Philip touched me. Sweet God, he touched me, and touching is nothing but pain, and—" "Your family hoped you'd be a counselor?" "No, I don't think it mattered to them. Anger and disgust. Touching is filth, degradation. It is losing control." Anne's feet planted squarely on the floor. She was ready to run. Touching is cold and hateful, like putrid black water. "Tell me about your family." "I already did." "You have a mother? A brother?" "I already did!" Anne's hand flew to her mouth and pressed there. She had screamed. "Oh, God," she said then. "I'm sorry. It's all right." Anne's throat felt swollen. She swallowed, and it hurt. "I didn't mean to shout. It was rude. It's all right." "Stephen," Anne began, and then hesitated. She inched herself forward on her chair. Stephen's eyes watched her calmly, and they were not eyes of a blue and frightening ocean, but of a blue and clear sky. She saw an understanding there, and she wanted to reach out for it. She wanted it, but knew the only way to have it was to touch it. She sat back. "Good night, Stephen," she said. "Good night," he answered. And he slept. Randy was being released from the center. The staff threw him a goodbye party, complete with balloons and ridiculous hats and noisemakers, which Randy pretended to hate but obviously loved. He made a point of hooting his paper horn into the ear of everyone present. Randy had landed a job in the camera room of the local newspaper. His going-away gift was a framed fake newspaper front page, complete with the headline, "Randy Myers, a.k.a. Clark Kent, secures position at Daily Press." Beneath the caption was a large black-and-white photo of Randy, cigar in teeth, leaning over the billiard table. A cue stick was in his hand. "I taught him everything he knows," said Michael, as he looped about among the partiers. "He ought to take me with him, or he'll just make a mess of things." Anne left in the midst of the hubbub and went down to the pond behind the administration building. The sky was overcast, and mist covered the algaed water. Water, the dark trough of fears. She stood beside the edge. The wind buffeted her. Her mind, wearied, could not hold back the rush of memories. Philip, as a boy, touching Anne in secret, first as a game, then as an obsession. Anne growing up, Philip growing up ahead of her, and his touching becoming even more cruel. His body heavy and harsh, his immense organ tearing into her relentlessly. Anne crying each night, knowing he would come to her and would have no love for anything except the sensation of his own explosive release. Philip swearing that if she told anyone, he would kill her. Anne promising herself over and over that if she was not killed, she would never let this happen again. She would not touch or be touched. And then came the night when Philip decided blood would make it more rewarding. He was tired of the same old thing, said he was going to change Anne just a little, like a sculptor changing a piece of clay to make it better. With the door locked and his underwear in Anne's mouth, he carved. He took off her little toes, sopping the blood with matches and suturing with his mother's sewing kit. He decorated her abdomen with a toothed devil face into which he rubbed ink from Anne's cartridge pen. Across her breasts he etched, "Don't fuck with me." The ink finished it off. The next morning Mother wanted to know why there were stains on the sheets. She accused Anne of having a boyfriend in at night. She shook Anne until the confession was made. Anne took off her bedclothes and her slippers. Mother shrieked and wailed, clutching her hair and tearing hunks out. Then she said, "The grace of God has left you. You are one of those deformed creatures." Mother confronted Philip. Philip killed Mother in the tub that evening with scalding water and an old shower curtain. Then he had found Anne hiding in the garage. Anne doubled over and gagged on the bank of the pond. She could still taste the sludge and the slime from so many years ago. She drove her fists into the wall of her ribs, and with her head spinning, she retched violently. At her feet lay brown leaves, stirred into tiny, spiraling patterns by the wind and the spattering of her own vomit. She wiped her mouth. She stood up. Her vision wavered, and it was difficult to stand straight. She made her way to Michael's room. Michael's tape player was on the bed table. Michael had left it on, though softly, and as Anne picked it up, she could feel the faint hammering of the percussion. The player was slender and cool, and Anne could wrap both hands about it easily, much like Philip's cock when she was just a young girl. With a single jerk, she pulled the cord from the wall. The table teetered, then crashed to the floor. The music died in mid-beat. Anne hauled the player, cord dragging, to Stephen's side of the room. There was sweat on her neck, and it dripped to her breasts and tickled like roach legs. She ignored it. Stephen was asleep. Anne threw the player into the sink, and it shattered on the dulled enamel. "This is for you, Stephen," she said. "No more music. You won't have to suffer it any more." She ran the water until the heat of it steamed her face and stung her eyes. She grabbed up the pieces of the broken player and squeezed them. Sharp edges cut into her hands, and she let the blood run. "And this is for you, Philip. God damn you to whatever hell there is in this world or the next." She looked at Stephen's bed. He was awake and watching her. "Anne," he said. Anne wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Blood streaked her chin. "Tell me, Anne." "My brother killed my mother. Then he tried to kill me." "Tell me." Anne looked at the dead player in the sink. The hot water continued to run. Anne could barely catch her breath in the heat. She stepped back and licked the blood from her hands. "He tried to kill me. He was fucking me. Ever since I can remember, he was fucking me, hurting me, and enjoying it like any other boy would enjoy baseball." She turned to Stephen and held out her wounded hands. "Touching is wrong, and he knew it. When Mother found out, he killed her. He took me down the back road to the water treatment plant and threw me into the settling pool. It was not deep, but I could not swim, and the bottom was slick with sludge, and it was rancid, Stephen. It was sewage and garbage, and I slipped under, and every time I came up, Philip would lean over the rail and hit me with a broom handle. It was night, and I could no longer tell the difference between up and down. It was all black and putrid, and I couldn't breathe. Philip kept hitting me and hitting me. My blood ran into the sewage, and when I screamed, I swallowed the sludge." Anne moved closer to Stephen's bed, her hands raised. "Someone hurt us. Philip was stopped and arrested. I spent a good deal of time in the hospital with concussions and infections. Philip has since moved out of the country." Stephen watched between her bloodied hands and her face. "I wanted to help people," Anne said. "I don't think I ever can. Philip has seen to that." "Yes, you can. Tell me, Stephen, what can I do for you?" Stephen sighed silently, his chest lifting, then falling. His head rolled slightly to the left, and he stared at the light above the bed. "Love me?" he said finally. "I do, Stephen." His eyes blinked, the light reflecting tiny sparks. He looked back at Anne. His mouth opened, then closed. His jaw flexed, and he licked his lips with his dry tongue. "Love me," he said. Anne hesitated. Then, slowly, she lowered the side rail of the bed. She knelt beside the bed and put her head onto the pillow beside Stephen. For a moment, she held still, and then she brought her hand up to touch Stephen's lips with her fingers. They did not move, yet she could feel the soft blowing of his breath on her skin. She moved back then. Stephen watched her. Then he said, "You knew about my music." Anne nodded. "My dreams are different now." Anne nodded. After a long moment he said, "Anne, love me." His voice was certain, kind, and sad. Anne touched her face, and it was hot and wet with the steam and her own sweat. She touched Stephen's face, and it was fevered. She traced his cheekbone, his chin, his throat, and the damp, tendoned contour of his neck. She let her palm join her fingers, and felt slowly among his flesh, among the myriad of tapes and tubes and wires. When she reached his heart, she pressed down. The beating quickened with the pressure, and Stephen moaned. "That hurt," Anne said. "No." Anne stood straight. She unbuttoned her blouse and let it drop from her shoulders. She could not look at Stephen for fear of revulsion in his eyes. She removed her bra, and then slipped from her skirt and panties. She looked at Stephen, and thought she saw him nod. Anne climbed onto the foot of the bed. Beneath her knees, the folded, unused blanket was cold. She moved forward and bent over Stephen's body. Around her and beside her was the tangle of supports. Her body prickled, the veins in the backs of her hands flushed with icy fire. She tried to reach Stephen, but the web held her back. "I can't," she said. Stephen looked at her. "These are in the way. I can't." He said nothing. And Anne, one by one, removed the web which kept her from him. She loosened the wires, she withdrew the needles, she pulled out the tubes. She touched the bruises and the marks on the pale skin. "I do love you," she said. Anne lay with Stephen. Her hands were at first soft and tentative, then grew urgent, caressing his body, caressing her own. As she touched and probed and clutched, her fingers became his fingers. Gentle, intelligent fingers, studying her and loving her, healing her. She rode the current, rising and falling, her eyes closed. Stephen kissed her lips as she brought them to him, and her breasts as well, and as she lifted upward, he kissed the trembling, hot wetness between her thighs. She stretched her arms outward, reaching for the world, and then brought them down and about herself and Stephen, pulling inward to where there was nothing but them both. His breathing was heavy. Her heart thundered. An electrical charge hummed in the pit of her stomach. It swelled and spread, moving downward. Anne opened her mouth to cry out silently to the ceiling. The charge stood her nerves on unbearable end, and it grew until it would hold no longer. The center of her being burst. She wailed with the pulses, and she fell, crumpled, when they were spent. "Dear God," she whispered. She lay against Stephen, one hand entangled in the dark curls. Their warmth made her smile. Her fear was gone. Then she said, "Stephen, tell me, only if you want, why are you here? What put you in this place?" Stephen said nothing. Anne hoped he had not slipped into sleep again. "Stephen," she said, turning over, meaning to awaken him, "tell me why you had to come to the center. What happened to you?" Stephen said nothing. His closed eyes did not open. Anne pressed her palm to his heart. It was still. The party was over. Back in the recreation hall, Anne could hear Michael tooting his paper horn and calling out, "Hey, Miss Zakaria, where are you? I'm ready to give you that swimming lesson. What about you?" The water in the pond did not move. The breeze had died down, and the mist was being replaced by an impenetrable fog that sucked the form and substance from the trees and the benches around the surface of the blackness. There were leaves at her feet, and she kicked them off the edge of the bank and into the pond. Small circles radiated from the disturbances, little waves moving out and touching other waves. Anne took off her shoes and walked barefoot to the end of the pier. The boat was still moored there, full of leaves. The deep water below was as dark as Stephen's hair. Some have their dreams, others nightmares. Stephen had his dreams now, dreams without end. Amen. And Anne would now accept her nightmare. The leaves on the water were kind, and parted at her entrance. Jonathan Carroll, The Dead Love You. Jonathan Carroll prefers to remain mysterious to his readers. What we do know is that he has been described as the most innovative and original fantasist today. He's an American who has lived overseas for almost 20 years, currently residing with his family in Vienna. He also has a bull terrier that doesn't talk. He taught courses in world literature before becoming a full-time writer, and has published 6 highly acclaimed novels to date: The Land of Laughs, Voice of Our Shadow, Bones of the Moon, Sleeping in Flame, A Child Across the Sky, and Outside the Dog Museum, along with the novella Black Cocktail and a short story collection, only published in German translation, entitled Die Panische Hand. He won the World Fantasy Award in 1988 for his short story Friend's Best Man. A recent issue of Weird Tales was a Jonathan Carroll special, and he was guest of honor at the 1991 British Fantasy Convention. None of which will prepare you for the story that follows, which was originally written for a stillborn anthology which Ramsey Campbell would have edited. The most frightening sound in the world is your own heart beating. No one likes to talk about that, but it is true. In the midst of deep fear, it's a secret beast pounding a giant fist on some inner door, demanding to get out. A few minutes before the accident, I saw a line of graffiti written on a wall. In scragged white letters a foot high, it said, "The dead love you." What did that mean? What kind of citizen would think it important enough to paint on a wall in the middle of the city? Easy enough to dismiss as a stunt, or a message to the world from a Grateful Dead fan, but I sensed it was something more. My name is Anthea Powell. I am a semi-successful career woman in her mid-30s. My holdings include a few valuable stocks, a small condominium, and a bad heart condition. I've listened to my heartbeat for most of my adult life with both fear and fascination. It is my engine and constant reminder. I do not want the dead to love me yet. I was in a hurry to get across town. If you ask me why now, I can only answer because. Because I thought I had to get there. Because the clock in my car is always fast. Because I had to keep my appointment in Samara. I knew the intersection, even knew the stoplight as a slow one. It was red when I got there, red when the white Fiat pulled up behind me. There was nothing else to do, so I looked in the mirror and saw the car, the man driving. He was wearing sunglasses, which made me smile because it was 9 at night. Was he smiling too? I don't remember. As the light changed, a bicycle came zooming by on my left side. At the same time, the Fiat sped up and tried to pass me on the right. The bike was so close I was sure I'd hit it. The only thing to do was swerve right into the car. Maybe I was wrong and wasn't so close to the bike. Maybe a lot of things. I smacked the Fiat and simultaneously heard a metallic crunch and loud boom, my right front tire blowing. Feeling a car accident happening around you is a bitter, hopeless thing. As it's occurring, you're shocked, but already beginning to regret all that comes afterward. Punching the brakes, I swerved hard to get away, but that was only reflex. Stopped, I watched the bicycle rider weave fast away up the street. I wanted to wring his neck. I wanted it to be 30 seconds ago so I could do it right this time. I wanted to run away and have a healthy car again. A car door slammed. "God damn it!" an angry voice bellowed. The driver still had his sunglasses on, but the lower part of his face told all, a furiously moving mouth. He was very blond and flapping one arm up and down. I opened the door and started to get out, but a sudden arrhythmia of my heart grabbed hold, and for a moment I was frozen there, scared eyes closed. "Lady, are you out of your fucking mind? Could you just wait a minute?" Unconsciously, I'd put both hands over my heart. I felt like a piece of paper being torn in half. "Wait! Listen, lady, you just about took off the front end of my car. What am I going to wait for?" "I have a bad heart." "I have a bad car!" The sound of a siren came up from behind and was on us in an instant. For really the first time, I looked up at the other driver. He'd taken the sunglasses off, and only then did I understand why he wore them. He was albino. Yellow hair on the edge of silver, transparent white eyebrows, pink skin. I don't know if he had the pink albino eyes. It was too dark to see them clearly. What astounded me was how all of that human whiteness seemed to glow, pushing him forward from the evening dark around us. A phosphorescent toy or nightlight glowing. "Okay, what's the problem?" The policeman was big and burly, with a voice like a trailer truck shifting gears. "The problem is, she ran into my fucking car." "Watch your mouth, Ace. There's a lady present." I looked at the cop and tried to smile thanks. My heart had gone back into its silence. So I got slowly out of the car and stood between the two men. I was pulling out from the light when a man on a bicycle cut me off. I swerved to avoid him. "Swerved right into me, you mean?" "That's true." "Fuck it, it's true." The policeman gave him a dour look and wrote things down on a big pad he took from his breast pocket. Everything on him was large. The pad, pen, the gun that sat brown and shiny on his wide hip. "And what were you doing, passing on the right?" "She was going too slow. I had to get by." "She wasn't going at all. She was trying to avoid the bicycle. You were wrong being there. That's why she hit you, and that's what I'm putting in my report." The albino's mouth opened once, then closed tightly. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "That's absolute bullshit. How do you know what she's saying is true?" "Because I got witnesses, for one, and because I don't hear you denying any of it." "Where's these witnesses?" The cop pointed to a group of people standing around his car, talking to his partner. "They all say you pulled out too fast and tried to pass her on the right. Dangerous move, you know. Illegal, too. Means you're not going to have much of a case if this goes to court." "I don't believe you're fucking telling me this." "I don't like your attitude, Whitey. Let's see your driver's license." The other reached into his back pocket and brought out a beautiful red leather wallet. I saw a large decal on it for Midnight, that abominable horror film that is so popular these days. "Now this is interesting. You realize it's 3 months past due. You got an invalid driver's license and a probable reckless driving charge looking at you, Bruce. Bruce Beats? That's a hell of a name. You want to complain some more, Bruce Beats?" The policeman winked at me. The albino saw it, and his face looked like he'd swallowed a piece of pain. As soon as I got home, I drew a bath, my second of the evening. Baths are a secret love and constant indulgence. Like my hero Blanche Dubois, whenever something goes wrong, I turn on the tap. Hot, as hot as possible. The doctors all say the shock isn't good for my heart, but it's one of the few times I say that's too damned bad. I keep thinking my heart has a mind of its own anyway. Since it knows it's living inside me, it should be used to being dropped into cooking water whenever something makes its owner nervous. I poured in a lovely big dollop of coconut oil bubble bath. Watching its swirl, purl, and creamy through the water, I forgot a while about my crunched car and the angry man with the white hair. The angry white man with the white car. After hanging my clothes up, I gratefully stepped into the smoking bubbles and got comfortable. A few heavy blinks later, I was sound asleep. I dreamt I was in an unknown city, gray and sad enough on first sight and smell to be something Eastern, most probably communist. Sofia or Prague, a foreign city in the truest sense of the word. A city of quiet and anonymous pain. I had never been there, that was sure. More surprising was my companion. Tightly holding my hand was a little boy I didn't know. An albino dressed in blue jeans and a blue blazer, red sneakers, and a red St. Louis Cardinals baseball cap. "What's your name?" "Bruce Beats." "How old are you?" "7." Do you know where we're going? He frowned. You're supposed to be taking me home. Where is that? He started to cry. I squeezed his hand and tried to smile reassuringly, but I really had no idea where we were or who he was, besides the little boy version of the man whose car I'd just hit. The whole dream was so strange and ludicrous that I woke up laughing. I often fall asleep in the tub and haven't drowned yet, but waking with a giggle is not me. I looked around the room with tired, hot eyes, refocusing on what I'd lost to sleep. Nothing had changed around me. Then I looked in the tub. Floating there among the white bubbles was a little white plastic car, a Fiat Uno, just like Bruce Beats's. Without touching it, I could see the front bumper had been carefully bent into the same twist as that of its big, real brother. Terror. A heart that shakes you like a tree in a storm warns that whatever word you hold on your tongue may be your last. So savor it and know it is the right one before you use it. Terror. The toy car terrified me. It was impossible, funny, the worst kind of threat. Had the white man actually come into my bathroom while I was sleeping and put it in my bath? Put it there when I was dreaming of holding his young hand in that strange and distant city? Worse, was he still in my apartment? Single women must take care of themselves these days. I keep 2 guns in my apartment, paranoid as that sounds. One under the bathtub, one behind my bed. They're licensed, and I have practiced with them enough so that I know how to shoot someone if it is necessary. Making sure the door was closed, it had been before I got into the tub, I dried myself quickly and slid my jeans and t-shirt on. The gun under the bathtub is a .38 and heavy in the hand. It is always loaded. Cocking it, I crossed the room and opened the door. My heart was again banging on my chest's door. I walked on tiptoe through the apartment. No one was there. I think I expected that, but it was wonderful knowing for sure. I looked in every hiding place, closet, under my bed, before saying, okay. When I was in the bathroom again, a shiver went up my back like a cold fingernail. The albino had been in that room when I was asleep, close enough to reach over and drop a toy car into my bathwater. Even his seeing me naked wasn't as disturbing somehow as the idea of a white hand touching and getting wet from the water I was lying in. The phone rang. I picked up the extension next to the sink. Anthea Powell? Yes. Who is this? A dead white Fiat. Remember? The guy you hit? The car in your tub? Me. I still had the gun in my hand. I put it against the receiver as if it might help. What do you want? What were you doing in my house? You fucked up my car, Anthea. I'm collecting for that. What do you want from me? What's mine? You owe me a lot of money. Then find out how much it'll cost to fix. Tell me and we'll figure something out. I don't want it fixed. I want a new one, Anthea. Buy me a new car and I'll leave you alone. Don't be ridiculous. I dented your front end. I want a new car, Anthea. Don't threaten me, Bruce. I remember your name. Don't forget I can call the police and tell them about this. Threatening phone calls, breaking into people's houses. It wouldn't be hard finding you. I don't think there are too many albinos in town named Bruce Beats. He laughed. Brucey? You think that's my name? He's dead, honey. That driver's license I showed, it lapsed 3 months ago because old Bruce lapsed then, too. I took it off his body and had it changed a little. He died in a car accident. Strange coincidence, huh? Do what I say, Anthea, or I'll eat your fucking face. He hung up. I didn't sleep much that night. What dreams I had were all in black and white and took place in the new unknown city. Young Bruce Beats and I walked the Daikiriko-lit streets, snow-white or cut in half by punishing, unforgiving shadows that scythed things into either light or darkness, and nothing in between. Nothing special happened, and there was very little conversation. But I remember we were more comfortable with each other because I seemed to know where I was going. The boy sensed that and didn't whine or cry when I lost my way or got confused. "What's your real name? You lied before. It's not Bruce." He put his small hands over his face and laughed, a lovely, naughty kid's laugh. "Are you mad at me?" "Not at all. What is your name?" "John Cray." He kept his hand in front of his face. "Are you telling the truth this time?" The hands dropped. He looked indignant. "Yes! John Cray! That's my name!" Waking, I looked across the bed and saw a book lying on the pillow a few inches away. Too nervous, I hadn't read anything before falling asleep the night before. Grabbing the book, I tried to read the title through foggy morning eyes. "I'm Coming to Get You." It was a large-format children's book with little text but lots of pictures. I read it. A monster from another planet comes to Earth to eat a little boy. The story had a funny, sweet ending I would have loved if I'd read it in a different context. But I didn't own any children's books, and I hadn't read this one in bed last night. "I'm coming to get you." When I finished, I put the book down and looked out the window. What could I do? Call the police and report a non-existent Bruce Beats who was terrorizing me? Pay him off for an accident he was partially responsible for? Wait for his next crazy move? What was his way of eating my fucking face? The phone book. John Cray. Everything that had happened in the last 12 hours was so cuckoo. Why not look in the phone book for the name of a little boy in a black and white dream? There were 2 John Crays and 1 J. Cray listed. It was early Sunday morning. Time enough to track them all down and see. I picked up the phone and dialed the first. The voice that answered was obviously black and not whom I was looking for, but I wanted to hear him say more than just no, so... "Is this John Crayon?" "Crayon? No, John Cray, lady. John Tyrone Cray. What kind of name is that, Crayon? You think this is Sesame Street? You got yourself a wrong number, Big Bird." He laughed and hung up. The next Cray number in the book was answered by a brittle-voiced old woman who said her husband, John, had died 6 months ago. I dialed J. Cray, not expecting much. Another woman's voice answered. "May I speak with John Cray, please?" "He's not here now. Would you like to leave a message?" "No, I'll call later." I smiled and hung up. After puttering around the apartment for some hours, I went out to eat at my favorite restaurant. Sunday brunch at Chez Wovo is a nice way to spend $7. Go there a few times, and soon they're greeting you like one of the gang, and giving you free dessert if one of their fine pies is fresh out of the oven, or you're looking sad. I liked to sit by the window and watch the silent sidewalk traffic outside. Since it was mid-afternoon, the place was half empty. Almost as soon as I sat down at my customary table, Walter, the head waiter, came over and put a drink down in front of me. "What's this?" "I'm not supposed to tell you, Anthea. You're just supposed to drink it and be surprised." I looked at the drink and smiled. It was a Kir, but hooked on the side of the glass was a wedge of lime. My favorite drink in the world, although very few knew that. The last person I had told was my old boyfriend, Victor Dixon. Was he here? "Who sent it, Walter?" "I'm not supposed to tell you that either, but I will. The guy at the bar in the great Gautier jacket." I looked up and saw a man at the bar, his back turned to me. He had dark hair and wore a cranberry-red jacket with black Cyrillic letters across the bottom. It was show-offy, but wonderful, too. Victor Dixon never wore snazzy clothes. "Who is he, Walter?" "I don't know. He just ordered the drink and said you'd like it. Gave me $5 to make it. Toodaloo. Walter sauntered away, whistling the song Love is in the Air. Who was he? How did he know about my secret loved drink? All the time I waited for him to turn around, I felt a hot, sexy stone of expectation in my stomach. But he didn't turn and didn't turn. Finally, I got annoyed waiting. He was mysterious, and this scene was sexy, but I don't like long games, so I went back to looking out the window. May I join you? I turned, and, taken aback by his sudden closeness, saw only the straight dark hair and aviator sunglasses. No, he had a good chin, too. A strong, square chin. How did you know I like Kir with lime? He took off the sunglasses. It was Bruce Beats. I know a lot about you, Anthea. You keep your diaphragm in a purple plastic case on the night table next to the bed, eat only Bumblebee brand tuna, and snore just a little when you sleep. Want to know anything else? Your father's name is Corky, Corcoran Powell. Mother dead, 1 brother, and 2 sisters. I know a lot about you, Anthea. Why? He smiled, shrugged. I have to know things about my people. Why am I one of your people, John? He stopped smiling. It was my turn. That's your name, isn't it? John Cray? How do you know that? My hand was shaking in my lap. I tightened it hard, then relaxed. Because I dreamed you. I don't know if you came out of my dream or went into it. He stood up. What the fuck are you talking about? Where's your white hair, John Cray? Did it go away with Bruce Beats? He stuck his finger out at me. I studied you. I know a lot about you, Anthea. I shrugged, smiled. So our accident wasn't an accident? He cut the air with his finger. We don't make mistakes. We're always right with the people we choose. Maybe I'm not people. Walter watched Cray leave, then came over. That was a fast romance. What did you tell him, Anthea? You got AIDS? I drank the last of the Kir and held up the glass for another one. Something like that. Did you ever see him before, Walter? Nope. But he's certainly a good-looking guy. You mean good-looking woman. Walter looked truly surprised. No, I am a champion at guessing who's who these days. You cannot tell me that was a woman, Anthea. I nodded and pushed my glass at him. It was a woman. She works hard at not being one, but if you look and listen hard enough, you can tell. Your John Cray is really Joanne Cray. She lives with another Les named Petra Hackett, probably the one on the bicycle that night. They got set-up situations like that they've used before. Both of them are old actresses who didn't make it. So now the 2 of them got a good business terrifying people into doing whatever they want. It's a profitable approach these days. Terrify like how? He crossed his legs and took another of my cigarettes. Like you name it. Big push, mostly. What's big push? Blackmail? I heard they kidnapped a kid once, but that's only hearsay. They specialize in scaring people into doing things, like what they tried with you. He laughed and sat back in his chair. Jesus, if they only knew who they were fucking with, huh? I straightened my skirt and pushed hair back over my ear. What else? He looked at the pad on his knee. Neither of them has a record because they got so many disguises. Most people think they're men. They also change cities all the time, move around a lot. But they got a good reputation. Are they for us? Are you sure? They are absolutely for us. No question about it. I nodded he could go. He got right up. Can I do anything else for you, Ms. Powell? He was always eager to do more, one of his few nice qualities. Otherwise, just another snoopy little rat who worked for me when I'd let him. No, thank you. I'll be in touch. He bowed, hat in hand, and left. I sat back in my chair and looked out the window. I wanted to see for myself before I took them in. Other people's opinions aren't always my own. I liked the car in the tub and the book on the bed, but those might have been only inspired moments. The tenor who once reaches high C, but then spends the rest of his career trying unsuccessfully to do it again. True inspiration isn't luck, it's genius. Only geniuses got in. So I watched them. Bruce Beats, John, Joanne, Cray liked sexy stuff. Pick up people in a bar as a man, take them home either alone or to Peter, Petra, then pull some stunt there that was both hot and embarrassing to the unsuspecting victim. Simple stuff. Take some photographs, then a few days later threaten to wave them around like the Libyan flag if the person didn't do what they asked. More interesting, however, was the girls didn't always want money or the more obvious things. Sometimes it was simple humiliation. They made a snooty woman walk naked through a shopping mall and get arrested for indecent exposure. One poor man had to make an obvious pass at his son, thus ruining a lifelong wonderful relationship in a few hellish moments. One afternoon, sitting in my car outside their apartment building, I fell asleep and dreamed again of the child and the mysterious city. Only this time there were two children, Joanne Cray and Petra Hackett. Both held my hands, and we walked happily through the anonymous, uninteresting streets. "How much longer is it, Anthea?" "Soon, Joanne. A few more blocks, I think." "And I get to come too?" "Sure," Joanne asked, and I said yes. Joanne looked at Petra and walked around me to put her arm around her friend. "Anthea always keeps her word." The two of them looked at me and smiled. I smiled back. I know I am not a good storyteller. I could be, but it doesn't interest me. I purposely leave things out or ignore others if they don't interest me. I tell jokes terribly. Anyway, this voice bores me. I am not Anthea Powell, although a real woman's similar fear and weakness interest me, and always incite others. I have pretended to be her often when I come here on my trips. A middle-aged woman with a heart condition is a marvelous disguise. I have used her for hundreds of years. A good thing lasts forever. Like my slimy little detective. He is disgusting but efficient. And I did not even need to create him, because he has been around as long as I. Loves his job, too. Loves finding all the boring dirt and gossip about people. Loves the snooping, the setting up, the trap. Are you confused? Good. Stick with me a while longer and you'll know everything. I could have held all this till the end, but I want you frowning now, knowing something is very wrong with your parachute even before actually pulling the cord and praying it opens. P.S. It won't. I watched them for weeks. Both women were very good at telling the world things don't make sense, and cruelty often comes in new colors. It is a talent, but there are more and more people who have it these days. Only the wrong survive. Maybe it's like Hollywood in the 30s. A lot of beautiful women dyed their hair like Lana Turner and sat around Schwab's waiting to be discovered, but very few of them ever got in the movies. When I'd seen enough, I killed Petra Hackett. She wasn't as good at it as her lover, and there really was only space for one. I killed her in their apartment while Joanne was away for the weekend. When she returned on Sunday night, she found the table set with all their silver and linen and best crystal. I'd made a 5-course dinner centered around a 25-pound turkey. Petra sat in her chair in a mauve silk dress with the perfectly cooked, still-smoking turkey stuck over her head. But Joanne passed the test with flying colors. She walked in and very coolly looked at the ruin of her life. I came out of the kitchen wearing a chef's cap and carrying the mince pie. "Are you hungry? There's so much food." She looked at me. "She's dead?" "Choked on a Fiat." I pointed to my neck. "A little white one got stuck in her throat." "Who are you?" Anthea Powell, one of your victims, Joanne." She smiled sadly. "I didn't do such good research this time, did I?" I clapped my hands to my face. Mock dismay. "Just the opposite. You hit the jackpot this time. That's why you did what you did all along. You two were looking for me. Want to come see?" Coyly, she asked, "Something I want to see? I've been looking for you. That's funny." "Absolutely. Come, I'll show you." I reached over and took her hand. It was warm and dry. I led us out of the apartment and down the stairs to the front door. "You really have no idea where we're going?" She shrugged. "Maybe, but I'm not sure. We're almost there anyway. It's just around the corner." Once outside again, I felt the hand shrink in my own until it was the size of a child's. I looked down at the girl with the white hair and squeezed her nice hand. "What about Petra, Anthea? You said she could come too." "Well, sometimes you have to lie about things. I thought she could, but she can't. Are you angry?" She shook her head. "Nah, she's a jerk. How much longer?" 2 minutes. In almost exactly 2 minutes, we were there. We went into the building and down some stairs to the basement door. I opened it with a key, and we walked into an almost totally black room. "I can't see Anthea." "Don't worry, honey. I know where I'm going." I led us across the room with one hand out in front of me so as not to bump into anything. Almost at the far wall, I touched the ladder. "We're here." I pulled her around and put her small hands on the first rung. "Just start to climb. It's 25 steps up. Real easy." She started up. I went right behind her, just in case. Halfway there you could smell something very sweet and sugary, almost sickening in its heaviness. "Smells like cake." "Just keep going, honey. We're almost there." "I'm there! I can feel the top." "Take a piece and taste it. It's your favorite." "Chocolate! It's chocolate cake, Anthea." "That's right, Joanne. Now, push through it. Everyone's waiting for you." I heard a soft smushing sound, and then there was a blast of white light from above. Lots of voices cheering. The girl had climbed to the top of the ladder. I went up behind her into the light. People cheered, "Hooray, Joanne!" I looked at everyone. Everyone who deserved to be here after so much good work. Wonderful souls. The shit of the earth. The dead love you, Joanne. Welcome home. Harlan Ellison. Jane Doe, number 112. Novelist, short story author, screenwriter, editor, film and television critic, and lecturer, Harlan Ellison is arguably the most outspoken and controversial writer associated with the fantastique genre. In a dynamic career that has spanned 5 decades, he is the multiple winner of almost every major award the field has to offer, including the Hugo, Nebula, Edgar, Bram Stoker, Writers Guild of America, British Fantasy, and World Fantasy Awards. His numerous books as either author or editor include I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, Dangerous Visions, Love Ain't Nothing But Sex Misspelled, The Glass Teat, Again Dangerous Visions, Deathbird Stories, Shatterday, Angry Candy, and Harlan Ellison's Watching. Ellison's fiction doesn't often stray into the horror arena, but when it does, as in the story that follows, you can expect something very special. Shadows of lives unlived, as milky as opal glass, moved through the French Quarter that night, and one begged leave and separated from the group to see an old friend. Bourbon Street was only minimally less chaotic than usual. It was 2 days till the spring break deluge of horny fraternity boys and young women seemingly unable to keep their t-shirts on. The queue outside Chris Owens's club moved swiftly for the last show. Inside, the entertainer was just starting the third chorus of Rescue Me when she looked out into the audience and saw the pale shadow of a face she hadn't seen in 20 years. For a moment she faltered, but no one noticed. She had been a star on Bourbon Street for 20 years. They wouldn't know that the face staring up palely at her was that of a woman who had been dead for 2 decades. Doris Burton sat in the smoky center of a cheering mob half-smashed on hurricanes, and she stared up at Chris Owens with eyes as quietly gray and distant as the surface of the moon. The last time Chris had seen those eyes, they had been looking out of a newspaper article about the car crash over in Haskell County when Doris had been killed. Her parents wouldn't let her go over to the funeral. It was a piece of Texas distance from Jones County over to Haskell. She had never forgotten Doris, and she had always felt guilty that she'd never gotten to say goodbye. Now she felt the past worming its way into her present. It couldn't possibly be. She danced to the edge of the stage and looked directly at her. It was Doris, as she had been 20 years ago. The woman in the audience was almost transparent in the bleed of light from the baby spots and pin lights washing Chris as she worked. Trying to keep up with the beat, Chris could swear she could see the table full of Kiwanis behind Doris. It threw her off, but no one would notice. Doris moved her lips. "Hello, Chris." Then she smiled. That same gentle smile of an awkward young woman that had first bound them together as friends. Chris felt her heart squeeze, and tears threatened to run her makeup. She fought back the sorrow and smiled at her dead friend. Then Doris rose, made a tiny goodbye movement with her left hand, and left the club. Chris Owens did not disappoint her audience that night. She never disappointed them. But she was only working at half the energy. Even so, they would never know. That night, the Orleans Parish Morgue logged in its 112th unknown female subject. The toe was tagged Jane Doe number 112, and was laid on the cold tile floor in the hallway. As usual, the refrigerators were full. Ben Laborde took his foot off the accelerator as he barreled north on the I-10 past St. Charles Parish and kicked the goddamned air conditioner one last time. It was dead. The mechanism on the 78 Corollas had been lemons when they were fresh off the showroom floor, and 12 years of inept service had not bettered the condition. Now it had given out totally, and Ben could feel the sweat beginning to form a tsunami at his hairline. He cranked down the window and was rewarded with a blast of mugginess off the elevated expressway that made him blink and painfully exhale hot breath. Off to his left, the Bonnet Carré Spillway, actually 17 miles of fetid swamp with a name far too high above its station, stretched behind him as an appropriate farewell to New Orleans, to Louisiana, to 22 years of an existence he was now in the process of chucking. The blue Toyota gathered speed again as he punched the accelerator, and he thought, "So long, New Orleans. I give you back to the Gators." Somewhere north lay Chicago, and a fresh start. When he thought back across the years, when he paused to contemplate how fast and how complexly he had lived, he sometimes thought he had been through half a dozen different existences. Half a dozen different lives, as memorable and filled with events as might have been endured by a basketball team with one extra guy waiting on the bench. Now he was chucking it all, again, for the half-dozenth time in his 41 years. Ben Laborde had run off when he was 10, had worked the crops across the breadbasket of America, had schooled himself, had run with gangs of itinerant farm laborers, had gone into the army at 19, had become an MP, had mustered out and been accepted to the FBI, had packed that in after 4 years and become a harness bull in the St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Department, had been promoted to detective, and had had his tin pulled 2 years ago for throwing a pimp through the show window of an antique shop en rue Toulouse. The pimp had been on the muscle with someone in the department, and that was that for Detective Benjamin Paul Laborde. He had become a repairman for ATMs, but 2 years fixing the bank teller machines had driven him most of the way into total craziness. And then there was that group of pale gray people that kept following him. He looked in the rearview. The expressway was nearly empty behind him. If he was being tracked, they had to be very good, and very far behind him. But the thought had impinged, and he cranked up the speed. There had been 6 of them for the last year. 6 men and women, as pale as the juice at the bottom of a bucket of steamed clams. But when he had seen them out of the corner of his eye the night before last, moving through the crowd on Bourbon Street, there had only been 5. He couldn't understand why he was so frightened of them. He had thought more than once, more than 100 times in the past year, that he should simply step into a doorway, wait for them to catch up, then brace them. But every time he started to do just that, the fear grabbed him. So he had decided to chuck it all, again, and go. He wasn't at all certain if not having the police positive on his hip made any difference. The nagging thought kept chewing on him. Would a bullet stop them? He ran, but the Corolla didn't have anything more to give. Still, it wasn't fast enough. Chicago was dark, perhaps a brownout. The city lay around him as ugly and desperate as he felt. The trip north had been uneventful, but nonetheless dismaying. Stopping only briefly for food and gas, he had driven straight through. Now he had to find a place to live, a new job of some menial sort till he could get his hooks set. And then, perhaps, he could decide what he wanted to be when he grew up. As best he could discern, he hadn't been followed. Yet when he had pulled in at a bar in Bloomington, Indiana, and had been sitting there nursing the cuddy and water, he had seen, in the back bar mirror, the street outside, and for a moment 5 sickly white faces peering in at him. But when he had swiveled for a direct look, only the empty street lay beyond the window. He had paid up and left quickly. Laborde had never spent much time in Chicago. He barely knew the city. A few nights around Rush Street, some drinking with buddies in an apartment in a debutante's condo facing out on the Shore Drive, dinner one night in Old Town. But he had the sense that staying in the center of the city was not smart. He didn't know why, but he felt the push to keep going, and he did. Out the other side and into Evanston. It was quieter here. Northwestern University, old homes lining Dempster Street, the headquarters of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. Maybe he'd take night courses, get a job in a printing plant, sell cars. Plenty of action and danger in those choices. He drove through to Skokie and found a rooming house. It had been years since he'd stayed in a rooming house. Motels, that was the story now. Had been for 40 years. He tried to remember where he'd last lived, in which town, in which life, that had provided rooming houses. He couldn't recall. Any more than he could recall when he'd owned a Studebaker Commander, the car that Raymond Loewy had designed. Or the last time he had heard the Green Hornet on the radio. He was putting his underwear in the bureau drawer as these thoughts wafted through his mind. Studebaker? The Green Hornet? That was over when he'd been a kid. He was 41, not 60. How the hell did he remember that stuff? He heard footsteps in the hall. They weren't the halting steps of the woman who owned the hostel. She had been happy to get a boarder. But not even a need to accommodate her new tenant could have eliminated the arthritic pace she had set as she climbed the stairs ahead of him. He stood with his hands on the drawer, listening. The footsteps neared, then stopped outside his door. There was no lock on the door. It was a rooming house, not a motel. No chain, no double latch, no security bolt. It was an old wooden door, and all the person on the other side had to do was turn the knob and enter. He barely heard the tapping. It was the rapping at a portal of something composed of mist and soft winds. Laborde felt a sharp pain as he realized he had been clenching his teeth. His jaw muscles were rigid. His face hurt. Whatever he wanted to do, it was not to go over and open that door to the visitor. He watched, without breathing, as the knob slowly turned and the door opened, a sliver of light at a time. The door opened of its own weight after a moment, and Laborde saw a woman standing in the dimly lit hallway. She looked as if she were made of isinglass. He could see through her, see the hallway through her dim, pale shape. She stared at him with eyes the color of an infirmary nurse's uniform. Isinglass? How could he remember something like that? They had used isinglass before they'd started putting real glass in car windows. The woman said, "Jessie passed through in New Orleans. She was the oldest of us. She was the one wanted to find you the most." His mouth was dry. His hands, still on the dresser drawer, were trembling. "I don't know any Jessie," he said. The voice seemed to belong to someone else, someone far away on a mountainside, speaking into the wind. "You knew her." "No, I've never known anyone named Jessie." "You knew her better than anyone, better than her mother or her father or any of us who traveled with her. You knew the best part of her, but she never got to tell you that." He managed to close the drawer on his underwear. He found it very important somehow just to be able to close the drawer. "I think you'd better let the landlady know you're here," he said, feeling ridiculous. How she had gotten in, he didn't know. Perhaps the old woman had let her in. Perhaps she had asked for him by name. How could she know his name? She didn't answer. He had the awful desire to go to the door and touch her. It was continuing strange, the way the light shone through her. Not as if there were Klieg's set off in the distance, with radiance projected toward her, but rather as if she were generating light from within. But what he saw as he looked at her, in that plain, shapeless dress, her hair hanging limp and milky around her shoulders, was a human being made of tracing paper, the image of the drawing behind shadowing through. He took a step toward her, hoping she would move. She stood her ground, unblinking. "Why have you been following me, all of you? There are 6 of you, aren't there?" "No," she said softly. "Now there are only 5. Jessie passed through." She paused, seemed to gather strength to speak, and added, "Very soon now we'll all pass through. And then you'll be alone." He felt an instant spike of anger. "I've always been alone." She shook her head. "You stole from us, but you've never been without us." He touched her. He reached out and laid his fingertips on her cheek. She was cool to the touch, like a china bowl. But she was real, substantial. He had been thinking ghost, but that was ridiculous. He'd known it was ridiculous all along, from the first time he had seen them following him in New Orleans. Passers-by had bumped into them, had acknowledged their existence, had moved aside for them. They weren't ghosts, whatever they were. And whatever it was, he was terrified of them, even though he knew they would not harm him. And yes, a bullet would have done them. "I'm leaving. Get out of my way." "Aren't you curious?" Not enough to let you keep making me crazy. I'm going out of here, and you'd better not try to stop me." She looked at him sadly, as a child looks at the last day of summer, as the sun goes down, as the street lights come on before bedtime, one beat before it all ends, and the fun days retreat into memory. He thought that, in just that way, as she looked at him. It was the ending of a cycle, but he had no idea how that could be, or what cycle was done. He moved a step closer to her. She stood in the doorway and did not move. "Get out of my way!" "I haven't the strength to stop you. You know that." He pushed her, and she went back. He kept his hand on her sternum, pressing her back into the hall. She offered no resistance. It was like touching cool eggshell. "This time you leave even your clothes behind?" she asked. "This time I shake you clowns," he said, going down the hall, descending the stairs, opening the curtained front door, stepping out into the Illinois night, and seeing his car parked across the street, surrounded by the other four. As fragile as whispers, leaning against the car, waiting for him. "Oh, Christ," he thought, "this isn't happening." "What the hell do you want off me?" he screamed. They said nothing, just watched. 3 men and another woman. He could see the dark outline of his car through them. He turned right and began running. He wasn't afraid, he was just frightened. It wasn't terror, it was only fear. Abandon the underwear in the drawer. Lose the past life. Jettison the car. Get out of this existence. Forget the deposit on the room. Run away. Just run away. When he reached the end of the block, he saw the lights of a mini-mall. He rushed toward the light. Dark things have no shadows in sodium vapor lights. Behind him, the milky figure of the 5th one emerged from the rooming house and joined her traveling companions. They caught up with him only 3 times in the next year. The first time in Cleveland. There were 4 of them. 3 months later, he stepped off a Greyhound Scenic Cruiser at the Port Authority Terminal in Manhattan, and they were coming up the escalator to meet the bus. 2 of them, a man and the woman who had confronted him in the rooming house in Skokie. And finally, he came full circle. He went home. Not to Chicago, not to New Orleans, not as far back as he could remember, but as far back as he had come. 7 miles south of Cedar Falls, Iowa, on the thin road out of Waterloo, back to Hudson. And it hadn't changed. Flat cornfield land, late in September after the oppressive heat had passed into the time of jackets and zipping up. Where his house had stood, now there was a weed-overgrown basement into which the upper floors had fallen as the fire had burned itself out. 1 wall remained, the salt box slats, gray and weathered. He sat down on what had been the stone steps leading up to the front porch, and he laid down the cheap plastic shoulder bag that now contained all he owned in the world. And it was there that the last 2 of those who had dogged him came to have their talk. He saw them coming down the dirt road between the fields of freshly harvested corn, the stalks creaking in the breeze, and he gave it up, packed it in. No more getting in the flow, chasing the wind. No more. He sat and watched them coming up the road, tiny puffs of dust at each step. The day was on the wane, and he could see clouds through them, the horizon line, birds reaching for more sky. They came up and stood staring at him, and he said, "Sit down. Take a load off." The man seemed to be 100 years old. He smiled at Ben and said, "Thanks. It's been a hard trip." He slumped onto the stone step below. He wiped his forehead, but he wasn't perspiring. The woman stood in front of him, and her expression was neither kind nor hard. It was simply the face of someone who had been traveling a long time and was relieved to have reached her destination. "Who are you?" The woman looked at the old man and said, "We were never a high school girl named Doris Burton, who was supposed to have died in a car accident in West Texas, but didn't. We were never an asthmatic named Milford Sturbank, who worked for 50 years as a reweaver. And we never got to be Henry Cheatham, who drove a cab in Pittsburgh." He watched them, looking from the man to the woman and back. "And which ones are you?" The woman looked away for a moment. Laborde saw the setting sun through her chest. She said, "I would have been Barbara Lamartine. You passed through St. Louis in 1943. "I was born in 49. The old man shook his head. "Much earlier. If you hadn't fought with the 2nd Division at Belleau Wood, I would have been Howard Strasser. We shared a trench for 5 minutes, June 1st, 1918. "This is crazy." "No," the woman said wearily. "This is just the end of it." "The end of what?" "The end of the last of us whose lives you've been using. The last soft gray man or woman left on a doorstep by your passing." Laborde shook his head. It was gibberish. He knew he was at final moments with them, but what it all meant he could not fathom. "For God's sakes," he pleaded, "hasn't this gone on long enough? Haven't you sent me running long enough? What the hell have I ever done to you? Any of you? I don't even know you." The old man, Howard Strasser, smiled sadly and said, "You never meant to be a thief. It isn't your fault, any more than it's our fault for finally coming after you to get our lives back. But you did. You stole, and you left us behind. We've been husks. I'm the oldest left. Barbara is somewhere in the middle. You've been doing it for several hundred years, best we've been able to tell. When we found one another, there was a man who said he'd been panning gold at Sutter's Mill when you came by. I don't know as I believe him. His name was Chicky Maldonado, and he was something of a liar. It was the only memorable thing about him." The woman added, "There's nothing much memorable about any of us." "That's the key, do you see?" Howard Strasser said. "No, I don't see," Laborde said. "We were never anything. None of us." He let his hands move helplessly in the air in front of them. "I don't know what any of this means. I just know I'm tired of, not of running, tired of just, I don't know, tired of being me." "You've never been you." Howard Strasser smiled kindly. "Perhaps you can be you now," Barbara Lamartine said. Laborde put his hands over his face. "Can't you just tell it simply? Please, for God's sakes, just simply." The woman nodded to the old man, who looked to be 100 years old, and he said, "There are just some people who live life more fully than others. Take, I don't know, take Scott Fitzgerald, or Hemingway, or Winston Churchill, or Amelia Earhart. Everybody's heard their names, but how many people have read much Hemingway, or Fitzgerald, or even Churchill's?" He stopped. The woman was giving him that look. He grinned sheepishly. "There are just some people who live their lives at a fuller pace. And it's as if they've lived 2 or 3 lifetimes in the same time it takes others to get through just one mild, meager, colorless life. One sad and sorry—" He stopped again. "Barbara, you'd better do it. I've waited too long. I'm just running off at the mouth like an old fart." She put a hand on his thin shoulder to comfort him and said, "You were one of the passionate ones. You lived at a hotter level. And every now and then, every once in a while, you just leeched off someone's laugh who wasn't up to the living of it. You're a magpie. You came by whenever it was. 1492, 1756, 1889, 1943. We don't know how far back you go. But you passed by, and someone wearing a laugh so loosely, so unused, that it just came off, and you wore it away and added it on, and you just kept going, which way it didn't matter, without looking back, not even knowing. And finally, the last of us followed the thread that was never broken, the umbilicus of each of us, and we came and found you to try and get back what was left. Because it's clear, said Howard Strasser, that you're tired of it, and don't know how to get out of it. But they sighed almost as one, and Barbara Lamartine said, there isn't enough of either of us left to take back. We'll be gone, passed through very soon. Then you're on your own, Howard Strasser said. You'll be living what portion has been allotted to you, the woman said, and Ben could see through the holes where her milky eyes had been. And they sat there into the deepening twilight in Hudson, Iowa, and they talked, and there was nothing he could do for them. And finally the woman said, we don't blame you. It was our own damned fault. We just weren't up to the doing of it, the living of our own lives. What was left of her shrugged, and Laborde asked her to tell him all she could of the others they had known, so he could try to remember them and fit to their memories the parts of his own life that he had taken. And by midnight, he was sitting there alone. And he fell asleep, arms wrapped around himself, in the chilly September night, knowing that when he arose the next day, the first day of a fresh life, he would retrace his steps in many ways, and that one of the things he would do would be to return to New Orleans. To go to the parish coroner, and to have exhumed the body of Jane Doe, number 112, to have it dug out of the black loam of Potter's Field near City Park, and to carry it back to West Texas, to bury the child who had never been allowed to be Doris Burton, where she would have lived her life. Pale as opal glass, she had passed through and whispered away on the last night of the poor thing that had been her existence, seeking out the only friend she had been allowed to have on a noisy street in the French Quarter. The least he could do was to be her last friend, to carry her home by way of cheap restitution. Ray Garton, Shock Radio. Since the mid-1980s, Ray Garton has been carving a niche for himself as one of the hot young writers of erotic horror fiction, although he actively resists the splatterpunk label. After the early novels Seductions and Darklings, and a couple of movie novelizations, he hit his stride with Live Girls and Crucifix Autumn. Since then, he has published Trade Secrets, his first non-horror thriller, and Lot Lizards, a truck-stop vampire novel. His first collection of short fiction, Methods of Madness, has been nominated for a Bram Stoker Award, and a novella from that collection, Dr. Crusadian's Method, also a Stoker nominee, turns up in the anthology Café Purgatorium. A New Age horror novel, Dark Channel, is due at the end of 1991, and he is currently working on In a Dark Place, a non-fiction book about a Connecticut family who moved into a house that used to be a funeral home, where they were plagued by the devil and his minions, a la Amityville Horror. Garton lives in Northern California with his wife Dawn, and as a hobby has a collection of nearly 900 movies on video. Other than that, he explains, there is absolutely nothing interesting about me. I spend most of my time writing, which to anyone who doesn't write is very boring. Hell, half the time it's boring to me. We don't think you'll be bored by the story that follows. The studio was dark, but for a soft lamp over the console, and after being cued by the engineer who sat with the producer beyond a long rectangular window, the man leaned toward the microphone suspended before his face, touched his fingertips to the headphones through which he could hear his show's theme music, and said, "You're listening to the Arthur Colton Jr. Show, and we're back. We have a few more minutes with my guest, Melissa Cartwright, who is joining us by phone from Liberal Central, San Francisco, California. Ms. Cartwright is a writer, a feminist, and in my opinion, another of the whining castrators who has found a way to take out her aggressions and make a fast buck by writing a book about the evil that men do. Not people, but men, who, according to Ms. Cartwright, are inherently evil simply because they have been born men. He smirked and winked at Harry, the engineer, who laughed silently behind the glass. No, Arthur, Melissa Cartwright said. That's not what I'm saying at all, and you know it. I simply want to— Let's go back to the phones. Arthur Colton, Jr., whose real name was Andy Craig, looked at the computer screen before him where the words Tampa, Florida, friend, glowed in amber. Tampa, Florida, you're on the air. Yeah, Arthur? Yes, sir, you're on the air. Yeah, Arthur, my name's Tom, and I'm just calling, to tell you that you're, right. You're right. I know I'm right, sir. That's why I'm the host and you're the caller. Do you have a question for our guest? Yeah, I do. I'd like to ask Miss Cartwright. Andy snapped. Read my lips. Cartwright. Yeah, okay. Miss Cartwright, I'd like to ask her exactly where she thinks women would be without men, huh? I mean, like through history, you know? Where do you think? And, I'll take my answer off the air. Melissa Cartwright said, I'm very sorry, Tom. This is not your fault, but I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding here. It is not my opinion that men are inherently evil or dishonest or even ignorantly wrong. All I'm saying is that we have to find a way to— It's very clear what you're saying, Ms. Cartwright, Andy interrupted. Your book, Women in Crisis, Men in Power, which for those of you interested in this kind of whiny propaganda is published by Putnam, is clearly the manifesto of someone who feels that all of our problems are the result of men and the works of men. Now, I would appreciate it if you'd answer my caller's question, which is quite straightforward, okay? Okay, now, let's hear it. She was silent for a long time. Too long, and Andy was about to speak again to fill the dead air, but she spoke first, slowly and coldly. I think that to speculate on the position of women, without the presence of men, throughout history, would be asinine. Well, isn't that convenient? The screen read, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Foe. Winston-Salem, you're on the air. Yeah, Arthur, I listen to your show a lot, and I just want to say that I think you're being a little hard on your guest, okay? And why is that, sir? Because I've read her book, and as a man, I can say that I think she's— Wait a second here. You read her book? What, you enjoy being castrated? What, you like having a woman chew your balls off? And you call yourself a man? That's exactly my point, Mr. Colton. You're interviewing her, and you probably haven't even read the book. Well, of course I haven't read the book. I like my balls. But you rely on name-calling rather than discussion to make your point, when really you have no point to— Andy punched a button on the panel, cutting the caller off, and sneered, You have a good time, sir. Melissa Cartwright released an explosive breath over the phone, and Andy could imagine her rolling her eyes as he flashed a grin at Harry. It was his "This is good radio" grin. Redlands, California, you're on the air. Yes, Arthur? An elderly woman said. You're on the air, ma'am. Please get to your question. Well, I'd just like to say that I'm 79 years old, and I don't understand how your guest— what's her name, Cartwright, can possibly suggest that all men are evil. Speaking from experience, I can say that I've— Miss Cartwright interrupted firmly. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you and the rest of the listeners are being misled by Mr. Colton. I am not saying that men are evil. I'm simply saying that our culture, along with many other cultures, has given women a back seat in everything, and it's time to— I'm sorry, Andy said as the theme music came up, but we've run out of time. I'd like to thank my guest, Melissa Cartwright, whose book, Women in Crisis, Men in Power, is for some reason number 2 on the New York Times nonfiction bestseller list. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Cartwright. It's been an education, if nothing else. We're coming up on the news, then we'll be back with open lines. Stick around. As Andy leaned back in his chair and removed his headphones, he heard Melissa Cartwright's pinched voice calling from them. Mr. Colton? Mr. Colton? He glanced at Tanya, the producer, waved toward the phone, and picked up the receiver, saying, "Yes." She struggled to control her voice. "I'm very disappointed, Mr. Colton. I was told you were going to interview me about my book. I didn't know this was going to be the broadcast equivalent of stocks and public humiliation. I didn't know it was going to be an inquisition." "Oh, please, Ms. Cartwright, don't take it personally. It's just the way I do the show." She paused. "I'm sorry? Pardon me?" He shook his head and chuckled. This always puzzled him. Didn't they understand it was just a show? That it was just show business? "Have you ever heard my show, Ms. Cartwright?" "No, I haven't, and after tonight I have no intention of listening." "Well, if you had," he said gently, "you'd realize that this is just the way the show goes, okay? I mean, think about it. My audience is made up of very conservative, aggressive people who want more than just an interview, okay? Otherwise they'd be listening to Larry King. They want fireworks, you know? So please, Ms. Cartwright, don't take this personally. I have nothing against you or your book or your opinion. In fact, you're probably right. I don't know. Anyway, I really appreciate your good sportsmanship. It's just show business, you know?" Another pause, longer this time. "You appreciate what?" "Your good sportsmanship." She laughed, but it was an angry laugh. "Are you serious?" "Sure I'm serious. Look, it's just a show, okay? I mean, you want compassion, call TalkNet. You want in-depth questions, you go on Nightline. And on my show, you get confrontation and a lot of yelling. And name-calling and humiliation and some pretty obscene sexist insults. Well, that too. But you can't take it personally. It's the nature of the show. You got to make your point and plug your book, right? Myself, I think you're an interesting, intelligent woman. What I say on the show really means nothing." A cold chuckle. "In other words, you're a whore." She hung up. Andy rolled his eyes as he replaced the receiver. Why was it so hard for them to understand? Why did so many people get so upset? Not that he minded. They were his best publicity, and stirred the controversy that made his show the #1 late-night radio talk show in the country. He just didn't understand what made them so furious. "About little old me," he muttered, leaving the studio and heading to the lounge for coffee. Laurence Olivier had once played a hideous Nazi, but did anyone accuse him of actually being one? Of course not. They praised his performance. He was simply a great actor. Nobody accused Stephen King of being a sick, bloodthirsty monster, did they? Well, maybe a few, but surely they didn't really believe it. He was just a very good writer. But when it came to the Arthur Colton Jr. show, otherwise rational people began to foam at the mouth, pound fists into palms, and scream for a public hanging. It made no sense. He'd used that argument with Catherine, a former girlfriend back in Cincinnati, who had been irate about the content of his show. It hadn't worked. "That's different," she'd exclaimed. "What they do is fiction. Everyone knows that what Olivier and King do is fiction. You, however, are hosting a talk show. You're shaping opinions, manipulating them. You aren't writing a novel or acting in a movie. People listen to what you say. They respect it. They take it seriously. And for you to go on that show and say the barbaric things you say to boost your ratings, things you don't even mean, is obscene, Andy." It had just been a local show, which for the first 4 months was just straight talk with a few guests and a couple hours of open phones. And he had never expressed an opinion, just kept the conversation going. The ratings were bleak, so he'd listened carefully to his audience, looking for something he could use to breathe life into the show, trying to figure out what they wanted. One night it occurred to him they were angry, and they wanted to scream and shout and kick furniture, and if they couldn't do it, they wanted someone to do it for them. His listeners were fed up with everything from crime and poverty to crooked politicians and unfair laws, and they wanted someone with a voice, a loud, powerful voice, to represent them. The following night, Andy opened his show differently than usual. "I've canceled tonight's scheduled guests," he said, "because I want to talk about something, ladies and gentlemen. I am mad as hell." There wasn't an open line for more than 30 seconds that night. Liberals called to complain about his sudden change of attitude and his unfair generalizations, and conservatives called to complain about the tit-sucking liberals. Blacks complained about whites, and whites complained about blacks, and Asians, and Iranians, and American Indians. Men complained about women, and women complained about men. AM radios throughout Cincinnati crackled with the wholesale condemnation of Jews and homosexuals and Democrats and communists and drug dealers and feminists and homeless people and anyone who disagreed in any way with the caller. Cincinnati was angry, and Andy Craig had given it an opportunity to throw a tantrum. Along with the city's anger, however, came a barrage of racial slurs and profanity, which Andy at first edited during the 7-second delay. But as the show continued that night, getting better by the minute, he left his finger off the button and let the bile flow. He knew he'd get yelled at for it, but in his gut, it felt right. 2/3 of the way through the show, Dexter Grady, the station manager, burst into the engineer's booth and glared at Andy through the small square window. His face squirmed with anger as he waved his arms and yelled silently at the engineer. Moments later, the show broke quite abruptly for a commercial. Grady disappeared from the window and stormed into the studio shouting, demanding to know exactly who the fuck Andy thought he was, allowing all that goddamned profanity to go out over the fucking radio. He yelled for quite some time, threatening not only to fire Andy, but to see to it that he never worked in Ohio again. Not in a radio station, not even in a McDonald's. And then the phone calls started to come in. Grady had told the engineer to play a few songs, to go to some network programming, anything, just as long as he didn't go back to Andy's show. And people complained. Oh, how they complained. Andy stayed at the station and continued doing his late-night talk show for almost 2 years. It didn't last any longer, because the sponsors got fed up with the show's controversy. The controversy was the only reason it lasted as long as it did. In the lounge, Andy poked through a box of stale donuts left in front of the coffee pot and picked out a cruller, which he dipped into the black coffee he'd poured. He was a small, wiry man with short reddish-brown hair and a mustache between his slightly sunken cheeks. His skin was smooth and somewhat pale. He didn't get much sun. He chewed his cruller as he stared out the window at the black, light-smeared city 19 stories below and listened to the news, which came over the PA. He'd become addicted to the news. The more current his topics, the more riled his listeners became, and the more riled they became, the better were his ratings. "You seen this?" Tanya asked, bursting into the lounge. Andy turned as she tossed a section of the Times onto one of the round tables. It was opened to an article, accompanied by a photograph of Andy. The headline read, "Dangerous Radio, Dangerous Listeners, or Both." "No, I haven't," Andy said, glancing over the article. Tanya smirked. "It's great stuff. The kind of stuff that brings in new listeners, you know? It was in this morning's edition, and my buddy over at the Times says they've been getting phone calls all day. I mean complaints. Starting tomorrow, the letters to the editor section will probably be full of epistles from your loving fans for a couple weeks." She beamed at him through the smoke from her cigarette. "Why? What's it say?" She shrugged. "Oh, the usual bullshit. You're stirring up the masses, using sick jokes and faulty logic that sounds intelligent and reasonable to get them so upset that they're willing to hand over their freedoms to the first dictator that comes along. The usual bullshit. He says that you're—" She swept the paper up and raised a stiff forefinger. "Listen to this. Sucking up ratings like a vampire sucks up blood, flashing his fangs all the way to the bank. Isn't that great?" She laughed. Andy grinned as he finished the cruller and plucked Tanya's cigarette from her fingers, taking a deep drag. "I thought you quit," she said, slapping the paper down again. "Just quit smoking my own. It's cheaper that way." He glanced at the clock. "Don't worry, you got another 6 minutes." She started for the door as she said, "Got a great call for you. A pro-choicer raving about the abortion laws. Man or woman? Woman. A real bitch. Give her your Jerry Lewis speech." She winked at him as she went out the door. Finishing Tanya's cigarette, Andy scanned the article. It accused him of stirring up hatred and racism, of helping to destroy the freedoms that made America great, especially the one freedom that provided for radio shows like his own, and suggested that his careless and irresponsible form of broadcasting could ultimately bring about the downfall of American freedoms as we know them. He chuckled bitterly as he sipped his coffee. He'd gotten the same response from the Cincinnati press since the day he'd changed the format of his show. They'd hated him. But the women had loved him. Not just the women callers, but the women who attended his personal appearances, the women who wrote to him, the women he met in bars and restaurants and grocery stores who recognized his name, or better yet, his voice. Building his entire radio show around the political stance that riled his listeners the most, the one that would have sent most feminists into a convulsing, mouth-foaming seizure, Andy had more women hungry for his attention than ever before in his life. The change was so sudden and drastic that Andy had actually been relieved the day he'd come home and found Catherine stripping his apartment of her belongings. "I can't live with you anymore," she said, throwing her toiletries into a satchel. "But you don't live with me. We agreed you'd keep your apartment. I thought that was—" "Listen to yourself!" she snapped, stabbing a forefinger at his chest. "You're such a stickler for details, like my fucking apartment. What difference does my apartment make? It's just a little section of a building in which I get my phone calls and keep my cat. When I say I can't live with you anymore, I mean that I can't live with the fact that you're such a stickler for details, and yet when someone tries to point out the details of what you're doing, you blow up or just laugh. I can't live with the fact that I'm wrapping my life around a person who can so very casually do such vicious damage to things that so many people have died to protect, things that have taken so many decades to finally realize and are already being dismantled fast enough as it is without any help from you. I can't live with you, Andy, and how you possibly can will be one of the greatest mysteries of my life." She was gone in 10 minutes. Half an hour later he had a dinner date, and only a few hours after that he had her in bed. Suddenly, life was good. Really good. Suddenly, everything was going his way, and that included his breakup with Catherine. Then, a few months later, someone threw a brick through the windshield of his car at a red light. Not long after, the first death threat was phoned into the station, followed by a few more over the following months. At first it had, like everything else, worked in his favor and stirred up some publicity-grabbing controversy. But during the week of the second bomb threat received by the station, the sponsors began to drop like computer-generated aliens in a video game, and the manager and owners became so afraid for their lives that they saw no alternative but to let Andy go. At first he'd been very depressed. In fact, for a couple days he hadn't left his apartment or answered the phone. But only 2 days after his firing had been announced, he was offered a job by TBN, Talk Broadcasting Network, the biggest talk radio network in the country. He'd responded with appropriate nonchalance, asking for a few days to give it some thought and talk it over with his agent. He needed the extra time to get an agent. The network's offer was impressive. A nationwide weeknight call-in talk show with timely guests covering controversial topics. Andy would have to move away from Cincinnati, of course, but that was okay. The only problem was Andy's certainty that the show would be watered down by the network to satisfy their sponsors, eliminating, at the very least, the profanity allowed on his show, and at the most restricting his broadcasting style. But TBN surprised him. Countless polls had shown that, due to the overwhelming popularity of television, very few people listened to the radio unless they felt they were missing something unique or unusually popular. So the sponsors wanted Andy to be profane and aggressive and controversial, and they didn't give a damn about his politics. Controversy usually attracted publicity, which always drew listeners, and listeners listened to advertisements. After his recent experiences with bricks through windows and telephoned bomb threats, Andy was reluctant to use his real name on national radio. So, after acquiring the job and moving to the big city, he decided to come up with a pseudonym. The Arthur Colton Jr. show began without fanfare, a strategic move by the network. They were confident that it would generate its own publicity and saw no reason to pay for any. They were right. The show created a wave of controversy, and within the first 2 weeks inspired newspaper columnists across the country to write a column in response. Some were positive, but most were vicious protests, some calling him a broadcasting whore who was willing to say anything, no matter how damaging or dangerous, that might garner a few more ratings points. Once again, Andy was puzzled by his critics. He could understand if they just didn't like the show, but they made it sound dangerous. Didn't they understand that he wasn't really that person on the radio? He didn't even use his real voice anymore, let alone his real name. His radio voice was deeper, more authoritative than his regular speaking voice. And of course he didn't share the opinions of his radio alter ego. Nobody really thought that way about everything. It was ridiculous, a caricature. In fact, Andy had very few opinions of his own. He watched the news and read papers only for the benefit of his show. He wasn't that concerned with world events. They were out of his hands. Didn't they realize that it was just show business? He muttered, leaving the lounge with the paper and his coffee. He ducked into the control room where Tanya was occupied with a caller and didn't notice when he snatched up her cigarettes. In the studio, he tried to read the rest of the article, but the dim, shadowy lighting only made his eyes water, so he leaned back in his chair with a sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. The night before, he'd gotten less than an hour of light dozing, scattered between bouts of rolling and rutting in bed with a voluptuous, squealing co-ed named Debbie, and that morning he'd had a brunch date with Jaretta, his hairdresser, who had agreed to grab a hotel room halfway through brunch so they wouldn't have to waste time deciding on his place or hers. Andy had seen them both before and would see them again, along with the several other women he saw regularly, Sherry and Dina and Kaylee and Linda and Melanie and Sean, and the many others whom he had not yet met. His social life was better than it had been in Cincinnati, despite the fact that he protected his identity and no longer used his celebrity status to impress women. It made no difference, because back in Cincinnati, he'd gained a lot of confidence with women, learned a lot about being funny and charming and tap dancing around commitment and exclusivity like Fred Astaire. And he was making a lot of money now, which didn't hurt a bit. But tonight, he was taking a rest. After work, he was going to call Saul's all-night deli and order a pastrami and Swiss on an onion roll and one of Saul's fat dill pickles, take them home, and eat them with a cup of hot tea in front of Shane, which was on the Late Late movie. Then he was going to sleep until noon. Maybe later. He lit a cigarette and sighed the smoke from his lungs, looking forward to his evening with relish. This is the Arthur Colton Jr. Show, and we are now entering the final hour of the show with open phones for those of you who have something to say. Anything you want. You got a gripe? You want to bitch about something? Give me a ring. Any questions? I'm almost always right, you know? Give me a call. And if you have a personal problem and would like to benefit from my experience, strength, and wisdom, as the sniveling drunks say at AA meetings, don't hesitate to pick up the phone. Janice is calling from Wichita, Kansas. Janice, my dear, you're on the air.
Yes, Arthur. I'm calling about your previous guest, Melissa Cartwright. I'm not a regular listener, but I heard Ms. Cartwright was going to be on tonight, and I'm a big fan of hers, so why am I not surprised? I listened, and I was very disappointed that you never allowed her to make her point. I mean, she is a very wise and warm person who has an open mind, and she is not a man-hater. I think it's sad that you deprived your listeners of what she has to say, but I think it's indicative of a frightening trend in this country today toward woman-hating, a trend to which you seem to be a powerful contributor.
Andy smiled. This was the pro-choice woman Tanya had warned him about earlier. Andy didn't give a damn about abortion one way or the other. It meant nothing to him. But the great majority of his listeners were against it, and that was what mattered. It had been a hot topic ever since abortion laws had been reintroduced back in the 80s, and he got a lot of calls for it, so he'd prepared a stock response, a funny, sarcastic, angry response, specifically for callers like Janice from Wichita. Janice, my dear, I may be a lot of things, but I am not a woman-hater. Women are my favorite living beings. Anyone who knows me will tell you that Arthur loves women. But I do not love castrating women. This is a free country, so you're entitled to your opinion, just as I am. And my opinion is that Ms. Cartwright is one of those castrating women. Believe me, I think there are plenty of men who deserve to have their balls chopped off, but not all of them, for crying out loud, and the women who think so are, in my opinion, no better than the psychotic men who beat women. Now, why did you call? What's your question?
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to point out that this kind of attitude, the attitude you've exhibited on your show tonight, is greatly responsible for one of the most frightening changes to take place in this country in my lifetime.
And what is that, pray tell?
Within the last several years, laws have been passed in every state in the country stripping women of the right to do as they please with their bodies. Abortion has become a crime. It's like our bodies are now the property of the state. I don't see any laws prohibiting men from doing what they want with their bodies. How would you feel if a law was passed that required you to have a vasectomy? How would you like to be arrested if you weren't circumcised? And if you feel abortion is a moral crime, why can't you at least give women that choice? Why can't you allow them the right to commit that sin if they feel it's necessary?
Are you finished? He asked calmly. Is that your question? Because if it is, I have an answer.
Yes, that's my question.
First of all, that business about vasectomies and circumcision is just bullshit, and I won't dignify it with a response. Okay, now, you and the women who agree with you claim that it is your right, your inalienable right, to do with your bodies as you wish. But I disagree, and I'll tell you why. Have you ever heard of Jerry Lewis?
Of course.
Have you seen his muscular dystrophy telethon?
Well, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Here's a man who has performed financial miracles for the battle against muscular dystrophy, and yet children continue to have their bodies withered by this disease. Do they have that right? Do they have the right to be crippled by this disease? Do I have the right to get cancer? Does my father have the right to have a stroke? Does my mother have the right to have a heart attack? Which they both had, and they are now dead. That is without a doubt the most. What I'm saying is that our bodies are really not our own.
When it comes right down to it, we don't own them. If we don't have the right to choose whether or not we get these horrible diseases, or are stricken with these deadly ailments, what gives you the right to kill the life that is growing inside your body? That is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard in my entire— Thank you for calling, Janice. We go to Tucson, Arizona, where David is waiting to speak with the host. David? Hey, Arthur. It's great to talk with you, man, really. Thank you. I love your show, and I think this country needs more people like you who's willing to tell it like, well, like, it is. I mean, I get so fed up with, all these liberal talk show hosts who think this whole fucking country should be run by a bunch of communist faggots and women. They think the country can be run by, women. I mean, women like the one you had on tonight. What's her name? The one who hates men. Melissa Cartwright. Yeah, like women like her can run the damned country. I mean, give me a break, okay? Andy smirked. Ignorant as he sounded, David was a typical listener, friend, not foe, and required a green light. You're right on the money, David. You got your fingers on the pulse of America, and I appreciate your call. Paul in Anderson, California, what's on your mind? I hear you get death threats. Pardon me? I understand that you get threats against your life. It was true. He still got some pretty scary threats, but his pseudonym and the anonymous nature of the network protected him. Yes, that's true. There are people out there who don't like what I do and would like to kill me for it. Why, are you one of them? Does it worry you? Of course it worries me. Anti-American lunatics who want to kill me because of what I do? Sure, that worries me. Well, I don't think you should be worried about that. And why is that, sir? Because I don't think you'll be killed for what you do. I think you'll be killed for what you are. The back of Andy's neck shriveled like a raisin, and his hand trembled as he hit the button. Rest well, sir, and be sure to take your medication regularly. He sighed heavily into the microphone. Is the moon full, Tanya? She laughed beyond the glass. Tanya, of course, is my immensely talented producer, a lovely woman and a fine human being. You see how nice I am to women? In fact, our next call is from a woman, and her name is Mary. How are you tonight, Mary? Oh, not so good, Arthur. Her voice was soft, breathy, and tremulous. One of his devoted female listeners with a personal problem. Arthur shifted in his chair, got comfortable. First of all, I need you to speak up, dear, okay? Okay. Now tell me, what's wrong? Well, it's about my boyfriend. He's really hurt me, Arthur, and I just don't know. Physically? Has he hit you? Oh, no. Well, thank God for that. What's his problem, honey? I don't know. I thought you could help. I listen to your show all the time, and you seem so smart, so worldly and wise. That I am. So how can I help you? All I want, see, is for him to let me into his life, and to let me let him into my life, see? Andy glanced over at Tanya and rolled his eyes. Okay, if you say so. I mean, we don't really share anything, you know? Do you sleep together? Yeah. That's sharing in my book. Yeah, but, well, it's little things. Important things. I don't know anything about him. About his life. His past. You know, those little things that make people close. And he doesn't want to know anything about me. Like, what I want to do with my life and, well, what I've been through. I mean, just a year and a half ago, I was in the hospital. Oh? Anything serious? Well, I had a few nervous problems. It wasn't a regular hospital. It was You were in the cracker factory, Mary? Is that it? Come on, spit it out. She giggled. Yeah, guess so. Okay, so you blew a fuse for a while. How are you now? I'm... She sniffed a couple times. Better. I'm doing better. Anyway, he just doesn't seem to feel anything. You know? It's like he doesn't have any real emotions. And I also think he's sleeping around.
Oh, now, whoa, hold the phone. You mean this guy is your boyfriend, and he's sleeping with other women?
Uh-huh.
Okay, now, honey, were you listening a few minutes ago when I said there are some guys who deserve to have their balls cut off?
Uh-huh.
Well, this clown sounds like a prime candidate to me. So why don't you just chop the lousy bastard's gonads off and stuff him down his lying throat, and tell him Arthur Colton Jr. said he deserved it. Tanya grinned through the glass and made a scissor-like cutting motion with 2 fingers. Martha's been on hold for a while. Go ahead, Martha, you're on.
Hello, Arthur, dear.
An old woman.
Oh, my, I've listened to you for so long I feel like I know you.
She said that every time.
I just called to tell you my son got that position I told you about a few weeks ago.
Oh, God, Andy thought. Oh, really? He asked.
Yes, he and his wife are moving to New Jersey now, which is where the company's main plant is. Only problem is they can't take their dogs with them, and the children are so disappointed.
Aw, too bad. He drummed his fingers on the console.
And speaking of dogs, my Pookie is getting bigger every day. You remember the dachshund I got last month?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's just as cute as a button.
And take care, Martha. Talk to you in a week or so. Keith in Provo, Utah. What gives you the right, man? What gives you the right to just dismiss people the way you do? You talk about freedom of speech, but you cut people off like they're nothing. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right? Well, I may not have the right, but I've got the button, which I'm going to use right now. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, you're on. Yeah, Arthur, I hope you'll let me make my point and not cut me off. We'll see. I think maybe that last caller was onto something when he mentioned freedom of speech. You talk about it a lot, and yet your show is anything but an example of free speech, because you hang up on anybody who disagrees with you before they've even made their point or asked their question. That's not freedom of speech. If you're so convinced you're right, why don't you let them speak? What are you afraid of? Why can't you discuss it with them? Okay, I get this question a lot. Listen, sir, when I talk about freedom of speech, I'm talking about freedom of speech within the country. This country was built on freedom of speech and continues to uphold that freedom, and it's one of the reasons I love my country so much. Continues to uphold? What do you mean? What about flag burning? Just hold on to your dick a second, sir. I'm getting to that. If you think I'm so anti-free speech, why do you listen? It's a free country, sir. You don't have to listen. If it weren't a free country, there might be a law requiring you to listen to me, but there's not. So why do you? I think it's because, deep down inside, even the people who hate me know in their heart of hearts that I'm right. As for flag burning, don't start with that bullshit argument the faggot liberals used back in the 80s when this whole thing came up. Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of vandalism. Men died for that flag, and to burn it, they died for what it stands for. There's a big, and that flag stands for the thing for which they died. So to burn it has been made a crime, as it should be, and people are now in prison for it, where I hope they rot. It's barbaric, it's treasonous, and nothing less than criminal. Now this is what I'm sick of, sir. People like you who... Look, I'll tell you why I run my show the way I do. Because I love my country. And I'll explain that. Like I said, one of the things I love most about America is its freedom of speech. It's in the Constitution. It was granted us by our forefathers. It is available to all who live here. I support it. But sometimes, ladies and gentlemen in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, sometimes it frustrates the hell out of me. Because this freedom is often abused by those who represent everything that is un-American. And I'm talking now about these people who think it's just fine and dandy to burn our flag, who think that it's just a piece of cloth and that burning it is a statement, when you and I, dear listener, we know that it's no different than pissing on our country, no different than shitting on the graves of those men who have given their lives so that ours might be free. Those who think that shouldn't be a crime, which it is, abuse the freedom of speech.
And I'm talking about these women, these, okay, I'll say it, I'm not afraid. These sluts who think they have the right to fuck everything that moves when they know full well they might get pregnant then, and then, when they do, they feel they have the right to kill, to scrape out and dispose of the very life they've created. These women who think abortion, which is also a crime, is a fine and dandy method of birth control because the life they've created just isn't convenient for them, are abusing America's freedoms. And the list goes on. The faggots who continue spreading AIDS among innocent people. What, you think AIDS just appears in bags of plasma in some blood bank? You think it comes out of nowhere? Those queers who can't keep their dicks in their pants are abusing America's freedoms. The people who vote into office, the liberal scum who pass laws requiring a white boss to hire a black employee when a white man is more qualified just because the black employee is black? Do you like that? I don't. I have nothing against blacks. Some of my best friends are black, but some of my best friends are white, too. Those people, not the liberal scum, but the people who vote them into office, those people are abusing America's freedoms. And the Jews who have gained control of America's film and television industries so they can degrade the Christian values and beliefs that we all hold dear, they abuse America's freedoms. Those people make me sick. But I realize that they have just as much access to those freedoms as I do. However, folks, my show is not a country. It's my show. I'm in control here. Those people, those scumbags, those shitheels, they have all the rights they need, and they abuse them to hell and back. On this show, they do not have that right, and neither do the people who support them. My critics say I'm a danger to American freedoms, but I say they're full of shit. My show is for the throbbing heart of America, the people who love and value their freedoms and use them as our forefathers meant them to be used. My show, sir, is not for people like you, and I would appreciate it if you didn't call again. Ever. In fact, I would appreciate it even more if you didn't listen anymore. And I would especially appreciate it if you would kindly take your fly-eaten, shit-soaked, un-American opinion and blow it out your ass. Have a wonderful evening. He hit the button. And if this wasn't America, God bless her, I couldn't say that. He sighed heavily. We've got a couple minutes of commercials, then we'll be back for more open phones. Stick around. Andy looked up to see Harold and Tanya standing and applauding in the control room. It was one of the best, maybe the best, speech he'd ever given, and he was exhilarated. He laughed, knowing that many of his listeners throughout the country were probably standing in front of their radios, doing the same thing as Harold and Tanya. It tickled him pink. I don't think you'll be killed for what you do. I think you'll be killed for what you are. For what you are. What you are. Andy shuddered. He'd never had any trouble leaving his work behind him when he went home, but as his cab drove through the warm, dark city, he couldn't shake that one call, one of the shortest calls of the night. It haunted him. He even remembered the caller, Paul from Anderson, California. I don't think you'll be killed for what you do. I think you'll be killed for what you are. Andy leaned forward and said to the cab driver, Right here on this corner. The cab stopped, and he walked into Saul's all-night deli, where he heard Sex Talk with Dr. Tracy Connor, the show that followed him on TBN. It was playing on the radio beside Saul's cash register. Andy! Saul shouted with a grin and a wave. He was in his late 60s, short, fat, balding, and loud. Hey, Solly, how you doing? Shitty! I'm shitty! I've been listening to this Arthur Colton schmuck. You hear him tonight? Never listened, Saul. Ah! He swiped his meaty hand through the air, grimacing. Dreck, that's what it is. Talking about how the Jews control movies and TV so we can destroy Christianity? What, like we haven't been through enough? Like we don't have enough troubles as it is? He's got to stir the goyim some more? I'm a shugana. Why do you listen, Solly? He shrugged, stuck out his lower lip, and cocked his head. Andy grinned. Well, if it's any help, Solly, I'm not Jewish, and I think you're the bee's knees. Saul laughed. You want the usual? Andy nodded. As he left the deli with his sandwich and pickle, Andy shook his head, puzzled. Why didn't they understand? And if they didn't understand, why did they listen? As he walked into his dark apartment, his mouth watering for the sandwich, Andy was startled by the smell of a familiar perfume. He stood in the entryway a moment, staring into the dark, before he switched on the light. Andy? The voice, a woman's, came from down the hall. Who's there? It's me. It was Sherry. First, Andy rolled his eyes, knowing his plans for the night were shattered. Then, heading down the hall, he shouted, How the hell did you get in here? Andy froze in his bedroom doorway. The room was bathed in candlelight, and so was Sherry, who lay on his brass bed wearing a sheer negligee that left little to the imagination. One knee was cocked up, one hand rested between her legs, and her blonde hair fell around her shoulders. Holy shit, Andy muttered with a smirk. I convinced the super to let me in, she whispered. After all, he knows me, right? He's seen me before. It's all right, isn't it? Well, I did sort of have other plans. She slid her hand up between her breasts and spread her legs. Were your plans this good? No. As he entered the room, she stood and lifted a satchel from the floor, holding it between them, her eyes twinkling. I thought we'd try something different tonight. Different? He tinkled. She nodded, dropped the satchel, and embraced him, giving him a long, deep kiss as she began to remove his clothes. When he was naked, they moved to the bed, kissing again, and, removing something from the satchel, she told him to lie on his back. Sherry held up 4 lengths of velvet. Have you ever been tied up? He laughed. No, but I'll try anything once. Smiling, Andy decided that Shane could go fuck himself. Sherry tied his wrists and ankles to the brass, put the satchel on the edge of the bed, then straddled him and began covering him with kisses. His cock was erect long before she took it in her mouth and began moving her head up and down on it as she ran her fingertips over his body like feathers. Andy felt as if his brain were melting, and he moaned deeply, moving his head back and forth, eyes closed. She stopped. He lifted his head as she fished through the satchel. You up for something really kinky? She asked. He gasped. You kidding? Sure. She removed something long from the satchel. A vibrator, he thought. Oh my God. There was a click, and the object she held began to hum. Oh my God, Andy moaned, dropping his head back on the pillow and closing his eyes. She cupped his balls in her hand. The electric hum continued. Sherry giggled. Andy lifted his head, smiling, and saw it. Its quivering blade caught the light as she lifted it. An electric carving knife. What the... Sherry grinned. Arthur Colton Jr. said you deserve this. As her arm moved downward, so slowly, unbelievably slowly, Andy understood with terrifying clarity, remembered the call, remembered his response, and screamed, No, wait! You don't know, you don't understand! He heard the sound. He felt the pain. Before he could react, something was stuffed into his mouth. Michael Marshall Smith, The Man Who Drew Cats. Michael Marshall Smith currently works as a press information officer in Britain, although his early years were spent living in Australia, South Africa, and the USA. He has also worked as a writer and performer of review comedy with The Throbs on the BBC Radio 4 series And Now in Colour, and is currently working on a number of screen treatments and a novel.
He cites Stephen King, Ramsey Campbell, Kingsley, and Martin Amis as influences on his fiction. The Man Who Drew Cats was the first story he has had published. Other tales are forthcoming in Darklands and Fantasy Tales. He got the idea from watching a pavement chalk artist at work and seeing a child crying nearby. The original setting was Edinburgh, but he transferred the action to the Midwest and wrote the story in a day. It's a stunning debut of a promising new talent. Old Tom was a very tall man. He was so tall he didn't even have a nickname for it. Ned Black, who was at least a head shorter, had been tower block since the 6th grade, and Jack, the owner of the Hogshead Bar, had a sign up over the door saying, "Mind your head, Ned." But Tom was just Tom. It was like he was so tall it didn't bear mentioning even for a joke. Be a bit like ragging someone for breathing. Of course, there were other reasons, too, for not ragging Tom about his height, or anything else. The guys you'll find perched on stools round Jack's bar watching the ball game and buying beers, they've known each other forever. Gone to Miss Stadler's school together, got under each other's mom's feet, and double-dated together right up to giving each other's best man's speech. Kingstown is a small place, you understand, and the old boys who come regular to Jack's mostly spent their childhoods in the same treehouse. Of course, they'd gone their separate ways up to a point. Pete was an accountant now, had a small office down Union Street just off the square, and did pretty good. Whereas Ned, well, he was still pumping gas and changing oil, and after 40 years he did that pretty good too. Comes a time when men have known each other so long they forget what they do for a living most of the time, because it just don't matter. When you talk, there's a little bit of skimming stones down the quarry in 2nd grade, a bit of dolling up to go to that first dance, and going to the housewarming when they moved 10 years back. There's all that, and more than you can say, so none of it's important, except for having happened. So we'll stop by and have a couple of beers, and talk about the town, and the playoffs, and rag each other, and the pleasures just in shooting the breeze, and it don't really matter what's said, just the fact that we're all still there to say it. But Tom, he was different. We all remember the first time we saw him. It was a long, hot summer like we haven't seen in the 10 years since, and we were lolling under the fans at Jack's and complaining about the tourists. And believe me, Kingstown gets its share in the summer, even though it's not near the sea, and we don't have a McDonald's, and I'll be damned if I can figure out why folk will go out of their way to see what's just a peaceful little town near some mountains. It was as hot as hell that afternoon, and as much as a man could do to sit in his shirt sleeves and drink the coolest beer he could find. And Jack's is the coolest for us, and always will be, I guess. And then Tom walked in. His hair was already pretty white back then, and long, and his face was brown and tough, with gray eyes like diamonds set in leather. He was dressed mainly in black, with a long coat that made you hot just to look at it, but he looked comfortable, like he carried his very own weather around with him, and he was just fine. He got a beer, and sat down at a table, and read the town bugle, and that was that. It was special because there wasn't anything special about it. Jack's bar isn't exactly exclusive, and we don't all turn round and stare at anyone new if they come in, but that place is like a monument to shared times, and if a tourist couple comes in out of the heat and sits down, nobody says anything, and maybe nobody even notices at the front of their mind, but it's like there's a little island of the alien in the water, and the currents don't just ebb and flow the way they usually do, if you get what I mean. But Tom, he just walked in and sat down, and it was all right, because it was like he was there just like we were, and could have been for 30 years. He just sat and read his paper like part of the same river, and everyone just carried on downstream the way they were. Pretty soon he goes up for another beer, and a few of us got talking to him. We got his name and what he did. Painting, he said, and after that it was just shooting the breeze. That quick. He came in that summer afternoon and just fell into the conversation like he'd been there all his life,
and sometimes it was hard to imagine he hadn't been. Nobody knew where he came from or where he'd been, and there was something very quiet about him, a real stillness. Open enough to have the best part of friendship, but still somehow a man in a slightly different world. But he showed enough to get along real well with us, and a bunch of old friends don't often let someone in like that. Anyway, he stayed that whole summer. Hired himself a place just round the corner from the square. Or so he said. I never saw it. I guess no one did. He was a private man. Private like a steel door with 4 bars and a couple of 6-inch padlocks. And when he left the square at the end of the day, he could have vanished into thin air as soon as he turned the corner for all we knew. But he always came from that direction in the morning, with his easel on his back and paint box under his arm. And he always wore that black coat like it was a part of him, but he always looked cool. And the funny thing was, when you stood near him, you could swear you felt cooler yourself. I remember Pete saying over a beer that it wouldn't surprise him none if it ever rained again, Tom walked round in his own column of dryness. Just foolish talk, but Tom made you think things like that. Jack's bar looks right out onto the square, the kind of square towns don't have much anymore. Big and dusty, with old roads out at each corner, tall shops and houses on all the sides, and some stone paving in the middle round a fountain that ain't worked in living memory. Well, in the summer that old square is just full of out-of-towners in pink toweling jumpsuits and nasty jackets, standing round saying, "Wow!" and taking pictures of our quaint old hall and our quaint old stores, and even our quaint old selves if we stand still too long. And that year Tom would sit out near the fountain and paint, and those people would stand and watch for hours. But he didn't paint the houses, or the square, or the old picture house. He painted animals, and painted them like you've never seen. Birds with huge blue speckled wings, and cats with cutting green eyes, and whatever he painted, it looked like it was just coiled up on the canvas, ready to fly away. He didn't do them in their normal colors. They were all reds and purples and deep blues and greens, and yet they fair sparkled with life. It was a wonder to watch. He'd put up a fresh paper, sit looking at nothing in particular, then dip his brush into his paint and just draw a line, maybe red, maybe blue. Stroke by stroke, you could see the animal build up in front of your eyes, and yet when it was finished, you couldn't believe it hadn't always been there. And when he'd finished, he'd spray it with some stuff to fix the paints and put a price on it, and you can believe me, those paintings were sold before they hit the ground. Spreading businessmen from New Jersey or some such and their bored wives would come alive for maybe the first time in years and walk away with one of those paintings and their arms round each other, looking like they'd found a bit of something they'd forgotten they'd lost. Come about 6 o'clock, Tom would finish up and walk across to Jack's, looking like a sailing ship amongst rowing boats, and saying yes, he'd be back again tomorrow, and yes, he'd be happy to do a painting for them. And he'd get a beer, and sit with us, and watch the game, and there'd be no paint on his fingers or his clothes, not a spot. I guess he'd got so much control over that paint, it went where it was told, and nowhere else. I asked him once how he could bear to let those paintings go. I know if I'd been able to make anything that right in my whole life, I couldn't let it go. I'd want to keep it to look at sometimes. He thought for a moment, and then he said he believed it depends how much of yourself you've put into it. If you've gone deep down into yourself and pulled up what's inside and put it down, then you don't want to let it go. You want to check sometimes that it's still safely tied down. Comes a time when a painting's so right and so good that it's private, and no one will understand it except the man who put it down. Only he is going to know what he's talking about. But the everyday paintings, well, they were mainly just because he liked to paint animals, and liked for people to have them. He could only put a piece of himself into something he was going to sell, but they paid for the beers, and I guess it's like the old boys in Jack's bar. If you just like talking, you don't always have to say something important. Why animals? Well, if you'd seen him with them, I guess you wouldn't have to ask. He loved them, is all, and they loved him right back. The cats were always his favorites. My old pa used to say that cats weren't nothing but sleeping machines put on the earth to do some of the humans' sleeping for them, and whenever Tom worked in the square, there'd always be a couple curled up near his feet. And whenever he did a chalk drawing, he'd always do a cat. Once in a while, you see, Tom seemed to get tired of painting on paper, and he'd get out some chalks and sit down on the baking flagstones and just do a drawing right there on the dusty rock. Now, I've told you about his paintings, but these drawings were something else again. It was like, because they couldn't be bought, but would just be washed away, he was putting more of himself into it, doing more than just shooting the breeze. They were just chalk on dusty stone, and they were still in these weird colors, but I tell you, children wouldn't walk near them because they looked so real, and they weren't the only ones either. People would just stand a few feet back and stare, and you could see the wonder in their eyes and their open mouths. If they could have been bought, there were people who would have sold their houses. And it's a funny thing, but a couple of times when I walked over to open the store up in the mornings, I saw a dead bird or two on top of those drawings, almost like they had landed on it and been so terrified to find themselves right on top of a cat, they'd dropped dead of fright. But they must have been dumped there by some real cat, of course, because some of those birds looked like they'd been mauled a bit. I used to throw them in the bushes to tidy up, and some of them were pretty broken up. Old Tom was a godsend to a lot of mothers that summer who found they could leave their little ones by him, do their shopping in peace, and maybe have a soda with their friends, and come back to find the kids still sitting quietly watching Tom paint. He didn't mind them at all, and would talk to them and make them laugh, and kids of that age laughing is one of the nicest sounds there is. They're young and curious, and the world just spins round them. And when they laugh, the world seems a brighter place, because it takes you back to the time when you knew no evil and everything was good, or if it wasn't, it would be over by tomorrow. And here I guess I've finally come down to it, because there was one little boy who didn't laugh much, but just sat quiet and watchful, and I guess he probably understands more of what happened that summer than any of us, though maybe not in words he could tell. His name was Billy McNeil, and he was Jim Valentine's kid. Jim used to be a mechanic, worked with Ned up at the gas station, and did a bit of beat-up car racing after hours, which is why his kid is called McNeil now. One Sunday Jim took a corner a mite too fast, and the car rolled and the gas tank caught, and they never did find all the wheels. A year later his Mary married again. God alone knows why. Her folks warned her, her friends warned her, but I guess love must just have been blind. Sam McNeil's work schedule was, at best, pretty empty, and mostly he just drank and hung out with friends who maybe weren't always this side of the law. And I guess Mary had her own sad little miracle and got her sight back pretty soon, because it wasn't long before Sam got a bit too free with his fists when the evenings got too long and he'd had a lot too many. You didn't see Mary around much anymore. In these parts, people tend to stare at black eyes on a woman, and a deaf man could hear the whisperings of "we told her so" on the wind. One morning Tom was sitting painting as usual, and little Billy was sitting watching him. Usually he just wandered off after a while, but this morning Mary was at the doctor's, and she came over to collect him, walking quickly with her face lowered. But not low enough. I was watching from the store. It was kind of a slow morning. Tom's face never showed much. He was a man for a quiet smile and a raised eyebrow, but he looked shocked that morning, just for a moment. Mary's eyes were puffed and purple, and there was a cut on her cheek an inch long. I guess we'd sort of gotten used to seeing her like that, and if the truth be known, some of the wives thought she'd got remarried a bit on the soon side, and I suppose we may all have been a bit cold towards her, Jim Valentine having been so well liked and all. Tom looked from the little boy who never laughed as much as the others, to his mom, with her tired, unhappy eyes and her beat-up face, and his face went from shocked to stony, and I can't describe any other way than that I seemed to feel a cold chill across my heart from right across the square. But then he smiled and ruffled Billy's hair, and Mary took Billy's hand, and they went off. They looked back once, and Tom was still looking after them, and he gave Billy a little wave, and he waved back, and mother and child smiled together. That night in Jack's, Tom put a quiet question about Mary, and we told him the story, and as he listened, his face seemed to harden from within, his bright eyes becoming flat and dead. We told him that old Lou LeChance, who lived next door to the McNeils, said that sometimes you could hear him shouting and her pleading till 3 in the morning, and on still nights the sound of Billy crying for much longer still. Told him it was a shame, but what could you do? Folks kept themselves out of other people's faces round here, and I guess Sam and his roughneck drinking buddies didn't have much to fear from nearly retireders like us anyhow. Told him it was a terrible thing, and none of us liked it, but these things happened. Tom listened and didn't say a word, just sat there in his black coat and listened to us pass the buck. After a while the talk sort of petered out, and we sat and watched the bubbles in our beers. I guess the bottom line was that none of us had really thought about it much, except as another chapter of small-town gossip, and Jesus Christ, did I feel ashamed about that by the time we'd finished telling it. Sitting there with Tom was no laughs at all that moment. He had a real edge to him, and seemed more unknown than known that night. He just stared at his laced fingers for a long time, and then he began, real slow, to talk. He'd been married once, he said, a long time ago, and he lived in a place called Stevensburg with his wife Rachel. And when he talked about her, the air seemed to go softer, and we all sat quiet and supped our beers, and remembered how it had been way back when we first loved our own wives. He talked of her smile, and the look in her eyes, and when we all went home that night, I guess there were a few wives who were surprised at how tight they got hugged, and who went to sleep in their husbands' arms, feeling more loved and contented than they had in a long while. He'd loved her, and she him, and for a few years they were the happiest people on earth. Then a third party had got involved. Tom didn't say his name, and he spoke real neutrally about him, but it was a gentleness like silk wrapped around a knife. Anyway, his wife, it seems, fell in love with him, or thought she had, or leastways she slept with him, in their bed, the bed they'd come to on their wedding night. And as Tom spoke these words, some of us looked up at him, startled, like we'd been slapped across the face with pain. Rachel did what so many do and live to regret till their dying day. She was so mixed up and getting so much pressure from the other guy that she decided to plow on with the one mistake and make it the biggest in the world. She left Tom. He talked with her, pleaded even. It was almost impossible to imagine Tom ever doing that, but I guess the man we knew was a different man from the one he was remembering. And so Tom had to carry on living in Stevensburg, walking the same tracks, seeing them around, wondering if she was as free and easy with him, if the light in her eyes was shining on him now. And each time the man saw Tom, he'd look straight at him and crease a little twisted smile, a grin that said he knew about the pleading, and he and his cronies had had a good laugh over the wedding bed, and yes, I'm going home with your wife tonight, and I know just how she likes it. You want to compare notes? And then he'd turn and kiss Rachel on the mouth, his eyes on Tom, smiling. And she let him do it. It had kept stupid old women in stories for weeks, the way Tom kept losing weight and his temper and the will to live. He took 3 months of it, and then left without bothering to sell the house. Stevensburg was where he'd grown up and courted and loved, And now, wherever he turned, the good times had rotted and hung like fly-blown corpses in all the cherished places. He'd never been back. It took an hour to tell, and then he stopped talking a while and lit 100th cigarette, and Pete got us all some more beers. We were sitting sad and thoughtful, tired like we'd lived it ourselves. And I guess most of us had, some little bit of it. But had we ever loved anyone the way he'd loved her? I doubt it, not all of us put together. Pete set the beers down, and Ned asked Tom why he hadn't just beaten the living shit out of the guy. Now, no one else would have actually asked that, but Ned's a good guy, and I guess we were all with him in feeling a piece of that oldest and most crushing hatred in the world, the hate of a man who's lost the woman he loves to another, and we knew what Ned was saying. I'm not saying it's a good thing, and I know you're not supposed to feel like that these days, but show me a man who says he doesn't, and I'll show you a liar. Love is the only feeling worth a tin shit, but you've got to know that it comes from both sides of a man's character, and the deeper it runs, the darker the pools it draws from. My guess is he just hated the man too much to hit him. Comes a time when that isn't enough, when nothing is ever going to be enough, and so you can't do anything at all. And as he talked, the pain just flowed out like a river that wasn't ever going to be stopped, a river that had cut a channel through every corner of his soul. I learned something that night that you can go your whole life without realizing, that there are things that can be done that can mess someone up so badly for so long that they just cannot be allowed, that there are some kinds of pain that you cannot suffer to be brought into the world. And then Tom was done telling, and he raised a smile and said that in the end he hadn't done anything to the man except paint him a picture, which I didn't understand, but Tom looked like he'd talked all he was going to. And so we got some more beers and shot some quiet pool before going home. But I guess we all knew what he'd been talking about. Billy McNeil was just a child. He should have been dancing through a world like a big fun fair full of sunlight and sounds, and instead he went home at night and saw his mom being beaten up by a man with shit for brains who struck out at a good woman because he was too twisted with ignorant stupidity to deal with the world. Most kids go to sleep thinking about bikes and climbing apple trees and skimming stones, and he was lying there hearing splitting skin and knowing a brutal face was smiling as his mom got smashed in the stomach and then hit again as she threw up in the sink. Tom didn't say any of that, but he did, and we knew he was right. The summer kept up bright and hot, and we all had our businesses to attend to. Jack sold a lot of beer, and I sold a lot of ice cream. Sorry, ma'am, just the 3 flavors, and no bubblegum pistachio ain't one of them. And Ned fixed a whole bunch of cracked radiators. And Tom sat right out there in the square with a couple of cats by his feet and a crowd around him, magicking up animals in the sun. And I think that after that night, Mary maybe got a few more smiles as she did her shopping, and maybe a few more wives stopped to talk to her. She looked a lot better, too. Sam had a job, by the sound of it, and her face healed up pretty soon. You could often see her standing holding Billy's hand as they watched Tom paint for a while before they went home. I think she realized they had a friend in him. Sometimes Billy was there all afternoon, and he was happy there in the sun by Tom's feet, and oftentimes he'd pick up a piece of chalk and sit scrawling on the pavement. Sometimes I'd see Tom lean over and say something to him, and he'd look up and smile a simple child's smile that beamed in the sunlight, and I don't mind admitting I felt water pricking in these old eyes. The tourists kept coming, and the sun kept shining, and it was one of those summers that go on forever and stick in a child's mind and tell you what summer should be like for the rest of your life. And I'm damn sure it sticks in Billy's mind, just like it does in all of ours. Because one morning Mary didn't come into the store, which had gotten to being a regular sort of thing, and Billy wasn't out there in the square. After the way things had been the last few weeks, that could only be bad news. and so I left the boy John in charge of the store and hurried over to have a word with Tom. I was kind of worried. I was no more than halfway across to him when I saw Billy come running from the opposite corner of the square, going straight to Tom. He was crying fit to burst, and just leapt up at Tom and clung to him, his arms wrapped tight around his neck. Then his mother came across from the same direction, running as best she could. She got to Tom, and they just looked at each other. Mary's a real pretty girl, but you wouldn't have believed it then. It looked like he'd actually broken her nose this time, and blood was streaming out of her lip. She started sobbing, saying Sam had lost his job because he was back on the drink, and what could she do? And then suddenly there was a roar, and I was shoved aside, and Sam was standing there, still wearing his slippers, weaving back and forth, and radiating the frightening aura of violence waiting to happen that keep men like him safe. He started shouting at Mary to take the kid the fuck back home, and she just flinched and cowered closer to Tom like she was huddling round a fire to keep out the cold. This just got Sam even wilder, and he staggered forward and told Tom to get the fuck out of it if he knew what was good for him, and grabbed Mary's arm and tried to yank her towards him, his face terrible with twisted rage. Then Tom stood up. Now, Tom was a tall man, but he wasn't a young man, and he was thin. Sam was 30 and built like a brick shithouse. When he did work, it usually involved moving heavy things from one place to another, and his strength was supercharged by a whole pile of drunken nastiness. But at that moment, the crowd stepped back as one, and I suddenly felt very afraid for Sam McNeil. Tom looked like you could take anything you cared to him, and it would just break, like a huge spike of granite wrapped in skin, with 2 holes in the face where the rock showed through. And he was mad, not hot and blowing like Sam, but cold as ice. There was a long pause. Then Sam weaved back a step and shouted, "You just come on home, you hear? Gonna be real trouble if you don't, Mary. Real trouble." And then stormed off across the square the way he came, knocking his way through the tourist vultures, soaking up some spicy local color. Mary turned to Tom, looking so afraid it hurt to look, and said she guessed she'd better be going. Tom just stared at her for a moment, and then spoke for the first time. "Do you love him?" "Even if you wanted to, you ain't going to lie to eyes like that for fear something inside you will break." Real quiet, she said, "No," and began crying softly as she took Billy's hand and walked slowly back across the square. Tom packed up his stuff and walked over to Jack's. I went with him and had a beer, but I had to get back to the shop, and Tom just sat there like a trigger, silent and strung up tight as a drum. And somewhere down near the bottom of those still waters, something was stirring. Something I thought I didn't want to see. About an hour later it was lunchtime, and I'd just left the shop to have a break, and suddenly something whacked into the back of my legs and nearly knocked me down. It was Billy. It was Billy, and he had a bruise round his eye that was already closing it up. I knew what the only thing to do was, and I did it. I took his hand and led him across to the bar, feeling a hard anger pushing against my throat. When he saw Tom, Billy ran to him again, and Tom took him in his arms and looked over Billy's shoulder at me, and I felt my own anger collapse utterly in the face of a fury I could never have generated. I tried to find a word like angry to describe it, but they all just seemed like they were in the wrong language. All of a sudden, I wanted to be somewhere else, and it felt real cold standing there, facing that stranger in a black coat. Then the moment passed, and Tom was holding the kid close, ruffling his hair and talking to him in a low voice, murmuring the words I thought only mothers knew. He dried Billy's tears and checked his eye, and then he got off his stool, smiled down at him, and said, "And now I think it's time we did a bit of drawing, isn't it?" And taking the kid's hand, he picked up his chalk box and walked out into the square. I don't know how many times I looked up and watched them that afternoon. They were sitting side by side on the stone, Billy's little hand wrapped round one of Tom's fingers, and Tom doing one of his chalk drawings. Every now and then Billy would reach across and add a little bit, and Tom would smile and say something, and Billy's gurgling laugh would float across the square. The store was real busy that afternoon, and I was chained to that counter, but I could tell by the size of the crowd that a lot of Tom was going into that picture, and maybe a bit of Billy, too. It was about 4 o'clock before I could take a break. I walked across the crowded square in the mid-afternoon heat and shouldered my way through to where they sat with a couple of cold Cokes. And when I saw it, my mouth just dropped open and took a 5-minute vacation while I tried to take it in. It was a cat, all right, but not a normal cat. It was a life-size tiger. I'd never seen Tom do anything anywhere near that big before, and as I stood there in the beating sun trying to get my mind round it, it almost seemed to stand in 3 dimensions, a nearly living thing. Its stomach was very lean and thin, its tail seemed to twitch with color, and as Tom worked on the eyes and jaws, his face set with a rigid concentration quite unlike his usual calm painting face, the snarling mask of the tiger came to life before my eyes. And I could see that he wasn't just putting a bit of himself in it at all. This was a man at full stretch, giving all of himself and reaching down for more, pulling up bloody fistfuls and throwing them down. The tiger was all the rage I'd seen in his eyes and more, and like his love for Rachel, that rage just seemed bigger than any other man could know or comprehend. He was pouring it out and sculpting it into the lean and ravenous creature coming to pulsating life in front of us on the pavement, and the weird purples and blues and reds just made it seem more vibrant and alive. I watched him working furiously on it, the boy sometimes helping, adding a tiny bit here and there that strangely seemed to add to it, and thought I understood what he'd meant that evening a few weeks back. He said he'd done a painting for the man who'd given him so much pain. Then, as now, he must have found what I guess you'd call something fancy, like catharsis, through his skill with chalks, had wrenched the pain up from within him and nailed it down onto something solid that he could walk away from. And now he was helping that little boy do the same, and the boy did look better, his bruised eye hardly showing with the wide smile on his face as he watched the big cat conjured up from nowhere in front of him. We all just stood and watched, like something out of an old story, the simple folk and the wandering magical stranger. It always feels like you're giving a bit of yourself away when you praise someone else's creation, and it's often done grudgingly, but you could feel the awe that day like a warm wind. Comes a time when you realize something special is happening, something you're never going to see again, and there isn't anything you can do but watch. Well, I had to go back to the store after a while. I hated to go, but, well, John is a good boy, married now, of course, but in those days his head was full of girls, and it didn't do to leave him alone in a busy shop for too long. And so the long, hot day drew slowly to a close. I kept the store open till 8, when the light began to turn and the square emptied out with all the tourists going away to write postcards and see if we didn't have even just a little McDonald's hidden away someplace. I guess Mary had troubles enough at home, realized where the boy would be, and figured he was safer there than anywhere else, and I guess she was right. Tom and Billy finished up drawing, and then Tom sat and talked to him for some time. Then they got up, and the kid walked slowly off to the corner of the square, looking back to wave at Tom a couple times. Tom stood and watched him go, and when Billy had gone, he stayed there a while, head down, looking like a huge black statue in the gathering dark. He looked kind of creepy out there, and I don't mind telling you I was glad when he finally moved and started walking over towards Jack's. I ran out to catch up with him and drew level just as we passed the drawing, and then I had to stop. I couldn't just look at that and move at the same time. Finished, the drawing was like nothing on earth, and I suppose that's exactly what it was. I can't hope to describe it to you, although I've seen it in my dreams many times in the last 10 years. You had to be there on that heavy summer night, had to know what was going on. Otherwise, it's going to sound like it was just a drawing. That tiger was out and out terrifying. It looked so mean and hungry, Christ, I don't know what. It just looked like the darkest parts of your own mind, the pain and the fury and the vengeful hate nailed down in front of you for you to see, and I just stood there and shivered in the humid evening air.
We did him a picture, Tom said quietly.
Yeah, I said, and nodded. Like I said, I know what catharsis means, and I thought I understood what he was saying, but I really didn't want to look at it much longer. Let's go have a beer, yeah? The storm in Tom wasn't past, I could tell, and he still seemed to thrum with crackling emotions, looking for an earth, but I thought the clouds might be breaking, and I was glad. And so we walked slowly over to Jack's and had a few beers and watched some pool being played. Tom seemed pretty tired, but still alert, and I relaxed a little. Come 11, most of the guys started going on their way, and I was surprised to see Tom get another beer. Pete, Ned, and I stayed on, and Jack, of course, though we knew our loving wives would have something to say about that. It just didn't seem time to go. Outside it had gotten pretty dark, though the moon was keeping the square in a kind of twilight, and the lights in the bar threw a pool of warmth out of the front window. Then, about 12 o'clock, it happened, and I don't suppose any of us will ever see the same world we grew up in again. I've told this whole thing like it was just me who was there, but we all were, and we remember it together. Because suddenly, there was a wailing outside, a thin, cutting cry getting closer. Tom immediately snapped to his feet and stared out the window like he'd been waiting for it. As we looked out across the square, we saw little Billy come running, and we could see the blood on his face from there. Some of us got to get up, but Tom snarled at us to stay there, and so I guess we just stayed there, sitting back down like we'd been pushed. He strode out the door and into the square, and the boy saw him and ran to him, and Tom folded him in his cloak and held him close and warm. But he didn't come back in. He just stood there, and he was waiting for something. Now, there's a lot of crap talked about silences. I read novels when I've the time, and you read things like time stood still and so on, and you just think, bullshit, it did. So I'll just say I don't think anyone in the world breathed in that next minute. There was no wind, no movement. The stillness and silence were there like you could touch them, but more than that, they were like that's all there was, and all there ever had been. We felt the slow red throb of violence from right across the square before we could even see the man. Then Sam came staggering into the square, waving a bottle like a flag and cursing his head off. At first he couldn't see Tom and the boy because they were the opposite side of the fountain, and he ground to a wavering halt. But then he started shouting, rough jags of sound that seemed to strike against the silence and die instead of breaking it. And he started charging across the square, and if ever there was a man with murder in his thoughts, then it was Sam McNeil. He was like a man possessed, a man who'd given his soul the evening off. I wanted to shout to Tom to get the hell out of the way, to come inside, but the words wouldn't come out of my throat, and we all just stood there, knuckles whitening as we clutched the bar and stared, our mouths open like we'd made a pact never to use them again. And Tom just stood there, watching Sam come towards him, getting closer, almost as far as the spot where Tom usually painted. And it felt like we were looking out of the window at a picture of something that happened long ago in another place and time, and the closer Sam got, the more I began to feel very, very afraid for him. It was at that moment that Sam stopped dead in his tracks, skidding forward like in some kid's cartoon, his shout dying off in his ragged throat. He was staring at the ground in front of him, his eyes wide and his mouth a stupid circle. And then he began to scream. It was a high, shrill noise, like a woman, and coming out of that bull of a man, it sent fear racking down my spine. He started making thrashing movements like he was trying to move backwards, but he just stayed where he was. His movements became unmistakable at about the same time his screams turned from terror to agony. He was trying to get his leg away from something. Suddenly, he seemed to fall forward on one knee. His other leg stuck out behind him, and he raised his head and shrieked at the dark skies, and we saw his face then, and I'm not going to forget that face so long as I live. It was a face from before there were any words, the face behind our oldest fears and earliest nightmares, the face we're terrified of seeing on ourselves one night when we're alone in the dark, and it finally comes out from under the bed to get us. Then Sam fell on his face, his leg buckled up, and still he thrashed and screamed and clawed at the ground with his hands, blood running from his broken fingernails as he twitched and struggled. Maybe the light was playing tricks, and my eyes were sparkling anyway on account of being too paralyzed with fear to even blink, but as he thrashed less and less, it became harder and harder to see him at all, and as the breeze whipped up stronger, his screams began to sound a lot like the wind. But still he writhed and moaned, and then suddenly there was the most god-awful crunching sound, and then there was no movement or sound any more. Like they were on a string, our heads all turned together, and we saw Tom still standing there, his coat flapping in the wind. He had a hand on Billy's shoulder, and as we looked we could see that Mary was there too now, and he had one arm round her as she sobbed into his coat. I don't know how long we just sat there staring, but then with one mind we were ejected off our seats and out of the bar. Pete and Ned ran to Tom, but Jack and I went to where Sam had fallen, and we stood and stared down, and I tell you the rest of my life now seems like a build-up to and a climb down from that moment. We were standing in front of a chalk drawing of a tiger. Even now my scalp seems to tighten when I think of it, and my chest feels like someone punched a hole in it and tipped a gallon of iced water inside. I'll just tell you the facts. Jack was there, and he knows what we saw and what we didn't see. What we didn't see was Sam McNeil. He just wasn't there, you know. We saw a drawing of a tiger in purples and greens, a little bit scuffed, and there was a lot more red round the mouth of that tiger than there had been that afternoon, and I'm sure that if either of us could have dreamed of reaching out and touching it, it would have been warm, too. And the hardest part to tell is this. I'd seen that drawing in the afternoon, and Jack had too, and we knew that when it was done, it was lean and thin. And I swear to God, that tiger wasn't thin anymore. What Jack and I were looking down at was one fat tiger. After a while, I looked up and across at Tom. He was still standing with Mary and Billy, but they weren't crying anymore. Mary was hugging Billy so tight he squawked, and Tom's face looked calm and alive and creased with a smile. And as we stood there, the skies opened for the first time in months, and a cool rain hammered down. At my feet, colors began to run, and lines became less distinct. Jack and I stood and watched till there was just pools of meaningless colors, and then we walked slowly over to the others, not even looking at the bottle lying on the ground, and we all stood there a long time in the rain, facing each other, not saying a word. Well, that was 10 years ago, near enough. After a while, Mary took Billy home, and they turned to give us a little wave before they turned the corner. The cuts on Billy's face healed real quick, and he's a good-looking boy now. He looks a lot like his dad, and he's already fooling about in cars. Helps me in the store sometimes. His mom ain't aged a day and looks wonderful. She never married again, but she looks real happy the way she is. The rest of us just said a simple good night. Good night was all we could muster, and maybe that's all there was to say. Then we walked off home in the directions of our wives. Tom gave me a small smile before he turned and walked off alone. I almost followed him. I wanted to say something, but in the end I just stood and watched him go. And that's how I'll always remember him best, because for a moment there was a spark in his eyes, and I knew that some pain had been lifted deep down inside there somewhere. Then he walked, and no one has seen him since. And like I said, it's been about 10 years now. He wasn't there in the square the next morning, and he didn't come in for a beer. Like he'd never been, he just wasn't there. Except for the hole in our hearts. It's funny how much you can miss a quiet man. We're all still here, of course. Jack, Ned, Pete, and the boys, and all the same, if even older and grayer. Pete lost his wife, and Ned retired, but things go on the same. The tourists come in the summer, and we sit on the stools and drink our cold beers and shoot the breeze about ball games and families and how the world's going to shit, and sometimes we'll draw close and talk about a night a long time ago and about paintings and cats and about the quietest man we ever knew, wondering where he is and what he's doing. And we've had a six-pack in the back of the fridge for 10 years now, and the minute he walks through that door and pulls up a stool, that's his. Melanie Tem, The Co-op. Melanie Tem lives in a 19th century Victorian house in Denver, Colorado, with her writer-husband, Steve Rasnick Tem. Her short stories were first published in various small press and literary magazines, and more recently, she has appeared in such anthologies as Women of the West, Women of Darkness 1 and 2, Skin of the Soul, Dark Voices 3, Cold Shocks, and Final Shadows. Her first novel, Prodigal, was published by Dell's New Abyss line in 1991, followed by Blood Moon from the Women's Press. Melanie Tem is a social worker who works with abused and neglected children and disabled adults. The co-op could be considered to reflect some of the real-life horrors she encounters every day. The din of the children in the basement rec room had been a white noise in the middle ground all afternoon, with occasional thunderous whitewater surges like this one. Somebody was wailing, and 2 or 3 other piercing little voices were threatening to tell. Outside was real water, rain in the streets, and more voices like water. A crowd was filling Cascadilla Street, and Julie supposed the other streets of Ithaca, and floodwaters were rising. Steadying the baby against her body, where even in sleep she nuzzled for the breast, Julie started to get up to investigate the commotion in the basement. It was her house, and she'd noticed that up to a point everyone in the co-op parented everyone else's children. She liked that sense of community. It was one of the things, along with a need to be with other mothers who knew what she was going through, that had made her join the babysitting co-op the minute there'd been an opening. But Diane, swearing, beat her to the basement door. Diane was tall, broad-shouldered, and obese, yet somehow she seemed emaciated. The many cracks and crevices in her flesh looked deep and gray, and there was always a sour odor about her. 3 of the kids downstairs were Diane's, Julie thought, or 4. Unsuccessfully, she tried to remember their names, or even which ones they were. Diane's voice carried even when she was engaged in ordinary conversation, and just now she was shrieking at the kids, competing with their noise, but
not noticeably diminishing it. Julie frowned. She didn't like the way Diane talked to children, her own or anyone else's. That wasn't the way mothers should be. Mothers should be like Julie's mother, loving their children, loving motherhood, tired and cranky only once in a while. That was the kind of mother Julie wanted desperately to be, but it wasn't easy in the middle of the night when Megan wouldn't stop crying no matter what Julie did, or when she bit her breast, Julie was sure on purpose. Her mother had never felt about her the way she often felt about Megan. Her mother had never said awful things to her, or wanted to hurt her, or wished she had never been born. Julie would never be as good a mother as her own mother had been. But when she looked around her, no one else was either, and this town fairly teemed with mothers and children. Everywhere she went, especially since Megan had been born, she saw them, was pulled into the milling crowds they formed. On the streets, in the stores, in the wet green parks of this town, mothers screamed mindlessly at their children, or mindlessly ignored them, and the children howled and played and scratched at windows. Julie and her sisters had never acted like that. Linda was talking to her. "Well, all I can say is you better enjoy her while you can." She'd said that before. Julie smiled somewhat vaguely and put a spoonful of Diane's orange jello into her mouth. She was startled to discover something gooey in the middle, and for a moment was afraid to know what it was. But then she knew, and it was only cream cheese. Cautiously, she let the jello dissolve inside her mouth. It left a thick film of cream cheese on her palate, like skin. Suddenly she was imagining that the cream cheese was flesh-like, and then it was hard to swallow. Outside it was still raining. She was constantly aware of the rain. It rained a lot in central New York State, which might be why all the mothers she knew here had such pale and wet-looking skin. Julie glanced sadly at the fading watchband stripe around her own wrist. Since the baby had been born, she hadn't been able to catch even what few hours of sunshine there were. This house they'd moved into on Cascadilla Street was long and narrow, like a coffin. From where she sat, Julie could sight along the pinkish-brown living room wall, which had tiny dots in it like pores, along the kitchen wall with its bulbous cream-colored flowers, and out the high windows that overlooked the street. The streets and the sidewalks were slimy with rainwater. The crowds were without umbrellas, because they were used to this weather. The green of the trees was nearly black, and they dripped with coagulated precipitation. Leaves curled like lips, exposing their pale undersides. There were rivers and lakes and streams and gulches everywhere around here, like exposed veins or hungry stretched mouths. It hadn't surprised Julie, though it had made her shudder, to learn that Cornell had one of the highest suicide rates of any campus in the country, particularly in the spring, when the beckoning gulches were layered with heart-red and tongue-pink rhododendron. Linda was still talking. "Like my mother always said, and of course I wouldn't listen to her, it only gets worse as they get older." "I can hardly wait." The intended sarcasm was undercut by a real excitement, a real eagerness to see her daughter grow up, which made Julie feel terribly vulnerable. She managed to swallow the last of the orange-flavored cream cheese, though it left a gummy patina on her tongue and on the backs of her teeth. Gelatin, she suddenly remembered, was made from cows' and horses' hooves. She wondered whether that was still true, or whether nowadays it was chemically constructed, and didn't know which she would prefer. "This is great potato salad," Linda said. The whitish chunks of boiled potato and egg in her mouth looked like broken teeth. "Who made it this time?" "I did," Julie admitted, almost shyly. She didn't know any of the co-op mothers very well yet, but they'd all been nice to her,
and Linda especially had taken her under her wing. "Great potato salad. Thanks." "Nobody ever listens to their mamas about kids," Yolanda declared. 3-bean salad juice dribbled from the corner of her mouth, looking like brown blood across her white lipstick and oddly colorless dark brown skin. When she wiped it off with a crumpled white napkin, it left a stain among other stains, and Julie looked away. "My mama had 8 kids before she was 30, Yolanda was saying. She knew what she was talking about. But did I listen? Did any of us listen? I got 6 kids myself, and my oldest sisters got 12. 12 children, Julie whispered to her baby. 12 little monsters like you." In her lap, Megan was asleep, tiny fists balled at her ears and tiny jagged mouth wide open. Julie slid her index finger gently into the infant's mouth. She could just feel the minuscule ridges along the gum line where before long teeth would erupt. She'd heard that some babies were born with teeth. Softly she rubbed at her daughter's nascent teeth, as though to push them back down. The baby opened her eyes, focused them directly on her, and clamped her mouth shut around her mother's finger. Though there were no teeth yet for biting or tearing her flesh, the baby's sucking was so strong that it hurt, and when she took her finger back, it didn't come easily. Julie felt a little thrill of maternal horror. In a sudden panic, she yanked her hand away. Too hard. Her daughter's head twisted to one side, and she howled. Julie bent guiltily to kiss her, tasted the salt tears and the sweet sour baby flesh. Fear that she had hurt her child, remorse that she had wanted to, clouded her thoughts like the fatigue that had been with her since the baby's birth. She was, she thought suddenly and clearly, being eaten alive. "My mama died when I was 17 of acute anemia. Like us kids, sucked the blood right out of her. Like we just ate her right up." Linda nodded. "That's how it is when you have kids. It's a matter of survival. Them or you." "My mama did not know how to protect herself," Yolanda said sadly. "The doctors told her to eat raw liver, but she couldn't do it." A small fair-haired woman named Kathy, or Katie, wrinkled her nose and made a delicate gagging sound. Kathy's skin was so fair that it seemed barely to cover her flesh, and the makeup around her nose and mouth was grainy. She had an odd, halting way of speaking, as if she could hardly remember one word after the next. Her blonde hair was firmly sprayed, but it still straggled around her face and neck, so that it looked as if it were falling out, and her chipping nails had been painted with thick, variegated polish, as if to hold them together. Her entire face and body looked rebuilt, reconstituted for viewing. "Probably," she said in her breathy voice to Yolanda. "It was—" She paused for a long time before she could collect her thoughts. "Stress that killed her. Stress and fatigue and—" She stopped, ground her teeth across her lower lip, and not knowing where she stopped and her children began. "Occupational hazards of motherhood," Annette observed, and a glob of coleslaw slid out of her mouth onto the front of her gray business suit. Apparently she didn't notice, since she made no move to clean it off. She had announced at the beginning of the co-op meeting that she'd have to leave early for a lunch appointment. Julie tried to imagine her making corporate decisions with coleslaw and baby spittle patterning her vest. "It's certainly done us all in," Annette said. "Not all yet," Linda said. "Julie still looks alive." She patted Julie's knee. "I love my child," Julie said automatically. Megan was crying again, but half-heartedly now, and there were no tears, only noise. "We all do," Linda said. "You know all those things you swore you'd never say to your kids?" Kathy passed a hand over her face, jagged fingertips massaging at her own flesh as though she had a headache. She was sitting in the pale blue bar of light cast by the fluorescent fixture over the sink, and her teeth looked fluorescent themselves, and sharp. "I can't help it. All that stuff just flows out of my mouth like milk flows out of your breast when your baby's born. I can't help it. She's forgetting the words,
Linda explained to Julie, quietly, but with no real attempt not to be overheard.
We all do that sometimes, but Kathy's been at it longer than the rest of us. She's one of the organizers of the co-op. Her children are all grown. Her mind is going.
Sometimes I have fantasies about these awful things I'd like to do to my kids, Annette said conversationally. So far I haven't done anything really awful, but only because they'd take my broker's license if I did.
I swore I'd never...
Kathy closed her eyes and allowed a long, painful pause before she finally managed,
spank or eat. I swore I'd never do what my mother did to me, but I do.
Yolanda nodded.
I swore none of that would ever happen to me.
Well, someone said, at least you didn't die of acute anemia, did you?
Close. Even though I did eat raw meat. Still do, right?
There were some knowing chuckles around the room. Julie's stomach churned, and indignantly she demanded, "Why do you all have kids if you don't like raising them?" Megan was regarding her with a murky blue gaze. Julie often wondered what she saw. Part of the baby's self, probably. An extension of her own mouth and her own bowel and her own lungs. A gigantic umbilical cord attaching the world to Megan. Julie wondered if Megan would always see her like that. She thought of her own mother, emptied now by Alzheimer's, but still able sometimes to make fried chicken and chocolate chip cookies better than anybody. Suddenly she realized that the lanky and very pregnant young woman on the sofa next to Yolanda, with even darker skin and an underlying pallor thick as chalk, must be Yolanda's daughter. Embarrassed by what she'd said about Yolanda and the others not wanting children, Julie added feebly, "I mean, 6 kids are a lot, no matter how much you love them."
"Actually," Yolanda said, "I had 7. 1 died."
Julie caught her breath.
"I'm so sorry."
"Yeah, well, that's the only reason I'm here to tell about it. One more would have done me in for sure. There'd have been nothing left of me for the others. So the baby died for a good cause. She gave her life that others might live. Right, Regina?" She reached to pat the tall girl's hand, then her huge belly. Regina's coppery gaze, flat as the pennies on the eyes of a corpse, followed her mother's hand, and her lips pulled back from her teeth a little, as if she couldn't control the muscles of her face. She said nothing. Distant thunder shook the house in a regular beat like a pulse, and rain bled against the windows. Carefully cradling Megan against her own impulse to drop her, Julie got awkwardly to her feet and walked through the line of rooms to the windows. Cascadilla Street was filling up with water and with people. She could see that the crowd was entirely made up of mothers and children, some few of them garbed against the weather, but most of them bareheaded, barefaced, hair streaming, clothes adhering to the contours of their bodies, which seemed to dissolve into the rain. In the odd play of light between gray sky and shiny rising floodwaters, some of the mothers and children seemed to be gnawing at each other, tearing at each other's flesh, or at each other's reflections. Through the thin, cold glass, which was wet even on the inside when she put her free hand against it, Julie could hear them, and she was sure Megan could too, wordlessly shrieking at each other in the wind, moving closer. She shuddered and fumbled for the curtain cord, drew the heavy curtains, turned away from the windows. She looked at the other mothers one by one, trying to decide whether they'd all known about Yolanda's sacrificed child. Probably they had, since she understood that the co-op had been going for some time, and since no one seemed surprised. No one said anything, in fact. Yolanda's little confession lay in the room with them like the unburied corpse of her child. The mothers were eating. In the brief, companionable silence, Julie was surrounded by the wet sounds of the mothers chewing and swallowing, by the busy gurgling of Linda's digestive system so close beside her that it could have been her own, and by the blending white noises of the rain and the gathering crowd and the kids downstairs.
"It would be terrible to lose a child,"
Julie said aloud. Her cupped palm hovered just above her daughter's tiny head, where she could feel the hole that opened like a halo onto her brain.
"Sometimes,"
Kathy said,
"it's either lose a child or lose yourself. I mean, I love my kids, but they were killing me."
"I don't think I could stand it," Julie said. Linda looked at her, and Julie felt a chill pass through her even before Linda said,
"We've all had a child die. Every one of us in this room has lost a child."
"And all our mothers did as well," Annette added.
"And all our daughters will, too,"
Yolanda finished. She put her arm around Regina, who tried feebly to pull away, then gave up and snuggled her enormous bulging body as best she could against her mother's scrawny one.
"Guess you could say it runs in the family."
"It's one of the reasons this group formed," Linda said. "It's one of the things we have in common. It helps to be with other mothers who understand."
How do you live through it?"
A look passed among the co-op members, a sisterly smile. It was Linda who said,
"We don't, Julie. We didn't."
Julie laughed a little, experimentally, waiting for Linda and the others to join in, to explain the grisly joke to her. No one did. Finally, she managed to say,
"I feel that way sometimes myself. Raising kids is hard."
Kathy nodded.
"When the baby cries all night and you don't know what's wrong and you know you're a terrible mother."
"When you just gave her a bath," Yolanda suggested,
"and she shits all over herself again and you're trying to get ready to go someplace."
"When she's 2 and you have to keep an eye on her every minute so she doesn't hurt herself or destroy your house," Linda said. "When she's 6 and the bully in the 3rd grade keeps beating her up, or she's in the 3rd grade and she bullies the 6-year-olds. When she's 12 and failing 7th grade algebra and you have to go talk to the teacher again about her attitude." Annette shook her head appreciatively. "When she's 18, Yolanda said pointedly, "and pregnant." "I didn't like being pregnant in the first place," Julie said, her own resentment suddenly rising to meet theirs. She looked at the baby in her lap and tried to think of it as a stranger, an alien, an intruder. But the baby was part of her, as strong as the resentment was a huge, hot love. And labor was a bitch. They say you forget the pain, but you don't. She saw Regina's frightened look and was immediately sorry, but could think of no way to soften what she'd said. "I don't know why any of us have kids," she said.
"Oh,"
Kathy said airily,
"I do. I love my kids. You just have to learn to cope, that's all."
"I don't know how." Julie's eyes were so full of tears she was afraid she'd drop the baby. She laid her down on the couch. Megan did not protest. Yolanda had started talking again. Yolanda's voice was rough, as though her throat hurt. It was painful to listen to her, and she did talk a lot. "I was already way pregnant when my mama died, and after that she didn't have much to say to me, even though she did talk all the time. I wasn't a bit older than Regina is now when I had her. Barely 18. Now here she is. Look at her, following right in her mama's footsteps, but not listening to her mama at all. Look at her. Tired all the time. Sick all the time. The baby's eating her alive." Julie did look at Regina, and was struck by how much Yolanda and Regina looked alike, mother and daughter, how closely they both must resemble the mother and grandmother who had died at the mouths of her children, and who had not died. Diane trudged loudly up the basement steps and slammed the door behind her. The latch didn't hold, and the door swung open again. Diane leaned back against it with all her considerable weight. Almost at once the cacophony from the basement rose again. Julie thought uneasily of penned animals, of water in a cooking pot coming to a hard boil. Kathy got up and, stumbling a little, made her way across the rooms to open the curtains again. Julie didn't say anything or try to stop her, though it was her house. The crowd outside was at the foot of the steps now, where the hill that the house sat on met the sidewalk. Julie held Megan up to the window so she could see, but the baby of course didn't look. She was screwing up her red little face and grunting vehemently. Julie felt a warm stickiness on the inside of her forearm and knew that the diaper was leaking, but didn't do anything about it. It wasn't important. It made no difference. She could clean the baby and herself, change the diaper, wash the clothes, clean the carpet, wash the windows, turn the co-op mothers out of her house, chase the crowd away from the steps, and the baby would just mess again. Still leaning against the basement door, which gapped along the top, Diane sighed heavily. How many times do you suppose I've done that over the years, for all the good it does? It would be worse if we didn't, Annette said serenely, glancing down at her folded hands as though she were consulting notes. They'll thank us when they grow up. I don't know about that, Yolanda said. My girl doesn't understand yet all the sacrifices I make for her, and here she is about to be a mama her own self. Diane crossed to the littered table and filled a second plate. The paper of the plate got soggy almost immediately and bent around the edges. Julie watched a clot of cottage cheese fall to the floor, watched Diane step in it and smear it across the yellow and pink linoleum. While the other mothers chatted around them, Linda said quietly to Julie, I'm glad you decided to join the co-op. I think you have a lot to add, and I think you're ready for us. Regina gasped and arched her back, gripped the arms of her chair, spread her legs, and braced her feet against the floor. All eyes turned to her, even Megan's, and her mother said her name. Regina? Honey? Is it time? We need to get her to a hospital, Julie said, but she could see out the windows that Cascadilla Street was completely flooded and impassable now. Water was up over the curbs and the sidewalks, rain still falling so hard that it looked like viscous sheets, all of a piece. Mothers and children were so crowded and faceless that she couldn't tell one from another. Except that she saw Kathy join them, the stiff blonde hair getting stiffer in the rain, the thin skin parting to expose pale flesh, and Kathy's pale blonde grown son beside her, nearly indistinguishable from her. Regina cried out. Yolanda was standing over her, saying her name. The other mothers gathered around, murmuring, and the children began to come up from the basement. Regina's baby was born on the kitchen floor, among the stains of food and the accumulating footprints of the mothers and their children. Julie watched, clutching her own baby, not knowing what to do. Labor was long and hard. There was a good deal of blood. Rain kept falling, and voices gathered. Children and mothers milled at the windows, inside and out, scratching at the glass and at each other, making wordless mewling sounds. Julie's daughter cried and cried in her arms. When Regina's baby was born, it tore out part of her body with it and left part of its new body inside hers. Julie saw the tissue and the blood. Regina screamed. Yolanda said her name. Julie slid her own daughter's tiny clawing hand into her mouth and bit down hard. Nicholas Royal. Negatives. Nicholas Royal has sold around 45 stories to a wide variety of anthologies and magazines, including Interzone, Fear, Fantasy Tales, BBR, Reader's Digest, Gore Zone, New Socialist, Dark Fantasies, Year's Best Horror Stories, Cutting Edge, Book of the Dead, Obsessions, and Final Shadows. He was born in Sale, Cheshire, and is currently living in North London. 2 novels, Counterparts and Saxophone Dreams, are currently looking for a publisher, as is an anthology of new British horror fiction, and he is working on a 3rd novel entitled The Appetite. With stories of the caliber of negatives and regular appearances in the year's best anthologies, we don't think it will be too long before his book-length work finds a market. If nighttime motorway driving didn't have such a numbing effect on the mind and the senses, he wouldn't have needed to wake himself up by accelerating down the inside lane and into trouble in the way that he did. The queues out of London had begun thinning out near Luton and disappeared after Milton Keynes. There were still plenty of cars on the road, but now they were moving at a proper speed. He kept to a steady 70 in the inside lane, aware that it was a little too fast for the car over a long distance, and he would probably have to top up water and oil at Rothersthorpe or Watford Gap. The road was straight. The distance to the next car in front remained constant. He'd tried listening to music, but couldn't hear it over the noise of the engine. Now and again he looked over at the passenger seat and smiled at Melanie. Despite the noise and her conviction that she wouldn't, she'd managed to fall asleep. For a brief moment he had a detached view of himself, sitting in a small chair, hurtling through the darkness, encased in this strange little shell called a car. It was like sitting in a chair at home and being taken somewhere. He felt as if he should be able to get up and go and make a coffee. The steering wheel and pedals seemed incidental. Then, with a jolt, he was back there driving the car again. The road disappeared under the car, perfectly uniform from one bridge to the next. He opened his eyelids and wondered how long they'd been closed. A split second, or 2 or 3 seconds. He only needed to nod off for 2 seconds and unconsciously depress the accelerator, and they'd be up the back end of the car in front. He knew he should stop, but also knew he wasn't supposed to. Where would he stop if he decided to? On the hard shoulder, obviously, but where? After a mile? Half a mile? 100 yards? Its invariable aspect offered no invitation to pull in. Instead, he shifted in the seat and straightened his back. Gently, he accelerated. The car ahead was drawn into sharper focus. It was a Fiesta, a new model. He eased the pedal down further. He glanced in the mirror and saw just red lights. It must be reflecting the other carriageway. The vibration had caused it to slant. He straightened it. He was suddenly right on top of the Fiesta. With a tug on the steering wheel, he missed the car in front and sheared into the middle lane. A horn blared, tires screeched. There were cars behind him. He stood on the accelerator and leapt into the empty space ahead. A large BMW passed him on the outside, faces peering his way. Ignoring them, he concentrated on eating up the middle lane. Drowsiness snatched away. Like a veil from a bold, thrusting sculpture, he bent over the steering wheel. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the speedometer needle leaning round the clock face to point at numbers it had not seen before. The needle was just tipping at 98 when the back end suddenly collapsed at one side, and the car began to veer. His immediate reaction was enormous relief that Melanie was not with him. She'd been working out west and was going up in her own car to meet him there. Although he detested actually going to work, he was glad when they'd had to move from the old office to new premises. It had taken 2 months to find suitable new office space, and they'd ended up having to move right out of Soho, much to Edgerton's regret, as far north as the Angel. Lyndon had been pleased because it meant he could now drive to work and find somewhere to park. In Soho, it had been impossible. Of course, it meant sitting in traffic jams at the bottom of Holloway Road and where Essex Road joined Upper Street, but wasn't it nicer to be stuck in your own car rather than suffocating in a tube tunnel surrounded by the barely alive, still smelling of their beds? He crunched into first and edged forward, but the Citroën in front had only been moving into space between it and the next car. The queue itself was not moving. He realized he'd still got the choke out a fraction. He pressed it home and the revs dropped to normal. It was still running a little low. It could easily cut out waiting in a queue like this. Still, the man at the garage who'd tuned it only last week said it was better that it should be running too low rather than too high. It would keep his fuel consumption down, and that had been quite a problem before. For a 12-year-old Mini, the man had said, it wasn't in bad nick. In front of him, in the rearview mirror, he saw someone cross behind the car. He knew he was rolling back, so he brought the clutch up and stepped on the gas. Then the queue started to move. He parked in the private car park in the courtyard of the new complex. The start of another week. He cursed at the thought of 5 more days in the company of Edgerton. 5 more days staring at that damned computer screen. He didn't know which he disliked the most, Edgerton or the computer. That was a lie. The computer was not sentient. It had no excuse. Come to think of it, Edgerton was barely sentient either. Edgerton was slowly climbing the stairs when Lyndon pushed open the ground floor door. Not that the other man had, like Lyndon, just arrived. Edgerton always got in at 9, an hour early. No, he'd come down to get the Post so he could look at it before anyone else. That was why he was climbing the stairs so slowly, because he was devouring every bit of information the morning's delivery had to offer. Lyndon didn't care about the Post. He wasn't in the slightest bit interested in the industry which employed him. It was Edgerton's rapacious enthusiasm for everything connected with the job that irritated him. "Good morning, Brian. How are you today? Did you have a nice weekend?" Please, somebody tell me why he has to be so bloody cheerful every Monday morning, Lyndon thought. The weekend. Ah, yes, the weekend. That precious island of time when he could escape. He knew Edgerton often came in on Saturdays. He didn't ask why any more. Edgerton was grinning at him, waiting for an answer. He couldn't bring himself to speak to the man. The computer was waiting for him. He sat down, switched it on, and nothing happened. "Good morning, Brian." Whitehead had come into the room. "It's down. You'll have to use the other one. You were working on floppies, weren't you? Just stick them in the other machine." Lyndon nodded. Whitehead was the boss. He pretended to be everybody's equal, until it came to writing out the salary checks. He worked without a break all morning. The computer had a green screen, which he wasn't used to. His eyes were tired by the time he'd saved all he'd done and was ready to go to lunch. One good thing about Edgerton's keenness was that Lyndon never had to worry about the man inviting himself along to lunch. Edgerton generally worked right through, occasionally getting in a McDonald's or a bean burger or something else equally Edgerton-like. When Lyndon tried to read his paper, waiting for his food to arrive, he found he couldn't concentrate properly. There were red dots all over the page. Wherever white was enclosed by black, like a B, an O, a P, or an A, the little white space was now red. Consequently, the effect on a page of small newsprint was to turn the whole page red. He worked all afternoon on the computer. Edgerton annoyed him with his exaggerated mannerisms, grasping his chin, swinging his arms, clicking his fingers. When he wasn't striding around the office, he was making telephone calls, mainly to the company's debtors. It was a matter of personal betrayal if someone had lapsed with an invoice payment. When Edgerton uttered the company name, he did so with chest-swelling pride. Lyndon looked from the screen and grimaced at the tight little curls of blonde hair on Edgerton's head. Driving home, Lyndon was tense. Occasionally he wavered over the red line in the middle of the road. A Triumph Vitesse barked its horn at him. The red effect didn't wear off and allow Lyndon to read a book without straining his eyes until he was too tired to read anyway. "It's the green, you see," Whitehead explained. After looking at the green screen for long enough, you look away at something white and you see it as red. Green and red are the reverse of each other, or negatives or something. It's to do with that. Take a photo of a man in a red jumper, and on the negative, the jumper will be green. Because the maintenance contract on the old computer had expired, and Whitehead was too tight to get an engineer in, Lyndon had to work with the green screen all week. It only affects some people, Whitehead had said, but it's not dangerous and is only short-term. He knew he shouldn't sit in front of the machine for too long at any one time, but try telling that to Whitehead. They had a big job on. Correction, Lyndon had a big job on. He was editing a 400-page handbook, and it had to be done by the end of the week. Each page resembled the next. 3 entries on a page, all with their identical lists of superfluous information. Every decimal point had to be checked. The spelling, as usual, was abysmal. He ran off a hard copy of all he'd done, but the pages were bright red. It dazzled him. The material should be checked by someone else before it went off, but Edgerton and Whitehead could barely spell their own names. Negotiating Highbury Corner, Lyndon almost killed a pedestrian. He'd thought the old man was in his rearview mirror, but the wrinkle-smoothing shock on the aged face when the Mini snarled forward brought Lyndon's foot crashing down on the brake pedal. The car juddered and stalled. Lyndon sank his head onto the wheel and waited for the old man and several bystanders to stop screaming at him. As soon as he got in, he went to the fridge for a long drink of cold milk. He opened the fridge door and recoiled. There were 2 bottles of blood on the shelf. He washed and shaved to see if that would remove some of the tension. He looked awful in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot. He switched on the television, but the newsreaders' eyes were all bloodshot as well, and their red teeth made them look like they'd just been eating raw hamburgers with Edgerton. He got hungry, but couldn't bring himself to touch the eggs, which were all that he had in the way of food. He went out to a restaurant and ordered a salad. He shouted at the waitress. How dare she put tomato ketchup on his salad? Drawing angry red stares as he stalked out of the restaurant and crossed the road to a fish and chip shop, but the woman started sprinkling little dried flecks of bloody dandruff onto his chips, so he left in disgust. By morning there was milk in his fridge again, and he could enjoy a normal breakfast before driving to work. "Are you all right, Brian?" Whitehead wanted to know. "Yes, why?" he snapped. "You look a bit harassed, that's all." Defensive. "You will get that editing done, won't you?" There seemed to be more red cars on the roads than ever. The days were already getting shorter. As he drove up Holloway Road, the premature sunset was turning low clouds vermilion. He finished at the computer on Friday morning and spent the rest of the day checking the hard copy in spite of the eye strain. There would be no use to anyone else in the office proofing it. Although he considered himself underpaid for the work he was doing, he wanted to make sure it was right, in the unlikely event of someone somewhere appreciating the hard work that had gone into the handbook. He drove away from the Angel, down towards the roundabout. An enormous sense of release jostled with him for space in the Mini. The end of another week in the office. No more Edgerton for 2 days. Liberation from that infernal green computer screen. Since he'd finished on-screen editing before lunch, the effect had already begun to wear off. He just had to call in at the flat to collect his bag and any messages, then head off up the A1 to the M1 and freedom. Melanie had been working out in W14, and so was going up in her own car. She would probably have been able to get away early, so would be first at the cottage. By the time he got there, she'd have it all cozy for him. The northbound lanes on Holloway Road were chock-a-block, as Lyndon knew the motorway would also be when he finally reached it. Through the windscreen he admired the beginnings of the sunset. The skies above Highgate were aglow with strange lilacs. Hadn't he seen yesterday's sunset in his rearview mirror rather than through the windscreen? A small detail. He reached the turnoff for Sussex Way and his flat. The traffic being as bad as it was, he was glad he'd put his bag in the car that morning and didn't have to make the detour to go and get it now. He watched a beetle worm its way out of a side street between two escorts into the traffic flow. If this was a stream of traffic, then it was a stream of mud. He looked for the beetle again. Was it an old one with a tiny back window and semaphore indicators, or a more recent model with big rear light clusters and fat bumpers? But he couldn't see it, and when he thought about it, he couldn't remember if he'd caught sight of it in his rearview mirror or through the windscreen. On the other side of the road, a red escort nosed out from beside the snooker center and was allowed to pass between two VW Beetles. The driver of the escort waved her thanks. Behind Lyndon, impatient drivers pipped their horns, making him jump. The queue in front of him had moved forward. The traffic didn't get any better. When the M1 intersected the M25 and then merged with the M10, it got worse. He asked Melanie to put on a tape. She chose the Organ Symphony. At least while they proceeded at 10 miles per hour, he was able to hear it. "Why don't you go to sleep?" he asked her. "Your car's too noisy," she said. "I wouldn't be able to." Every few hundred yards the congestion would just dissolve, and Lyndon would get up to 30 or 40. However, it was always a brief respite, and inexplicably the queue tightened up again. Eventually, though, thanks to the domestic attraction for the majority offered by places like Luton, Leighton Buzzard, Milton Keynes, Newport Pagnell, and Bedford, there were fewer cars sharing the same lanes, and all of them traveling at least 65 miles per hour. The novelty soon wore off, and the tedium of motorway driving set in, exacerbated by the fact that it was by now quite dark. The tape clicked off, but since he hadn't been able to hear it for the last half hour, he didn't bother putting another one on. He wished Melanie were with him to keep him awake. Would she be at the cottage yet, he wondered. He tried to guess who might be driving the Fiesta in front. What kind of person? He accelerated to get closer. A woman, he decided, but not like Melanie. More of a career woman, someone who saw great intrinsic worth in belonging to a company girl, a female Edgerton. He toed the accelerator again. Her hair would be fixed in a go-ahead style, like some kind of fossilized bird's nest, the brain eggs long since hatched and flown the nest, leaving only the corporate gloss of cranial vacancy in her eyes. He was suddenly right on top of the Fiesta. When the back end collapsed at his side and the car began to swerve, he had no idea what had happened. He glanced at the passenger seat and seized the steering wheel like the reins of a bolting horse. Steer into the skid, they always said. But what did that mean? Go with it or against it? He swung to the left, trying to aim the front of the car at the hard shoulder and braking as gently as he could without sliding into a new skid. He never knew how close he came to being hit by the cars which flew past him as he shuddered to a halt on the hard shoulder. He didn't need to hold his hands out to see how much he was shaking. He was still holding the steering wheel, and it was trembling, and not on account of the engine, which had stalled. Climbing over the empty seat, he got out on the passenger side and walked unsteadily round the back of the car to see what had happened. A blowout. The back tire on the driver's side was shredded. He could just make out the word remold. He got back in the car and told Melanie what had happened. She was calmer now. The shock had been greater for her since she'd been asleep when it had happened. He took his spanner and a jack from the boot and set about taking the wheel off. The first nut was a bit difficult, so he worked at the other three, which all came off after some effort. The first one wouldn't budge. The spanner's grip began to slide on the nut. Shit. He leaned against the Mini, watching the cars streaking past. He tried the nut again, but the spanner was now far too big for it. He was just wearing the edges away. If he continued, it would become impossible to remove. Lyndon stopped for breath and looked back up the hard shoulder to see if he could still see the Mini. The car itself was invisible, but the hazard lights flashed on and off and on again. They were much brighter than he would have imagined, and he was grateful for them. He continued walking. Cars sped past him, occupants' faces, blank white spaces, turned towards him, yet he'd never felt more alone. The sky was black, clouded over, the darkness of the land beyond the motorway uninterrupted by lights. Not even farmers lived here. People only drove through. He fastened all 3 buttons of his jacket and pulled up the collar. Where the hell was the emergency telephone? One just a few yards from his car was out of order, as was its opposite number, which he had reached illegally by crossing the 6 lanes of the motorway. Eventually he came upon a telephone which worked, and he was able to call for assistance. It seemed so unlikely that there should be a man waiting by a telephone to take his call and send another man out in a van to rescue him. And yet that was the system he paid for. He was, of course, glad now that he had subscribed. He began to walk back. The cold penetrated his thin jacket. Cars swept by only a few feet away, making him feel vulnerable. He lost count of the bridges he passed under. The horizon failed to yield the flashing orange of his hazards. He began to worry that somehow he'd gone wrong. He'd not crossed back after running over to try the telephone on the other side. "Don't be stupid," he said out loud, but the sound of his voice, so feeble and vain, frightened him. He decided that he would turn back at the next bridge, and as the next bridge came into sight, so too did the hazard lights. They belonged to a P-Reg Ford Cortina. A woman with bad teeth sitting in the passenger seat threw him a nervous glance, then looked away. The Mini was another 200 yards further up. As he narrowed the gap from behind, a trick of the shadows cast by passing headlamps made it look like there were 2 people already sitting in the front seats. He clambered in and waited for the van to arrive. Each passing car shook the little Mini. He put some music on, but imagined that it prevented him from hearing the footsteps of an interloper approaching the car. He pressed eject. Melanie said, "They won't be long." It started to rain. Big fat drops exploded on the windscreen. He pictured Melanie at the cottage, making a drink, running a bath, watching the television. He wished he were with her. How long would it be before she started to worry? The rain rattled on the roof as if it were a tent. Suddenly, a brilliant flash created a second's daylight in the night. Then the thunder began to roll, like a solo by a drunken timpanist. When the serviceman arrived, Lyndon joined him in the teeming rain, but the man couldn't shift the nut either. "It's only a mile to the next services," the man shouted over the noise of the storm. "I'll tow you there. It'll be easier. I'll be able to get this nut off. More space, more light." Lyndon nodded and climbed into the cab as directed. "It's not far," the man said when he'd hitched up the back of the Mini to his truck. They moved off and stayed on the hard shoulder. After 10 or 15 minutes, the lights of the services sparkled through the rain. Lyndon left the man to change the wheel and walked across the rain-slick tarmac to the complex. In the self-service restaurant, he sat down in a red plastic seat with a cup of stewed tea. He was alone in the place, apart from a smartly dressed couple who stared miserably at each other's shoulders across a crumb-strewn table. He stood looking at the telephones, wishing they'd gone to the trouble and expense of installing one in the cottage. Crossing over the covered footbridge, he stopped in the middle and watched the traffic sweeping underneath in both directions. He felt like a pivot between the two carriageways, as if with his mind he could just switch them. A flash of lightning printed a color negative on his retina, sending a shiver down his back and dropping a chilled weight in his stomach. With a vague sense of foreboding, he reached the end of the bridge and walked down the steps. In the hall area, a number of people were grouped around a video game. He joined the back of the group, which was murmuring its praise of the game player. Someone moved to give Lyndon a better view. He stood behind a man with tight, curly blonde hair, whose hands he now saw were manipulating the game's joystick and firing button. Ships and creatures fell from the top of the screen towards the bottom. The game player had his own unit, which he had to defend, and from which he could attack the ships and creatures, which, if they came into contact with his unit, would destroy it. The game was probably an old one, but the curly-haired man was obviously playing it extremely well to have attracted spectators. The screen was bright green. Lyndon was transfixed. He barely registered the man clicking his fingers as he relaxed between one attack and the next. The screen seemed to get brighter, like a television in a darkening room. Lyndon leaned closer. Slowly he began to turn his head to see the face of the man who was playing. But before he finished the turn, he shot round the other way and barged his way out of the crowd, running for the doors. His head pounding, he searched for his car. On the far side of the parking area, he saw the serviceman's truck, its orange light still revolving. The man was bending down at the Mini's rear near side, just tightening the last nut on the changed wheel. "Quickly," Lyndon croaked. "I've got to go." All right," the man said, kicking the wheel trim into place. "You got to sign my forms." The man walked too slowly to the cab of his truck and shuffled around some papers on a clipboard. Lyndon hovered at his shoulder. "There," the man said, pointing with a stubby finger. Lyndon leaned over. The paper was red. He looked at the man, who pointed again and rubbed a sore red eye with his free hand. Lyndon scrawled his signature. "And there." He signed again and dropped the pen onto the floor of the cab in his haste to get away. He jumped into the Mini, rammed it into first, thrust the key into the ignition, and started the engine as he released the handbrake and turned the wheel. He accelerated and stamped on the brake when he thought he was going to run the serviceman over, but he was behind him in the rear-view mirror, waving his arms and shouting something Lyndon couldn't hear. He screeched away and built up speed, aiming for the slip road to get back on the motorway. He ignored a road sign which he didn't recognize, a solid red circle, and sped between two bollards. The man's alarmed face receded to a fleck in his mirror. The motorway was fairly clear, so he accelerated straight into the center lane, pressing the pedal to the floor. He soon caught up with the red lights ahead. Too quickly, in fact. Suddenly there were swarms of red lights, apparently speeding towards him in all three lanes, as if reversing down the motorway at 70 miles per hour. He turned to Melanie in bewilderment and fear, but she wasn't there. And within seconds, neither was he. Thomas Ligotti, The Last Feast of Harlequin. After years toiling in the small press field, Thomas Ligotti is finally making a name for himself with his unique and bizarre stories in such anthologies as The Best Horror from Fantasy Tales, Prime Evil, Fine Frights, The Year's Best Fantasy and Horror, and of course, Best New Horror. He was born in Detroit and currently lives in nearby Michigan. His jobs have included grocery store clerk, working in the circulation office of a local newspaper, telephone interviewer for a marketing research firm, assistant teacher, and various editorial capacities for a reference book publisher. His collection of short fiction, Songs of a Dead Dreamer, was published to great acclaim by Robinson and Carolyn Graff on both sides of the Atlantic, and it was recently followed by the equally remarkable Grimscribe, His Lives and Works. The Washington Post has described Ligotti as the most startling and unexpected literary discovery since Clive Barker. When you read the story that follows, you'll understand why. To the memory of H.P. Lovecraft. 1. My interest in the town of Miracal was first aroused when I heard that an annual festival was held there, which promised to include, to some extent, the participation of clowns among its other elements of pageantry. A former colleague of mine, who is now attached to the anthropology department of a distant university, had read one of my recent articles, The Clown Figure in American Media, Journal of Popular Culture, and wrote to me that he vaguely remembered reading or being told of a town somewhere in the state that held a kind of fool's feast every year, thinking that this might be pertinent to my peculiar line of study. It was, of course, more pertinent than he had reason to think, both to my academic aims in this area and to my personal pursuits. Aside from my teaching, I had for some years been engaged in various anthropological projects with the primary ambition of articulating the significance of the clown figure in diverse cultural contexts. Every year for the past 20 years, I have attended the pre-Lenten festivals that are held in various places throughout the southern United States. Every year I learned something more concerning the esoterics of celebration. In these studies I was an eager participant. Along with playing my part as an anthropologist, I also took a place behind the clownish mask myself. And I cherished this role as I did nothing else in my life. To me, the title of clown has always carried connotations of a noble sort. I was an adroit jester, strangely enough, and had always taken pride in the skills I worked so diligently to develop. I wrote to the State Department of Recreation, indicating what information I desired, and exposing an enthusiastic urgency which came naturally to me on this topic. Many weeks later, I received a tan envelope imprinted with a government logo. Inside was a pamphlet that catalogued all of the various seasonal festivities of which the state was officially aware, and I noted in passing that there were as many in late autumn and winter as in the warmer seasons. A letter inserted within the pamphlet explained to me that, according to their voluminous records, no festivals held in the town of Miracal had been officially registered. Their files nonetheless could be placed at my disposal if I should wish to research this or similar matters in connection with some definite project. At the time this offer was made, I was already laboring under so many professional and personal burdens that with a weary hand I simply deposited the envelope and its contents in a drawer, never to be consulted again. Some months later, however, I made an impulsive digression from my responsibilities and rather haphazardly took up the Miracal project. This happened as I was driving north one afternoon in late summer with the intention of examining some journals in the holdings of a library at another university. Once out of the city limits, the scenery changed to sunny fields and farms, diverting my thoughts from the signs that I passed along the highway. Nevertheless, the subconscious scholar in me must have been regarding these with studious care. The name of a town loomed into my vision. Instantly, the scholar retrieved certain records from some deep mental drawer, and I was faced with making a few hasty calculations as to whether there was enough time and motivation for an investigative side trip. But the exit sign was even hastier in making its appearance, and I soon found myself leaving the highway, recalling the road sign's promise that the town was no more than 7 miles east. These 7 miles included several confusing turns, the forced taking of a temporarily alternate route, and a destination not even visible until a steep rise had been fully ascended. On the descent, another helpful sign informed me that I was within the city limits of Miracal. Some scattered houses on the outskirts of the town were the first structures I encountered. Beyond them, the numerical highway became Townsend Street, the main avenue of Miracaw. The town impressed me as being much larger once I was within its limits than it had appeared from the prominence just outside. I saw that the general hilliness of the surrounding countryside was also an internal feature of Miracaw. Here, though, the effect was different. The parts of the town did not look as if they adhered very well to one another. This condition might be blamed on the irregular topography of the town. Behind some of the old stores in the business district, steeply roofed houses had been erected on a sudden incline, their peaks appearing at an extraordinary elevation above the lower buildings. And because the foundations of these houses could not be glimpsed, they conveyed the illusion of being either precariously suspended in air, threatening to topple down, or else constructed with an unnatural loftiness in relation to their width and mass. This situation also created a weird distortion of perspective. The two levels of structures overlapped each other without giving a sense of depth, so that the houses, because of their higher elevation and nearness to the foreground buildings, did not appear diminished in size as background objects should. Consequently, a look of flatness, as in a photograph, predominated in this area. Indeed, Miracaw could be compared to an album of old snapshots, particularly ones in which the camera had been upset in the process of photography, causing the pictures to develop on angle. A cone-roofed turret, like a pointed hat, jauntily askew, peeked over the houses on a neighboring street. A billboard displaying a group of grinning vegetables tipped its contents slightly westward. Cars abutting steep curbs seemed to be flying skyward in the glare-distorted windows of a 5 and 10. People leaned lethargically as they trod up and down sidewalks, and on that sunny day the clock tower, which at first I mistook for a church steeple, cast a long shadow that seemed to extend an impossible distance and wander into unlikely places in its progress across the town. I should say that perhaps the disharmonies of Miracaw are more acutely affecting my imagination in retrospect than they were on that first day, when I was primarily concerned with locating the city hall or some other center of information. I pulled around a corner and parked. Sliding over to the other side of the seat, I rolled down the window and called to a passerby. "Excuse me, sir," I said. The man, who was shabbily dressed and very old, paused for a moment without approaching the car. Though he had apparently responded to my call, his vacant expression did not betray the least awareness of my presence, and for a moment I thought it just a coincidence that he halted on the sidewalk at the same time I addressed him. His eyes were focused somewhere beyond me with a weary and imbecilic gaze. After a few moments he continued on his way, and I said nothing to call him back, even though at the last second his face began to appear dimly familiar. Someone else finally came along who was able to direct me to the Miracaw City Hall and Community Center. The City Hall turned out to be the building with the clock tower. Inside, I stood at a counter behind which some people were working at desks and walking up and down a back hallway. On one wall was a poster for the state lottery, a jack-in-the-box with both hands grasping green bills. After a few moments, a tall, middle-aged woman came over to the counter. "Can I help you?" she asked in a neutral, bureaucratic voice. I explained that I had heard about the festival, saying nothing about being a nosy academic, and asked if she could provide me with further information or direct me to someone who could. "Do you mean the one held in the winter?" she asked. "How many of them are there?" "Just that one." "I suppose, then, that that's the one I mean." I smiled as if sharing a joke with her. Without another word, she walked off into the back hallway. While she was absent, I exchanged glances with several of the people behind the counter, who periodically looked up from their work. "There you are," she said when she returned, handing me a piece of paper that looked like the product of a cheap copy machine. "Please come to the fun," it said in large letters. Parades, it went on, street masquerade, bands, the winter raffle, and the coronation of the Winter Queen. The page continued with the mention of a number of miscellaneous festivities. I read the words again. There was something about that imploring little please at the top of the announcement that made the whole affair seem like a charity function. When is it held? It doesn't say when the festival takes place. Most people already know that. She abruptly snatched the page from my hands and wrote something at the bottom. When she gave it back to me, I saw December 19 to 21 written in blue-green ink. I was immediately struck by an odd sense of scheduling on the part of the festival committee. There was, of course, solid anthropological and historical precedent for holding festivities around the winter solstice, but the timing of this particular event did not seem entirely practical. If you don't mind my asking, don't these days somewhat conflict with the regular holiday season? I mean, most people have enough going on at that time. It's just tradition, she said, as if invoking some venerable ancestry behind her words. That's very interesting, I said, as much to myself as to her. Is there anything else? She asked. Yes. Could you tell me if this festival has anything to do with clowns? I see there's something about a masquerade. Yes, of course there are some people in costumes. I've never been in that position myself. That is, yes, there are clowns of a sort. At that point, my interest was definitely aroused, but I was not sure how much further I wanted to pursue it. I thanked the woman for her help and asked the best way to get back to the highway, not anxious to retrace the labyrinthine route by which I had entered the town. I walked back to my car with a whole flurry of half-formed questions, and as many vague and conflicting answers cluttering my mind. The directions the woman gave me necessitated passing through the south end of Miracaw. There were not many people moving about in this section of town. Those that I did see, shuffling lethargically down a block of battered storefronts, exhibited the same sort of forlorn expression and manner as the old man from whom I had asked directions earlier. I must have been passing through a central artery of this area, for on either side stretched street after street of poorly tended yards and houses bowed with age and indifference. When I came to a stop at a street corner, one of the citizens of this slum passed in front of my car. This lean, morose, and epicene person turned my way and sneered outrageously with a taut little mouth, yet seemed to be looking at no one in particular. After progressing a few streets farther, I came to a road that led back to the highway. I felt detectably more comfortable as soon as I found myself traveling once again through the expanses of sun-drenched farmlands. I reached the library with more than enough time for my research, and so I decided to make a scholarly detour to see what material I could find that might illuminate the winter festival held in Miracaw. The library, one of the oldest in the state, included in its holding the entire run of the Miracaw Courier. I thought this would be an excellent place to start. I soon found, however, that there was no handy way to research information from this newspaper, and I did not want to engage in a blind search for articles concerning a specific subject. I next turned to the more organized resources of the newspapers for the larger cities located in the same county, which incidentally shares its name with Miracaw. I uncovered very little about the town, and almost nothing concerning its festival, except in one general article on annual events in the area that erroneously attributed to Miracaw a large Middle Eastern community, which every spring hosted a kind of ethnic jamboree. From what I had already observed, and from what I subsequently learned, the citizens of Miracaw were solidly Midwestern American, the probable descendants in a direct line from some enterprising pack of New Englanders of the last century. There was one brief item devoted to a Miracavian event, but this merely turned out to be an obituary notice for an old woman who had quietly taken her life around Christmas time. Thus, I returned home that day all but empty-handed on the subject of Miracaw. However, it was not long afterward that I received another letter from the former colleague of mine who had first led me to seek out Miracaw and its festival. As it happened, he rediscovered the article that caused him to stir my interest in a local fool's feast. This article had its sole appearance in an obscure Festschrift of Anthropology Studies published in Amsterdam 20 years ago. Most of these papers were in Dutch, a few in German, and only one was in English, The Last Feast of Harlequin, Preliminary Notes on a Local Festival. It was exciting, of course, finally, to be able to read this study, but even more exciting was the name of its author, Dr. Raymond Thos. 2. Before proceeding any further, I should mention something about Thos, and inevitably about myself. Over 2 decades ago, at my alma mater in Cambridge, Mass., Thos was a professor of mine. Long before playing a role in the events I am about to describe, he was already one of the most important figures in my life. A striking personality, he inevitably influenced everyone who came in contact with him. I remember his lectures on social anthropology, how he turned that dim room into a brilliant and profound circus of learning. He moved in an uncannily brisk manner. When he swept his arm around to indicate some common term on the blackboard behind him, one felt he was presenting nothing less than an item of fantastic qualities and secret value. When he replaced his hand in the pocket of his old jacket, this fleeting magic was once again stored away in its well-worn pouch, to be retrieved at the sorcerer's discretion. We sensed he was teaching us more than we could possibly learn, and that he himself was in possession of greater and deeper knowledge than he could possibly impart. On one occasion, I summoned up the audacity to offer an interpretation, which was somewhat opposed to his own, regarding the tribal clowns of the Hopi Indians. I implied that personal experience as an amateur clown and special devotion to this study provided me with an insight possibly more valuable than his own. It was then he disclosed, casually and very obiter dicta, that he had actually acted in the role of one of these masked tribal fools, and had celebrated with them the dance of the Kachinas. In revealing these facts, however, he somehow managed not to add to the humiliation I had already inflicted upon myself, and for this I was grateful to him. Thos's activities were such that he sometimes became the object of gossip or romanticized speculation. He was a field worker par excellence, and his ability to insinuate himself into exotic cultures and situations, thereby gaining insights where other anthropologists merely collected data, was renowned. At various times in his career there had been rumors of his having gone native, a la the Frank Hamilton Cushing legend. There were hints, which were not always irresponsible or cheaply glamorized, that he was involved in projects of a freakish sort, many of which focused on New England. It is a fact that he spent 6 months posing as a mental patient at an institution in western Massachusetts, gathering information on the culture of the psychically disturbed. When his book Winter Solstice, The Longest Night of a Society, was published, the general opinion was that it was disappointingly subjective and impressionistic, and that, aside from a few moving but poetically obscure observations, there was nothing at all to give it value. Those who defended Thos claimed he was a kind of super-anthropologist. While much of his work emphasized his own mind and feelings, his experience had in fact penetrated to a rich core of hard data which he had yet to disclose in objective discourse. As a student of Thos, I tended to support this latter estimation of him. For a variety of tenable and untenable reasons, I believed Thos capable of unearthing hitherto inaccessible strata of human existence. So it was gratifying, at first, that this article, entitled The Last Feast of Harlequin, seemed to uphold the Thos mystique, and in an area I personally found captivating. Much of the content of the article I did not immediately comprehend, given its author's characteristic and often strategic obscurities. On first reading, the most interesting aspect of this brief study, the notes encompassed only 20 pages, was the general mood of the piece. Thoth's eccentricities were definitely present in these pages, but only as a struggling inner force which was definitely contained, incarcerated, I might say, by the somber rhythmic movements of his prose and by some gloomy references he occasionally called upon. Two references in particular shared a common theme. One was a quotation from Poe's The Conqueror Worm, which Thoth employed as a rather sensational epigraph. The point of the epigraph, however, was nowhere echoed in the text of the article, save in another passing reference. Thoth brought up the well-known genesis of the modern Christmas celebration, which of course descends from the Roman Saturnalia. Then, making it clear he had not yet observed the Miracaw festival, and had only gathered its nature from various informants, he established that it too contained many, even more overt elements of the Saturnalia. Next he made what seemed to me a trivial and purely linguistic observation, one that had less to do with his main course of argument than it did with the equally peripheral Poe epigraph. He briefly mentioned that an early sect of the Syrian Gnostics called themselves Saturnians, and believed, among other religious heresies, that mankind was created by angels who were in turn created by the supreme unknown. The angels, however, did not possess the power to make their creation an erect being, and for a time he crawled upon the earth like a worm. Later, the Creator remedied this grotesque state of affairs. At the time, I supposed that the symbolic correspondences of mankind's origins and ultimate condition being associated with worms, combined with a year-end festival recognizing the winter death of the earth, was the gist of this Thothian insight, a poetic but scientifically valueless observation. Other observations he made on the Miracaw festival were also strictly etic. In other words, they were based on second-hand sources, hearsay testimony. Even at that juncture, however, I felt Thoth knew more than he disclosed, and as I later discovered, he had indeed included information on certain aspects of Miracaw which suggested he was already in possession of several keys, which for the moment he was keeping securely in his own pocket. By then I myself possessed a most revealing morsel of knowledge. A note to the Harlequin article apprised the reader that the piece was only a fragment, in rude form, of a more wide-ranging work in preparation. This work was never seen by the world. My former professor had not published anything since his withdrawal from academic circulation some 20 years ago. Now, I suspected where he had gone. For the man I had asked for directions on the streets of Miracaw, the man with the disconcertingly lethargic gaze, had very much resembled a superannuated version of Dr. Raymond Thoth. 3. And now I have a confession to make. Despite my reasons for being enthusiastic about Miracaw and its mysteries, especially its relationship to both Thoth and my own deepest concerns as a scholar, I contemplated the days ahead of me with no more than a feeling of frigid numbness, and often with a sense of profound depression. Yet I had no reason to be surprised at this emotional state, which had little relevance to the outward events in my life, but was determined by inward conditions that worked according to their own quite enigmatic seasons and cycles. For many years, at least since my university days, I have suffered from this dark malady, this recurrent despondency in which I would become buried when it came time for the earth to grow cold and bare, and the skies heavy with shadows. Nevertheless, I pursued my plans, though somewhat mechanically, to visit Miracaw during its festival days, for I superstitiously hoped that this activity might diminish the weight of my seasonal despair. In Miracaw would be parades and parties, and the opportunity to play the clown once again. For weeks in advance I practiced my art, even perfecting a new feat of juggling magic, which was my special forte in foolery. I had my costumes cleaned, purchased fresh makeup, and was ready. I received permission from the university to cancel some of my classes prior to the holiday, explaining the nature of my project and the necessity of arriving in the town a few days before the festival began in order to do some preliminary research, establish informants, and so on. Actually, my plan was to postpone any formal inquiry until after the festival, and to involve myself beforehand as much as possible in its activities. I would, of course, keep a journal during this time. There was one resource I did want to consult, however. Specifically, I returned to that outstate library to examine those issues of the Miracaw Courier dating from December 2 decades ago. One story in particular confirmed a point Thoss made in the Harlequin article, though the event it chronicled must have taken place after Thoss had written his study. The Courier story appeared 2 weeks after the festival had ended for that year, and was concerned with the disappearance of a woman named Elizabeth Beadle, the wife of Samuel Beadle, a hotel owner in Miracaw. The county authorities speculated that this was another instance of the holiday suicides which seemed to occur with inordinate seasonal regularity in the Miracaw region. Thoss documented this situation in his Harlequin article, though I suspected that today these deaths would be neatly categorized under the heading seasonal affective disorder. In any case, the authorities searched a half-frozen lake near the outskirts of Miracaw, where they had found many successful suicides in years past. This year, however, no body was discovered. Alongside the article was a picture of Elizabeth Beadle. Even in the grainy microfilm reproduction, one could detect a certain vibrancy and vitality in Mrs. Beadle's face. That an hypothesis of holiday suicide should be so readily posited to explain her disappearance seemed strange and in some way unjust. Thoss, in his brief article, wrote that every year there occurred changes of a moral or spiritual cast which seemed to affect Miracaw along with the usual winter metamorphosis. He was not precise about its origin or nature, but stated, in typically mystifying fashion, that the effect of this sub-season on the town was conspicuously negative. In addition to the number of suicides actually accomplished during this time, there was also a rise in treatment of hypochondriacal conditions, which was how the medical men of 20 years past characterized these cases in discussions with Thoss. This state of affairs would gradually worsen and finally reach a climax during the days scheduled for the Miracaw Festival. Thoss speculated that given the secretive nature of small towns, the situation was probably even more intensely pronounced than casual investigation could reveal. The connection between the festival and this insidious sub-seasonal climate in Miracaw was a point on which Thoss did not come to any rigid conclusions. He did write, nevertheless, that these two climatic aspects had had a parallel existence in the town's history as far back as available records could document. A late 19th century history of Miracaw County speaks of the town by its original name of New Colstead, and castigates the townspeople for holding a ribald and soulless feast to the exclusion of normal Christmas observances. Thoss comments that the historian had mistakenly fused two distinct aspects of the season, their actual relationship being essentially antagonistic. The Harlequin article did not trace the festival to its earliest appearance. This may not have been possible, though Thoss emphasized the New England origins of Miracaw's founders. The festival, therefore, was one imported from this region, and could reasonably be extended at least a century. That is, if it had not been brought over from the Old World, in which case its roots would become indefinite until further research could be done. Surely Thoss's allusion to the Syrian Gnostics suggested the latter possibility could not entirely be ruled out. But it seemed to be the festival's source in New England that nourished Thoss's speculations. He wrote of this patch of geography as if it were an acceptable place to end the search. For him, the very words New England seemed to be stripped of all traditional connotations, and had come to imply nothing less than a gateway to all lands, both known and suspected, and even to ages beyond the civilized history of the region. Having been educated partly in New England, I could somewhat understand this sentimental exaggeration, for indeed there are places that seem archaic beyond chronological measure, appearing to transcend relative standards of time, and achieving a kind of absolute antiquity which cannot be logically fathomed. But how this vague suggestion related to a small town in the Midwest, I could not imagine. Foss himself observed that the residents of Miracaw did not betray any mysteriously primitive consciousness. On the contrary, they appeared superficially unaware of the genesis of their winter merrymaking. That such a tradition had endured through the years, however, even eclipsing the conventional Christmas holiday, revealed a profound awareness of the festival's meaning and function. I cannot deny that what I had learned about the Miracaw Festival did inspire a trite sense of fate, especially given the involvement of such an important figure from my past as Thoss. It was the first time in my academic career that I knew myself to be better suited than anyone else to discern the true meaning of scattered data, even if I could only attribute this special authority to chance circumstances. Nevertheless, as I sat in that library on a morning in mid-December, I doubted for a moment the wisdom of setting out for Miracaw rather than returning home, where the more familiar rite de passage of winter depression awaited me. My original scheme was to avoid the cyclical blues the season held for me, but it seemed this was also a part of the history of Miracaw, only on a much larger scale. My emotional instability, however, was exactly what qualified me most for the particular field work ahead, though I did not take pride or consolation in the fact, and to retreat would have been to deny myself an opportunity that might never offer itself again. In retrospect, there seems to have been no fortuitous resolution to the decision I had to make. As it happened, I went ahead to the town. 4. Just past noon, on December 18, I started driving toward Miracaw. A blur of dull, earthen-colored scenery extended in every direction. The snowfalls of late autumn had been sparse, and only a few white patches appeared in the harvested fields along the highway. The clouds were gray and abundant. Passing by a stretch of forest, I noticed the black, ragged clumps of abandoned nests clinging to the twisted mesh of bare branches. I thought I saw black birds skittering over the road ahead, but they were only dead leaves, and they flew into the air as I drove by. I approached Miracaw from the south, entering the town from the direction I had left it on my visit the previous summer. This took me once again through that part of town which seemed to exist on the wrong side of some great invisible wall, dividing the desirable sections of Miracaw from the undesirable. As lurid as this district had appeared to me under the summer sun, in the thin light of that winter afternoon it degenerated into a pale phantom of itself. The frail stores and starved-looking houses suggested a borderline region between the material and non-material worlds, with one sardonically wearing the mask of the other. I saw a few gaunt pedestrians who turned as I passed by, though seemingly not because I passed by, making my way up to the main street of Miracaw. Driving up the steep rise of Townsend Street, I found the sights there comparatively welcoming. The rolling avenues of the town were in readiness for the festival. Street lights had their poles raveled with evergreen, the fresh boughs proudly conspicuous in a barren season. On the doors of many of the businesses on Townsend were holly wreaths, equally green but observably plastic. However, although there was nothing unusual in this traditional greenery of the season, it soon became apparent to me that Miracaw had quite abandoned itself to this particular symbol of Yuletide. It was garishly in evidence everywhere. The windows of stores and houses were framed in green lights, green streamers hung down from storefront awnings, and the beacons of the Red Rooster Bar were peacock green floodlights. I supposed the residents of Miracaw desired these decorations, but the effect was one of excess. An eerie emerald haze permeated the town, and faces looked slightly reptilian. At the time, I assumed that the prodigious evergreen, holly wreaths, and colored lights, if only of a single color, demonstrated an emphasis on the vegetable symbols of the Nordic Yuletide, which would inevitably be muddled into the winter festival of any northern country, just as they had been adopted for the Christmas season. In his Harlequin article, Foss wrote of the pagan aspect of Miracaw's festival, likening it to the ritual of a fertility cult, with possible connections to the chthonic divinities at some time in the past. But Foss had mistaken, as I had, what was only part of the festival's significance for the whole. The hotel at which I had made reservations was located on Townsend. It was an old building of brown brick, with an arched doorway and a pathetic coping intended to convey an impression of neoclassicism. I found a parking space in front and left my suitcases in the car. When I first entered the hotel lobby, it was empty. I thought perhaps the Miracaw Festival would have attracted enough visitors to at least bolster the business of its only hotel, but it seemed I was mistaken. Tapping a little bell, I leaned on the desk and turned to look at a small, traditionally decorated Christmas tree on a table near the entranceway. It was complete with shiny, egg-fragile bulbs, miniature candy canes, flat, laughing Santas with arms wide, a star on top nodding awkwardly against the delicate shoulder of an upper branch, and colored lights that bloomed out of flower-shaped sockets. For some reason, this seemed to me a sorry little piece. "May I help you?" said a young woman arriving from a room adjacent to the lobby. I must have been staring rather intently at her, for she looked away and seemed quite uneasy. I could hardly imagine what to say to her or how to explain what I was thinking. In person, she immediately radiated a chilling brilliance of manner and expression. But if this woman had not committed suicide 20 years before, as the newspaper article had suggested, neither had she aged in that time. "Sarah!" called a masculine voice from the invisible heights of a stairway. A tall, middle-aged man came down the steps. "I thought you were in your room," said the man, whom I took to be Samuel Beadle. Sarah, not Elizabeth Beadle, glanced sideways in my direction to indicate to her father that she was conducting the business of the hotel. Beadle apologized to me, and then excused the two of them for a moment while they went off to one side to continue their exchange. I smiled and pretended everything was normal, while trying to remain within earshot of their conversation. They spoke in tones that suggested their conflict was a familiar one, Beadle's overprotective concern with his daughter's whereabouts, and Sarah's frustrated understanding of certain restrictions placed upon her. The conversation ended, and Sarah ascended the stairs, turning for a moment to give me a facial pantomime of apology for the unprofessional scene that had just taken place. "Now, sir, what can I do for you?" Beadle asked, almost demanded. "Yes, I have a reservation. Actually, I'm a day early if that doesn't present a problem." I gave the hotel the benefit of the doubt that its business might have been secretly flourishing. "No problem at all, sir," he said, presenting me with the registration form and then a brass-colored key dangling from a plastic disc bearing the number 44. "Luggage?" "Yes, it's in my car. I'll give you a hand with that." While Beadle was settling me in my fourth-floor room, it seemed an opportune moment to broach the subject of the festival, the holiday suicides, and perhaps, depending upon his reaction, the fate of his wife. I needed a respondent who had lived in the town for a good many years, And who could enlighten me about the attitude of Mirakavians toward their season of sea-green lights? This is just fine, I said, about the clean but somber room. Nice view. I can see the bright green lights of Mirakaw just fine from up here. Is the town usually all decked out like this? For the festival, I mean. Yes, sir, for the festival, he replied mechanically. I imagine you'll probably be getting quite a few of us out-of-towners in the next couple days. Could be. Is there anything else? Yes, there is. I wonder if you could tell me something about the festivities. Such as, well, the clowns and so forth. Only clowns here are the ones that are, well, picked out, I suppose you would say. I don't understand. Excuse me, sir, I'm very busy right now. Is there anything else? I could think of nothing at the moment to perpetuate our conversation. Beadle wished me a good stay and left. I unpacked my suitcases. In addition to regular clothing, I had also brought along some of the items from my clown's wardrobe. Beadle's comment that clowns were picked out here left me wondering exactly what purpose these street masqueraders served in the festival. The clown figure has had so many meanings in different times and cultures. The jolly, well-loved joker, familiar to most people, is actually but one aspect of this protean creature. Madmen, hunchbacks, amputees, and other abnormals were once considered natural clowns. They were elected to fulfill a comic role which would allow others to see them as ludicrous rather than as terrible reminders of the forces of disorder in the world. But sometimes a cheerless jester was required to draw attention to this same disorder, as in the case of King Lear's morbid and honest fool, who of course was eventually hanged, and so much for his clownish wisdom. Clowns have often had ambiguous and sometimes contradictory roles to play. Thus I knew enough not to brashly jump into costume and cry out, "Here I am again!" That first day in Mirakaw I did not stray far from the hotel. I read and rested for a few hours, and then ate at a nearby diner. Through the window beside my table I watched the winter night turn the soft green glow of the town into a harsh and almost totally new color as it contrasted with the darkness. The streets of Mirakaw seemed to me unusually busy for a small town at evening. Yet it was not the kind of activity one normally sees before an approaching Christmas holiday. This was not a crowd of bustling shoppers loaded with bright bags of presents. Their arms were empty, their hands shoved deep in their pockets against the cold, which nevertheless had not driven them to the solitude of their presumably warm houses. I watched them enter and exit store after store without buying. Many merchants remained open late, and even the places that were closed had left their neons illuminated. The faces that passed the window of the diner were probably just stiffened by the cold, I thought, frozen into deep frowns and nothing else. In the same window I saw the reflection of my own face. It was not the face of an adept clown. It was slack and flabby, and at that moment seemed the face of someone less than alive. Outside was the town of Mirakaw, its streets dripping and rising with a lunatic severity, its citizens packing the sidewalks, its heart bathed in green, as promising a field of professional and personal challenge as I had ever encountered, and I was bored to the point of dread. I hurried back to my hotel room. Mirakaw has another coldness within its cold, I wrote in my journal that night. Another set of buildings and streets that exists behind the visible town's facade like a world of disgraceful back alleys. I went on like this for about a page, across which I finally engraved a big X. Then I went to bed. In the morning I left my car at the hotel and walked toward the main business district a few blocks away. Mingling with the good people of Mirakaw seemed like the proper thing to do at that point in my scientific sojourn. But as I began laboriously walking up Townsend, The sidewalks were cramped with wandering pedestrians. A glimpse of someone suddenly replaced my haphazard plan with a more specific and immediate one. Through the crowd and about 15 paces ahead was my goal. "Dr. Thoss," I called. His head almost seemed to turn and look back in response to my shout, but I could not be certain. I pushed past several warmly wrapped bodies and green-scarved necks, only to find that the object of my pursuit appeared to be maintaining the same distance from me, though I did not know if this was being done deliberately or not. At the next corner, the dark-coated Thoss abruptly turned right onto a steep street which led downward directly toward the dilapidated south end of Miracaw. When I reached the corner, I looked down the sidewalk and could see him very clearly from above. I also saw how he managed to stay so far ahead of me in a mob that had impeded my own progress. For some reason, the people on the sidewalk made room so that he could move past them easily, without the usual jostling of bodies. It was not a dramatic physical avoidance, though it seemed nonetheless intentional. Fighting the tight fabric of the throng, I continued to follow Thoss, losing and regaining sight of him. By the time I reached the bottom of the sloping street, the crowd had thinned out considerably, and after walking a block or so farther, I found myself practically a lone pedestrian pacing behind a distant figure that I hoped was still Thoss. He was now walking quite swiftly, and in a way that seemed to acknowledge my pursuit of him, though really it felt as if he were leading me as much as I was chasing him. I called his name a few more times at a volume he could not have failed to hear, assuming that deafness was not one of the changes to have come over him. He was, after all, not a young man, nor even a middle-aged one any longer. Thoss suddenly crossed in the middle of the street. He walked a few more steps and entered a signless brick building between a liquor store and a repair shop of some kind. In the Harlequin article, Thoss had mentioned that the people living in this section of Miracaw maintained their own businesses, and that these were patronized almost exclusively by residents of the area. I could well believe this statement when I looked at these little sheds of commerce, for they had the same badly weathered appearance as their clientele. The formidable shoddiness of these buildings notwithstanding, I followed Thoss into the plain brick shell of what had been, or possibly still was, a diner. Inside it was unusually dark. Even before my eyes made the adjustment, I sensed that this was not a thriving restaurant cozily cluttered with chairs and tables, as was the establishment where I had eaten the night before, but a place with only a few disarranged furnishings, and very cold. It seemed colder, in fact, than the winter streets outside. "Dr. Thoss?" I called toward a lone table near the center of the long room. Perhaps 4 or 5 were sitting around the table, with some others blending into the dimness behind them. Scattered across the top of the table were some books and loose papers. Seated there was an old man, indicating something in the pages before him, but it was not Thoss. Beside him were 2 youths whose wholesome features distinguished them from the grim weariness of the others. I approached the table, and they all looked up at me. None of them showed a glimmer of emotion, except the 2 boys, who exchanged worried and guilt-ridden glances with each other, as if they had just been discovered in some shameful act. They both suddenly burst from the table and ran into the dark background, where a light appeared briefly as they exited by a back door. "I'm sorry," I said diffidently. "I thought I saw someone I knew come in here." They said nothing. Out of a back room, others began to emerge, no doubt interested in the source of the commotion. In a few moments, the room was crowded with these tramp-like figures, all of them gazing emptily in the dimness. I was not at this point frightened of them. At least I was not afraid they would do me any physical harm. Actually, I felt as if it was quite within my power to pummel them easily into submission, their mousy faces almost inviting a succession of firm blows. But there were so many of them. They slid slowly toward me in a worm-like mass. Their eyes seemed empty and unfocused, and I wondered a moment if they were even aware of my presence. Nevertheless, I was the center upon which their lethargic shuffling converged, their shoes scuffing softly along the bare floor. I began to deliver a number of hasty inanities as they continued to press toward me, their weak and unexpectedly odorless bodies nudging against mine. I understood now why the people along the sidewalks seemed to instinctively avoid Thoth. Unseen legs seemed to become entangled with my own. I staggered and then regained my balance. This sudden movement aroused me from a kind of mesmeric daze which I must have fallen into without being aware of it. I had intended to leave that dreary place long before events had reached such a juncture, but for some reason I could not focus my intentions strongly enough to cause myself to act. My mind had been drifting farther away as these slavish things approached. In a sudden surge of panic, I pushed through their soft ranks and was outside. The open air revived me to my former alertness, and I immediately started pacing swiftly up the hill. I was no longer sure that I had not simply imagined what had seemed, and at the same time did not seem, like a perilous moment. Had their movements been directed toward a harmful assault, or were they trying merely to intimidate me? As I reached the green-glazed main street of Miracaw, I really could not be sure what had just happened. The sidewalks were still jammed with a multitude of pedestrians, but now they seemed to be moving and chattering in a more lively way. There was a kind of vitality that could only be attributed to the imminent festivities. A group of young men had begun celebrating prematurely, and strode noisily across the street at midpoint, obviously intoxicated. From the laughter and joking among the still sober citizens, I gathered that, Mardi Gras style, public drunkenness was within the traditions of this winter festival. I looked for anything to indicate the beginnings of the street masquerade, but saw nothing. No brightly garbed harlequins or snow-white pierrots. Were the ceremonies even now in preparation for the coronation of the Winter Queen? The Winter Queen, I wrote in my journal, figure of fertility invested with symbolic powers of revival and prosperity, elected in the manner of a high school prom queen. Check for possible consort figure in the form of a representative from the underworld. In the pre-darkness hours of December 19, I sat in my hotel room and wrote and thought and organized. I did not feel too badly, all things considered. The holiday excitement, which was steadily rising in the streets below my window, was definitely infecting me. I forced myself to take a short nap in anticipation of a long night. When I awoke, Miracaw's annual feast had begun. 5. Shouting, commotion, carousing. Sleepily I went to the window and looked out over the town. It seemed all the lights of Miracaw were shining, save in that section down the hill which became part of the black void of winter. And now the town's greenish tinge was even more pronounced, spreading everywhere like a great green rainbow that had melted from the sky and endured, phosphorescent, into the night. In the streets was the brightness of an artificial spring. The byways of Miracaw vibrated with activity. On a nearby corner, a brass band blared. Marauding cars blew their horns and were sometimes mounted by laughing pedestrians. A man emerged from the Red Rooster bar, threw up his arms, and crowed. I looked closely at the individual celebrants, searching for the vestments of clowns. Soon, delightedly, I saw them. The costume was red and white, with matching cap, and the face painted a noble alabaster. It almost seemed to be a clownish incarnation of that white-bearded and black-booted Christmas fool. This particular fool, however, was not receiving the affection and respect usually accorded to a Santa Claus. My poor fellow clown was in the middle of a circle of revelers who were pushing him back and forth from one to the other. The object of this abuse seemed to accept it somewhat willingly, but this little game nevertheless appeared to have humiliation as its purpose. "Only clowns here are the ones that are picked out," echoed Beetle's voice in my memory. Picked on seemed closer to the truth. Packing myself in some heavy clothes, I went out into the green, gleaming streets. Not far from the hotel, I was stumbled into by a character with a wide blue and red grin and bright baggy clothes. Actually, he had been shoved into me by some youths outside a drugstore. "See the freak," said an obese and drunken fellow. "See the freak fall." My first response was anger, and then fear as I saw two others flanking the fat drunk. They walked toward me, and I tensed myself for a confrontation. "This is a disgrace," one said, the neck of a wine bottle held loosely in his left hand. But it was not to me they were speaking. It was to the clown, who had been pushed into the sidewalk. His three persecutors helped him up with a sudden jerk, and then splashed wine in his face. They ignored me altogether. "Let him loose," the fat one said. "Crawl away, freak! Oh, he flies!" The clown trotted off, becoming lost in the throng. "Wait a minute," I said to the rowdy trio, who had started lumbering away. I quickly decided that it would probably be futile to ask them to explain what I had just witnessed, especially amid the noise and confusion of the festivities. In my best jovial fashion, I proposed we all go someplace where I could buy them each a drink. They had no objection, and in a short while we were all squeezed around a table in the Red Rooster. Over several drinks I explained to them that I was from out of town, which pleased them no end for some reason. I told them there were some things I did not understand about their festival. "I don't think there's anything to understand," the fat one said. "It's just what you see." I asked him about the people dressed as clowns. "Them? They're the freaks. It's their turn this year. Everyone takes their turn. Next year it might be mine. Or yours," he said, pointing at one of his friends across the table. "And when we find out which one you are, you're not smart enough," said the defiant potential freak. This was an important point, the fact that individuals who play the clowns remain, or at least attempted to remain, anonymous. This arrangement would help remove inhibitions a resident of Miracaw might have about abusing his own neighbor or even a family relation. From what I later observed, the extent of this abuse did not go beyond a kind of playful roughhousing. And even so, it was only the occasional group of rowdies who actually took advantage of this aspect of the festival, the majority of the citizens very much content to stay on the sidelines. As far as being able to illuminate the meaning of this custom, my three young friends were quite useless. To them it was just amusement, as I imagine it was to the majority of Miracavians. This was understandable. I suppose the average person would not be able to explain exactly how the profoundly familiar Christmas holiday came to be celebrated in its present form. I left the bar alone and not unaffected by the drinks I had consumed there. Outside, the general merrymaking continued. Loud music emanated from several quarters. Miracaw had fully transformed itself from a sedate small town to an enclave of Saturnalia within the dark immensity of a winter night. But Saturn is also the planetary symbol of melancholy and sterility, a clash of opposites contained within that single word. And as I wandered half-drunkenly down the street, I discovered that there was a conflict within the winter festival itself. This discovery indeed appeared to be that secret key which Thoth withheld in his study of the town. Oddly enough, it was through my unfamiliarity with the outward nature of the festival that I came to know its true nature. I was mingling with the crowd on the street warmly enjoying the confusion around me, when I saw a strangely designed creature lingering on the corner up ahead. It was one of the Miracaw clowns. Its clothes were shabby and nondescript, almost in the style of a tramp-type clown, but not humorously exaggerated enough. The face, though, made up for the lackluster costume. I had never seen such a strange conception for a clown's countenance. The figure stood beneath a dim streetlight, and when it turned its head my way, I realized why it seemed familiar. The thin, smooth, and pale head, the wide eyes, the oval-shaped features resembling nothing so much as the skull-faced, screaming creature in that famous painting. Memory fails me. This clownish imitation rivaled the original in suggesting stricken realms of abject horror and despair, an inhuman likeness more proper to something under the earth than upon it. From the first moment I saw this creature, I thought of those inhabitants of the ghetto down the hill. There was the same nauseating passivity and languor in its bearing. Perhaps if I had not been drinking earlier, I would not have been bold enough to take the action I did. I decided to join in one of the upstanding traditions of the winter festival, for it annoyed me to see this morbid impostor of a clown standing up. When I reached the corner, I laughingly pushed myself into the creature, whoops, who stumbled backward and ended up on the sidewalk. I laughed again and looked around for approval from the festivalers in the vicinity. No one, however, seemed to appreciate or even acknowledge what I had done. They did not laugh with me or point with amusement, but only passed by, perhaps walking a little faster until they were some distance from this street-corner incident. I realized instantly I had violated some tacit rule of behavior, though I had thought my action well within the common practice. The thought occurred to me that I might even be apprehended and prosecuted for what in any other circumstances was certainly a criminal act. I turned around to help the clown back to his feet, hoping to somehow redeem my offense, but the creature was gone. Solemnly I walked away from the scene of my inadvertent crime and sought other streets away from its witnesses. Along the various back avenues of Miracaw I wandered, pausing exhaustedly at one point to sit at the counter of a small sandwich shop that was packed with customers. I ordered a cup of coffee to revive my overly alcoholed system. Warming my hands around the cup and sipping slowly from it, I watched the people outside as they passed the front window. It was well after midnight, but the thick flow of passers-by gave no indication that anyone was going home early. A carnival of profiles filed past the window, and I was content simply to sit back and observe, until finally one of these faces made me start. It was that frightful little clown I had roughed up earlier, but although its face was familiar in its ghastly aspect, there was something different about it, and I wondered that there should be two such hideous freaks. Quickly paying the man at the counter, I dashed out to get a second glimpse of the clown, who was now nowhere in sight. The dense crowd kept me from pursuing this figure with any speed, and I wondered how the clown could have made its way so easily ahead of me. Unless the crowd had instinctively allowed this creature to pass unhindered through its massive ranks, as it did for Thoth. In the process of searching for this particular freak, I discovered that interspersed among the celebrating populace of Miracaw, which included the sanctioned festival clowns, there was not one or two, but a considerable number of these pale, wraith-like creatures, and they all drifted along the streets unmolested by even the rowdiest of revelers. I now understood one of the taboos of the festival. These other clowns were not to be disturbed, and should even be avoided, much as were the residents of the slum at the edge of town. Nevertheless, I felt instinctively that the two groups of clowns were somehow identified with each other, even if the ghetto clowns were not welcome at Miracaw's winter festival. Indeed, they were not simply part of the community and celebrating the season in their own way. To all appearances, this group of melancholy mummers constituted nothing less than an entirely independent festival. A festival within a festival. Returning to my room, I entered my suppositions into the journal I was keeping for this venture. The following are excerpts. There is a superstitiousness displayed by the residents of Miracaw with regard to these people from the slum section, particularly as they lately appear in those dreadful faces signifying their own festival. What is the relationship between these simultaneous celebrations? Did one precede the other? If so, which? My opinion at this point, and I claim no conclusiveness for it, is that Miracaw's Winter Festival is the later manifestation, that it appeared after the festival of those depressingly pallid clowns in order to cover it up or mitigate its effect. The holiday suicides come to mind, and the subclimate Thoss wrote about, the disappearance of Elizabeth Beadle 20 years ago, and my own experience with this pariah clan existing outside yet within the community. Of my own experience with this emotionally deleterious sub-season, I would rather not speak at this time. Still not able to say whether or not my usual winter melancholy is the cause. On the general subject of mental health, I must consider Thoss's book about his stay in a psychiatric hospital. In Western Mass, almost sure of that. Check on this book and Miracaw's New England roots. The winter solstice is tomorrow, albeit sometime past midnight. How blurry these days and nights are becoming. It is, of course, the day of the year in which night hours surpass daylight hours by the greatest margin. Note what this has to do with the suicides and a rise in psychic disorder. Recalling Thoss's list of documented suicides in his article, there seemed to be a recurrence of specific family names, as there very likely might be for any kind of data collected in a small town. Among these names was a Beadle or two. Perhaps then there is a genealogical basis for the suicides, which has nothing to do with Thoss's mystical subclimate, which is a colorful idea to be sure, and one that seems fitting for this town of various outward and inward aspects, but is not a conception that can be substantiated. One thing that seems certain, however, is the division of Miracaw into two very distinct types of citizenry, resulting in two festivals and the appearance of similar clowns, a term now used in an extremely loose sense. But there is a connection, and I believe I have some idea of what it is. I said before that the normal residents of the town regard those from the ghetto, and especially their clown figures, with superstition. Yet it's more than that. There is fear, perhaps a kind of hatred, the particular kind of hatred resulting from some powerful and irrational memory. What threatens Miracaw, I think I can very well understand. I recall the incident earlier today in that vacant diner. Vacant is the appropriate word here, despite its contradiction of fact. The congregation of the half-lit room formed less a presence than an absence, even considering the oppressive number of them. Those eyes that did not or could not focus on anything, the pining lassitude of their faces, the lazy march of their feet. I was spiritually drained when I ran out of there. I then understood why these people and their activities are avoided. I cannot question the wisdom of those ancestral Miracavians who began the tradition of the winter festival and gave the town a pretext for celebration and social intercourse at a time when the consequences of brooding isolation are most severe, those longest and darkest days of the solstice. A mood of Christmas joviality obviously would not be sufficient to counter the menace of this season. But even so, there are still the suicides of individuals who are somehow cut off, I imagine, from the vitalizing activities of the festival.
It is the nature of this insidious subseason that seems to determine the outward forms of Miracaw's winter festival. The optimistic greenery in a period of gray dormancy, the fertile promise of the Winter Queen, and most interesting to my mind, the clowns. The bright clowns of Miracaw who are treated so badly. They appear to serve as substitute figures for those dark-eyed mummers of the slums. Since the latter are feared for some power or influence they possess, they may still be symbolically confronted and conquered through their counterparts, who are elected for precisely this function. If I am right about this, I wonder to what extent there is a conscious awareness among the town's populace of this indirect show of aggression. Those 3 young men I spoke with tonight did not seem to possess much insight beyond seeing that there was a certain amount of robust fun in the festival's tradition. For that matter, how much awareness is there on the other side of these 2 antagonistic festivals? Too horrible to think of such a thing, but I must wonder if, for all their apparent aimlessness, those inhabitants of the ghetto are not the only ones who know what they are about. No denying that behind those inhumanly limp expressions there seems to lie a kind of obnoxious intelligence. Now I realize the confusion of my present state, but as I wobbled from street to street tonight, watching those oval-mouthed clowns, I could not help feeling that all the merrymaking in Miracaw was somehow allowed only by their sufferance. This, I hope, is no more than a fanciful Thossian intuition, the sort of idea that is curious and thought-provoking without ever seeming to gain the benefit of proof. I know my mind is not entirely lucid, but I feel that it may be possible to penetrate Miracaw's many complexities and illuminate the hidden side of the festival season. In particular, I must look for the significance of the other festival. Is it also some kind of fertility celebration? From what I have seen, the tenor of this celebrating subgroup is one of anti-fertility, if anything. How have they managed to keep from dying out completely over the years? How do they maintain their numbers? But I was too tired to formulate any more of my sodden speculations. Falling onto my bed, I soon became lost in dreams of streets and faces. 6. I was, of course, slightly hung over when I woke up late the next morning. The festival was still going strong, and loud blaring music outside roused me from a nightmare. It was a parade. A number of floats proceeded down Townsend, a familiar color predominating. There were theme floats of pilgrims and Indians, cowboys and Indians, and clowns of an orthodox type. In the middle of it all was the Winter Queen herself, freezing atop an icy throne. She waved in all directions. I even imagined she waved up at my dark window. In the first few groggy moments of wakefulness, I had no sympathy with my excitation of the previous night, but I discovered that my former enthusiasm had merely lain dormant, and soon returned with an even greater intensity. Never before had my mind and senses been so active during this usually inert time of year. At home I would have been playing lugubrious old records and looking out the window quite a bit. I was terribly grateful in a completely abstract way for my commitment to a meaningful mania, and I was eager to get to work after I had had some breakfast at the coffee shop. When I got back to my room, I discovered the door was unlocked, and there was something written on the dresser mirror. The writing was red and greasy, as if done with a clown's makeup pencil. My own, I realized. I read the legend, or rather I should say riddle, several times. What buries itself before it is dead? I looked at it for quite a while, very shaken at how vulnerable my holiday fortifications were. Was this supposed to be a warning of some kind?
a threat to the effect that if I persisted in a certain course, I would end up prematurely interred? I would have to be careful, I told myself. My resolution was to let nothing deter me from the inspired strategy I had conceived for myself. I wiped the mirror clean, for it was now needed for other purposes. I spent the rest of the day devising a very special costume and the appropriate face to go with it. I easily shabbied up my overcoat with a torn pocket or two and a complete set of stains. Combined with blue jeans and a pair of rather scuffed-up shoes, I had a passable costume for a derelict. The face, however, was more difficult, for I had to experiment from memory. Remembering the screaming Pierrot in that painting, the scream, I now recall, helped me quite a bit. At nightfall, I exited the hotel by the back stairway. It was strange to walk down the crowded street in this gruesome disguise. Though I thought I would feel conspicuous, the actual experience was very close, I imagined, to one of complete invisibility. No one looked at me as I strolled by, or as they strolled by, or as we strolled by each other. I was a phantom, perhaps the ghost of festivals past, or those yet to come. I had no clear idea where my disguise would take me that night, only vague expectations of gaining the confidence of my fellow specters, and possibly in some way coming to know their secrets. For a while I would simply wander around in that lackadaisical manner I had learned from them, following their lead in any way they might indicate. And for the most part, this meant doing almost nothing, and doing it silently. If I passed one of my kind on the sidewalk, there was no speaking, no exchange of knowing looks, no recognition at all that I was aware of. We were there on the streets of Miracaw to create a presence, and nothing more. At least this is how I came to feel about it. As I drifted along with my bodiless invisibility, I felt myself more and more becoming an empty, floating shape, seeing without being seen, and walking without the interference of those grosser creatures who shared my world. It was not an experience completely without interest, or even pleasure. The clown's shibboleth of "Here we go again" took on a new meaning for me as I felt myself a novitiate of a more rarefied order of harlequinry. And very soon the opportunity to make further progress along this path presented itself. On the other side of the street, going the opposite direction, a pickup truck slowly passed, gently parting a sea of zigging and zagging celebrants. The cargo in the back of this truck was curious, for it was made up entirely of my fellow sectarians. Further down the street the truck stopped, and another of them boarded it over the back gate. 1 block down I saw still another get on. 2 blocks down the truck made a U-turn at an intersection and headed in my direction. I stood at the curb as I had seen the others do. I was not sure the truck would pick me up, thinking that somehow they knew I was an impostor. The truck did, however, slow down, almost coming to a stop when it reached me. The others were crowded on the floor of the truck bed. Most of them were just staring into nothingness with the usual indifference I had come to expect from their kind. But a few actually glanced at me with some anticipation. For a second I hesitated, not sure I wanted to pursue this ruse any further. At the last moment, some impulse sent me climbing up the back of the truck and squeezing myself in among the others. There were only a few more to pick up before the truck headed for the outskirts of Miracaw and beyond. At first I tried to maintain a clear orientation with respect to the town, but as we took turn after turn through the darkness of narrow country roads, I found myself unable to preserve any sense of direction. The majority of the others in the back of the truck exhibited no apparent awareness of their fellow passengers. Guardedly I looked from face to ghostly face. A few of them spoke in short whispered phrases to others close by. I could not make out what they were saying, but the tone of their voices was one of innocent normalcy, as if they were not of the hardened slum herd of Miracaw. Perhaps, I thought, these were thrill-seekers who had disguised themselves as I had done, or more likely initiates of some kind. Possibly they had received prior instructions at such meetings as I had stumbled onto the day before. It was also likely that among this crew were those very boys I had frightened into a precipitate exit from that old diner. The truck was now speeding along a fairly open stretch of country, heading toward those higher hills that surrounded the now distant town of Miracaw. The icy wind whipped around us, and I could not keep myself from trembling with cold. This definitely betrayed me as one of the newcomers among the group, for the two bodies that pressed against mine were rigidly still, and even seemed to be radiating a frigidity of their own. I glanced ahead at the darkness into which we were rapidly progressing. We had left all open country behind us now, and the road was enclosed by thick woods. The massive bodies in the truck leaned into each other as we began traveling up a steep incline. Above us, at the top of the hill, were lights shining somewhere within the woods. When the road leveled off, the truck made an abrupt turn, steering into what I thought was the roadside blackness, or a great ditch. There was an unpaved path, however, upon which the truck proceeded toward the glowing in the near distance. This glowing became brighter and sharper as we approached, flickering upon the trees and revealing stark detail where there had formerly been only smooth darkness. As the truck pulled into a clearing and came to a stop, I saw a loose assembly of figures, many of which held lanterns that beamed with a dazzling and frosty light. I stood up in the back of the truck to one board, as the others were doing. Glancing around from that height, I saw approximately 30 more of those cadaverous clowns milling about. One of my fellow passengers spied me lingering in the truck, and in a strangely high-pitched whisper told me to hurry, explaining something about the apex of darkness. I thought again about this solstice night. It was technically the longest period of darkness of the year, even if not by a very significant margin from many other winter nights. Its true significance, though, was related to considerations having little to do with either statistics or the calendar. I went over to the place where the others were forming into a tighter crowd, and in which there was a sense of expectancy in the subtle gestures and expressions of its individual members. Glances were now exchanged, the hand of one lightly touched the shoulder of another, and a pair of circled eyes gazed over to where two figures were setting their lanterns on the ground about 6 feet apart. The illumination of these lanterns revealed an opening in the earth. Eventually, the awareness of everyone was focused on this roundish pit, and as if by prearranged signal, we all began huddling around it. The only sounds were those of the wind and our own movements as we crushed frozen leaves and sticks underfoot. Finally, when we had all surrounded this gaping hole, the first one jumped in, leaving our sight for a moment, but then reappearing to take hold of a lantern, which another one handed him from above. The miniature abyss filled with light, and I could see it was no more than 6 feet deep. Near the base of its inner wall, the mouth of a tunnel was carved out. The figure holding the lantern stooped a little and disappeared into the passage. One by one, then, the members of the crowd leaped into the darkness of this pit, and every fifth one took a lantern. I kept to the back of the group, for whatever subterranean activities were going to take place, I was sure I wanted to be on their periphery. When only about 10 of us remained on the ground above, I maneuvered to let 4 of them precede me, so that as the 5th I might receive a lantern. This was exactly how it worked out, for after I had leaped to the bottom of the hole, a light was ritually handed down to me. Turning about face, I quickly entered the passageway. At that point, I shook so with cold that I was neither curious nor afraid, but only grateful for the shelter. I entered a long, gently sloping tunnel, just high enough for me to stand upright. It was considerably warmer down there than outside in the cold darkness of the woods. After a few moments, I had sufficiently thawed out so that my concerns shifted from those of physical comfort to a sudden and justified preoccupation with my survival. As I walked, I held my lantern close to the sides of the tunnel. They were relatively smooth and even, as if the passage had not been made by manual digging, but had been burrowed by something which left behind a clue to its dimensions in the tunnel's size and shape. This delirious idea came to me when I recalled the message that had been left on my bedroom mirror: what buries itself before it is dead. I had to hurry along to keep up with those uncanny spelunkers who preceded me. The lanterns ahead bobbed with every step of their bearers, the lumbering procession seeming less and less real the farther we marched into that snug little tunnel. At some point, I noticed the line ahead of me growing shorter. The processioners were emptying out into a cavernous chamber, where I too soon arrived. This area was about 30 feet in height, its other dimensions approximating those of a large ballroom. Gazing into the distance above made me uncomfortably aware of how far we had descended into the earth. Unlike the smooth sides of the tunnel, the walls of this cavern looked jagged and irregular, as though they had been gnawed at. The earth had been removed, I assumed, either through the tunnel from which we had emerged, or else by way of one of the many other black openings that I saw around the edges of the chamber, for possibly they too led back to the surface. But the structure of this chamber occupied my mind a great deal less than did its occupants. There to meet us on the floor of the great cavern was what must have been the entire slum population of Miracaw, and more, all with the same eerily wide-eyed and oval-mouthed faces. They formed a circle around an altar-like object which had some kind of dark, leathery covering draped over it. Upon the altar, another covering of the same material concealed a lumpy form beneath. And behind this form, looking down upon the altar, was the only figure whose face was not greased with makeup. He wore a long, snowy robe that was the same color as the wispy hair berimming his head. His arms were calmly at his sides. He made no movement. The man I once believed would penetrate great secrets stood before us with the same professorial bearing that had impressed me so many years ago, yet now I felt nothing but dread at the thought of what revelations lay pocketed within the abysmal folds of his magisterial attire. Had I really come here to challenge such a formidable figure? The name by which I knew him seemed itself insufficient to designate one of his stature. Rather, I should name him by his other incarnations: God of all wisdom, scribe of all sacred books, father of all magicians, thrice great and more. Rather, I should call him Tote. He raised his cupped hands to his congregation, and the ceremony was under way. It was all very simple. The entire assembly, which had remained speechless until this moment, broke out in the most horrendous, high-pitched singing that can be imagined. It was a choir of sorrow, of shrieking delirium, and of shame. The cavern rang shrilly with the dissonant, whining chorus. My voice, too, was added to the congregation's, trying to blend with their maimed music. But my singing could not imitate theirs, having a huskiness unlike their cacophonous, keening wail. To keep from exposing myself as an intruder, I continued to mouth their words without sound. These words were a revelation of the moody malignancy which until then I had no more than sensed whenever in the presence of these figures. They were singing to the unborn in paradise, to the pure unlived lives. They sang a dirge for existence, for all its vital forms and seasons. Their ideals were those of darkness, chaos, and a melancholy half-existence consecrated to all the many shapes of death. A sea of thin, bloodless faces trembled and screamed with perverted hopes. And the robed, guiding figure at the heart of all this, elevated over the course of 20 years to the status of high priest, was the man from whom I had taken so many of my own life's principles. It would be useless to describe what I felt at that moment, and a waste of the time I need to describe the events which followed. The singing abruptly stopped, and the towering, white-haired figure began to speak. He was welcoming those of the new generation. 20 winters had passed since the pure ones had expanded their ranks. The word pure in this setting was a violence to what sense and composure I still retained, for nothing could have been more foul than what was to come. Thos, and I employ this defunct identity only as a convenience, closed his sermon and moved back toward the dark-skinned altar. There, with all the flourish of his former life, he drew back the topmost covering. Beneath it was a limp-limbed effigy, a collapsed puppet sprawled upon the slab. I was standing toward the rear of the congregation, and attempted to keep as close to the exit passage as I could. Thus I did not see everything as clearly as I might have. Thos looked down over the crooked, doll-like form, and then out at the gathering. I even imagined that he made knowing eye contact with myself. He spread his arms, and a stream of continuous and unintelligible words flowed from his moaning mouth. The congregation began to stir, not greatly, but perceptibly. Until that moment, there was a limit to what I believed was the evil of these people. They were, after all, only that. They were merely morbid, self-tortured souls with strange beliefs. If there was anything I had learned in all my years as an anthropologist, it was that the world is infinitely rich in strange ideas, even to the point where the concept of strangeness itself had little meaning for me. But with the scene I then witnessed, my conscience bounded into a realm from which it will never return. For now was the transformation scene, the culmination of every harlequinade. It began slowly. There was increasing movement among those on the far side of the chamber from where I stood. Someone had fallen to the floor, and the others in the area backed away. The voice at the altar continued its chanting. I tried to gain a better view, but there were too many of them around me. Through the mass of obstructing bodies, I caught only glimpses of what was taking place. The one who had swooned to the floor of the chamber seemed to be losing all former shape and proportion. I thought it was a clown's trick. They were clowns, were they not? I myself could make 4 white balls transform into 4 black balls as I juggled them, and this was not my most astonishing feat of clownish magic. And is there not always a sleight of hand inherent in all such ceremonies, often dependent on the transported delusions of the celebrants? This was a good show, I thought, and giggled to myself. The transformation scene of Harlequin throwing off his fool's facade. Oh, God, Harlequin, do not move like that. Harlequin, where are your arms? And your legs have melted together and have begun squirming upon the floor. What horrible mouthing umbilicus is that where your face should be? What is it that buries itself before it is dead? The almighty serpent of wisdom, the conqueror worm. It now started happening all around the chamber. Individual members of the congregation would gaze emptily, caught for a moment in a frozen trance, and then collapse to the floor to begin the sickening metamorphosis. This happened with ever-increasing frequency, the louder and more frantic Thoth chanted his insane prayer, or curse. Then there began a writhing movement toward the altar, and Thoth welcomed the things as they curled their way to the altar top. I knew now what lax figure lay upon it. This was Cora and Persephone, the daughter of Ceres and the Winter Queen, the child abducted into the underworld of death. Except this child had no supernatural mother to save her, no living mother at all. For the sacrifice I witnessed was an echo of one that had occurred 20 years before, the carnival feast of the preceding generation. Oh, Carnevale. Now both mother and daughter had become victims of this subterranean Sabbath. I finally realized this truth when the figure stirred upon the altar, lifted its head of icy beauty, and screamed at the sight of mute mouths closing around her. I ran from the chamber into the tunnel. There was nothing else that could be done, I have obsessively told myself. Some of the others who had not yet changed began to pursue me. They would have caught up to me, I have no doubt, for I fell only a few yards into the passage, and for a moment I imagined that I, too, was about to undergo a transformation, but I had not been prepared as the others had been. When I heard the approaching footsteps of my pursuers, I was sure there was an even worse fate facing me upon the altar. But the footsteps ceased and retreated. They had received an order in the voice of their high priest. I, too, heard the order, though I wish I had not, for until then I had imagined that Thoth did not remember who I was. It was that voice which taught me otherwise. For the moment I was free to leave. I struggled to my feet, and having broken my lantern in the fall, retraced my way back through cloacal blackness. Everything seemed to happen very quickly once I emerged from the tunnel and climbed up from the pit. I wiped the reeking grease paint from my face as I ran through the woods and back to the road. A passing car stopped, though I gave it no other choice except to run me down. "Thank you for stopping. What the hell are you doing out here?" the driver asked. I caught my breath. "It was a joke. The festival. Friends thought it would be funny. Please drive on." My ride let me off about a mile out of town, and from there I could find my way. It was the same way I had come into Miracaw on my first visit the summer before. I stood for a while at the summit of that high hill just outside the city limits, looking down upon the busy little hamlet. The intensity of the festival had not abated, and would not until morning. I walked down toward the welcoming glow of green, slipped through the festivities unnoticed, and returned to the hotel. No one saw me go up to my room. Indeed, there was an atmosphere of absence and abandonment through that building, and the desk in the lobby was unattended. I locked the door to my room and collapsed upon the bed. 7. When I awoke the next morning, I saw from my window that the town and surrounding countryside had been visited during the night by a snowstorm, one which was entirely unpredicted. The snow was still falling and blowing and gathering on the now deserted streets of Miracaw. The festival was over. Everyone had gone home. And this was exactly my own intention. Any action on my part concerning what I had seen the night before would have to wait until I was away from the town. I am still not sure it will do the slightest good to speak up like this. Any accusations I could make against the slum populace of Miracaw would be resisted, as well they should be, as unbelievable. Perhaps in a very short while none of this will be my concern. With packed suitcases in both hands, I walked up to the front desk to check out. The man behind the desk was not Beetle, and he had to fumble around to find my bill. "Here we are. Everything all right?" "Fine," I answered. "Is Mr. Beetle around?" "No, I'm afraid he's not back yet. Been out all night looking for his daughter. She's a very popular girl, being the Winter Queen and all that nonsense. Probably find she was at a party somewhere." A little noise came out of my throat. I threw my suitcases in the back seat of my car and got behind the wheel. On that morning, nothing I could recall seemed real to me. The snow was falling, and I watched it through my windshield, slow and silent and entrancing. I started up my car, routinely glancing in my rearview mirror. What I saw there is now vividly framed in my mind, as it was framed in the back window of my car when I turned to verify its reality. In the middle of the street behind me, standing ankle-deep in snow, was Thos and another figure. When I looked closely at the other, I recognized him as one of the boys whom I surprised in that diner. But he had now taken on a corrupt and listless resemblance to his new family. Both he and Thos stared at me, making no attempt to forestall my departure. Thos knew that this was unnecessary. I had to carry the image of those two dark figures in my mind as I drove back home. But only now has the full weight of my experience descended upon me. So far I have claimed illness in order to avoid my teaching schedule. To face the normal flow of life as I had formerly known it would be impossible. I am now very much under the influence of a season and a climate far colder and more barren than all the winters in human memory. And mentally retracing past events does not seem to have helped. I can feel myself sinking deeper into a velvety white abyss. At certain times, I could almost dissolve entirely into this inner realm of awful purity and emptiness. I remember those invisible moments when, in disguise, I drifted through the streets of Miracaw, untouched by the drunken, noisy forms around me. Untouchable. But instantly I recoil at this grotesque nostalgia, for I realize what is happening, and what I do not want to be true, though Thos proclaimed it was. I recall his command to those others as I lay helplessly prone in the tunnel. They could have apprehended me, but Thos, my old master, called them back. His voice echoed throughout that cavern, and it now reverberates within my own psychic chambers of memory. "He is one of us," it said. "He has always been one of us." It is this voice which now fills my dreams and my days and my long winter nights. I have seen you, Dr. Thos, through the snow outside my window. Soon I will celebrate, alone, that last feast which will kill your words, only to prove how well I have learned their truth. Ian R. MacLeod, 1/72nd scale. Ian R. MacLeod was born in Solihull, West Midlands, and after taking a degree in law at Birmingham Polytechnic, where he met his wife Gillian, he spent 10 years working in the civil service. He was nearly 30 by the time he started trying to get a novel published, and despite receiving a number of rejection slips, he was truly hooked on writing. Through the wreckage of another couple of novels, he began to experiment seriously with shorter fiction. There were more rejection slips, but they started to get more friendly. 1/72nd scale was his first sale, although not, in the way that things inevitably work out, his first story to appear in print. In 1990, he summoned up the courage to quit work and devote more time to writing, with published work appearing in Inner Zone, Weird Tales, Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine, Amazing Stories, Inner Zone, the Fifth Anthology, and Best New SF 5. I remember that I had Ramsey Campbell's story The Chimney in the back of my mind as a kind of role model of how you make an everyday object gain a life of its own, recalls the author of 1/72nd Scale. Despite its strong horror premise, the story was nominated for a 1990 Nebula Award by the Science Fiction Writers of America. David moved into Simon's room. Mum and Dad said they were determined not to let it become a shrine. Dad even promised to redecorate it anyhow David wanted. New paint, new curtains, Superman wallpaper, the lot. You have to try to forget the past, Dad said, enveloping him in his arms and the smell of his sweat. Things that have been and gone. You're what counts now, Junior, our living son. On a wet Sunday afternoon, the windows steamed, the air still thick with the fleshy smell of pork, an afternoon for headaches, boredom, and family arguments, if ever there was one. David took the small stepladder from the garage and lugged it up the stairs to Simon's room. One by one he peeled Simon's posters from the walls, careful not to tear the corners as he separated them from yellowed sellotape and blobs of blue tack. He rolled them into neat tubes, each held in place by an elastic band, humming along to Dire Straits on Simon's Sony Portable as he did so. He was halfway through taking the dogfighting aircraft down from the ceiling when Mum came in. The dusty, prickly feel of the fragile models set his teeth on edge. They were like big insects. "And what do you think you're doing?" Mum asked. David left a Spitfire swinging on its thread and looked down. It was odd seeing her from above, the dark half-moons beneath her eyes. "I'm just—" Dire Straits were playing Industrial Disease. Mum fussed angrily with the Sony, trying to turn it off. The volume soared. She jerked the plug out and turned to face him through the silence. "What makes you think this thing is yours, David? We can hear it blaring all through the bloody house. Just what do you think you're doing?" "I'm sorry," he said. A worm of absurd laughter squirmed in his stomach. Here he was, perched up on a stepladder, looking down at Mum as though he was 7 feet tall. But he didn't climb down. He thought she probably wouldn't get angry with someone perched up on a ladder. But Mum raged at him, shouted and shouted and shouted. Her face went white as bone. Dad came up to see what the noise was, his shirt unbuttoned and creased from sleep, the sports pages crumpled in his right hand. He lifted David down from the ladder and said it was all right. This was what they'd agreed, okay? Mum began to cry. She gave David a salty hug, saying she was sorry. "Sorry, my darling." He felt stiff and awkward. His eyes, which had been flooding with tears a moment before, were suddenly as dry as the Sahara. So dry it hurt to blink. Mum and Dad helped him finish clearing up Simon's models and posters. They smiled a lot and talked in loud, shaky voices. Little Sis Victoria came in and stood at the door to watch. It was like packing away the decorations after Christmas. Mum wrapped the planes up in tissues and put them carefully in a box. She gave a loud sob that sounded like a burp when she broke one of the propellers. When they'd finished, just the bare furniture, the bare walls, growing dark but no one wanting to put the light on, Dad promised that he'd redecorate the room next weekend, or the weekend after at the latest. He'd have the place better than new. He ruffled David's hair in a big, bear-like gesture and slipped his other arm around Mum's waist. Better than new. That was a year ago. The outlines of Simon's posters still shadowed the ivy wallpaper. The ceiling was pinholed where his models had hung. Hard little patches of Humbrol enamel and polystyrene cement cratered the carpet around the desk in the bay window. There was even a faint greasy patch above the bed where Simon used to sit up reading his big boys' books. They, like the model aircraft, now slumbered in the attic. the Association Football Yearbook, Aircraft of the Desert Campaign, Classic Cars 1945 to 1960, Tanks and Armored Vehicles of the World, the Modeler's Handbook, all gathering dust, darkness, and spiders. David still thought of it as Simon's room. He'd even called it that once or twice by accident. No one noticed. David's proper room, the room he'd had before Simon died, the room he still looked into on his way past it to the toilet, had been taken over by Victoria. What had once been his territory, landmarked by the laughing-face crack on the ceiling, the dip in the floorboards where the fireplace had once been, the corner where the sun pasted a bright orange triangle on summer evenings, was engulfed in frilly curtains, Snoopy lampshades, and My Little Ponies. Not that Victoria seemed particularly happy with her new smart bedroom. She would have been more than content to sleep in Simon's old room, with his posters curling and yellowing like dry skin, and his models gathering dust around her. Little Victoria had idolized Simon, laughed like a mad thing when he dandled her on his knee and tickled her, gazed in wonderment when he told her those clever stories he made up right out of his head. David started senior school in the autumn. Archbishop Lacy, the one Simon used to go to. It wasn't as bad as he'd feared, and for a while he even told himself that things were getting better at home as well. Then, on a Thursday afternoon, as he changed after games, shower, steam, and sweat, cowering in a corner of the changing rooms, almost ripping his Y-fronts in his hurry to pull them up and hide his winkle, Mr. Lewis, the games master, came over and handed him a brown window envelope addressed to his parents. David popped it into his blazer pocket and worried all the way home. No one else had got one, and he couldn't think of anything he'd done sufficiently well to deserve special mention, although he could think of lots of things he'd done badly. He handed it straight to Mum when he came in, anxious to find out the worst. He waited by her as she stood reading it in the kitchen. The Blue Peter signature tune drifted in from the lounge. She finished and folded it in half, sharpening the crease with her nails, then in half again, and again, until it was a fat, neat square. David gazed at it in admiration as Mum told him in a matter-of-fact voice that school wanted back the 100 meters swimming trophy that Simon had won the year before. For a moment, David felt a warm wave of relief break over him. Then he looked up and saw Mum's face. There was a bitter argument between Mum and Dad and the school. In the end, after the local paper had run an article in its middle pages headlined "Heartless Request," Archbishop Lacy agreed to buy a new trophy and let them keep the old one. It stayed on the fireplace in the lounge, regularly tarnishing and growing bright again as Mum attacked it with Duraglit. The headmaster gave several assembly talks about becoming too attached to possessions, and Mr. Lewis, the games master, made Thursday afternoons hell for David in the special ways that only a games master can. Senior school also meant homework. As the nights lengthened and the first bangers echoed down the suburban streets, David sat working at Simon's desk in the bay window. He always did his best, and although he never came much above the middle of the class in any subject, his handwriting was often remarked on for its neatness and readability. He usually left the curtains open and had just the desk light, blue and white wicker shade, stand of mahogany on a wrought iron base, good enough to have come from British home stores, and all Simon's work, all of it, on, so that he could see out. The street lamp flashed through the hairy boughs of the monkey puzzle tree in the front garden. ... dash, 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 dot. He often wondered if it was a message. Sometimes, way past the time when she should have been asleep, Victoria's door would squeak open, and her slippered feet would patter along the landing and halfway down the stairs. There she would sit, hugging her knees and watching the TV light flicker through the frosted glass door of the lounge. Cracking open his door quietly and peering down through the top banisters, David had seen her there. If the lounge door opened, she would scamper back up and out of sight into her bedroom faster than a rabbit. Mum and Dad never knew. It was Victoria's secret, and in the little he said to her, David had no desire to prick that bubble. He guessed that she was probably waiting for Simon to return. Dad came up one evening when David had just finished algebra and was turning to the agricultural revolution. He stood in the doorway, the light from the landing haloing what was left of his hair. A dark figure with one arm hidden, holding something big behind its back. For a wild moment, David felt his scalp prickle with incredible, irrational fear. "How's Junior?" Dad said. He ambled through the shadows of the room into the pool of yellow light where David sat. "All right, thank you," David said. He didn't like being called Junior. No one had ever called him Junior when Simon was alive, and he was now the eldest in any case. "I've got a present for you. Guess what?" "I don't know." David had discovered long ago that it was dangerous to guess presents. You said the thing you wanted it to be and upset people when you were wrong. "Close your eyes." There was a rustle of paper and a thin, scratchy rattle that he couldn't place, but it was eerily familiar. "Now open them." David composed his face into a suitable expression of happy surprise and opened his eyes. It was a big, long box wrapped in squeaky folds of shrink-wrap plastic. An Airfix 1/72nd scale Flying Fortress. David didn't have to pretend. He was genuinely astonished, overawed. It was a big model, the biggest in the Airfix 1/72nd series. Simon, who always talked about these things, the steady pattern of triumphs that peppered his life, each new obstacle mastered and overcome, had been planning to buy one when he'd finished the Lancaster he was working on and had saved up enough money from his paper round. Instead, the Lancaster remained an untidy jumble of plastic, and in one of those vicious conjunctions that are never supposed to happen to people like Simon, he and his bike chanced to share the same patch of tarmac on the high street at the same moment as a Pickford's lorry turning right out of a service road. The bike had twisted into a half circle around the big wheels. Useless scrap. "I'd never expected... David opened and closed his mouth in the hope that more words would come out. Dad put a large hand on his shoulder. "I knew you'd be pleased. I've got you all the paints it lists on the side of the box, the glue." Little tins pattered out onto the desk, each with a colored lid. There were 3 silver. David could see from the picture on the side of the box that he was going to need a lot of silver. "And look at this." Dad flashed a craft knife close to his face. "Isn't that dinky? You'll have to promise to be careful, though." "I promise." "Take your time with it, Junior. I can't wait to see it finished." The big hand squeezed his shoulder, then let go. "Don't allow it to get in the way of your homework." "Thanks, Dad. I won't." "Don't I get a kiss?" David gave him a kiss. "Well, I'll leave you to it. I'll give you any help you want. Don't you think you should have the big light on? You'll strain your eyes." "I'm fine." Dad hovered by him for a moment, his lips moving and a vague look in his eyes as though he was searching for the words of a song. Then he grunted and left the bedroom. David stared at the box. He didn't know much about models, but he knew that the Flying Fortress was the big one. Even Simon had been working up to it in stages. The Everest of models in every sense. Size, cost, difficulty. The guns swiveled, the bomb bay doors opened, the vast and complex undercarriage went up and down. From the heights of such an achievement, one could gaze serenely down at the whole landscape of childhood. David slid the box back into its large paper bag, along with the paints and the glue and the knife. He put it down on the carpet and tried to concentrate on the agricultural revolution. The crumpled paper at the top of the bag made creepy crackling noises. He got up, put it in the bottom of his wardrobe, and closed the door. "How are you getting on with the model?" Dad asked him at tea 2 days later. David nearly choked on a fish finger. He forced it down, the dry breadcrumbs sandpapering his throat. I, He hadn't given the model any thought at all. Just dreams and a chill of unease, a dark mountain to climb, since he'd put it away in the wardrobe. "I'm taking it slowly," he said. "I want to make sure I get it right." Mum and Dad and Victoria returned to munching their food, satisfied for the time being. After tea, David clicked his bedroom door shut and took the model out from the wardrobe. The paper bag crackled excitedly in his hands. He turned on Simon's light and sat down at the desk. Then he emptied the bag and bunched it into a tight ball, stuffing it firmly down into the wastepaper bin beside the chair. He lined the paints up next to the window. Duck egg green, matte black, silver, silver, silver. A neat row of squat little soldiers. David took the craft knife and slit open the shining shrink-wrap covering. It rippled and squealed as he skinned it from the box. Then he worked the cardboard lid off. A clean, sweet smell wafted into his face. Like a new car, a hospital waiting room, the sudden taste of metal in your mouth as Mum's heirloom spode tumbles towards the fireplace tiles, or the inside of a camera case. A clear plastic bag filled the box beneath a heavy wad of instructions. To open it, he had to ease out the whole gray chittering weight of the model and cut open the seal, then carefully tease the innards out, terrified that he might lose a piece in doing so. When he'd finished, the unassembled flying fortress jutted out from the box like a huge pile of jackstraws. It took him another 30 minutes to get them to lie flat enough to close the lid. Somehow, it was very important that he closed the lid. So far, so good. David unfolded the instructions. They got bigger and bigger, opening out into a vast sheet covered with dense type and arrows and numbers and line drawings. But he was determined not to be put off. Absolutely determined. He could see himself, in just a few weeks' time, walking slowly down the stairs with the great silver bird cradled carefully in his arms, every detail correct, the paintwork perfect. Mum and Dad and Victoria will look up as he enters the bright, warm lounge, and soon there is joy on their faces. The flying fortress is marvelous, a miracle. Even Simon couldn't have done better. A work of art. There is laughter and wonder like Christmas firelight as David demonstrates how the guns swivel, how the undercarriage goes up and down. And although there is no need to say it, everyone understands that this is the turning point. The sun will shine again, the rain will be warm and sweet, clear white snow will powder the winter, and Simon will be just a sad memory, a glint of tears in their happy, smiling eyes. The preface to the instructions helpfully suggested that it was best to paint the small parts before they were assembled. Never one to ignore sensible advice, David reopened the box and lifted out the gray clusters of plastic. Like coat hangers, they had an implacable tendency to hook themselves onto each other. Every part was attached to one of the trees of thin plastic around which the model was molded. The big pieces, such as the sides of the aircraft and the wings, were easy to recognize, but there were also a vast number of odd shapes that had no obvious purpose. Then, as his eyes searched along rows of thin bits, fat bits, star-shaped bits, and bits that might be parts of bombs, he saw a row of little gray men hanging from the plastic tree by their heads. The first of the men was crouching in an oddly fetal position. When David pulled him off the plastic tree, his neck snapped instead of the joint at the top of his head. David spent the evenings and most of the weekends of the next month at work on the Flying Fortress. "Junior," Dad said one day as he met him coming up the stairs, "you're getting so absorbed in that model of yours. I saw your light on last night when I went to bed. Just you be careful it doesn't get in the way of your homework."
"I won't let that happen," David answered, putting on his good boy smile. "I won't get too absorbed."
But David was absorbed in the model, and the model was absorbed into him. It absorbed him to the exclusion of everything else. He could feel it working its way into his system. Lumps of glue and plastic, sticky, sweet-smelling silver enamel worming into his flesh. Crusts of it were under his nails, sticking in his hair and to his teeth, his thoughts. Homework, which had been a worry to him, no longer mattered. He simply didn't do it. At the end of lesson bells, he packed the exercise books into his satchel, and a week later he would take them out again for the next session, pristine and unchanged. Nobody actually took much notice. There was, he discovered, a group of boys and girls in his class who never did their homework. They just didn't do it. More amazing still, they weren't bothered about it, and neither were the teachers. He began to sit at the back of the class, with the cluster of paper pellet flickers, boys who said fuck, and lunchtime smokers. They made reluctant room for him, wrinkling their noses in suspicion at their new, paint-smelling, hollow-eyed colleague. As far as David was concerned, the arrangement was purely temporary. Once the model was finished, he'd work his way back up the class, no problem. The model absorbed David. David absorbed the model. He made mistakes. He learned from his mistakes, and made other mistakes instead. In his hurry to learn from those mistakes, he repeated the original ones. It took him aching hours of frustration and eye strain to paint the detailed small parts of the model. The Humbrol enamel would never quite go where he wanted it to, but unfailingly ended up all over his hands. His fingerprints began to mark the model, the desk, and the surrounding area like the evidence of a crime. And everything was so tiny. As he squinted down into the yellow pool of light cast by Simon's neat lamp, the paintbrush trembling in one hand and a tiny piece of motor sticking to the fingers of the other, he could feel the minute, tickly itchiness of it drilling through the breathless silence into his brain. But he persevered. The pieces came and went, turning from gray to blotched and runny combinations of enamel. He arranged them on sheets of the Daily Mirror on the right-hand corner of his desk, peeling them off his fingers like half-sucked Murray mints. A week later, the paint was still tacky. He hadn't stirred the pots properly. The nights grew colder and longer. The monkey puzzle tree whispered in the wind. David found it difficult to keep warm in Simon's bed. After shivering wakefully into the gray small hours, he would often have to scramble out from the clinging cold sheets to go for a pee. Once, weary and fumbling with the cord of his pajamas, he glanced down from the landing and saw Victoria sitting on the stairs. He tiptoed down to her, careful not to make the stairs creak and wake Mum and Dad. "What's the matter?" he whispered. Little Victoria turned to him, her face as expressionless as a doll's. "You're not Simon," she hissed. Then she pushed past him as she scampered back up to bed. On bonfire night, David stood beneath a dripping umbrella as Dad struggled to light a Roman candle in a makeshift shelter of paving stones. Tomorrow, he decided, I will start to glue some bits together. Painting the rest of the details can wait. The firework flared briefly through the wet darkness, spraying silver fire and soot across the paving slab. Victoria squealed with fear and chewed her mitten. The after-image stayed in David's eyes. Silver, almost aeroplane-shaped. The first thing David discovered about polystyrene cement was that it came out very quickly when the nozzle was pricked with a pin. The second was that it had a remarkable ability to melt plastic. He was almost in tears by the end of his first evening of attempted construction. There was a mushy crater in the middle of the left tail plane, and gray smears of plastic all along the side of the motor housing he'd been trying to join. It was disgusting. Gray runners of plastic were dripping from his hands, and he could feel the reek of the glue bringing a crushing headache down on him. "Getting on all right?" Dad asked, poking his head around the door. David nearly jumped out of his skin. He desperately clawed unmade bits of the model over to cover up the mess as Dad crossed the room to peer over his shoulder and mutter approvingly for a few seconds. When he'd gone, David discovered that the new pieces were now also sticky with glue and melting plastic. David struggled on. He didn't like the Flying Fortress and would have happily thrown it away, but the thought of Mum and Dad's disappointment, even little Victoria screwing her face up in contempt, was now as vivid as his imagined triumph had been before. Simon never gave up on things. Simon always, David would show them, did everything right. But by now the very touch of the model, the tiny bumps of the rivets, the rough little edges where the molding had seeped out, made his flesh crawl. And for no particular reason, a dream too bad to remember, the thought came to him that maybe even real flying fortresses, crammed into the rear gunner's turret like a corpse in a coffin, kamikaze Zero Zens streaming out of the sky, flames everywhere and the thick stink of burning, boiling gray plastic pouring like treacle over his hands, his arms, his shoulders, his face, his mouth, choking, screaming, choking, weren't such wonderful things after all. Compared with constructing the model, the painting, although a disaster, had been easy. Night after night he struggled with meaningless bits of tiny plastic, and a gray voice whispered in his ear that Simon would have finished it now. Yes, sirree. And it would have been perfect. David was under no illusions now as to how difficult the model was to construct. Those glib instructions to fit this part to that part that actually entailed hours of messy struggle. The suspicious fact that Airfix had chosen to use a painting of a real flying fortress on the box rather than a photograph of the finished model. But he knew that if anyone could finish it, Simon could. Simon could always do anything. Even dead, he amounted to more than David. In mid-November, David had a particularly difficult Thursday at games. Mr. Lewis wasn't like the other teachers. He didn't ignore little boys who kept quiet and didn't do much. As he was always telling them, he cared. Because David hadn't paid much attention the week before, he'd brought along his rugger kit instead of his gym kit. He was the only boy dressed in green amid all the whites. Mr. Lewis spotted him easily. While the rest of the class watched, laughing and hooting, David had to climb the ropes. Mr. Lewis gave him a bruising push to get started. His muscles burning, his chest heaving with tears and exertion, David managed to climb a foot. Then he slid back. With an affable, aching clout, Mr. Lewis shoved him up again. More quickly this time, David slid back, scouring his hands, arms, and the inside of his legs red raw. Mr. Lewis spun the rope. The climbing bars, the mat-covered parquet floor, the horse, and the tall windows looking out on the wet playground all swirled dizzily. He spun the rope the other way. Just as David was starting to wonder whether he could keep his dinner of liver, soggy chips, and apple snow down for much longer, Mr. Lewis stopped the rope again, embracing David in a sweaty hug. His face was close enough for David to count the big black pores on his nose, if he'd had a few hours to spare.
"A real softy you are," Mr. Lewis whispered. "Not like your brother at all. Now he was a proper lad."
And then he let go. David dropped to the floor, badly bruising his knees. As he limped up the stairs that evening, the smell of glue, paint, and plastic, which had been a permanent fixture in the bedroom for some time, poured down from the landing to greet him. It curled around his face like a caressing hand, fingering down his throat and into his nose. And there was nothing remotely like a flying fortress on Simon's old desk. But David had had enough. Tonight he was determined to sort things out. Okay, he'd made a few mistakes, but they could be covered up, repaired, filled in. No one else would notice, and the flying fortress would look, "David, we knew you'd do a good job, but we'd never imagined anything this splendid. We must ring Granny, tell the local press," just as a 1/72nd scale top-of-the-range Airfix model should. David sat down at the desk. The branches of the monkey puzzle tree outside slithered and shivered in the rain. He stared at his yellow-lit reflection in the glass. The image of the rest of the room was dim, like something from the past. Simon's room. David had put up one or two things of his own now. A silver seagull mobile, a big Airlines of the World poster that he'd got by sending off 10 ski yogurt foils. But, like cats in a new home, they'd never settled in. David drew the curtains shut. He clicked the play button on Simon's Sony portable, and Dire Straits came out. He didn't think much of the music one way or another, but it was nice to have a safe, predictable noise going on in the background. Simon's Sony was a special one that played one side of a cassette and then the other as often as you liked without having to turn it over. David remembered the trouble Simon had gone to get the right machine at the right price, the pride with which he'd demonstrated the features to Mum and Dad, as though he'd invented them all himself. David had never felt that way about anything. David clenched his eyes shut, praying that Simon's clever fingers and calm confidence would briefly touch him, that Simon would peek over his shoulder and offer some help. But the thought went astray. He sensed Simon standing at his shoulder all right, but it was Simon as he would be now, after a year under the soil, his body still twisted like the frame of his bike, mossy black flesh sliding from his bones. David shuddered and opened his eyes to the gray plastic mess that was supposed to be a flying fortress. He forced himself to look over his shoulder. The room was smugly quiet. Although there was still much to do, David had finished with planning and detail. He grabbed the obvious big parts of the plane that the interminable instructions, slot parts A, B, and C of the rear side bulkhead together, ensuring that the upper inside brace of the support joint fits into dovetail 4 as illustrated, never got around to mentioning, and began to push them together, squeezing out gouts of glue. Dire Straits droned on, love over gold, it never rains, then back to the start of the tape. The faint hum of the TV came up through the floorboards. Key bits of plastic snapped and melted in his hands. David ignored them. At his back, the shadows of Simon's room fluttered in disapproval. At last, David had something that bore some similarity to a plane. He turned its sticky weight in his hands, and a great bird shadow flew across the ceiling behind him. One of the wings drooped down. There was a wide split down the middle of the body. Smears of glue and paint were everywhere. It was, he knew, a sorry mess. He covered it over with an old sheet in case Mum and Dad should see it in the morning, then went to bed. Darkness. Dad snoring faintly next door. The outline of Simon's body still there on the mattress beneath his back. David's heart pounded loudly enough to make the springs creak. The room and the airfix-laden air pulsed in sympathy. It muttered and whispered, "No sleep for you, my boy. Nice and restless for you all night when everyone's tucked up warm and you're the only wide-awake person in the whole gray universe," but grew silent whenever he lay especially still and dared it to make a noise. The street light filtered through the monkey puzzle tree and the curtains onto Simon's desk. The sheet covering the model looked like a face. Simon's face, as it would be now. David slept. He dreamed. The dreams were worse than waking. When he opened his eyes to Friday morning, clawing up out of a nightmare into the plastic-scented room, Simon's decayed face still yawned lopsidedly at him, clear and unashamed in the gray wash of the winter dawn. He couldn't face touching the sheet, let alone taking it off and looking at the mess underneath. Shivering in his pajamas, he found a biro in a drawer and used it to poke the yellowed cotton folds until they formed an innocuous shape. It didn't feel like a Friday at school. The usual sense of sunny relief, the thought of 2 whole days of freedom, had drained away. His eyes sore from lack of sleep, and the skin on his hands flaky with glue, David drifted through maths and art, followed by French in the afternoon. At the start of social studies, the final lesson of the week, he sat down on a drawing pin that had been placed on his chair. Now that Mr. Lewis had singled him out, the naughty boys he shared the back of the class with were beginning to think of him as fair game. Amid the sniggers and guffaws, David pulled the pin out of his bottom uncomplainingly. He had other things on his mind. He was, in fact, a little less miserable about the Flying Fortress than he had been that morning. It probably wasn't as bad as he remembered. Could anything really be that bad? And if he continued tonight, working slowly, using silver paint freely to cover up the bad bits, there might still be a possibility that it would look reasonable. Maybe he could even hang it from the ceiling before anyone got a chance to take a close look. As he walked home through the wet mist, he kept telling himself that it would, please, please, oh please God, be all right. He peeled back the sheet, tugging it off the sticky bits. It was like taking a bandage from a scabby wound. The model looked dreadful. He whimpered and stepped back. He was sure it hadn't been that bad the night before. The wings and the body had sagged, and the plastic had a bubbly, pimply look in places, as though something was trying to erupt from underneath. Hurriedly, he snatched the sheet up again and threw it over, then ran downstairs into the lounge. Mum glanced up from The Price is Right. "You're a stranger down here?" she said absently. "I thought you were still busy with that thing of yours." "It's almost finished," David said, to his own amazement, as he flopped down, breathless, on the sofa. Mum nodded slowly and turned back to the TV. She watched TV a lot these days. David had occasionally wandered in and found her staring at pages from Ceefax. David sat in a daze, letting program after program go, as Simon used to say, in one eye and out of the other. He had no desire to go back upstairs to his, Simon's, bedroom, but when the credits rolled on News at 10, and Dad smiled at the screen and suggested it was time that juniors were up in bed, he got up without argument. There was something less than affable about Dad's affable suggestions recently, as though if you didn't hop to it, he might slam your head against the wall until your bones stuck out through your face, grow angry. After he'd found the courage to turn off the bedside light, David lay with his arms stiffly at his sides, his eyes wide open. Even in the darkness, he could see the pin marks on the ceiling where Simon had hung his planes. They were like tiny black stars. He heard Mum go up to bed, her nervous breathing as she climbed the stairs. He heard the whine of the TV as the channel closed, Dad clearing his throat before he turned it off. the sound of the toilet, the bedroom door closing, then silence. Silence, like the taut skin of a drum. Dark pinprick stars on the grainy white ceiling, like a negative of the real sky, as though the whole world had twisted itself inside out around David, and he was now in a place where up was down, black was white, and people slithered in the cracks beneath the pavement. Silence. He really missed last night's whispering voices. Expectant silence. Silence that screamed something is going to happen. Something did. Quite matter-of-factly, as though it was as ordinary as the kettle in the kitchen switching itself off when it came to the boil, or the traffic lights changing to red on the high street, the sheet began to slide off the flying fortress. Simon's face briefly stretched into the folds, then vanished as the whole sheet flopped to the floor. The fortress sat still for a moment, outlined in the light of the street lamp through the curtains. Then it began to crawl across the desk, dragging itself on its wings like a wounded beetle. David didn't really believe that this could be happening. But as it moved, it even made the sort of scratchy, squeaky noises that a living model of a flying fortress might be expected to make. It paused at the edge of the desk, facing the window. It seemed to be wondering what to do next. As though, David thought with giggly hilarity, it hasn't done quite enough already. But the fortress was far from finished. With a jerky, insectal movement, it launched itself towards the window. The curtain sagged, and the glass went bump. Fluttering its wings like a huge moth, it clung on and started to climb up towards the curtain rail. Halfway up, it paused again. It made a chittering sound, and a ripple of movement passed along its back, a little shiver of pleasure. Alive at last. And David knew it sensed something else alive in the room. Him. The fortress launched itself from the curtains, setting the streetlight shivering across the empty desk, and more like a huge moth than ever, began to flutter around the room, bumping blindly into the ceiling and walls. Involuntarily, he covered his face with his hands. Through the cracks between his fingers, he saw the gray flitter of its movement. He heard the shriek of soft, fleshy plastic. He felt the panicky breath of its wings. Just as he was starting to think it couldn't get any worse, the fortress settled on his face. He felt the wings embracing him, the tail curling into his neck, thin gray claws scrabbling between his fingers, hungry to get at the liquid of his eyes and the soft flesh inside his cheeks. David began to scream. The fingers grew more persistent, pulling at his hands with a strength he couldn't resist. "David, what's the matter with you?" The big light was on. Dad's face hovered above him. Mum stood at the bottom of the bed, her thin white hands tying and untying in knots. He was lost for words, shaking with embarrassment and relief. Mum and Dad stayed with him for a few minutes, their faces drawn and puzzled. Simon never pulled this sort of trick. Mum's hands nodded. Dad's made fists. Victoria's white face peered around the door when they weren't looking, then vanished again, quick as a ghost. All David could say was that he'd had a bad dream. He glanced across the desk through the bland yellow light. The fortress was covered by its sheet again. Simon's rotting face grinned at him from the folds. "You can't catch me out that easily," the grin said. Mum and Dad switched off the big light when they left the room. They shuffled back down the landing. As soon as he heard their bedroom door clunk shut, David shot out of bed and clicked his light on again. He left it blazing all night as he sat on the side of the bed, staring at the cloth-covered model. It didn't move. The thin scratches on the backs of his hands were the only sign that anything had happened at all. As David stared into his bowl of Rice Krispies at breakfast, their snap and crackle and pop fast fading into the sugary milk, Mum announced that she and Dad and Victoria were going to see Gran that afternoon for tea. Did he want to come along? David said no. An idea had been growing in his mind, nurtured through the long hours of the night. With the afternoon free to himself, the idea became a fully fledged plan. Saying he was off to the library, David went down to the post office on the high street before it closed at lunchtime. The clouds were dark and low, and the streets were damp. After waiting an age behind a shopkeeper with bags of 10-pence bits to change, he presented the fat lady behind the glass screen with his savings book and asked to withdraw everything but the £1 needed to keep the account open. "That's a whole £11.52, she said to him. "Have we been saving up for something special?" "Oh, yes," David said, dragging his good boy smile out from the wardrobe and giving it a dust-down for the occasion. "A nice new toy. I know what you lads are like, all guns and armor. It's, a surprise." The lady humphed, disappointed that he wouldn't tell her what it was. She took out a handful of dry roasted nuts from a drawer beneath the counter and popped them into her mouth, licking the salt off her fingers before counting out his money. Back at home, David returned the savings book to the desk, his hands shaking in his hurry to get back out of the room, his eyes desperately focused away from the cloth-covered model on the top, but kept the 2 5-pound notes and the change crinkling against his leg in the front pocket of his jeans. He just hoped that Dad wouldn't have one of his occasional surges of interest in his finances and ask to see the savings book. He'd thought that he might say something about helping out a poor school friend who needed a loan for a new pair of shoes, but the idea sounded unconvincing even as he rehearsed it in his mind. Fish fingers again for lunch. David wasn't hungry and slipped a few across the plastic tablecloth to Victoria when Mum and Dad weren't looking. Victoria could eat fish fingers until they came out of her ears. When she was really full up, she sometimes even tried to poke a few in there to demonstrate that no more would fit. Afterwards, David sat in the lounge and pretended to watch Grandstand while Mum and Dad and Victoria banged around upstairs and changed into their best clothes. He was tired and tense, feeling rather like the anguished ladies at the start of the headache tablet adverts, but underneath there was a kind of exhilaration. After all that had happened, he was still determined to put up a fight. Finally, just as the runners and riders for the 2 o'clock Holston Pills handicap at rain-swept Weatherby were getting ready for the off, Mum and Dad called bye-bye and slammed the front door. The doorbell rang a second later. "Don't forget," Mum said, standing on the doorstep and fiddling with the strap of the black handbag she'd bought for Simon's funeral, "there's some fish fingers left in the freezer for your tea." "No, I won't," David said. He stood and watched as the Cortina reversed out of the concrete drive and turned off down the estate road through a gray fog of exhaust. It was a dark, moist afternoon, but the rain that was making the going heavy at Weatherby was still holding off. For once, the fates seemed to be conspiring in his favor. He took the old galvanized bucket from the garage and, grabbing the stiff-bristled outside broom for good measure, set off up the stairs towards Simon's bedroom. The reek of plastic was incredibly strong now. He wondered why no one else in the house hadn't noticed or complained. The door to Simon's room was shut. Slippery with sweat, David's hand slid uselessly around the knob. Slowly, deliberately, forcing his muscles to work, he wiped his palms on his jeans and tried again. The knob turned. The door opened. The cloth face grinned at him through the stinking air. It was almost a skull now, as though the last of the flesh had been worried away, and the off-white of the sheet gave added realism. David tried not to think of such things. He walked briskly towards the desk, holding the broom out in front of him like a lance. He gave the cloth a push with it, trying to get rid of the face. The model beneath stirred lazily, like a sleeper awakening in a warm bed. More haste, less speed, he told himself. That was what Dad always said. The words became a meaningless jumble as he held the bucket beneath the lip of the desk and prodded the cloth-covered model towards it. More haste, less speed. Plastic screeched on the surface of the desk, leaving a wet gray trail. More waste, less greed. Little aircraft-shaped bumps came and went beneath the cloth. Hasting waste, wasting haste. The model plopped into the bucket. Mercifully, the cloth still covered it. It squirmed and gave a plaintive squeak. David dropped the broom, took the bucket in both hands, and shot down the stairs. Out through the back door, across the damp lawn to the black patch where Dad burnt the garden refuse. David tipped the bucket over quickly, trapping the model like a spider under a glass. He hared back into the house, snatching up a book of matches, a bottle of meths, firelighters, and newspapers, then sprinted up the garden again before the model had time to think about getting out. He lifted up the bucket and tossed it to one side. The cloth slid out over the blackened earth like a watery jelly. The model squirmed from the folds, stretching out its wings. David broke the cap from the meths bottle and tipped out a good pint over cloth and plastic and earth. The model hissed in surprise at the cool touch of the alcohol. He tried to light a match from the book. The thin strips of card crumpled. The fourth match caught, but puffed out before he could touch it to the cloth. The model's struggles were becoming increasingly agitated. He struck another match. The head flew off. Another. The model started to crawl away from the cloth, towards him, stretching and contracting like a slug. Shuddering and sick with disgust, David shoved it back with the toe of his trainer. He tried another match, almost dropping the crumpled book to the ground in his hurry. It flared. He forced himself to crouch down, moving slowly to preserve the precious flame, and touch it to the cloth. It went up with a satisfying whoof. David stepped back from the cheery brightness. The cloth soon charred and vanished. The model mewed and twisted. Thick black smoke curled up from the fire. The gray plastic blistered and ran. Bubbles popped on the aircraft's writhing skin. It arched its tail in the heat like a scorpion. The black smoke grew thicker. The next-door neighbor, Mrs. Bowen, slammed her bedroom window shut with an angry bang. David's eyes streamed as he threw on firelighters and balled up newspapers for good measure. The aircraft struggled in the flames, its blackened body rippling in heat and agony. But somehow its shape remained. Against all the rules of the way things should be, the plastic didn't run into a sticky pool. And even as the flames began to dwindle around it, the model was clearly still alive. Wounded, shivering with pain, but still alive. David watched in bitter amazement. As the model had no right to exist in the first place, he supposed he'd been naive to imagine that an ordinary thing like a fire in the garden would be enough to kill it. The last of the flames puttered on the blackened earth. David breathed the raw, sick smell of burnt plastic. The model, which had lost what little resemblance it had ever had to a flying fortress, and now reminded David more than anything of the dead seagull he once seen rotting on the beach at Blackpool, whimpered faintly, and slowly lifting its blistered and trembling wings, tried to crawl towards him. He watched for a moment in horror, then jerked into action. The galvanized bucket lay just behind him. He picked it up and plunked it down hard on the model. It squealed. David saw that he'd trapped one of the blackened wings under the rim of the bucket. He lifted it up an inch, kicked the thing under with his trainer, then ran to find something to weigh down the bucket. With 2 bricks on top, the model grew silent inside, as though accepting its fate. Maybe it really is dying. Why haven't you got the courage to run and get the big spade from the shed like big brave Simon would do in a situation like this? Chop the thing up into tiny bits, he told himself. The very least he hoped for was that it wouldn't dig its way out. David looked at his watch. 3:30. So far, things hadn't gone as well as he'd planned, but there was no time to stand around worrying. He still had a lot to do. He threw the book of matches into the bin, put the meths and the firelighters back where he had found them, hung the broom up in the garage, pulled on his duffel coat, locked up the house, and set off towards the high street. The grayness of a dull day was already sliding into the dark of evening. Pacing swiftly along the wet-leafed pavement, David glanced over privet hedges into warmly lit living rooms. Mums and dads sitting on the sofa together, Big Sis doing her nails in preparation for a night down the pub with her boyfriend, little Jimmy playing with his He-Man doll in front of the fire. Be careful, David thought, seeing those blandly absorbed faces. Things can fall apart so easily. Please, be careful. He took the shortcut across the park, where a few weary players chased a muddy white ball through the gloom, and came out onto the high street by the public toilets. Just across the road, the back tires of the Pickford's lorry had rolled Simon into the next world. David turned left. Woolworth's seemed the best place to start. The high street was busy. Cars and lorries grumbled between the numerous traffic lights, and streams of people dallied and bumped and pushed in and out of the fluorescent heat of the shops. David was surprised to see that the plate-glass windows were already brimming with cardboard Santas and tinsel, but didn't feel the usual thrill of anticipation. Like the Friday feeling and the weekend feeling, the Christmas feeling seemed to have deserted him. Still, he told himself, there's plenty of time yet. Yes, plenty. Everything had been switched around in Woolworth's. The shelves where the models used to sit between the stick-on soles and the bicycle repair kits were now filled with displays of wine coolers and silk flowers. He eventually found them on a small shelf beside the compact discs, but he could tell almost at a glance that they didn't have any flying fortresses. He lifted out the few dusty boxes, a Dukes of Hazzard car, a skeleton, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, kids' stuff, not the sort of thing that Simon would ever have bothered himself with, then set out back along the high street towards W.H. Smith's. They had a better selection, but still no flying fortresses. A sign in black and orange suggested, if you can't find what you want on display, please ask an assistant, but David was old and wise enough not to take it seriously. He tried the big newsagents across the road, and then Debenham's opposite Safeway's, where Santa Claus already had a poky grotto of fairy lights and hardboard, and the speakers gave a muffled rendition of Merry Christmas, War is Over. Still no luck. It was 4:45 now. The car lights, traffic lights, street lights, and shop windows glimmered along the wet pavement, haloed by the beginnings of a winter fog. People were buttoning up their anoraks, tying their scarves, and pulling up their detachable hoods, but David felt sweaty and tired, dodging between prams and slow old ladies and arm-in-arm girls with green punk hair. He was running out of shops. He was running out of time. Everyone was supposed to know about Airfix flying fortresses. He didn't imagine that the concerns of childhood penetrated very deeply into the adult world, but there were some things that were universal. You could go into a fish and chip shop, and the man in the fat stained apron would say yes, he knew exactly what you meant, they just might have one out the back with the blocks of fat and the potatoes. Or so David had thought. A whole high street without one seemed impossible. Once he'd got the model, he would of course have to repeat the long and unpleasant task of assembling the thing, but he was sure that he'd make a better go of it a second time. In its latter stages, the first model had shown tendencies which even Simon, with his far greater experience of model-making, had probably never experienced. For a moment, he felt panic rising in his throat like sour vomit. The model, trapped under its bucket, squirmed in his mind. He forced the thought down. After all, he'd done his best. Of course, he could always write to Airfix and complain, but he somehow doubted whether they were to blame. He had 2 more shops on his mental list, and about 20 minutes to reach them. The first, an old-fashioned craft shop, had, he discovered, become the new offices of a building society. The second, right up at the far end of the high street, beyond the near-legendary marital aids shop and outside his normal territory, lay in a small and less than successful precinct built as a speculation 5 years before and still half empty. David ran past the faded "To Let" signs into the square. There was no Christmas rush here. Most of the lights in the fiberglass pseudo-Victorian lamps were broken. In the near darkness, a cluster of youths sat, drinking shandy bass on the concrete wall around the dying poplar at the center of the square. The few shops that were open looked empty and about to close. The one David was after had a window filled unpromisingly with giant nylon teddies in various shades of green, pink, and orange. An old woman in a grubby housecoat was mopping the marley-tiled floor, and the air inside the shop was heavy with the scent of the same cheap disinfectant they used in the school toilets. David glanced around, pulling the air into his lungs in thirsty gulps. The shop was bigger than he'd imagined, but all he could see on display were a few dusty Cindy outfits, a swivel stand of practical jokes, and a newish rack of slime balls. You squeeze 'em and they ooze, the fad of the previous summer. The man standing with his beer belly resting on the counter glanced up from picking the dirt from under his nails. "Looking for something?"
Models, please,"
David gasped. His throat itched, his lungs ached. He wished he could just close his eyes and curl up in a corner somewhere to sleep. "Upstairs?" David blinked and looked around again. There was indeed a stairway leading up to another floor. He took it, 3 steps at a time. A younger man in a leather-tasseled coat sat with his cowboy boots resting up on a glass counter, smoking and reading Interview with a Vampire. He looked even less like an assistant than the man downstairs, but David couldn't imagine what else he could be, unless he was one of the non-speaking baddies who hung around at the back of the gang in spaghetti westerns. A faulty fluorescent tube flickered on and off like lightning in the smoky air, shooting out bursts of unpredictable shadow. David walked quickly along the few aisles. Past a row of transformer robots, their bubble plastic wrapping stuck back into the card with strips of yellowing sellotape, he came to the model section. At first it didn't look promising, but as he crouched down to check along the rows, he saw a long box poking out from beneath a Revell Catalina on the bottom shelf. There was an all-too-familiar picture on the side, a flying fortress. He pulled it out slowly, half expecting it to disappear in a puff of smoke. But no, it stayed firm and real. An Airfix flying fortress, a little more dusty and faded than the one Dad had given him, but the same gray weight of plastic, the same painting on the box, £7 75, glue and paints not included, but then he still had plenty of both. David could feel his relief fading even as he slowly drew the long box from the shelf. After all, he still had to make the thing. The cowboy behind the counter coughed and lit up a fresh Rothmans from the stub of his old one. David glanced along the aisle. What he saw sent a warm jolt through him that destroyed all sense of tiredness and fatigue. There was a display inside the glass cabinet beneath the crossed cowboy boots. Little plastic men struck poses on a greenish sheet of Artext hardboard that was supposed to look like grass. There were neat little huts, a fuel tender, and a few white dashes and red markers to indicate the start of a runway. In the middle of it all, undercarriage down and bomb bay doors open, was a silver flying fortress. His mouth dry, David slid the box back onto the shelf and strolled up to take a closer look, hands casually thrust into the itchy woolen pockets of his duffel coat, placing his feet down carefully to control the sudden trembling in his legs. It was finished. Complete. It looked nothing like the deformed monstrosity he had tried to destroy. Even at a distance, through the none too clean glass of the display case, he could make out the intricate details, the bright transfers, something he'd never been able to think about applying to his fortress, and he could tell, just from the look of the gun turrets, that they would swivel up, down, sideways, any way you liked. The cowboy recrossed his boots and looked up. He raised his eyebrows questioningly. Just looking. We close now, he said, and returned to his book. David backed away down the stairs, his eyes fixed on the completed fortress until it vanished from sight behind a stack of Fisher-Price baby toys. He took the rest of the stairs slowly, his head spinning. He could buy as many models as he liked, but he was absolutely sure he would never be able to reach the level of perfection on display in that glass case. Maybe Simon could have done it better, but no one else. David took another step down. His spine jarred. Without noticing, he'd reached the ground floor. The man cleaning his nails at the desk had gone. The woman with the mop was working her way behind a pillar. He saw a door marked private behind a jagged pile of unused shelving. He had an idea. The best he'd had all day. Moving quickly but carefully so that his trainers didn't squeak, he crossed the shining wet floor, praying that his footsteps wouldn't show. The door had no handle. He pushed it gently with the tips of his fingers. It opened. There was no light inside. As the door slid closed behind him, he glimpsed a stainless steel sink with a few mugs perched on the draining board, a couple of old chairs, and a girly calendar on the wall. It was a small room. There didn't seem to be space for anything else. Certainly no room to hide if anyone should open the door. David backed his way carefully into one of the chairs. He sat down. A spring boinged gently. He waited. As he sat in the almost absolute darkness, his tiredness fought with his fear. The woman with the mop shuffled close by outside. She paused for a heart-stopping moment, but then she went on, and David heard the clang of the bucket and the whine of the water pipes through the thin walls from a neighboring room. She came out again, humming a snatch of a familiar but unplaceable tune. Da-dee-da, dee-dee-dee-dum-dum. Stevie Wonder? The Beatles? Wham? David felt his eyelids drooping. His head began to nod. Footsteps down the stairs. Someone coughing. He wondered if he was back at home. And he wondered why he felt so happy to be there. He imagined that he was Simon. He could feel the mannish strength inside him, the confident hands that could turn chaotic plastic into perfect machines, the warm, admiring approval of the whole wide world surrounding him like the glowing skin of the boy in the Ready Breck advert. A man's voice calling good night and the clink of keys drew David back from sleep. He opened his eyes and listened. After what might have been 10 minutes, but seemed like an hour, there was still silence. He stood up and felt for the door. He opened it a crack. The lights were still on at the windows, but the shop was locked and empty. Quick and easy as a shadow, he made his way up the stairs. The fortress was waiting for him, clean lines of silvered plastic, intricate and marvelous as a dream. He slid back the glass door of the case. No lock or bolt. He could hardly believe how careless people could be with such treasure, and took it in his hands. It was beautiful. It was perfect, and it lacked any life of its own. He sniffed back tears. That was the best thing of all. It was dead. It wasn't easy getting the model home. Fumbling his way through the darkness at the back of the shop, he managed to find the fire escape door, but when he leaned on the lever and shoved it open, an alarm bell started to clang close above his head. He stood rigid for a moment, drenched in cold shock, then shot out across the loading yard and along the road behind. People stared at him as he pounded the streets on the long, aching run home. The Silver Fortress was far too big to hide. That, and the fact that the man in the shop would be bound to remember that he'd been hanging around before closing time, made David sure that he had committed a less than perfect crime. Like Bonnie and Clyde or Butch Cassidy, David guessed it was only a matter of time before the law caught up with him. But first he would have his moment of glory, perhaps a moment glorious enough to turn around everything that had happened so far. Arriving home with a bad cramp in his ribs and Mum and Dad and Victoria still out at Gran's, he found that the bucket in the garden still sat undisturbed with 2 bricks on top. Although he didn't have the courage to lift it up to look, there was nothing to suggest that the old fortress wasn't sitting quietly, perhaps even dead, underneath. Lying on his bed and blowing at the muddle's propellers to make them spin, he could already feel the power growing within him. Tomorrow, in the daylight, he knew he'd feel strong enough to get the spade and sort things out properly. All in all, he decided, the day had gone quite well. Things never happen as you expect, he told himself. They're either far better or far worse. This morning, he'd never have believed that he'd have a finished flying fortress in his hands by the evening, yet here he was, gazing into the cockpit at the incredible detail of the crew and their tiny controls, as a lover would gaze into the eyes of their beloved. And the best was yet to come. Even as he smiled to himself, the lights of Dad's cortina swept across the bedroom curtains. The front door opened. David heard Mum's voice saying, "Shush," then Dad's. He smiled again. This was, after all, what he'd been striving for. He had in his hands the proof that he was as good as Simon. The fortress was the healing miracle that would soothe away the scars of his death. The family would become one. The gray curse would be lifted from the house. Dad's heavy tread came up the stairs. He went into Victoria's bedroom. After a moment, he stuck his head around David's door. "Everything all right, Junior?"
"Yes, Dad."
"Try to be quiet. Victoria fell asleep in the car, and I've put her straight to bed." Dad's head vanished. He pulled the door shut. Opening and closing the bomb bay doors, David gazed up at the model. Dad hadn't noticed the fortress. Odd, that. Still, it probably showed just how special it was. The TV boomed downstairs. The start of 3-2-1. David recognized the tune. He got up slowly from his bed. He paused at the door to glance back into the room. No longer Simon's room, he told himself. His room. He crossed the landing and walked down the stairs. Faintly, he heard the sound of Victoria moaning in her sleep. But that was all right. Everything would be all right. The finished model was cradled in his hands. It was like a dream. He opened the lounge door. The quiz show colors on the TV filled his eyes. Red and silver and gold, bright and warm as Christmas. Mum was sitting in her usual chair, wearing her usual TV expression. Dad was stretched out on the sofa. He looked up at David. "All right, Junior?" David held the silver fortress out towards his father. The fuselage glittered in the TV light. "Look, I've finished the model." "Let's see." Dad stretched out his hand. David gave it to him. "Sure. That's pretty good, Junior. You'll have to save up and buy something more difficult with that money you've got in the post office. Here." He handed it back to David. David took the fortress. One of the bomb bay doors flipped open. He clicked it back into place. On the TV, Steve and Yvette from Rochdale were telling Ted Rogers a story about their honeymoon. Ted finished it off with a punchline that David didn't understand. The audience roared. Dad scratched his belly, warming his fingers into the gaps between the buttons of his shirt. "I think your mother wanted a word with you," he said, watching as Steve and Yvette agonized over a question. He raised his voice a little. "Isn't that right, Pet? Didn't you want a word with him?" Mum's face turned slowly from the TV screen. "Look," David said, taking a step towards her, Mum's head continued turning, away from David, towards Dad. "I thought you were going to speak to him," she said. Dad shrugged. "You found them, Pet. You tell him. And move, Junior. I can't see the program through you." David moved. Mum fumbled in the pocket of her dress. She produced a book of matches. "I found these in the bin," she said, looking straight at him, through him. David had to suppress a shudder. "What have you been up to?" "Nothing." David grinned weakly. His good boy smile wouldn't come. "You haven't been smoking?" "No, Mum, I promise." "Well, as long as you don't." Mum turned back to the TV. Steve and Yvette had failed. Instead of a mini metro, they had won Dusty Bin. The audience was in raptures. "Back after the break," said Ted Rogers. David stood watching the bright screen. A gray tombstone loomed towards him. "This is what happens," a voice said, "if you get AIDS." Dad gave a theatrical groan that turned into a cough. "Those queers make me sick," he said when he'd hawked his throat clear. Without realizing what he was doing, David left the room and went back upstairs to Simon's bedroom. He left the lights on and reopened the curtains. The monkey puzzle tree waved at him through the wet darkness. The rain from Weatherby had finally arrived. Each droplet sliding down the glass held a tiny spark of streetlight. He sat down and plonked the fortress on the desk in front of him. A propeller blade snapped. He hadn't bothered to put the undercarriage down. He didn't care. He breathed deeply, the air shuddering in his throat like the sound of running past railings. Through the bitter phlegm he could still smell the reek of plastic. Not the faint, tidy smell of the finished fortress. No, this was the smell that had been with him for weeks. But now it didn't bring sick expectation in his stomach. He no longer felt afraid. Now, in his own way, he had reached the summit of a finished flying fortress, a high place from where he could look back at the remains of his childhood. Everything had been out of scale before, but now he saw. He really saw. 1/72nd scale. David knew what it meant now. The fortress was big, as heavy and gray as the rest of the world. It was him that was tiny. 1/72nd scale. He looked at the fortress, big, ugly, and silver. The sight of it sickened him more than the old model had ever done. At least that had been his. For all its considerable faults, he had made it. David stood up. Quietly he left the room and went down the stairs, past the lounge and the booming TV into the kitchen. He found the waterproof torch and walked out into the rain. The bucket still hadn't moved. Holding the torch in the crook of his arm, David removed the 2 bricks and lifted it up. For a moment he thought that there was nothing underneath, but then, pointing the torch's rain-streamed light straight down, he saw that the model was still there. As he'd half expected, it had tried to burrow its way out from under the bucket, but it was too weak. All it had succeeded in doing was to cover itself in wet earth. The model mewed gently and tried to raise itself up towards David. This time he didn't step back. "Come on," he said. "We're going back inside." David led the way, leveling the beam of the torch through the rain like a scaled-down searchlight, its yellow oval glistening on the muddy wet grass just ahead. The rain was getting worse. heavy drops rattling on David's skull and plastering his hair down like a wet swimming cap. The model moved slowly, seeming to weaken with every arch of its rotting fuselage. David clenched his jaw and tried to urge it on, pouring his own strength into the wounded creature. Once he looked up over the roofs of the houses. Above the chimneys and TV aerials, cloud-heavy sky seemed to boil. Briefly, he thought he saw shapes form, ghosts swirling on the moaning wind. And the ghosts were not people, but simple inanimate things. Clocks and cars, china and jewelry, toys and trophies, all tumbling uselessly through the night. But then he blinked, and there was nothing to be seen but the rain, washing his face and filling his eyes like tears. He was wet through by the time they reached the back door. The concrete step proved too much for the model, and David had to stoop and quickly lift it onto the lino inside, trying not to think of the way it felt in his hands. In the kitchen's fluorescent light, he saw for the first time just how badly injured the creature was. Clumps of earth clung to its sticky, blistered wings, and gray plastic oozed from gaping wounds along its fuselage. And the reek of it immediately filled the kitchen, easily overpowering the usual smell of fish fingers. It stank of glue and paint and plastic, but there was more. It also smelt like something dying. It moved on, dragging its wings, whimpering in agony, growing weaker with every inch. Plainly, the creature was close to the end of its short existence.
"Come on,"
David whispered, crouching down close beside it.
"There's not far to go now. Please try. Please, don't die yet."
Seeming to understand, the model made a final effort. David held the kitchen door open as it crawled into the hall, onwards toward the light and sound of the TV through the frosted lounge door.
"You made that?"
An awed whisper came from halfway up the stairs. David looked up and saw little Victoria peering down at the limping model, her hands gripping the banister like a prisoner behind bars. He nodded, feeling an odd sense of pride. It was, after all, his. But he knew you could take pride too far. The model belonged to the whole family as well. To Victoria, sitting alone at night on the stairs. To Simon, turning to mush and bones in his damp coffin. And to Mum and Dad. And that was why it was important to show them. David was old for a child. He knew that grown-ups were funny like that. If you didn't show them things, they simply didn't believe in them. "Come on," he said, holding out his hand. Victoria scampered quickly down the stairs and along the hall, stepping carefully over the model and putting her cold little hand inside his slightly larger one. The model struggled on, leaving a trail of slimy plastic behind on the carpet. When it reached the lounge door, David turned the handle, and the three of them went in together. Carl Edward Wagner, Cedar Lane. Carl Edward Wagner has won both the British and World Fantasy Awards, and trained as a psychiatrist before becoming a full-time writer and editor. His first book, Darkness Weaves with Many Shades, introduced readers to his offbeat heroic fantasy protagonist Cain, whose exploits he continued through 3 further novels and 2 collections. More recently, he has edited 12 volumes of the year's best horror stories, currently being reprinted in multi-edition hardcovers as Horror Story, Intensive Scare, and 3 volumes of Echoes of Valor. With artist Kent Williams, he has collaborated on a major graphic novel, Tell Me Dark, published by DC Comics, and his new novel, The Fourth Seal, is due from Bantam. Cedar Lane could be called psychological science fiction, but however you want to describe it, it will leave you with a chill long after you've finished reading it. Dream is a shadow of something real. From the Peter Weir film The Last Wave. He was back at Cedar Lane again, in the big house where he had spent his childhood, growing up there until time to go away to college. He was the youngest, and his parents had sold the house then, moving into something smaller and more convenient in a newer and nicer suburban development. A rite of passage, but for Garrett Larkin it truly reinforced the reality that he could never go home again, except in dream, and dreams are what the world is made of. At times it puzzled him that while he nightly dreamed of his boyhood home on Cedar Lane, he never dreamed about any of the houses he had lived in since. Sometimes the dreams were scary, sometimes more so than others. It was a big 2-story house plus basement, built just before the war in which he was born. It was very solid, faced with thick stones of pink-hued Tennessee marble from the local quarries. There were 3 dormer windows thrusting out from the roof in front, and Garrett liked to call it the House of the 3 Gables, because he always thought the Hawthorne book had a neat, spooky title. He and his 2 brothers each had his private hideout in the little dormer rooms, just big enough for shelves, boxes of toys, a tiny desk for making models or working jigsaw puzzles. Homework was not to intrude here, relegated instead to the big desk in Dad's never-used study and the den downstairs. Cedar Lane was an old country lane laid out probably at the beginning of the previous century along dirt farm roads. Now 2 narrow lanes of much repaved blacktop twisted through a narrow gap curtained between rows of massive cedar trees. Garrett's house stood well back upon 4 acres of lawn, orchards, and vegetable garden, portioned off from farmland as the neighborhood shifted from rural to suburban just before the war. It had been a wonderful house to grow up in. 3 boys upstairs, and a sissy older sister with her own bedroom downstairs across the hall from Mom and Dad. There were 2 flights of stairs to run down, the other leading to the cavernous basement where Dad parked the new car and had all his shop tools and gardening equipment, and where dwelt the Malachian coal furnace named Fear and its nether realm, the monster-haunted coal cellar. The yard was bigger than any of his friends had, and until he grew old enough to have to mow the grass and cuss, it was a limitless playground to run and romp with the dogs, for ball games and playing cowboy or soldier, for climbing trees and building secret clubhouses out of boxes and scrap lumber. Garrett loved the house on Cedar Lane, but he wished that he wouldn't dream about it every night. Sometimes he wondered if he might be haunted by the house. His shrink told him it was purely a fantasy, longing for his vanished childhood. Only it wasn't. Some of the dreams disturbed him, like the elusive fragrance of autumn leaves burning and the fragmentary remembrance of carbonizing flesh. Garrett Larkin was a very successful landscape architect with his own offices and partnership in Chicago. He had kept the same marvelous wife for going on 30 years, was just now putting the youngest of their 3 wonderful children through Antioch, was looking forward to a comfortable and placid 5th decade of life, and had not slept in his bed at Cedar Lane since he was 17. Garrett Larkin awoke in his bed in the house on Cedar Lane, feeling vaguely troubled. He groped over his head for the black metal cowboy silhouette wall lamp mounted above his bed. He found the switch, but the lamp refused to come on. He slipped out from beneath the covers, moved through familiar darkness into the bathroom, thumbed the light switch there. He was filling the drinking glass with water when he noticed that his hands were those of an old man. An old man's Not his hands, nor his the face in the bathroom mirror, lined with too many years, too many cares, hair gray and thinning, nose bulbous and flecked with red blotches, left eyebrow missing the thin scar from when he'd totaled the Volvo, hands heavy with calluses from manual labor, no wedding ring, none too clean flannel pajamas, loose over a too thin frame. He swallowed the water slowly, studying the reflection. It could have been him. Just another disturbing dream. He waited for the awakening. He walked down the hall to his brother's room. There were two young boys asleep there. Neither one was his brother. They were probably between 9 and 13 years in age, and somehow they minded him of his brothers long ago, when they were all young together on Cedar Lane. One of them stirred suddenly and opened his eyes. He looked up at the old man silhouetted by the distant bathroom light. He said sleepily, "What's wrong, Uncle Gary?" "Nothing. I thought I heard one of you cry out. Go back to sleep now, Josh." The voice was his, and the response came automatically. Garrett Larkin returned to his room and sat there on the edge of his bed, awaiting daylight. Daylight came, and with the smell of coffee and frying bacon, and still the dream remained. Larkin found his clothes in the dimness, dragged on the familiar overalls, and made his way downstairs. The carpet was new, and much of the furniture was strange, but it was still the house on Cedar Lane, only older. His niece was bustling about the kitchen. She was pushing the limits of 30 and the seams of her house dress, and he had never seen her before in his life. "Morning, Uncle Gary." She poured coffee into his cup. "Boys up yet?" Garrett sat down in his chair at the kitchen table, blew cautiously over the coffee. "Dead to the world." Lucille left the bacon for a moment and went around to the stairway. He could hear her voice echoing up the stairwell. "Dwayne! Josh! Rise and shine! Don't forget to bring down your dirty clothes when you come. Shake a leg now." Martin, his niece's husband, joined them in the kitchen, gave his wife a hug, and poured himself a cup of coffee. He stole a slice of bacon. "Morning, Gary. Sleep well?" "I must have." Garrett stared at his cup. Martin munched over crisp bacon. "Need to get those boys working on the leaves after school." Garrett thought of the smell of burning leaves, and remembered the pain of vaporizing skin, and the coffee seared his throat like a rush of boiling blood, and he awoke. Garrett Larkin gasped at the darkness and sat up in bed. He fumbled behind him for the cowboy silhouette wall lamp, couldn't find it. Then there was light. A lamp on the nightstand from the opposite side of the king-size bed. His wife was staring at him in concern. "Gar, are you okay?" Garrett tried to compose his memory. "It's all right. Rachel. Just another bad dream is all." "Another bad dream? Yet another bad dream, you mean? You sure you're telling your shrink about these?" "He says it's just a nostalgic longing for childhood as I cope with advancing maturity." "Must have been some happy childhood. Okay if I turn out the light now?" And he was dreaming again, dreaming of Cedar Lane. He was safe and snug in his own bed, in his own room, burrowed beneath Mom's heirloom quilts against the October chill that penetrated the unheated upper story. Something pressed hard into his ribs, and he awoke to discover his Boy Scout flashlight was trapped beneath the covers, along with the forbidden EC horror comic books he'd been secretly reading after bedtime. Gary thumbed on the light, turning it about his room. Its beam was sickly yellow because he needed fresh batteries, but it zigzagged reassuringly across the bedroom walls, made familiar by their airplane posters, blotchy paint-by-numbers oil paintings, and, a seasonal addition, cut-out Halloween decorations of jack-o'-lanterns and black cats, broom-riding witches and dancing skeletons. The beam probed into the dormer, picking out the shelved books and treasures, the half-completed B-36 flying cigar nuclear bomber rising above a desk strewn with plastic parts and tubes of glue. The flashlight's fading beam shifted to the other side of his room and paused upon the face that looked down upon him from beside his bed. It was a grown-up's face, someone he'd never seen before, ghastly in the yellow light. At first, Gary thought it must be one of his brothers in a Halloween mask, and then he knew it was really a demented killer with a butcher knife like he'd read about in the comics. And then the flesh began to peel away in blackened strips from the spot-lit face, and bare bone and teeth charred and cracked apart into evaporating dust, and Gary's bladder exploded with a rush of steam. Larkin muttered and stirred from drunken stupor, groping beneath the layers of tattered plastic for his crotch, thinking he had pissed himself in his sleep. He hadn't, but it really wouldn't have mattered to him if he had. Something was poking him in the ribs, and he retrieved the half-empty bottle of Thunderbird. He took a pull. The wine was warm with the heat of his body, and its fumes trickled up his nose. Larkin scooted farther into his cardboard box, to where its back propped against the alley wall. It was cold this autumn night, another bad winter for sure, and he wondered if he maybe ought to crawl out and join the others around the trash fire. He had another gulp of wine, letting it warm his throat and his guts. When he could afford it, Larkin liked to drink Thunderbird. It was a link to his boyhood. "I learned to drive in my old man's brand-new 1961 Thunderbird," he often told whoever was crouched beside him. "White 1961 Thunderbird with turquoise blue upholstery. Power everything and fast as shit. Girls back in high school would line up to date me for a ride in that brand-new Thunderbird. I was ass-deep in pussy." All of that was a lie, because his father had never trusted him to drive the Thunderbird, and Larkin instead had spent his teenage years burning out 3 clutches on the family hand-me-down Volkswagen Beetle. But none of that really mattered in the long run, because Larkin had been drafted right after college, and the best part of him never came back from Nam. VA hospitals, treatment centers, halfway houses, too many jails to count. Why bother counting? Nobody else gave a damn. Larkin remembered that he had been dreaming about Cedar Lane again. Not even rot-gut wine could kill those memories. Larkin shivered and wondered if he had anything left to eat. There had been some spoiled produce from a dumpster, but that was gone now. He decided to try his luck over at the trash fire. Crawling out of his cardboard box, he pocketed his wine bottle and tried to remember if he'd left anything worth stealing. Probably not. He remembered instead how he once had camped out in the huge box from their new refrigerator on Cedar Lane, before the rains melted the cardboard into mush. There were half a dozen or so of them still up, silhouetted by the blaze flaring from the oil drum on the demolition site. They weren't supposed to be here, but then the site was supposed to have been cleared off 2 years ago. Larkin shuffled over toward them, an identical blob of tattered refuse at one with the urban wasteland. "What's happening, bro?" Point Man asked him. "Too cold to sleep. Had dreams. Had bad dreams." The black nodded understandingly and used his good arm to poke a stick into the fire. Sparks flew upward and vanished into the night. "About Nam?" "Worse." Larkin dug out his bottle. "Dreamed I was a kid again. Back home. Cedar Lane." Point Man took a long swallow and backed the bottle back. "Thought you told me you had a happy childhood." "I did, as best I can remember." Larkin killed the bottle. "That's it," Point Man advised. "Sometimes it's best to forget." "Sometimes I can't remember who I am," Larkin told him. "Sometimes that's the best thing, too." Point Man hooked his fingers into an old shipping crate and heaved it into the oil drum. A rat had made a nest inside the packing material, and it all went up in a mushroom of bright sparks and thick black smoke. Larkin listened to their frightened squeals and agonized thrashing. It only lasted for a minute or two. Then he could smell the burning flesh, could hear the soft popping of exploding bodies. And he thought of autumn leaves burning at the curbside, and he remembered the soft popping of his eyeballs exploding. Gary Blaze sucked in a lungful of crack fumes and fought to hold back a cough. He handed the pipe to Dr. Sin and exhaled.
"It's like I keep having these dreams about back when I was a kid,"
he told his drummer.
"And a lot of other shit. It gets really heavy some of the time, man."
Dr. Sin was the fourth drummer during the 2 decades up-and-down career of Gary Blaze and the Craze. He had been with the band just over a year, and he hadn't heard Gary repeat his same old stories quite so many times as had the older survivors. Just now they were on a very hot worldwide tour, and Dr. Sin didn't want to go back to playing gigs in bars in Minnesota. He finished what was left of the pipe and said with sympathy,
"Heavy shit. It's like some of the time I can't remember who I am,"
Gary Blaze confided, watching a groupie recharge the glass pipe. They had the air conditioner on full blast, and the hotel room felt cold.
"It's just all the years of being on the road,"
Dr. Sin reassured him. He was a tall kid, half Gary's age, with the obligatory long blonde hair and heavy metal gear, and getting a big start with a fading rock superstar couldn't hurt his own rising career.
"You know,"
Gary swallowed a lewd with a vodka chaser,
"you know, sometimes I get up on stage and I can't really remember whether I can play this thing."
He patted his vintage Strat.
"And I've been playing ever since I bought my first Elvis 45. Hound Dog and Don't Be Cruel back in 1956.
Dr. Sin reminded him.
"You were just a kid growing up in East Tennessee. And I keep dreaming about that, about the old family house on Cedar Lane."
Dr. Sin helped himself to another hit of Gary's crack.
"It's all the years on the road," he coughed. "You keep thinking back to your roots. Maybe I ought to go back, just once. You know, see the old place again. Wonder if it's still there. Make it sort of a bad rocker comes home gig? Shit." Gary shook his head. "I don't ever want to see the place again."
He inhaled forcefully, dragging the crack fumes deep into his lungs, and he remembered how his chest exploded in a great blast of superheated steam. Garrett Larkin was dreaming again, dreaming of Cedar Lane. His mother's voice awoke him, and that wasn't fair, because he knew before he fell asleep that today was Saturday. "Gary, rise and shine! Remember, you promised your father you'd have the leaves all raked before you watched that football game. Shake a leg now."
"All right,"
he murmured down the stairs, and he whispered a couple swear words to himself. He threw his long legs over the side of his bed, yawned and stretched, struggled into blue jeans and high school sweatshirt, made it into the bathroom to wash up. A teenager's face looked back at him from the mirror. Gary explored a few incipient zits before brushing his teeth and applying fresh butch wax to his flat top. He could smell the sausage frying and the pancakes turning golden brown as he thumped down the stairs. Mom was in the kitchen, all business in her apron and house dress, already serving up his plate. Gary sat down at the table and chugged his orange juice. "Your father gets back from Washington tomorrow after church," Mom reminded him. "He'll expect to see that lawn all raked clean. I'll get the front finished." Gary poured Caro syrup over each pancake in the stack. "You said you'd do it all." "But, Mom, the leaves are still falling down. It's only under those maples where they really need raking." Gary bolted a link of sausage. "Chew your food," Mom nagged. But it was a beautiful October morning, with the air cool and crisp and the sky cloudless blue. His stomach comfortably full, Gary attacked the golden leaves, sweeping them up in swirling bunches with the rattling leaf rake. Blackie, his aged white mutt, swayed over to a warm spot in the sun to oversee his work. She soon grew bored and fell asleep. He started at the base of the pink marble front of the house, pulling leaves from under the shrubs and rolling them in windrows beneath the tall sugar maples and then onto the curb. Traffic was light this morning on Cedar Lane, and cars' occasional whizzing passages sent spirals of leaves briefly skyward from the pile. It was going faster than Gary had expected it to, and he might have time to start on the rest of the yard before lunch. "There's really no point in this, Blackie," he told his dog. "There's just a lot more to come down." Blackie thumped her tail in sympathy, and he paused to pat her head. He wondered how many years she had left in her, hoped it wouldn't happen until after he left for college. Gary applied matches to the long row of leaves at the curbside. In a few minutes the pile was well ablaze, and the sweet smell of burning leaves filled the October day. Gary crossed to the front of the house and hooked up the garden hose to the faucet at the base of the wall, just in case. Already he'd worked up a good sweat, and he paused to drink from the rush of water. Standing there before the pink marble wall, hose to his mouth, Gary suddenly looked up into the blue sky. Of course, he never really saw the flash. There are no cedars now on Cedar Lane, only rows of shattered and blackened stumps. No leaves to rake, only a sodden mush of dead ash. No blue October skies, only the dead gray of a long nuclear winter. Although the house is only a memory preserved in charcoal, a section of the marble front wall still stands, and fused into the pink stone is the black silhouette of a teen-aged boy, looking confidently upward. The gray wind blows fitfully across the dead wasteland, and the burned-out skeleton of the house on Cedar Lane still mourns the loss of those who loved it and those whom it loved. Sleep well, Gary Larkin, and dream your dreams. Dream of all the men you might have become. Dream of the world that might have been. Dream of all the people who might have lived, had there never been that October day in 1962. In life I could not spare you. In death I will shelter your soul and your dreams for as long as my wall shall stand. What we see and what we seem are but a dream within a dream. From the Peter Weir film of Joan Lindsay's novel, Picnic at Hanging Rock. Kim Antio, At a Window Facing West. Kim Antio lives in the Pacific Northwest of America, and is married to Canadian author Mario Milosevic, whom she met at the 1980 Clarion Writers' Workshop. Her first story was published in 1983 in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine. Since then, she has appeared in various mainstream, horror, mystery, science fiction, and fantasy publications, including the Clinton Street Quarterly, Twilight Zone magazine, the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Fantasy Book, Cemetery Dance, Pulp House, Shadows, The Year's Best Fantasy Stories, The Year's Best Horror Stories, Doom City, Borderlands 2, and The Ultimate Werewolf. Blossoms was a short story paperback from Pulp House Publishing. She has recently written a science fiction novel, Ruins, and is at work on another, entitled Fool's Child. Meanwhile, Deer Crossing is the first volume in a new mystery series. At a Window Facing West is another of those nightmare holiday stories that seem to crop up regularly in Best New Horror. "I still can't find this place on the map," Rich said, smoothing out the coffee-stained map across the metal tabletop. "Don't worry about it," Maggie said. She squinted as she looked out across the Gulf of California. The Pelican followed the line of waves for a moment before diving into the turquoise water. "I don't like it here," Rich said. He leaned toward Maggie and Peter and whispered, "They all seem so poor." Maggie took a sip of beer to keep herself from saying something cruel to Rich. They should never have suggested he come along on this trip. Because Rich could not bear to stray off the beaten path, they had spent over 2 weeks in tacky tourist towns. He did not trust waiters who could not speak English, and he turned pale at the sight of dirty children. Peter glanced at Maggie. She put down her glass and squeezed lemon along the rim. She wished they had been able to find limes. Of course, she supposed they had been lucky to find a restaurant at all, and hotel rooms. She doubted that many tourists came to this place, wherever it was. "I wish I could do something for all those poor, dirty little children," Rich said. He glanced about uncomfortably. Maggie sighed. Peter shook his head at her. "Give them money if you think they're so poor," Maggie said, "or throw a bucket of water over them. That should clean up a few of them." "Don't be nasty," Peter said. Rich pushed away from the table. "It must be nice to be so fearless, Maggie." He strode from the table and the restaurant. He stopped at the edge of the dirt road leading back to the village center and looked in either direction. A truck rumbled by and covered him with a cloud of dust. "I hope he finds his way back to the hotel," Peter said. "He can't help the way he is, Maggie. The divorce has really shaken him." 2 boys ran up to the table. One carried a bucket of dirty water. The other held a squeegee. "Windows! Windows!" they cried together. Good thing Rich was gone, Maggie thought. These kids would scare him to death. Maggie nodded to the boys, and they ran to Peter's blue van and began washing the windows. "Your brother has always been like this," Maggie said. "My God, he is afraid of everything." "He's led a sheltered life," Peter said. "Ann Arbor is a long way from Mexico." Maggie shrugged and leaned back and closed her eyes. The sun felt nice on her face. The sound of water rolling across the sand was soothing. Now this was a vacation. She was going to stay here for a few days no matter what Rich thought. The boys finished the windows and ran back to the table. Maggie glanced at the van as she pulled coins from the pocket of her jeans. Now the sides of the dusty van were streaked where water had run down from the windows. She gave the money to the boys, and they ran away. "Rich is trying to be adventurous," Peter said. "He read People's Guide to Mexico." Peter grinned, and Maggie laughed. All right," Maggie said. "I'll be nice to him." For dinner, they sat outside the same restaurant at the same table. Inside, the restaurant was crowded and noisy. Music from the jukebox came from the open windows. "See, Rich? Bruce Springsteen. We're not that far from civilization," Maggie said. Insects buzzed around the lantern on the table. Peter stared at the flame and smiled happily as he consumed several beers. The beach became dark, except for the restaurant lights and several bonfires in the distance. Figures danced in front of the fires, black shadows against gold light. Rich lifted his bottle of beer in salute. "You were right and I was wrong, Maggie. I am a jerk. I can't help it. A character flaw." He laughed drunkenly. "While you were out protesting the war in college, I was doing my homework. While you were marching against chemical dumps, I was doing taxes for the dumpers. I am a spineless, worthless piece of crap." He laughed again. "I wouldn't go that far," Maggie said. She sipped her beer slowly. It appeared she would be driving them back to the hotel. "You always fight the good fight," Rich said. "You are always politically correct. I am politically incorrect. You say terrorists, I say freedom fighters. You say freedom fighters, I say guerrillas." "Don't get her started," Peter said, lifting his head to look away from the lantern. "I don't want to hear any political speeches tonight. I want peace and quiet, beer and pretzels."
"Oh, shut up, both of you," Maggie said. "I'm sitting here trying to enjoy my beer, and I'm being attacked on both sides. I stand up for what I believe in. So what?"
Peter waved a hand. "It's too late, Rich. You've started her. She'll talk about which charities she donates to and why, and which ones you shouldn't donate to and why. She can tell you about repressed people everywhere. She's got it all right here." He tapped his head and grinned. "The helper of the downtrodden, patron of Mother Earth," Rich said. "We bow down to you." Rich and Peter dropped from their chairs onto the concrete porch and bowed in front of Maggie. She laughed. "Go away. I'm trying to have a vacation." Giggling, they pulled themselves into their chairs again. They sat quietly for several minutes. Rich drained his beer and then finished Peter's. "We still don't know where we are," Rich said. The light from the lantern made his eyes red. "I know where we are," Peter said. "Mexico is not all that stable, you know," Rich continued, as if not hearing Peter. "People disappear here, too. Americans, United Statesians, whatever we are. We disappear, too. They want our credit cards." Maggie laughed. Rich stared angrily at her. "It's all so funny to you." "They can have my plastic," Maggie said. "It's not really vogue for a political correspondent to carry around such things anyway." "I think I'm going to be sick," Rich said, covering his mouth. "Time to go home," Peter said. He stood up and put an arm across Rich's shoulder. "You take him," Maggie said. "I'm not finished with my beer." "Come on, Maggie," Peter said. "I've had too much to drink. You can come back after you've dropped us off if you want." Maggie hesitated, and then she went inside the smoky restaurant to pay the bill. The conversation died for a moment as everyone stared at her. The cash register rang, and the conversations began again. Outside, Rich vomited on the left rear tire of the van. Maggie sat at the window of their second-story hotel room while Peter helped Rich into bed in his room. Their hotel was at the center of the village. Directly across the street, blocking the view of the ocean, was some sort of government building. Between the government building and the hotel was a statue of a man on a rearing horse at the center of a traffic circle. Some Mexican general. Maggie had read the inscription and then promptly forgotten it. Purple and yellow flowers grew at the back feet of the horse. No cars traveled around the circle now. A single light from the government building illuminated the man and the horse. The two boys who had washed the windows of the van sat on a nearby bench counting their money. Maggie wished she could still hear the ocean. "He's almost asleep," Peter said as he came through the door. He didn't want to stay alone. "He's crying. What a baby." Peter grabbed the doorknob and stared at her. "Sometimes you have absolutely no compassion." Maggie turned from the window and sat on the bed. "I wasn't expecting to babysit during our vacation," she said. "I wanted to relax and have fun." "It hasn't been so terrible," he said. "He just gets afraid. He's never been alone. He was married to Jean right out of high school. He feels as though his entire life is crumbling." "He shouldn't drink so much," Maggie said, "though at least when he's drunk, he's slightly amusing." "Don't make fun of him," Peter said. "I've made you angry," she said. "I'm sorry." "And don't patronize me. He's known true fear. Have you? I don't see you running down to Nicaragua and El Salvador or Guatemala or any of those places you write about so eloquently. Perhaps you're just as frightened as all of us, and you won't admit it. You don't really care about anything, do you? You just stay on the sidelines and write about it and pretend you're fighting the good fight." Peter pulled open the door again. "I'm staying with Rich until he feels better." "That could be for the rest of his life," Maggie said. She sighed. "I want to explore the beach first thing tomorrow morning." "Rich wants to leave this place," Peter said. Maggie chewed her cheek.
Why am I being made out to be the bad guy here? I want a few days of relaxation before I go back to work. I think I've really been very accommodating to your brother.
Good night, Maggie. Peter left, shutting the door behind him. Maggie took off her clothes, put on a nightgown, and turned off the light. She slid under the covers. They were staying. She didn't care how Rich felt. Maggie opened her eyes. For a moment she did not know where she was. The dark room had an unfamiliar smell. Kerosene? Peter was not asleep next to her. Someone screamed. Maggie threw off her covers and ran to the window. Below, at the center of the traffic circle, a woman struggled to get away from two men dressed in uniforms with batons and pistols strapped to their legs. Each held an arm of the woman. They spoke loudly, but too rapidly for Maggie to understand. Black hair covered the woman's face as she screamed. She pulled at her hair, and her cries became desperate whimpers. "Help me!" she cried. Maggie stepped back from the window. Had she heard those words in English or Spanish? She leaned forward slightly. The woman kicked one of the men. He pulled out his baton. He was going to hit her. Maggie covered her mouth. She felt ill. The man dropped the baton. The woman screamed again. Maggie's heart raced. They would kill the woman if someone did not stop them. The woman had screamed for help, and no one had answered. Everyone hid behind closed doors. Everyone. Maggie had to do something, but she felt frozen in place. The woman went limp, becoming a dead weight in the men's arms. They dragged her past the rearing horse. The woman screamed again, long and loud, a pathetic wail. "Help me!" she sobbed. They pulled her toward the government building and out of view of the hotel window. The sound of her cries died, and the night was quiet again. A dog barked in the distance. A seagull mewed. Maggie stared out the window. She had watched two armed men drag someone away, and she had done nothing to stop them. The helper of the downtrodden, patron of Mother Earth. She had watched passively. She backed away until the edge of the bed touched her thighs. She sat on the bed. Her legs and hands trembled. What if they came after her next? Or Peter? She listened closely. No unusual sounds. Perhaps Rich had been right all along. Perhaps they were not safe here. Noiselessly, Maggie packed their clothes. Then she sat on the bed and waited for sunrise. Peter kissed her cheek, and she opened her eyes. Bright sunshine came through the open window. A warm breeze brought in the smells of the ocean. "Sorry about last night," Peter said. Maggie sat up. She was still nauseated. "Did you hear anything last night?" Maggie asked. Peter shook his head. "Not a thing. Rich is ready to explore the beach with us this morning. He's even hungry after all that drinking." Peter smiled. "Come to think of it, Rich said he thought he heard something in the night. A scream, maybe. You can ask him. Why?" Maggie walked slowly to the window until she could just see the place where the woman and men had struggled. The scene flashed before her. She closed her eyes. What if someone had seen her watching, doing nothing? They could report her, arrest her. She breathed deeply. This was all stupid. She was in a foreign country. What could she have done? "I thought I saw something last night, that's all," Maggie said. "You've packed." Peter put his hands on Maggie's shoulders. "What's wrong? You look scared to death." "I had a bad night," she snapped. She shook off his hands. "What did you expect with you in the other room while I was alone in this macho country?" "You've never been afraid to be alone before?" "I wasn't afraid. Can we drop this?" Was the woman across the street now in that building being tortured? Maggie should go to the police and report what she saw. She should do something before it was too late. She shivered. "I want to leave," Maggie said.
I want to go home.
Maggie lay across the back seat while Peter drove. Rich sat next to him, looking out the window. "I hope you're not leaving because of me," Rich said quietly. "It's time to go home, that's all," Peter answered. Maggie closed her eyes. She did not want to hear them. Peter the peacemaker, Rich the whiner. She wanted to curl up into a little ball and cry. She could have helped that woman last night, but she hadn't. She knew the woman had been destroyed. Killed, tortured, driven insane, something. All because Maggie had stood there and watched and done absolutely nothing. She awakened in a sweat, the woman's screams echoing inside her head. She sat up. There was still something she could do to help. She could go back and tell someone what she had seen. The idea terrified her.
"Are we almost to the border?" Maggie asked.
"Soon, Maggie, soon," Peter answered. Maggie was relieved to be in their familiar apartment again. The pictures on the walls, the carpeting, the television set, the view of the city. She ran her fingers across the kitchen table. She did not even mind that Rich had to stay a few days because his plane was not scheduled to leave until the end of the week. "I'll make dinner," Rich said, sounding more certain of himself again. "What would you like, Maggie?"
"Sleep,"
she said. She smiled wearily.
"I'm tired. You two stay up and have fun."
Peter turned on the television. Time for the news. Maggie quickly went into the bedroom and closed the door. She rubbed her stomach and went to the bathroom and splashed her face with cold water.
"It's not important,"
Maggie said as she looked at her reflection. Whatever happened, happened. End of story. She had never seen fear in her own eyes before. It looked unnatural. She stripped off her clothes and crawled naked under the covers. It would all be better after she slept. She was in her own bed, but the window looked down upon the statue of the horse and its general. Beneath the statue, the woman lay. The horse shook itself alive and pummeled the prone woman with its hooves. Maggie backed away from the window. "Maggie! Maggie!" Peter's voice was close to her ear. "You were crying out in your sleep. Are you all right?" Maggie opened her eyes. The room came into focus. She put her arms around Peter and held him tightly.
"Are you ever afraid?" she asked.
He laughed.
"I'm serious,"
she said, pulling away from him. "Of course I'm afraid," he said. "Everyone's afraid. It's normal. That's what life is all about. What's wrong with you? You've been acting strange ever since we left Mexico. You hardly said anything in the car."
"I've never been afraid before,"
Maggie said.
"Rich was right. I was fearless."
"Ignorant," Peter said. "You just never really looked at the world." He smoothed a strand of hair off her face. "Dinner's ready." He got up from the bed and left the room. After a few minutes, Maggie got dressed and followed him out. She was certain Rich knew what she had done by the way he watched her. He had heard the screams too, even though he denied it when she asked him. He had done nothing too. That was part of his character. It was not supposed to be part of hers. She was the fighter, the believer. "Easy to march in protests with all of those people around you," someone had told her once. "Easy to believe in peace when no one holds a gun to your head."
"Who said that?"
Maggie stared at Rich across the dinner table. He had said it, hadn't he? During one of his drunken lectures in Mexico. Easy to believe when you are not afraid. Maggie listened to the sounds of Rich and Peter eating, to the refrigerator sighing, to the traffic in the distance. Was the woman still screaming? She did not want to sleep. She knew she would hear the screams again. She sat in her study at the typewriter. Maybe she could write about what happened to the woman, make it part of her column. That would vindicate her. The world would know what had happened. Maggie shook her head and turned off the typewriter. No, she knew nothing about the woman. All she could write about was her own fear and fall from grace. She went into the darkened living room and curled up on the couch. She switched on the light and sat with her back to the curtained window. She did not want to hear or see anything as she flipped through the pages of Vegetarian Times. Rich and Peter went to Disneyland the following day. Maggie kept the curtains closed and watched soap operas. She scanned the Los Angeles Times for any information about a missing woman in Mexico. She found nothing. She dozed once in the afternoon and woke herself up quickly before the woman could find her. That night, she drank coffee and read magazines at the kitchen table while Peter and Rich slept. "Maggie, it's 4 a.m, Peter said. "Why are you still up? You haven't slept in days." He rubbed his eyes and pulled out a chair and sat next to her. "I can't," Maggie said. "Why?" Maggie bit her lip. Tears streamed down her face. "I'm afraid," she said. "Of what?" Peter asked. "I can't tell you," she said. "You'd hate me. You'd think I was a coward." He shook his head. "No, I wouldn't. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you've got to stop this. You don't look or sound good. So you're afraid. Don't you know that everyone is afraid? That's what life is, Maggie. Living is going on despite the fear. Rich does that every day. He's terrified, but most of the time he just faces his fears and carries on." "But I think I may have—" She stopped. She could not tell him. She could not explain what she had done because she did not understand it. She had let them take away the woman, and she had done nothing to stop them. "Shh," she said to Peter. "Do you hear that?" Peter listened silently. "No, I don't hear anything," he finally said. Maggie started to cry again. "I still hear her screaming." Maggie waited until Peter and Rich left the apartment for the airport. Then she packed a bag and got into the car and began the drive to Mexico. Peter was right. People had to face their fears. She had to find out what had happened to the woman. Then maybe the screaming would stop. She drove into the night. She stopped once for coffee. She heard the sounds of the woman's screams, and she quickly returned to the car and started driving again. She cried as she traveled through Mexico. Rich said it was not safe at night. She took a wrong turn and had to double back. Then she was at the village. She stopped the car in front of the police station. She climbed out of the car. The night was quiet. The air was damp and fishy smelling. She heard the waves stroking the sand. No one screamed. She walked into the police station. It was a small room. 2 officers sat behind desks, their feet up, talking and laughing together. They both stood when she came into the room. Her legs trembled. Her vision blurred. "I have to sleep," she thought. "I have to eat." "How may we help you?" one of the men asked, speaking English. She stared at them. They were the men who had taken away the woman. She put out a hand to steady herself. It was the middle of the night, and she was alone with the 2 men who had killed the woman. Someone screamed. Maggie looked out toward the traffic circle. It was empty. "May we help you?" the man repeated. A baton and gun were strapped to his leg. I saw a woman here 3 or 4 days ago," Maggie said. She slowly backed out of the office. "In the middle of the night. You took her away." The men looked at each other, puzzled. "I am sorry, but you must be mistaken," the man said. "We have no woman. Was she a friend of yours?" The woman screamed again. Maggie put her hands over her ears. This had to stop. She stumbled out of the office. "You look tired. Are you well?" The officer followed her into the street. Maggie looked over at the statue. Were the horse's hooves moving? Was there blood staining the metal? I should have helped her, Maggie thought. I could have saved her. Evil flourishes where good people do nothing. Who said that? Maggie ran toward the statue. Edmund Burke? William Shakespeare? The woman screaming in her ear? The screams were shrill, heartbreaking. Maggie shook her head as she raced toward the statue. She had to get the cries out of her brain. She had to find the woman and save her. She stood near the horse. The world spun. The horse moved. She opened her mouth and screamed. The police officers were beside her, trying to calm her. "It's all right," they both said in Spanish. "You will be fine." Each of them took an arm. "We will take you to the hospital. You will be fine." Maggie screamed. Fear overwhelmed her. How could she have lived her entire life without realizing how terrifying everything was? "Help me!" she cried. She kicked the police officer. He pulled out his baton and then dropped it. The horse's bloody hooves beat the air. The woman still screamed. Maggie pulled at her hair. "Help me!" She screamed one more time before the officers dragged her away, out of sight of the hotel window where a woman sat watching. Gary Kilworth, Inside the Walled City. Although one or two of his earlier stories have been called horror, Gary Kilworth admits he wrote them as fantasy or science fiction, and he has only recently ventured into the horror short fiction field. Born in York, England, his formative years were spent in South Arabia, and he currently lives in Hong Kong. The author's short stories have been published in such magazines and anthologies as Omni, Fantasy and Science Fiction, Fantasy Tales, Twilight Zone, Inner Zone, Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine, Other Edens, Beyond the Lands of Never, and the 15th Fontana Book of Great Horror Stories. Collections of his own fiction include The Songbirds of Pain, In the Hollow of the Deep Sea Wave, and Dark Hills Hollow Clocks, while Hunter's Moon and Midnight's Sun are recent novels. The following story obviously draws upon the writer's travels, but beneath the rich texture of character and setting lurks a powerful fear and a nasty twist. They had been loud-hailing the place for days, and it certainly looked empty, but John said you can't knock down a building that size without being absolutely sure that some terrified Chinese child wasn't trapped in one of the myriad of rooms, or that an abandoned old lady wasn't caught in some blocked passageway, unable to find her way out. There must have been elderly people who had set up home in the center of this huge rotten cheese, and around whom the rest of the slum was raised over the years. Such people would have forgotten there was an outside world, let alone be able to find their way to it. "You ready?" he asked me, and I nodded. It was John Speakman's job, as a Hong Kong police inspector, to go into the empty shell of the giant slum to make sure everyone was out, so that the demolition could begin. He had a guide, of course, and an armed escort of 2 locally born policemen, and was accompanied by a newspaper reporter, me. I'm a freelance whose articles appear mainly in the South China Morning Post. You could say the walled city was many dwellings, as many as 7,000, but you would be equally right to call it a single structure. It consisted of one solid block of crudely built homes, all fused together. No thought or planning had gone into each tacked-on dwelling, beyond that of providing shelter for a family. The whole building covered the approximate area of a football stadium. There was no quadrangle at its center, nor inner courtyard, no space within the ground it occupied. Every single piece of the ramshackle mass, apart from the occasional fetid airshaft, had been used to build, up to 12 stories high. Beneath the ground, and through every part of this monstrous shanty, ran a warren of tunnels and passageways. Above and within it there were walkways, ladders, catwalks, streets, and alleys, all welded together as if some junk artist, like the man who built the Watts Tower, had decided to try his hand at architecture. Once you got more than 10 feet inside, there was no natural light. Those within used to have to send messages to those on the edges to find out if it was day or night, fine or wet. The homemade brick and plaster was apt to rot and crumble in the airless confines inside, and had to be constantly patched and shored up. In a land of high temperatures and humidity, fungus grew thick on the walls, and in the cracks the rats and cockroaches built their own colonies. The stink was unbelievable. When it was occupied, more than 50,000 people existed within its walls. John called his 2 local cops to his side, and we all slipped into the dark slit in the side of the walled city, Song Lao the guide going first. 2 Guailos, whites, and 3 Chinese, entering the forbidden place, perhaps for the last time. Even Song Lao, who knew the building as well as any, seemed anxious to get the job over and done with. The son of an illegal immigrant, he had been raised in this block of hovels, in the muck and darkness of its intestines. His stunted little body was evidence of that fact, and he had only volunteered to show us the way, in exchange for a right to Hong Kong citizenship for members of his family still without Hong Kong citizenship. He and his immediate family had taken advantage of the amnesty that had served to empty the city of its inhabitants. They had come out, some of them half-blind through lack of light, some of them sick and crippled from the disease and bad air, and now Song Lao had been asked to return for one last time. I guessed how he would be feeling, slightly nostalgic, for it was his birthplace, yet wanting to get it over with, so that the many other unsavory remembrances might be razed along with the structure. The passage inside was narrow, constantly twisting, turning, dipping, and climbing, apparently at random. Its walls ran with slick water, and it smelled musty, with pockets of stale food stink, and worse. I constantly gagged. Then there were writhing coils of hose and cable that tangled our feet if we were not careful. Plastic water pipes ran alongside wires that had once carried stolen electricity. When the rotten cables were live and water ran through the leaking hoses, these passageways must have been death traps. Now and again the beam from the lamp in my helmet transfixed a pointed face with whiskers and small eyes, then the rat would scuttle away into its own maze of tunnels. Every so often we paused at one of the many junctions or shafts, and one of the Chinese policemen, the stocky, square-faced one, would yell through a megaphone. The sound smacked dully into the walls, or echoed along corridors of plasterboard. The atmosphere was leaden, though strangely aware. The massive structure, with all its holes, its pits and shafts, was like a beast at the end of its life, waiting for the final breath. It was a shell, but one that had been soaked in the feverish activity of 50,000 souls. It was once a holy city, but it had been bled, sweated, urinated, and spat on, not only by the poor and the destitute, but also by mobsters, hoodlums, renegades, felons, runaways, refugees, and fugitives, until no part of it remained consecrated. It pressed in on us on all sides, as if it wanted to crush us, but lacked the final strength needed to collapse itself. It was a brooding, moody place, and terribly alien to a Guaylo like myself. I could sense spirits clustering in the corners, spirits from a culture that no Westerner has ever fully understood. More than once, as I stumbled along behind the others, I said to myself, "What am I doing here? This is no place for me, in this hole." The stocky policeman seemed startled by his own voice, blaring from the megaphone. He visibly twitched every time he had to make his announcement. From his build, I guessed his family originally came from the north, from somewhere around the Great Wall. His features and heavy torso were Mongol rather than Cantonese, the southerners having a tendency toward small, delicate statures and moon-shaped faces. He probably made a tough policeman out on the streets, where his build would be of use in knocking heads together, but in here his northern superstitions and obsessive fear of spirits made him a liability. Not for the first time, I wondered at John Speakman's judgment in assessing human character. After about an hour of walking, and sometimes crawling, along tunnels the size of a sewer pipe, John suggested we rest for a while. I said, "You're not going to eat sandwiches in here, are you?" It was supposed to be a joke, but I was so tense it came out quite flat, and John growled, "No, of course not." We sat cross-legged in a circle in what used to be an apartment. It was a hardboard box about 10 by 10 feet. "Where are we?" I asked the torchlit faces. "I mean, in relation to the outside." The reply could have been the bowels of the earth, and I would have believed it. It was gloomy, damp, fetid, and reeked of prawn paste, which has an odor reminiscent of dredged sludge. Song Lao replied, "Somewhere near East Corner. We move soon toward Middle." His reply made me uneasy. "Somewhere near? Don't you know exactly?" John snapped, "Don't be silly, Peter. How can he know exactly? The important thing is he knows the way out. This isn't an exercise in specific location." "Right," I said, giving him a mock salute, and he tipped his peaked cap back on his head, a sure sign he was annoyed. If he'd been standing, I don't doubt his hands would have been on his hips, in the classic Guilo giving orders stance. John hadn't been altogether happy about taking a civilian along, despite the fact that I was a close friend. He had a very poor opinion of those who did not wear a uniform of some kind. According to his philosophy, the human race was split into two. There were the protectors, police, army, medical profession, firemen et al., and those who needed protection, the rest of the population. Since I apparently came under the second category, I needed looking after. John was one of those crusty bachelors you find in the lost outposts of faded empires, a living reminder of the beginning of the century. Sheena, my wife, called him the fossil, even to his face. I think they both regarded it as a term of endearment. However, he said he wanted to do me a favor, since he knew that my job was getting tough. Things were getting tight in the freelance business, especially since Australia had just woken up to the fact that Hong Kong, a thriving place of business where money was to be made hand over fist, was right on its doorstep. The British and American expatriates equaled each other for the top slot, numerically speaking, but Aussie professionals were beginning to enter, if not in droves, in small herds. With them they brought their own parasites, the freelancers, and for the first time I had a lot of competition. It meant I had to consolidate friendships and use contacts that had previously been mostly social. Sheena and I were going through a bit of a rough time, too, and one thing she would not put up with was a tame writer who earned less than a poorly paid local clerk. I could sense the words "proper job" in the air, waiting to condense. Even the darkness in there seemed to have substance. I could see the other young policeman, the thin, sharp Cantonese youth, was uncomfortable too. He kept looking up into the blackness, smiling nervously. He and his companion cop whispered to each other, and I heard Bruce Lee mentioned just before they fell into silence again, their grins fixed. Perhaps they were trying to use the memory of the fabled martial arts actor to bolster their courage? Possibly the only one of us who was completely oblivious, or perhaps indifferent to the spiritual ambience of the place, was John himself. He was too thick-skinned, too much the old warrior expat, to be affected by spooky atmospheres. I thought he might reassure his men, though, since we both knew that when Chinese smiled under circumstances such as these, it meant they were hiding either acute embarrassment or abject terror. They had nothing to be embarrassed about, so I was left with only one assumption. John, however, chose to ignore their fear. "Right, let's go," he said, climbing to his feet. We continued along the passageways, stumbling off to Song Lao, whose power over us was absolute in this place, since without him we would certainly be lost. It was possible that a search party might find us, but then again we could wander the interior of this vast wormery for weeks without finding or being found. A subtle change seemed to come over the place. Its resistance seemed to have evaporated, and it was almost as if it were gently drawing us on. The tunnels were getting wider, more accessible, and there were fewer obstacles to negotiate. I have an active imagination, especially in places of darkness, notorious places that are steeped in recent histories of blood and founded on terror. Far from making me feel better, this alteration in the atmosphere made my stomach knot. But what could I say to John? I wanted to go back. I had no choice but to follow where his guide led us, and hope for an early opportunity to duck out if we saw daylight at any time. Although I am sensitive to such places, I'm not usually a coward. Old churches and ancient houses bother me, but I normally shrug and put up with any feeling of spiritual discomfort. Here, however, the oppressive atmosphere was so threatening, and the feeling of dread so strong, I wanted to run from the building, and to hell with the article and the money I needed so much. The closer we got to the center, the more acute became my emotional stress, until I wondered whether I was going to hyperventilate. Finally, I shouted, "John!" He swung round with an irritated, "What is it?" I've got to go back." One of the policemen grabbed my arm in the dark and squeezed it. I believed it to be a sign of encouragement. He, too, wanted to turn round, but he was more terrified of his boss than of any ghost. From the strength of the grip, I guessed the owner of the fingers was the Mongol. "Impossible," John snapped. "What's the matter with you?" "A pain," I said. "I have a pain in my chest." He pushed past the other men and pulled me roughly to one side. "I knew I shouldn't have brought you. I only did it for Sheena. She seemed to think there was still something left in you. Now pull yourself together. I know what's the matter with you. You're getting the jitters. It's claustrophobia, nothing else. Fight it, man. You're scaring my boys with your stupid funk." "I have a pain," I repeated, but he wasn't buying it. Crap. Sheena would be disgusted with you. God knows what she ever saw in you in the first place. For a moment, all fear was driven out of me by an intense fury that flooded my veins. How dare this thick-skinned, arrogant cop assume knowledge of my wife's regard for me? It was true that her feelings were not now what they had been in the beginning, but she had once fully loved me, and only a rottenness bred by superficial life in the colony had eaten away that love. The mannequins, the people with plaster faces, had served to corrode us. Sheena had once been a happy woman, full of energy, enthusiasms, color. Now she was pinched and bitter, as I was myself, made so by the shallow guilos we consorted with, and had become ourselves. Money, affairs, and bugger thy neighbor were the priorities in life. "You leave Sheena's name out of this," I said, my voice catching with the anger that stuck in my throat. "What the hell do you know about our beginnings?" Speakman merely gave me a look of contempt and took up his position in the front once more, with the hunchbacked Lao indicating which way he should go when we came to one of the many junctions and crossroads. Occasionally the thin one, who now had the megaphone, would call out in Cantonese, the sound quickly swallowed by the denseness of the structure around us. Added to my anxiety problem was now a feeling of misery. I had shown my inner nature to a man who was increasingly becoming detestable to me. Something was nagging at the edge of my brain, too, which gradually ate its way inward toward an area of comprehension. God knows what she ever saw in you in the first place. When it came, the full implication of these words stunned me. At first I was too taken aback to do anything more than keep turning the idea over in my mind, in an obsessive way, until it drove out any other thought. I kept going over his words, trying to find another way of interpreting them, but came up with the same answer every time. Finally, I could keep quiet no longer. I had to get it out. It was beginning to fester. I stopped in my tracks, and, despite the presence of the other men, shouted, "You bastard, Speakman! You're having an affair with her, aren't you?" He turned and regarded me silently. "You bastard," I said again. I could hardly get it out. It was choking me. "You're supposed to be a friend." There was utter contempt in his voice. "I was never your friend." "You wanted me to know, didn't you? You wanted to tell me in here." He knew that in this place I would be less than confident of myself. The advantages were all with him. I was out of my environment and less able to handle things than he was. In the past few months he had been in here several times, was more familiar with the darkness and the tight, airless zones of the walled city's interior. We were in an underworld that terrified me and left him unperturbed. "You men go on," he ordered the others, not taking his eyes off me. "We'll follow in a moment." They did as they were told. John Speakman was not a man to be brooked by his Asiatic subordinates. When they were out of earshot, he said, "Yes, Sheena and I had some time together." In the light of my helmet lamp, I saw his lips twitch, and I wanted to smash him in the mouth. "Had? You mean it's over?" "Not completely. But there's still you. You're in the way. Sheena, being the woman she is, still retains some sort of loyalty toward you. Can't see it myself, but there it is." "We'll sort this out later," I said, "between the three of us." I made a move to get past him, but he blocked the way. Then a second, more shocking realization hit me, and again I was not ready for it. He must have seen it in my face, because his lips tightened this time. I said calmly now, "You're going to lose me in here, aren't you? Sheena said she wouldn't leave me, and you're going to make sure I stay behind." "Your imagination is running away with you again," he snapped back. "Try to be a little more level-headed, old chap." "I am being level-headed." His hands were on his hips now, in that guaylo stance I knew so well. One of them rested on the butt of his revolver. Being a policeman, he of course carried a gun, which I did not. There was little point in my trying force, anyway. He was a good 4 inches taller than I, and weighed 2 stone more, most of it muscle. We stood there, confronting one another, until we heard the scream that turned my guts to milk. The ear-piercing cry was followed by a scrabbling sound, and eventually one of the 2 policemen appeared in the light of our lamps. "Sir, come quick!" he gasped. "The guide!" Our quarrel put aside for the moment, we hurried along the tunnel to where the other policeman stood. In front of him, perhaps 5 yards away, was the guide. His helmet light was out, and he seemed to be standing on tiptoe for some reason, arms hanging loosely by his sides. John stepped forward, and I found myself going with him. He might have wanted me out of the way, but I was going to stick closely to him. What I saw in the light of our lamps made me retch and step backward quickly. It would seem that a beam had swung down from the ceiling as the guide had passed beneath it. This had smashed his helmet lamp. Had that been all, the guide might have got away with a broken nose or black eye, but it was not. In the end of the beam, now holding him on his feet, was a curved nail spike. It had gone through his right eye, and was no doubt deeply embedded in the poor man's brain. He dangled from this support loosely, blood running down the side of his nose and dripping onto his white tennis shoes. "Jesus Christ," I said at last. It wasn't a profanity, a blasphemy. It was a prayer. I called for us, who were now lost in a dark, hostile world, and I called for Song Lao. Poor little Song Lao. Just when he had begun to make it in life, just when he had escaped the walled city, the bricks and mortar and timber had reached out petulantly for its former child and brained it. Song Lao had been one of the quiet millions who struggle out of the mire, who evolve from terrible beginnings to a place in the world of light. All in vain, apparently. John Speakman lifted the man away from the instrument that had impaled him and laid the body on the floor. He went through the formality of feeling for a pulse, and then shook his head. To give him his due, his voice remained remarkably firm, as if he were still in control of things. "We'll have to carry him out," he said to his 2 men. "Take 1 end each." There was a reluctant shuffling of feet as the men moved forward to do as they were told. The smaller of the 2 was trembling so badly he dropped the legs straight away and had to retrieve them quickly under Speakman's glare. I said, "And who the hell is going to lead us out now he's gone?" "I am," came the reply. "And I suppose you know which way to go?" "We're near the heart of the place, old chap. It doesn't really matter in which direction we go, as long as we keep going straight." That, I knew, was easier said than done. When passageways curve and turn, run into each other, go up and down, meet forks and crossroads and junctions with choices, how the hell do you keep in a straight line? I said nothing, for once. I didn't want the 2 policemen to panic. If we were to get out, we had to stay calm. And those on the outside wouldn't leave us here. They would send in a search party once nightfall came. Nightfall. I suppressed a chill as we moved into the heart of the beast. 7 months ago, Britain agreed with China that Hong Kong would return to its landlord country in 1997. It was then at last decided to clean up and clean out the walled city, to pull it down and rehouse the inhabitants. There were plans to build a park on the ground then covered by this ancient city within a city, for the use of the occupants of the surrounding tenement buildings. It stood in the middle of Kowloon on the mainland. Once upon a time there was a wall around it, when it was the home of the Manchus, but Japanese invaders robbed it of its ancient stones to build elsewhere. The area on which it stood is still known as the Walled City. When the Manchus were there, they used it as a fort against the British. Then the British released the peninsula, and it became an enclave for China's officials, whose duty it was to report on Guaylo activities in the area to Peking. Finally, it became an architectural nightmare, a giant slum, an area not recognized by the British, who refused to police it, and abandoned by Peking. It was a lawless labyrinth, sometimes called the Forbidden Place. It was here that unlicensed doctors and dentists practiced, and every kind of vice flourished. It was ruled by gangs of youths, the triads, who covered its inner walls with blood. It is a place of death, the home of 10,000 ghosts. For the next 2 hours we struggled through the rank-smelling tunnels, crawling over filth and across piles of trash, until we were all exhausted. I had cuts on my knees, and my hair felt teeming with insects. I knew there were spiders, possibly even snakes, in these passageways. There were certainly lice, horseflies, mosquitoes, and a dozen other nasty biters. Not only that, but there seemed to be projections everywhere, sharp bits of metal, cables hanging like vines from the ceiling, and rusty nails. The little Cantonese policeman had trodden on a nail which had completely pierced his foot,